Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7MZ 196 Ancient Species Brachiosaurus vs Phantom Beast Species Alicorn Ants. No, it's not good. Master Quinn is angry. Seeing Quinn's posture, everyone on the Winding Dragon stared wide-eyed, showing a look of horror. Quick, everyone, put on a gas mask. Hurry up, one step slower and you will die. Quickly take out everyone's protective suits. The first reaction of these people is gas masks. As members of Quinn's ship, they couldn't understand the captain very well. Quinn, who is proud of biochemical weapons, is best at all kinds of terrifying biochemical weapons, and his favorite method of torturing people is biochemical weapons. Once Quinn considers people to be dead, they will all go through this kind of torture. His biochemical weapon is the most terrifying criminal law. Soon, all the members on the Winding Dragon had put on protective suits. And in Quinn's hand, there's already an extra blue-colored pill. UB******D, how dare you deceive Lousy's feelings. Tears flowed down Quinn's face, he fell into extreme grief. After finishing speaking, he gritted his teeth, and a trace of hatred appeared on his sad face. I will make your life worse than death. Immediately, the pill in his hand was crushed and exploded, turning into ice blue smoke that spread all over the sky. Oh my god. It's an ice ghost. The virus Lord Quinn is most proud of, Ice Ghost. It is said that as long as you touch it, you will turn into an ice ghost, your body will gradually freeze, and you will attack everyone around you indiscriminately. People who are touched will also be infected. If you don't get the antidote within an hour, you will die completely. This kind of virus was actually used. It seems that Lord Quinn is really angry. Quick. Rewind quickly, don't touch any dim sum. The crew on the Winding Dragon hurriedly retreated. Ice Ghost. The strongest biochemical virus in Quinn's hands. Absolutely overbearing and extremely cruel. The entire beast's pirates are showing looks of fear as this virus emerges. Seeing this, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes are also shining. The most proud virus, although I can't beat you. Kazuki Hiyori has a determined look on her face. Yes, after all, Quinn is one of the 3 major boards of Beast's pirates. With a bounty of 1.32 billion Baileys, his strength should not be underestimated. Even, in the original book, he was able to stand up unscathed after he suffered a nearly full-strength blow from Big Mom. Even Jack the Drow, who has a bounty of 1 billion, is multiplied by Big Brother when facing Quinn, with a respectful face. It can be seen from this that Quinn's strength must be well-deserved. Although Kazuki Hiyori has the famous sword Yanmo, plus the ability of the 5-color peacock fruit of the Phantom Beast. But compared with Quinn, his strength is still a bit weaker after all. At least for now, her strength is definitely not as good as Quinn's. But, I can bet my life to destroy half of your hard work. After saying this, Kazuki Nico turned his head and looked at everyone on Xuanwu Island. Captain Rosen, I want to use my own method, to express my anger for Mr. Denjiro. So, please forgive my waywardness. Mr. Rockwell, Miss Afra, next, I'll leave it to you. Advertisement. After saying this, Kazuki Hiyori didn't dodge, and rushed into the ice blue virus smoke. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. He even took the initiative to touch the virus. Is this person crazy? Crazy? Maybe. From the moment he heard the news that Denjiro was tortured by Quinn, Kazuki Hiyori felt murderous. However, she knew that she might not be able to beat Quinn. Even if one of the crew members on board can defeat Quinn, Kazuki Hiyori still wants to use his ability to destroy Quinn. Defeating Quinn is the same as defeating Quinn's virus. The virus Ice Ghost that Quinn spent half his life researching. If she overcomes it, for Quinn definitely an unacceptable blow. Such a blow is enough to make Quinn's heart fall to the bottom. For a scientist, proving that half his life's research is worthless is no different from killing him. So, she decided to use herself to do the experiment. As long as Rockwell can research the antidote within an hour, then, Quinn's life will be useless. What a willful fellow. Seeing this scene, Rockwell couldn't help grinning. As expected of his recognized partner, although it is capricious, it suits his appetite very much. If he learns that his savior has been hurt by others, but he remains indifferent, such a person is not worthy of being his partner. Since you trust me so much, then, no matter what, I can't let you down. Rockwell walked slowly forward. Mr. Captain. Please leave the 2 ships over there to you. Please don't let anyone bother us until I research the antidote. After saying this, Rockwell transformed into a red fire-breathing dragon. Mr. Rockwell. Please let me help you. At this moment, Afra also stood up. As a nurse, I absolutely do not allow anyone to use viruses to play with human life. Although I don't know medical theory, I know some pharmacology, so I should be able to help you. Afra called Rockwell to stop. Although she was not born as a doctor, as a nurse, she also does not allow others to use viruses to ignore life. And she is good at nursing. Before the antidote configuration is completed, with her care, Kazuki Hiyori can last longer. Good. Rockwell nodded. Afra turned into a seraph, and Rockwell turned into a Charizard, and they flew towards the snake dragon fruit. On the winged dragon, with the appearance of the virus Ice Ghost, people were already panicked, and the crew began to flee in all directions. Ah! With a roar, the dragon's breath condensed from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon, and a mouthful of dragon flames spewed out, forcing the crew on board to retreat. Qin, wearing a protective mask, wanted to stop it. I saw a flash of light. A miniature black figure has already stopped in front of Qin. Our scientist said, before he develops the antidote, don't bother them easily. 1-0. The one who spoke. Is the villain Leo. The mere little people are also trying to stop Lousy? Qin laughed contemptuously. Advertisement, Snake Dragon, the strongest power among the ancient species? Leo did not back down. As the #1 warrior of the kingdom of Dongdong Tower, he would never be intimidated by the strength of his opponent. Comparing strength. I'm never afraid of anyone. An astonishing fighting spirit burst out on Leo's face. Although, the opponent is Beast's pirates, except for Kaido, the day of the 3 major powers. But since the opponent is a powerful player, he, Leo, can never be persuaded. The Winding Dragon is the strongest force of the ancient species. But the Skyhorn Ant, that is the strongest power of the Phantom Beast. The title of Ultimate of Power is definitely not in vain. In terms of hockey, he can't compare, but in terms of strength, he absolutely crushes snake dragons. After a loud shout, Leo, in the form of a Skyhorn Ant, rushed towards the Linorm on the opposite side. Linobomb. Qin was not to be outdone. He never paid attention to the villain in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, he jumped up, fell from the sky, and hit the Skyhorn Ant with his huge head, just like a nuclear bomb falling. With this move, even a big mom can be stunned, but it's a pity, he's facing Skyhorn Ants. In terms of pure power, even an explosive powerhouse like Yamato can't compare to Leo. Not to mention a mere snake dragon. One falls from the sky, the sun rises into the sky. At the moment of impact, time seems to have stood still. Boom. With a loud bang, powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions, as if destroying everything, distorting the void. Under the force of the impact, all the crew members on the winged dragon staggered suddenly and almost failed to stand still. And look in the blink of an eye. But he saw the body of the huge snake dragon standing still in midair. Below him, the miniature shadow stretched out its hands, and put it on the head of Wenlong. The hands exerted all their strength, and in the next second, they actually lifted Wenlong up. Drumming drums powerful over-shoulder throw. In Leo's eyes, an astonishing light burst out, and he felt the blood all over his body boil. After grabbing the winding dragon, he smashed it towards the ground like a wolf. How can it be? Jack's eyes widened, even he showed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't be more clear about Quin's strength. He can only respect Qin when he sees Qin in Wano-kuni on weekdays. Jin is powerful, while Qin is unparalleled in strength. Among all the ancient species, the Winding Dragon is known as the most powerful. Even so, he still lost in the strength competition just now. The other party is actually just a small human race. It is unacceptable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boom, a loud bang. The gigantic body of the snake dragon smashed into the ground, punching a big hole in the deck of the Winding Dragon. The contest of power. Leo wins. 197 Germa technology appears. What? Lord Qin was thrown away. Hey, it's real. That's a Winding Dragon. This scene shocked everyone's attention. In the competition of strength, Qin has never lost before, and the Winding Dragon is the most powerful existence among the ancient devil fruits. In addition, Qin has the strength of the Emperor's deputy level. Its fighting power cannot be underestimated. At least in terms of strength, Qin has never lost. What the hell is that? Only then did they focus on the miniature figure that threw Qin away. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to see what that figure looks like. It's really too small. Qin is at least 6 meters tall, nearly half the size of a titan, several times taller than a normal human. And that figure is actually 10 times smaller than a normal human being. The size gap between the two sides is huge, which shows that Madara. But even if 700 is like this, Qin was still thrown away. Being able to throw the most powerful ancient dragon flying in a collision of forces is not something anyone can do. Little people. Even Kaido's pupils shrank at the moment. He recognized Leo's identity immediately. However, after recognizing the identity of the little human race, the shock in his heart became more obvious. A small human race in the district. What kind of terrifying power does it need to be able to throw the Winding Dragon away? Simply unimaginable, and Leo was panting heavily. As expected of the most powerful Linorm among the ancient species, even as a Skyhorn Ant-capable user, Leo rarely showed a little difficulty. If it is not powerful enough, it may not be possible to get benefits from Qin's hands. You D, you actually took Mrs. Qin. On the Winding Dragon, a hedgehog-man-made demon fruit power showed an angry look, holding 2 spears and preparing to kill Leo. But it's not close to Leo yet. Suddenly, a gunshot. A round of armor-piercing projectile severely penetrated the hedgehog's armor. Turn around and take a look. Sniper Eyes, holding a black sniper rifle, the muzzle is emitting white smoke. Don't engage in a sneak attack. The corner of Yiz's mouth raised, and he opened his mouth slowly. Under the cover of partners, Rockwell and Afra in protective suits have come to Kazuki Hiyori. The body of Kazuki Hiyori, who was infected with the ice ghost virus, had already started to stiffen, and a large area of freezing appeared on half of his body. Advertisement. It can be heard that her heartbeat is constantly accelerating. Her breath is also extremely unstable. Apparently, she's in a bad shape right now. Mr. Rockwell, it's up to you. Although it was painful, she still showed a sweet smile. Rockwell looked slightly moved. Don't worry. I can't understand that guy's methods very well. I will configure the antidote as soon as possible. Rockwell reassured Kazuki Hiyori, and the mammoth on the other side has already started to attack. Jack the drow at the bow showed fierce eyes, approaching the mammoth. And Quinn, the snake dragon that was smashed into the ground, also raised his head slowly. He shook his head in a daze, and soon woke up. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to surpass me in strength. Wing Long raised his head high, with a cigar in his mouth, his eyes were shining brightly, and his eyes were fixed on that tiny figure in midair. Coincidentally, I am the same, I have never lost in the competition of Emperor Li. Leo grinned. The current him naturally has the capital to speak harshly. The ultimate skyhorn ant of strength is originally the most powerful in the world. Known as the divine beast that can lift anything, let alone a mere snake dragon, even if a mountain falls, he can still catch it. Fine, hopefully for a while. You'll be as confident as you are now. Quinn showed a ferocious expression. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my strongest strength is not strength. Laozi's real ability, from the beginning to the end, is technology. Quinn let out a wild laugh. Strength is just the benefit brought to him by the dragon fruit, and his job is a scientist from the beginning. Technology is what he is best at. The technological means he has mastered are not all biochemical weapons. You should have heard of North Blue's Germa technology. Quinn had a smug smile on his face. Germa technology? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it, Leo said. It's okay, you'll find out soon, Quinn grinned. Immediately, various weapons began to extend from him as a reformed person. Mechanical arms, mechanical fangs, mechanism bodies, laser emitters. As a war enthusiast, he likes to study all kinds of powerful weapons, and he himself has long been transformed into a robot by himself. Spark Queen. Advertisement. Fiery red light erupted from Quinn's body, and then he let out a loud shout, and spark lasers were fired from his eyes. The power of this laser was astonishing. After feeling the terrifying power, Leo's expression changed drastically, and he immediately flew towards the other side. Rockwell, who was sampling the ice ghost virus, seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, he raised his head. This guy actually mastered the technique of drawing judge, his eyes sank. That move was impressively Germa 66's battlesuit technology, the Spark Red, among the 5 suits. The battlesuit concept is indeed a technology that Judge is proud of. Even Rockwell admires Judge because of the battlesuit technology. I just didn't expect that Quinn also mastered Judge's battlesuit technology. It seems that these years, Quinn has not been abandoned. Not only did he carry forward his idea of biological and chemical weapons, but he also took the opportunity to study Germa's battlesuit thoroughly. Is that technology strong? Afra raised her head too. To be exact, it's very strong. He can make an ordinary person who is not good at fighting have the ability to challenge top experts. Rockwell gave it a high rating. Then Mr. Leo will be in danger? Afra showed a trace of worry. Rockwell glanced at it calmly, and then smiled slightly. You have to trust our partners. As long as they're there, no one can disturb us. After saying this, Rockwell no longer paid attention to the situation on the battlefield, but focused on the ice ghost virus. Volume 54,000 Queen. After sampling, it will be tested. As long as the virus components are detected, the right medicine can be dispensed. Invisible hyphenation point Queen. On the other side, the battle has reached a fever pitch. The opponent is one of the 3 major disasters of the Beast's pirates. It's great that you can do this. Next, leave it to me. With Afra's help, Rockwell's research progress can be significantly accelerated. Boom. With the power of the Winding Dragon and the windscreen technology, the power that Quinn erupted at this time can faintly compete with Leo. With the emergence of this technology, Leo directly fell into a passive position. The windscreen combat suit in Germa 66 can greatly enhance its strength through technology, and can extend its arms to fly enemies. This made it even more difficult for Leo, who was already inferior to Quinn in strength. With a punch, Leo, who was caught off guard, received a punch and was sent flying. Stealth black. But the moment he flew out, a figure galloped past and caught Leo. This point, not only Rockwell is good at it, but even Afra is also capable. After some confrontation, Quinn entered the invisible state again. During this period of time, Afra has tested the ingredients of many elixirs, so she really can't understand them all too well. 198 extreme speed in the world versus ancient Brachiosaurus. CA. Brother Cavendish. Leo opened his eyes with difficulty, and when he saw the person in front of him, he smiled. I did it, in the competition of strength, I won that big guy, although he was injured, Leo said proudly. Because before that, Rosen told him that besides his ultimate of power, there is another person who is also the incarnation of power. That is the snake dragon among the ancient species. Leo had long wanted to learn about Quinn's methods. Therefore, he was the one who took the lead this time. Good job. Cavendish gave him a thumbs up to show his approval. Next, leave it to me. After saying this, Cavendish stepped back and sent Leo back to the Xuanwu. Then, he raised his head and looked at Snake Dragon Yin. Counting it all together, I should be the number 3 person on our ship. Since this is the case, then I have no choice but to be your opponent. After speaking, his figure disappeared. Like Cavendish, Quinn is also number 07 of the Beast's pirates. Apart from Kaido of the Beasts and Flame Calamity, Quinn's status and strength are considered the strongest. Even Jack the Drow, who has always been defiant, is against him. Quinn was respectful. As for Cavendish, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the number 3 character of the Beast Pirates. First of all, he is the third member to join after Rosen Yamato. Secondly, he is also the third person in the whole group's bounty. As for strength, not to mention the powerful swordsmanship, Kunpeng's rapidity, has already determined his invincible strength. Swinging wings startled, nothing in the world could catch up to him. Even Admiral Kizaru's flash abilities, apart from teleportation, his speed should be the strongest. With that extreme speed alone, no one in the world can beat him, including Rosen. In addition, his swordsmanship is beyond doubt. He is recognized as a swordsmanship genius, plus there is a second personality in his body that is twice as strong as his swordsmanship attainments. The future is immeasurable. Advertisement, but now, he has successfully fused the second personality and turned it into a part of himself, after the fusing of swordsmanship. His current swordsmanship talent is more than 3 times stronger than before. What kind of concept is this? He is already a genius in his own right, and now he is 3 times stronger than a genius. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a monster. So, this number 3, he deserves it. The moment he shot, there were afterimages flashing in the air. A flash of gorgeous sword light has already slashed towards the huge snake dragon. A mere slash. There was a sneer on Quinn's face. However, his smile hadn't disappeared, and suddenly, that sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. The icy cold came oncoming, and he didn't even have time to use his weapon to harden. A gorgeous slash landed on his face. Peefed. The light of blood suddenly appeared, and a bloodstain was cut open on Wenlong's rough face. Severe pain came, and Quinn's entire brain went blank for a while. Slashing actually hurt him. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to use his armed force hardening. This was the first time in these years. UB******D. Quinn wiped off the bloodline from his face. His eyes suddenly widened, revealing monstrous anger. As expected of an ancient species, your physique is strong. Otherwise, your head might have been cut open just now. Cavendish shook his head. He was still a little dissatisfied with the slash just now. If it could be stronger, the attack just now would not be as simple as just cutting off the bloodstains. Of course, this is not to say that Cavendish's power is weak. It can only be said that the physique of the ancient species is too strong. The ancient species is famous for their physique, be strong. The advantage of Eudemon's fruit is that it can gain some special abilities on the basis of zone, such as zone plus flame, zone plus slow, zone plus barrier, etc. As for the ancient species, although they don't have the special abilities of Eudemon's, their advantage lies in their extremely strong physique. Ancient species means prehistoric creatures, so there is no doubt about their physical strength. As an extremely powerful kind of ancient fruit, the winding dragon not only has the strongest power among prehistoric creatures, but also has exceptionally tough skin. That's why it can resist Cavendish's slash, but to resist is to resist. How long it can resist is not certain. Invisibility Queen. Advertisement. The ability of Invisible Black appeared again, and Quinn's figure gradually became transparent. But such a trick is not feasible in front of Cavendish. It's too slow. The speed of invisibility is not as fast as my movement speed, my blow. How do you hide? Cavendish shook his head. The trick of invisibility doesn't work in front of him. I saw that Quinn had just disappeared, and before he could change his position, the swinging wings behind Cavendish trembled, and he had already arrived at the position where Quinn disappeared. Beautiful sword, slash, Stardust Prince. With a noble temperament, he swung a powerful sword, splitting the void 380 in half like splitting a star or severing a galaxy. Immediately, there was another, Poochie, and Quinn's scream sounded again. From his invisibility to his appearance, it took only a second before and after, and he had no time to change his position. Toxic Queen. Since stealth doesn't work, it can only be reckless. Hateful. This time, it was the snake dragon's neck that was cut, and the flesh and blood exploded, and the blood splashed, and Quinn's transparent figure suddenly appeared. But this time the blood was a strange purple, peefed. In the face of the speed of the world, Quinn can only be the target of being beaten, and has been chopped off by more than a dozen swords in a row. Super Electric Queen. There are more and more wounds on his body, but Quinn can only be helpless and furious. Peefed. In J. Marco's technique, the ability of the electric shock blue can burst out lightning from the hand. Quinn was thoroughly enraged. Although Cavendish couldn't see his figure, as long as Cavendish attacked his original position at the moment he was invisible, he would definitely hit him. Since I can't touch you, I can only let you touch me. Sure enough, another slash came down, and blood spattered. It's a pity that with this level of electric shock, even Cavendish's shadow cannot be touched. Quinn gritted his teeth secretly. .199 Tegu, one hit will slay Demon Sword Village Rain. Chi. When the purple blood splashed onto the ground, it immediately corroded the ground into a big hole. Is it poisonous? Cavendish looked at it with raised eyebrows, and then looked at his hands. A few drops of poisonous blood were already stained. Ha ha ha, Germa Technology's highly poisonous powder ability can absorb all kinds of poisons in the world, and gather them to form poisonous blood that will kill you at the touch. You are finished. Quinn laughed. Death if you touch it? That's not necessarily the case. The corner of Cavendish's mouth showed a faint smile. Immediately, with a flick of his hand, the purple poisonous blood on his hand was thrown off by him, but on the other hand. Unscathed. How can it be? Quinn's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. The poisonous ability mastered by the poisonous powder is comparable to the poisonous fruit. No one can withstand the erosion of toxicity. Yet it is surprising that Cavendish was unscathed. I forgot to say, this young master has a physical invulnerability to 100 poisons. The corner of Cavendish's mouth raised slightly. That's right, 100 poisons don't invade physique as a type of physique inheritance card produced by the Rosen system. After using this kind of item card, one can inherit the constitution of invulnerability to all poisons and be immune to any toxins. As the busiest person on the ship, he is not only required to inquire about information, but also to run errands and do work. In order to reward him, Rosen specially gave him an inheritance card of invulnerable physique. Even Rosen didn't expect that it would come in handy now. Of course, even without this physique, Wendish is not afraid of toxins. Because they still have magic medicines such as detoxification potions and 9-turn golden pills in their hands. Your means, I have already experienced almost. Next, it's your turn to experience mine. The corner of Cavendish's mouth raised, and he put the holy sword Durandal in his hand into the scabbard. Instead, he stretched out his hand, and another sword appeared in his hand. Different from Durandal's sacred aura, this time the sword is filled with a strange aura, and the blade is glowing red. Gives a very evil feeling. That is another famous knife. This is the first time I saw Brother Cavendish using this weapon. Is this his trump card? It's such an evil feeling, just looking at it makes people feel cold. After seeing the knife, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Only Rosen raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This knife was finally used. I thought that with the strength of Cavendish, the holy sword Durandal was enough. Even if this sword was to be played, it would have to wait until later. Advertisement. But now, in order to prove his identity as number 3, Cavendish had to wrestle with Qilin. And this knife finally appeared ahead of schedule. Is this the knife you mentioned earlier? Yamato looked at Rosen. Apart from Rosen and Cavendish, the only one who can recognize this knife is probably Yamato. But Yamato just glanced at it. That's right, it's the knife I showed you shortly after we went out to sea. Rosen nodded with a smile. You gave him the knife? No one is better suited for this knife. Oh, that's it. Yamato stopped asking and continued to look at Cavendish. With the appearance of this demon knife, the air is filled with a strange atmosphere. Do you think it can hurt me if you change the knife? Lousy as a reformer? Qilin was furious, and after a shock all over, a large area of metal skin appeared on his body. Brachiosaurus Blaster. Germa's technology didn't work, so he started using the weapons he developed. However, these weapons are really not worth mentioning for the speed in the world. Are you ready to accept death? After dodging the shotgun, Cavendish raised the demon knife in his hand. Some illusory incantations can be vaguely seen on the blade. One hit will kill. With a flash of his figure, Cavendish disappeared in place. Full body armed color. Qilin resisted with all his strength, and his skin and body armor hardened, which was enough to achieve the effect of all-round protection. But this kind of full body armed color will disperse the strength of the armed color. If the difference between the armed colors of the two sides is not too far, then only need to concentrate on attacking a little. It is very easy to break through the whole body armed color. And Cavendish's armed color has already reached the strength of a high-level hockey. Although there is still a long way to go from the top-level emission hockey, the gap with Qilin is not too far. Because Cavendish had already awakened the armed color before he met Rosen, and he had used hockey strengthening potion for a long time, so the strength was not much weaker than Qilin. Seeing the other party fully armed with full body, Cavendish showed a faint smile, and pointed at the demon sword in his hand. One hit kills Demon Sword Village Rain. The demon knife covered with high-level armed color stabbed Qilin, who was fully armed. Clang. With sparks flying, the demon knife stabbed Quinn's back. This position has not been modified to avoid Jin Yang's skin. Although it failed to directly pierce Quinn's defense, if you look closely, you can still see that the tip of the sword. It has really pierced a tiny hole that cannot be traced. Ha ha ha, that's it? Advertisement? I don't even see blood. Is this tickling me? Qilin immediately laughed. When a swordsman can't even break through the opponent's defense, no matter how strong his swordsmanship is, no matter how fast he is, it won't help. Even if you scratch the itch, if you scratch the aorta, you will die. Don't believe me, you see. After speaking, Cavendish motioned the other party to look at the wound. Qilin was a little disapproving. The skin was broken a little bit, and there was no blood flow, so of course he didn't pay attention to it. But in the corner, one of his subordinates changed his face. Master Qilin. On your back. The man opened his mouth wide and spoke tremblingly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qilin seemed to sense something. In the next second, his eyeballs suddenly popped up, covered with bloodshot eyes, and his whole body began to tremble. This. What is this? Ah! Scream. Rip the sky apart. Quinn's screams echoed across the sea. After only a few seconds, you can see black spells emerging from Quinn's body, forming chains of order. One hit kills Demon Sword Murasama. In a short time, Quinn's huge body was burned to ashes. A Tigu from another dimension. That's right, okay, then it started to burn. How is this going? Slowly put away the knife. Cavendish's heart beat wildly. Shocking, scary, terrifying. That scene was extremely bewitching. This is the baby that Rosen got in the 5-10 consecutive draws in the first systematic lottery draw. Except for Rosen, everyone's face showed deep shock. What happened? What happened? What? Demon Sword Murasama. They didn't even know what happened, and watched a big living person turn into fly ash. Gives a scalp-tingling sensation. It's such a terrifying knife. It's indeed the demon knife that the captain said. Even he was frightened by the horror of this knife. Everyone was stunned. 200 shots, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. After you successfully overcome the second personality and turn it into your own strength, I will give you a gift. This sentence was originally said by Rosen to Cavendish. When it is learned that Cavendish can enhance the spiritual power by strengthening observation haki, so as to control the second personality with powerful spiritual power. Rosen promised Cavendish such a promise. Of course, Cavendish was also very upbeat, relying on the knowledge-enhancing potion Rosen gave him, coupled with his own talent. He successfully mastered the power of the second personality in less than 2 months. Gaining the initiative of the body with absolutely powerful mental power, when the second personality appears, he can turn the powerful strength of the second personality into his own power. Now, Cavendish has not only controlled the second personality, but also merged with the second personality, which has greatly improved his own strength. And this demon sword Murasama was given to him by Rosen. Demon Sword Village Rain. Coming from the world of red pupils, it is a super powerful Tegu, known as the demon sword of one-hit kills. The so-called one-hit kill means that you only need to be slashed, even if there is no blood. The cursed poison on Yaodao 053 will quickly spread to the wound, killing the victim in an instant. And such a terrifying ability also has extremely high requirements for the user, because this curse poison has the same effect on the holder. Once accidentally touched by the blade, even if it is just a little bit of skin, you will definitely die. Therefore, the holder must be very careful and will commit suicide if he is not careful. This knife was drawn by Rosen in the first lottery draw, and he has never dared to use it indiscriminately. From the very beginning, after Rosen got the knife, he planned to give it to Cavendish, because Cavendish is not only powerful in swordsmanship, but also has the world's fastest sword. With the ability of extreme speed in the world, almost no one can escape his slash. Therefore, once this knife is given to Cavendish, Cavendish can gain the ability to instantly kill anyone. Even the 4 emperors are likely to be killed. However, due to the flaws of Yaodao Marora and Cavendish's second personality. So Rosen dared not give him to Cavendish. If this guy accidentally fell asleep and stabbed people with a knife, the consequences would be unimaginable. It wasn't until Cavendish told how to overcome the second personality that Rosen's eyes lit up. As long as he overcomes the shortcoming of the second personality's rampage, it is guaranteed that he will not hack people. Plus Rosen has drawn out a body that is invulnerable to all poisons. So, Rosen can safely and boldly hand over the demon sword Marora to him. Extreme speed in the world with one-hit kill. Advertisement too busy imagining how terrifying this ability would be. UB*****D, what did you do? Jack the Drow is on the mammoth, already fighting the Ghostman Qilin. As early as when he was about to make a move for the first time, the Ghostman agent had already sensed his thoughts, rushed out first, and rushed into the mammoth, holding back the tricky guy Jack the Drow. On the other side, Kaido of the Beasts, because Rosen has not yet made a move, so he dared to act rashly. However, Quinn's sudden death still shocked his heart, revealing an expression of disbelief. He couldn't be more clear about Quinn's strength. In the entire Beast's pirates, apart from him, even the Flame Calamity Ember may not be sure of being able to firmly suppress Qilin. On weekdays, Qilin and Jin are also dissatisfied with each other, and in terms of strength, there is almost the same difference. However, even if he was as strong as Qilin, he was still instantly killed by one blow. And at this time Rosen, the system prompt has been received. The ancient species devil fruit has been detected, do you want to recover it? The recycling function was triggered, just like the Yaki Orochi fruit and the Nine Tails fox fruit. As long as it is a fruit related to the system can recover the ability after the death of the host. And the fruit of Qilin, AHCF, it is the form of dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus. The ancient species is related to the prehistoric legion of the mythical beast ship regiment, and the prehistoric legion is the ancient species with all members. Therefore, Brachiosaurus fruit can also be recycled. After the selection was confirmed, a devil fruit appeared in Rosen's system space. Ancient species devil fruit, 101 pieces. This means that his prehistoric legion can already recruit 101 people. It's a pity that Peggy Wan and Runty back then, if they weren't handed over to Marine and killed to get the fruit, it would be a good deal. After all, Spinosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus are 2 extremely powerful prehistoric creatures. Be careful with this knife in the future, it's too pervert. Even Cavendish himself was filled with emotion. Advertisement. Gently pierce the skin, and the opponent will be wiped out in ashes, which is really scary. In the future, as a last resort, he decided not to use it indiscriminately. After speaking, he put the demon sword Murasama into the scabbard. I've settled it here, the rest is up to you, he grinned. Get rid of Qilin, and his mission will be completed. This battle is also a battle for him to prove himself to the world. Rosen uses Admiral Akainu to prove his status as Emperor of the Sea. Yamato uses Katakuri to prove his identity as the Emperor's lieutenant. And he, as a former supernova, was also one of the group of 3 novas after joining the Beast Pirates, the nominal number 3. But he never had any outstanding achievements. At least compared to Rosen Yamato, his brilliance has been overshadowed a lot. Therefore, this time is also a battle for his reputation. The end result is self-evident, his number 3 status was finally fulfilled. Not only that, after obtaining the demon sword Murasama, he already has the ability to instantly kill anyone. If he strengthens the armed color a little more, reaching an infinitely close to the top level, then even the Emperor level combat power may be instantly killed by him. The premise is that he must break through the opponent's defense. If the opponent has a top level armed color and a pervert physique, it will be difficult for the demon sword Murasama to exert its effect. If you can't even break through the defense, you can't talk about a one-hit kill. But the good thing is that, sooner or later, Cavendish's knowledge will rise to the top level. At that time, even if he is an Emperor level combat power, he can kill him instantly. At that time, there will be not only a group of double Emperors on Rosen's ship, but a group of 3 Emperors. When Cavendish flashed back to the Xuanwu, 4 Emperors, Kaido's gloomy face has already raised his head. Enough playing. It's time to find out. From the nostrils of the burly man, there was a rough breath, and the eyes also reflected a light that was difficult to look directly at. The aura of the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air exploded suddenly. 201 Admiral Aokiji arrives, outer sea area of Toto Land Kingdom. 6 large warships are docked on the sea, and there are crowds of people on them, and a large number of marines have assembled, and everyone is ready to fight. There are 1 or 2 Vice Admiral level figures standing on the bow of each warship. The lineup is stronger than Buster Call. They're guarding here, Marine. This incident had already involved 3 of the 5 Emperors, and the influence was too great, so Marine had no choice but to step forward. Not to mention that Rosen and Big Mom have a tendency to join forces, even if they don't join forces. The meeting of the Emperor of the Sea is absolutely extraordinary. For this reason, they were also forced to get involved with 4 Emperors Kaido. If Marine had not informed Kaido in advance, the Beast's pirates would not have been able to rush to Toto Land so quickly. After all, Kaido doesn't have the connections that Big Mom has. In terms of intelligence, apart from world government and Marine, Big Mom's intelligence network can be regarded as top-notch. In addition, even Kaido and Whitebeard are far behind in terms of intelligence. Marine's plan, on the one hand, is afraid of Rosen and Big Mom, and wants to drag Kaido, who has grievances with Rosen, as undoubtedly the most suitable. Kaido, on the other hand, is also a formidable threat. If it can cause Kaido and Rosen to fight, then Marine will naturally enjoy the benefits. Rosen provoked Kaido again and again, so Sengoku concluded that it was impossible for Kaido to remain indifferent after knowing this information. Advertisement. In fact, it was true. When he learned that Rosen was invited to the Big Mom tea party, Kaido immediately gathered his staff and went to sea immediately. As for Marine, it is natural to sit back and watch the tigers fight. The weather has changed. On one of the warships, Jiuyou quietly raised her head and looked at the sky. Looking at the turbulent sky, she frowned tightly. Has it started yet? She muttered to herself. It is said that the 4 Emperors Kaido can control natural disasters and is the embodiment of natural disasters. So, seeing such a weird sky, she first thought of Kaido. They must have run into each other, that's why they had such a vision. Look, the clouds in the sky are moving. This is converging towards that side. It is said that Qinglong can control the flame cloud, so he must be the one who made the move. Behind Jiuyou, a Marine staff officer frowned. Presumably Rosen also made a move. It is said that the green dragon is in charge of the cloud, and the white tiger is in charge of the wind. Since the storm is surging, they must be fighting. Advertisement. If Admiral made a move, it would be much easier for them, and they would not be powerless to fight back. Even if an emergency happened, they would still have confidence. I hope so. We can't let our guard down yet. After all, they're the Emperors of the Sea. Any one of them can pose a threat to us. 0. Seeking flowers. I don't know, who can be better? It should be Kaido. After all, his strength is obvious to all, and Rosen. Although strong, he is still too young. No matter who wins, it will do us no harm. Got windy. When they heard that Admiral Kuzan was about to arrive in Marine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. On another warship, Vice Admiral squinted and smiled. If it's Mr. Kuzan, then I'm relieved. Yeah, whether we get rid of Kaido or get rid of Rosen, it's a victory for us. If we get rid of both, the world will be peaceful. Then who's to say for sure? What if this Rosen works a miracle again? What are you panicking about? I just received a notification here. Mr. Kuzan has already led the support troops and will arrive soon. Doberman Vice Admiral on the 3rd warship took a heavy puff of his cigar, showing a dignified face. Good fight, dog bites dog. As long as they fight, our state of emergency can be lifted. 202 time to step aside, Kaido. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and in an instant, the wind and clouds surged, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the sky dimmed instantly. The sea wind roared, stirring up thousands of waves, surging waves, and the roaring sound was endless. On the outskirts of the Toto Land Sea area, near the Juice Sea, black clouds rolled in and enveloped the sky. In the waters of the Juice Sea, the chasing anthem galloped, broke through the waves, and rushed towards the direction of the surging black clouds. On the Queen's anthem, Katakuri at the bow looked gloomy, staring at the 2 shocking figures in the sky. That is, hey, it's true. Do monsters of that level really exist in the world? Perot and the others behind him stared wide-eyed, and their jaws fell from the shock of the 753 scene. Is that their real body? It's terrible. Smoothie also showed a rare look of shock. In the sky, through the thick clouds, two giant figures can be vaguely seen, standing proudly on the top of the sky. Kamui is unrivaled. Among them, the body is like a winding mountain, the eyes are like torches, the black light is flashing all over the body, the scales are shining brightly, and the flame clouds are surging all over the body, showing extraordinary power. The other one has limbs like pillars supporting the sky, fangs glowing with cold light, and wind clusters around the body, supporting the huge body, like the son of the wind god, arrogant to the common people. The hair all over the body is like steel needles, and the claws can bow down. The mythical dragon that controls the flame cloud. The mythical white tiger that controls the storm. Seeing these two figures, two faces can naturally emerge. They fought. Our chance has come. Whether we can redeem our sins or not depends on now. Cracker's eyes flashed. Yeah, Mom is unconscious, and we are powerless against a strong enemy. If Mom wakes up, none of us can bear Mom's anger. Now that they're fighting, our only chance to make up for it is now. Puro Ross Puro also spoke. Yeah, if they don't do something, all of them will be punished once Big Mom wakes up. Advertisement: no one can take on this responsibility. Even, they're the children of Big Mom. You know, that old witch, but no one will be merciful. If they can make up for their mistakes, maybe they can save a little bit. Otherwise, the Big Mom pirates may be about to suffer a major cleansing. Bree, on the bow, the leader Katakuri spoke in a deep voice. Under the billowing black clouds, on the Xuanwu and the three ships of the beast's pirates, countless pairs of eyes looked at the sky. Shock and horror filled their hearts. Even the fighting on Jack the Drow's side has stopped. With Quinn's defeat, there is no threat on the Brachiosaurus, and Rockwell and Afra concentrate on the research and development of viruses and medicines. And the people on the Xuanwu were also shocked. This is the first time I've seen the captain's body at such a close distance. What a terrible breath, as expected of the captain. The last time I saw the white tiger itself was on Rake's Island in East Blue, but that time they could only be separated by a long distance because of the thunder disaster. This time, it was a real close-up look. The sacred aura that looks down on the sky is really exciting. Scourge Dragon versus Unrivaled Beast. One dragon and one tiger, one cloud and one wind. The battle between the two emperors is so terrifying. Different from the contest with Big Mom, Rosen and Kaido can already be regarded as a contest of destiny. From the very beginning, the system was created for Kaido. Zoan. From the beginning to the end, it is the weakest fruit in people's eyes. It is not comparable to Paramecia and Logia at all. However, Zoan. In addition to the most basic normal form, there are also ancient species and phantom beast species. Advertisement: however, these two fruits are rare, and few people know about them. So that makes Zoan the weakest common sense. As far as the Zoan is concerned, the only ones who can really hold up the sky are the beast's pirates. It's a pity that Duo put most of his thoughts on the artificial Zoan devil fruit. Therefore, this team is still unable to hold up the banner of Zoan after all, and cannot justify the name of Zoan. So, there's Rosen's system. The real strongest creature is not just Kaido's undead physique. The so-called king of beasts is the real king of beasts, all beasts worship. Rosen, who was in the form of a white tiger, opened his mouth slowly, his momentum not weak at all. Rosen sneered. You can't even get the phantom beast species, so why should you be called the king of beasts? Phantom beasts, I have been looking for them all this time, but you have found so many. Rosen gritted her teeth. That 4.2 on the Void Throne, didn't you want to challenge for a long time? Oh, so, your ambition is not small. Kaido smiled slyly, showing disdainful eyes. What I want to be is not just the strongest creature. Kaido is clearly not the material. It's time to step aside, Kaido. P.S. Happy New Year, please subscribe. Following his opening, it was like thunder rolling in the sky, and the roar was like snow. You be ******D. You really know a lot. Hearing this, Kaido's heart was shocked, and he narrowed his eyes immediately. Among the clouds, Kaido's eyes were like torches, looking forward like a sharp sword. Even I didn't expect that an inconspicuous kid would be able to get to where he is today. Kaido sighed again. Speak as if you have no ambition at all. Even if his green dragon fruit is extremely powerful, it is not worthy of the reputation of the king of beasts. He glanced down at the people on the Xuanwu, and there was a trace of heat in their eyes. I heard that you want to be the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. 203 The world-destroying Azure Dragon versus Peerless White Tiger. Time to step aside, Kaido. As soon as the words fell, Rosen's eyes refracted an astonishing light, and in an instant, the gust of wind suddenly rose, blowing and hunting the hair on the white tiger's body, like a supreme god looking down on the world. The mouthful of fangs glowed sinister and cold. The word, King, on the forehead faintly radiated light, and the silver-white lush hair fluttered in the wind. The aura shocked the world. The word, Give way, made the pupils of unrivaled Azure Dragon on the opposite side shrink. The strongest creature. This title has almost become synonymous with him, and no one has ever been able to threaten his status. Even with the existence of Whitebeard's pervert, his title of the strongest creature has not been questioned. It is conceivable that the weight of this title is more than 07. However, today, the person who threatened his status finally appeared. And still a fledgling rookie. From the very beginning, when Ying was kidnapped, Rosen was met by him for the first time. At that time, Kaido didn't pay attention to this brat at all. Unexpectedly, not long after, less than half a year, this humble brat has already reached a height that can threaten his status. Although he really didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that this man had indeed exceeded his expectations. Advertisement, giveaway. You're the first person to have the guts to say that to me. The green dragon entrenched in the sky, with white smoke coming out of its mouth, and an astonishingly fierce light in its eyes. In that case, let me see your level. Ah! With a roar, hot breath began to condense from the dragon's mouth. The natural disaster power of Qilin, in addition to being able to control the flame cloud, Qilin, as the most terrifying creature in mythology, also has the ability to control natural disasters. The breath of the world-destroying dragon, carrying the endless high temperature, condenses a scalding fire beam, bombarding towards the front. This blow once destroyed half of the mountain and turned the entire Odin castle into ruins. One can imagine how terrifying the power is. From the very beginning, his goal was to surpass Kaido, surpass Qilin, to become the real strongest creature. This is the battle he has been waiting for. In Baihu's eyes, an astonishing fighting spirit burst out. P.S. Today, the explosive update begins. Advertisement. The power of this blow has far exceeded her expectations. But now, he is infinitely close to this goal. It seems that in the past, when Kaido educated her, the old guy didn't use his full strength. Hot breath. Rosen, in the form of a tiger, did not dare to be careless in the oncoming scalding heat. Ah! With the appearance of the heat of this blow, Yamato's eyes below were shocked. I really want to try, in terms of fruitability, how big is the gap between? After the same roar, Rosen, who turned into a white tiger, began to condense a storm around him. In terms of fighting alone, apart from the unfathomable existence of Whitebeard and Garp, Kaido should be one of the best. And this dragon's breath also contains Kaido's decades of cultivation level. Although the training time is too short, he is not as strong as Kaido in many aspects, but he also wants to try. How big is the gap? And now, facing Rosen, Kaido didn't hold anything back. Let the storm really dance once. 204 The first confrontation, the blood on Kaido's face. Boom! In the sky, a violent explosion shook the universe. I saw a great storm sword spat out from the white tiger's mouth, tearing through the void and going away, hitting the green dragon's heat head-on. In an instant, the scorching dragon's breath was cut in half by the storm sword, and with the rupture of the void, there was a loud explosion, and the entire sky was distorted by that terrifying power. This blow shocked the world, and the ships below all felt the horror of the impact force, and the seawater instantly boiled. It was too late for everyone to marvel. The next second, the figure of Qilin shot out, and the big body that covered the sky and the sun drew a gorgeous arc in the air. The huge dragon head, with its mouth full of fangs, bit the white tiger's neck. Not to be outdone, the white tiger also let out a loud roar, its hair glowing faintly, and a pair of sharp claws swung out mercilessly. Dragon strike, pale claws. Those two unrivaled figures finally collided together. Both sides didn't hold back. The white tiger slapped Qiling's head fiercely with its claws, but in the next second, a huge dragon's tail drew over, and the terrifying force of the blow made the void explode. Crack. One tail slapped on the white tiger, leaving a clear trace immediately. Advertisement. Rosen gritted her teeth, licked her lips, and felt the severe pain. For a moment, the blood all over her body seemed to be on fire. It's much worse than I imagined. He smiled grimly, revealing a mouth full of white fangs. And opposite him, the figure entrenched by the giant dragon was also very uncomfortable. On the huge dragon's head, there are already 3 bloody bloodstains, hot blood dripping down the dragon's beard. What, Master Kaido? Is actually injured. He has an invulnerable body, even the top swordsman in the world can't break through his dragon-scale defense. It's unbelievable that a mere pair of claws can tear the skin of Lord Kaido. The elites of the Beast's pirates suddenly looked surprised. Even Jack the Drow, who was fighting with the ghost agent, couldn't help but take a distracted look at this moment. There is no doubt about how strong Kaido's physical defense is. The reason why he is called the strongest creature is firstly because of the Qilin species, and secondly, because of his unparalleled super-strong physique. Inside, the last time he was injured was in a battle with Kazuki Odin 18 years ago. At that time, Kazuki Odin was already a top-level swordsman, and even Whitebeard recognized his strength very much. Advertisement. This kind of healing speed, even Rosen can't beat it. In terms of physique, he can be said to be the best in the world. Even Rosen is far inferior to Kaido in terms of physique. A pair of angry eyes suddenly widened, and that unrivaled azure dragon rushed out again with a monstrous momentum. Flesh and flesh are reorganizing, relying on Qiling's strong physique. The 3 claw marks on Kaido's face have healed more than half in just a few breaths. Being able to defend against that level of slashing, one can imagine how strong Kaido's physical defense is. The time he spoke, the wound on his face has already healed. But that's all. That is to say, now that he meets Kazuki Odin at that time, it may be difficult for the opponent's attack to leave him with scars. A mere white tiger. Lousy as a dragon. Unexpectedly, after 18 years, the pain he felt again would actually be a junior who was younger than Kazuki Odin. With the addition of dual extraordinary physiques, he almost has an immortal body. Even Kazuki Oden, one of the top powerhouses, tried his best to slash, but he managed to leave a not deep and not shallow wound on Kaido's body. Scars. Qinglong turned his head slowly, and the 3 bloodstains on his face were shocking. However, it is this kind of skin that even the top swordsman can't cut open, but it is so easy by a pair of claws. It is really hard to imagine how terrifying the power of those claws is. You know, that was 18 years ago. In the past 18 years, Kaido's physique has improved a lot, and it is far from what it was back then. Backquote. The long-lost pain. 205 The power of natural disasters is so terrifying. The most violent hand-to-hand combat in the world has officially kicked off. The battle between the 2 most powerful beasts. The green dragon with the strongest vitality and in charge of natural disasters. The most destructive, the white tiger that kills. One is stepping on the flame cloud, the other is riding the storm. This battle can be regarded as the most visually impactful battle in the world. Even the battle between Rosen and Admiral Akainu may not have been more shocking than it is now. Admiral Akainu, relying on the terrifying power of magma burning everything. And Kaido, like Rosen, relies on Zoan's invincible physique. This is not only a battle of fate, but also a battle to rectify the title of strongest. Both Qinglong and Baihu were once known as the strongest Zoan fruits. But from the beginning to the end, there was no real winner between these 2 fruits. Of course, it is difficult to win or lose. 303 These 2 have their own advantages. When it comes to ultimate, one is immortal, and the other is invincible. If you want to really tell the winner, you have to look at the abilities of the ability users. Relatively speaking, Rosen is definitely at a disadvantage. After all, Kaido has experienced decades of cultivation, and the fruit of Qinglong has been developed to a level that is infinitely close to ultimate, while Rosen has just started, and even the fruit has not yet awakened. However, Rosen has a physique comparable to Zoan's awakening, the Thunder Tribulation physique. The current Kaido is equivalent to possessing the extraordinary physique awakened by Zoan, plus the body of the Azure Dragon. Advertisement as for Rosen, although he doesn't have an awakened physique, he possesses the Thunder Tribulation body which is equivalent to an awakened physique, and also possesses the most destructive pale claw unique to the White Tiger. If the White Tiger's claws and the Green Dragon's physique are equal in strength. So, Kaido is a Hajj, extraordinary physique plus extraordinary physique. Rosen has an extraordinary physique plus the destructive power of a White Tiger. Therefore, in terms of ability, Rosen is not weaker than Kaido. But this time, he deliberately didn't use the ability to penetrate the fruit, in order to see if the current self, apart from the second fruit, can rely on the ability of the White Tiger to compete with Qinglong. Boom boom boom. In the sky, there were bursts of crashing sounds. It was the sound of 2 god-tier beasts colliding. The terrifying shock waves scattered the clouds in the sky, and even the seawater stirred up. Stab. Qinglong opened his bloody mouth and bit off a piece of flesh from Baihu's shoulder. At the same time, the White Tiger's claws tore the dragon scales of the Green Dragon again, and blood gushed wildly. However, injuries of this degree will not have much impact on them at all, and they can easily recover in just a few breaths. Boom. Another wave of heat spurted out, and a wind wall condensed in front of Baihu's body to block it easily. And at the moment when the wind wall disappeared, the storm closed similar to Rasengan, condensed in Zhonghu's mouth rushed out suddenly. This kind of storm group is composed of countless blade-like gale winds. Under the rapid rotation, it has the power to strangle everything. Clang clang clang. The storm group swept across and hit the dragon scales, causing blood and flesh to fly. Kaido screamed suddenly. Immediately afterward, the White Tiger remained undiminished, driving the storm towards Kaido at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement with a sound of boom. The huge green dragon was knocked flying Zhang Yuan. The people below watching this scene were terrified. You are not the only one who can use the power of the storm. With the appearance of 2 natural disaster-level tornadoes, the sky darkened, and the seawater was rolled up, turning into 2 waterspouts that penetrated the sky and the earth. Outside the waters of Toto Land, several ships of marine have also been seriously affected. These tornadoes began to roll towards the White Tiger in the sky. Even the battle between Jack and Jin had to be stopped. The most primitive fighting style, the wildest fighting skills, maybe only between Rosen and Kaido, you can see this kind of fighting. Sensing Kaido's provocation, the corners of Rosen's mouth raised slightly as he transformed into a White Tiger. His whole body was shaken, and a tornado also condensed around him. A tornado? Easy. Several ships below were swaying in the turbulent seawater. Even the mythical beast Xuanwu had to deal with it seriously, opening the barrier to isolate the impact of the tsunami. This shocking scene is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Seeing the 2 giant waterspouts soaring into the sky, everyone jumped in shock. The deflated Kaido was completely enraged. His winding mountain-like dragon body began to spin at an extremely fast speed, and in a short while, countless tornadoes were created around it. Under the power of natural disasters, how low is the history of human beings? Such a fierce battle is simply exciting. Although, that level of injury has no effect on Kaido, but if he continues to be suppressed, it will be even more difficult for him to win. As for the beast's pirates on the other side, they complained endlessly and entered a state of emergency one after another, starting to stabilize the ship. It's just surprising that Kaido, who has decades of combat experience, can't hold the slightest advantage in close combat. Although the tornado is created by rotating the body, its power is not weaker than the real tornado, which can be called the power of natural disaster level. 206 combat power at the ceiling level, it's getting sucked in. It's horrible, it's a monster. Quick, take the helm, get out of here quickly, if you get involved, you will die. The faces of all the beast's pirates were full of horror. Faced with this natural disaster level attack, they felt hopeless and helpless. Even Jack the Drow panicked, and quickly directed his mammoth to escape from the center of the storm. The sea boiled, and the waves aroused thousands of waves, surging and surging, as if they were about to swallow everything. 3 beasts' pirates' ships were rocked by the tsunami, leaving them in dire peril. Mr. Rockwell, are you ready? It's going to be too late. On the Winding Dragon, Afro was a little anxious. Because the situation of Kazuki Hiyori, who is suffering from ice ghost virus, is already very bad, and the tsunami has come. If they don't leave as soon as possible, they will be swallowed by Highland soon. Wait a little longer, it will be ready soon. Rockwell was concocting the antidote, and his eyes under the glasses reflected a bright light. It was obvious that he had found the preparation method for the antidote, and he was about to succeed. As long as the antidote is configured, the biochemical weapon that Quinn is proud of will be trampled. This is the cruelest blow to a scientist. Mr. Scientist, you can study at ease, I will take the helm. Advertisement. Seeing that a huge wave was about to hit, suddenly a miniature figure appeared on the Winding Dragon, grabbed the rudder of the ship, and turned it sharply. Immediately afterwards, the snake dragon was seen passing through the huge waves at an extremely tricky angle, and finally passed through the huge waves dangerously, avoiding the blow of the tsunami. Afra looked excitedly. It's Mr. Leo. Obviously, the one who takes the helm is naturally the villain Leo. With him possessing the supernatural power of the Skyhorn Ant, steering the helm is nothing difficult at all. For ordinary people, they may not be able to control the rudder smoothly in the tsunami. Don't worry, they are already following behind. We can go back to the Xuanwu after we find out the antidote in a while. Leo grinned. After his voice fell, he saw a huge head emerging from the sea behind the Linedo dragon. It is the mythical beast Xuanwu. The Xuanwu, which opened the Xuanwu barrier, was isolated from the tsunami under the blessing of the barrier, and wandered smoothly in the sea. Great, Yingjia is so reliable. Afra looked surprised. It's terrible. The strong wind tore apart, the tsunami bombarded, 2 water dragons collided high in the sky, the terrifying impact raged out, the sky exploded, and water sprayed all over the sky. The power was so powerful. Even the sea area dozens of miles away could feel the aura of destruction. On the Xuanwu, everyone looked up at the sky, and they were all shocked. Advertisement. No one would question Rosen's strength, so when Cavendish said this, they didn't question it at all. At the same time, 2 giant waterspouts in the sky have already collided. 0 like the end of the world, the roaring sound shook the universe, and the void seemed to be constantly collapsing. Go ahead, let's leave here first, Mr. Captain will definitely win, Cavendish laughed. Several. On the Xuanwu, everyone looked at this side with a smile on their faces. 0. Seeking flowers, and Yamato, standing on the bow of the Xuanwu ship, looked up at the 2 figures in the sky, seriously shining brightly. That level of power is simply beyond the reach of human beings. It is like a real natural disaster, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. The 100 beasts and mammoth on the other side have already fled this sea area. It is worthy of the ceiling level combat power among the phantom beasts. It is really terrifying. It can no longer be called a human being, it is comparable to the power of a god. Boom. The battle between the 2 god-tier beasts has caused this sea area to become a forbidden place on Earth, and everyone is fleeing here desperately. 207 The battle of the strongest creatures. There is no unfavorable storm in the world. Afro whispered, with a trace of fear in her eyes. He stared straight at the countless tornadoes created by those 2 powerful figures in the sky. A few bursts of flames sprayed directly from the dragon's breath, and half of the sky was dyed fiery red. At this time, Rosen in the form of a white tiger around him naturally didn't have the slightest fear. He stood in the dragon's breath flame, his eyes widened, his body shook, and the surrounding tornado was immediately absorbed by the dragon's breath flame. Everyone knows that the dragon's breath flame of the Mishiqinglong can burn everything in this world like the 3 flavors of real fire, but now it is absorbed by a few ordinary tornadoes. It can be seen that Rosen's cultivation state is not easy now. The 537 sides maintained their phantom beast forms, and the powerful force was about to explode, and 2 different tornadoes approached and collided violently. Everyone watched as the sky darkened suddenly, and a tornado formed a huge Uzumaki in the sky, constantly absorbing the surrounding blue sky and white clouds. The battle between these 2 U-demons has affected the sea here. The powerful force devours everything, even the innocent nearby. The sea area is also affected. Must leave immediately, can't stay here for long. The Brachiosaurus went upstream against the wind, followed by the mythical beast Xuanwu, and a group of people were away from the scene. What about the captain? Don't worry, I trust him. Afra swallowed, and beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead. Looking at the drumming power in the sky, it is constantly hitting, and it affects the surrounding Xuanwu and Winding Dragon. They were extremely worried in their hearts. After all, this force was so terrifying. Advertisements surrounding waves kept crashing and roaring. Madara dotted in the sky. Thunderbolts kept beating the surrounding stones. The stones instantly cracked, and a huge battlefield was formed in front of them. The blue thunder and the red flame collided together and did not disperse for a long time. It's really ceiling-level combat power, which is rare in 100 years. Afro was overwhelmed, swallowed her saliva, and watched the crew members next to her immediately take the helm and make a backhand, leaving this powerful Uzumaki. As for Rosen in the form of a white tiger in the sky, seeing that his beast's pirates had already left this terrifying sea area, he was relieved, and naturally he was relieved of a burden. Now the battle has just begun, your time has passed. Rosen, who transformed into the form of a white tiger, roared with the power of a roar, and made a roaring sound of thunder, and fell on the body of the scornful green dragon in the distance. The powerful defensive power of Qinglong, it can be seen that the little thunder of Madara fell on his dragon scales, as if dust hit the skin, it had no effect on him. Boy, you may not be too crazy to say this. Qinglong's great power, and the practice in the past few years, is no less than when he was with Kazuki Oden 18 years ago. At that time, Kazuki Oden even gave Whitebeard a thumbs up. It is conceivable how strong Kazuki Oden was at that time, and he barely caused some damage to Kaido. Seeing the arrogance of the later people, Kaido naturally went to war without saying a word. He swung his dragon tail and hit it. The powerful wind hit the surrounding Baihugang wind barrier, making the slightest sound in the air. Before the dragon's tail touched Rosen's body, it was bounced away. The barrier of water and fire is incompatible. On the surface of the water, he watched the two powerful storms in the sky go down to the tomb, with a calm face, and then he opened his mouth wide and breathed out, and the surrounding barriers roared instantly, as if they were being torn apart. The other crew members in this sea area also began to leave this sea area, but some unlucky ones became innocent victims. Advertisement, it has already surpassed human beings, or it is like a god-like existence. Trying to make way for me. Joke. Kaido was already shocked. He really didn't expect Rosen's strength, but he couldn't show it. After all, he is the real king. After saying this, their palms were sweating a little. That's right, since he dares to face it alone, he must be absolutely sure. However, Kaido has experienced hundreds of battles, and it can be said that he has come through life and death in the war. He naturally has his own control method for this blue storm. A trace of dragon's breath gradually rises from the sea surface, gradually changing into balls of flames approaching. Come, Pooh. Look at what you said. Our captain has experienced many battles, and his strength is comparable to that of a god of war. If he is not sure, he will not make a move easily. At the Madara point in the sky, thunderbolts fell 2.6, gradually hitting the surrounding barrier forces, but the two forces blended with each other while fighting against each other. If these words came from Kazuki Oden, Kaido would still be a little threatening, but now this is just a newcomer who has just practiced for a short time, and he is so rampant in front of him. A few ships in the distance floated out of the sea, looking at Rosen who transformed into a white tiger in the sky through the thunder at the Madara point. A powerful force is integrated into this storm, and no one can stop it. The super physique in Kaido's body has blocked many of Rosen's attacks for him, but Rosen has achieved certain results in the past few years of cultivation, plus he has so many Eudemon's fruits. The captain can't have an accident. Yes, this can be hailed as a remarkable campaign. Even so, a burst of powerful explosive force swept through Rosen's body again, forming a blue storm after another. 208 Kaido's peak combat power. They know how brutal this battle is. This is two godlike forces fighting against each other. If this confrontation continues, it is estimated that the seawater here will be evaporated due to the impact of two powerful forces. They didn't think Rosen would lose this battle. Deep down in their hearts, they have very high confidence in Rosen. On the Xuanwu, the ghost man Ah Jin looked at the battle situation in the distance, and couldn't help sighing. I'm afraid we can't help at all in this kind of battle. The captain can handle it by himself. Just wait and see, brother captain is omnipotent. Ice still has the face of a little fanboy, and he believes 100% in Rosen's strength. In the hearts of the crew, Rosen will always be an invincible existence. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. There was a fierce battle between Rosen and Kaido, and the two fought lively in the sea, forming a huge O7 ripple on the sea surface. Their power not only spread to the surrounding ocean, but even caused huge turbulence to the entire seabed. The sea beasts under the sea also felt a strong shock. They were all very nervous in their hearts, worrying about their own safety. If such a battle cannot be avoided, we may all be involved in it or even die. Yes, it's too dangerous to watch them fight. If we can enter the confrontation range of those two guys, we will definitely suffer innocent people, and we don't know how to die. Advertisement. In such a battle, whoever enters the battle zone will surely die. This is the idea in the sea beast's mind. They all want to escape to the battle zone as soon as possible, but watching the battle between two powerful forces, they really want to see who can win. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. The two forces collided with each other, and the explosions continued. The surrounding seawater was also blown up, setting off huge waves of several kilometers. This scene, Rosen and Kaido are naturally not clear, their attention is on the battle in front of them. Their strengths are colliding, and the two powerful forces are also consuming each other, constantly consuming, but neither of them has the upper hand. At this time, their battle gradually entered the state. Kaido flicked his dragon tail vigorously and lashed out fiercely. Rosen opened her claws and tore the void. Roar. A roar spread across the wilderness. The green dragon's huge body was more than 300 feet long, its eyes radiated icy cold light, and the scales on its body shone with silver luster. It looked very mighty. Boom, 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 boom. The two beams of light collided together, forming a giant uzumaki above the seawater, spreading round and round towards the surroundings. Bang bang, bang, bang. The two attacks collided in the air, and the sound of explosions was endless, and the seawater was stirred into countless small uzumaki, which were constantly rotating. The power of both of them is increasing sharply, and at this moment, the two forces are consuming each other most. I can't go on like this. Advertisement looking at the battle in front of her, Afra said with some worries. Leo looked at the battle situation in the distance, pondered for a while and said, sure enough, Kaido's power cannot be underestimated. But the captain still fights with him, the captain is really strong. Afra was silent when she heard the words. Mr. Captain, Japan will definitely win. Leo said silently in his heart. With a dignified expression on his face, he could clearly feel the powerful oppressive force emanating from Kaido. This oppressive feeling made even him feel very uncomfortable, let alone under such an offensive. Bad wind. Another growl. Kaido sprayed out more than a dozen wind blades, which is the natural disaster ability of Qinlongchang. On the other side, Rosen opened the wind barrier, but faced with Kaido's attack, the wind barrier did not survive for a moment. 557 At this moment, Kaido's strength increased again, and the aura on his body also became stronger and stronger, and during this process, his strength continued to increase. At the same time, his aura is constantly rising, and at this time, the strength in Rosen's body is also increasing rapidly, and his body has reached its peak state. The two of them are now in a delicate state. They are looking for ways to deal with each other, and neither of them can do anything to each other. Boom. Boom. Two terrifying energies collided together again, and the seawater on the bottom of the sea was also destroyed by the collision of these two energies. In this sea area, everything is about to be annihilated. Boom. Boom. The two energies were colliding. The sound of explosions was endless. One shock wave after another spread continuously in the seawater, and the huge sea surface seemed to become a child's cradle with ups and downs. 209 Overbearing blow, thunder 8 trigrams. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. In an instant, the strengths of the two collided together again. In the seawater, the figures of the two collided constantly, bursting out of strength. Boom. Waves of light continued to explode, stirring in the seawater, and bursts of terrifying explosions sounded, making the sea tremble. The surface of the sea is constantly boiling, and the waves are constantly rolling. Boom, 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 boom. A series of roaring sounds continued to resound in the seawater continued to roll, and huge depressions appeared one after another in the seawater, and these depressions continued to expand, and soon, hills and hills were exposed in the ocean among. This is because their strength is too great. A large wave of seawater has pushed away the original position, exposing the underground stones. Crack, click. The rocks in the seawater began to shatter, and the seawater was churning continuously, as if setting off 1,000 waves. The seawater churned and hit the reefs on the shore continuously. The figures of the two kept shuttling back and forth, and the fists and feet of the two who had transformed into human bodies kept intersecting together, sending out bursts of roars. The seawater was constantly being overturned, and the reefs around the two were also being crushed one by one. Kick it. Under the effect of seawater, this contest became extremely cruel. Boom. There was another loud bang, and the rocks in the sea were smashed to pieces by the strength of the two, and the figures of the two kept rushing towards the distance. With a flash of their figures, they left their original positions, appeared in another direction. The two met again and entered into a fight again, and the two sides once again launched a fierce battle. Whoosh whoosh. The two fought against each other in the air, constantly launching various attacks, constantly attacking each other. One island after another was flattened by them, and powerful energies continued to wreak havoc. The ocean has begun to churn, and one mushroom cloud after another emerges in the seawater, and the seawater is constantly boiling. Boom. Boom. There was another violent explosion, and at this moment, the two separated again. At this time, the two of them were drenched with sweat, but their eyes were still full of fighting spirit. Boom. Boom. The two are constantly fighting. Their strength has been completely released, and their battle has reached a fierce stage. With a roar, Rosen suddenly got out, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Kaido. At this time, Rosen already had traces of bloodline on his body, and some of his capillaries had burst under the pressure. You still want to win me just based on your current appearance? It's really whimsical. Kaido said mockingly. He gave Rosen a disdainful look. Boom. Advertisement. Rosen didn't speak, just raised his fist and threw it at Duo. At this time, he can't take care of that much anymore. He must beat Kaido to the ground, so that he can win the final victory. You're bringing shame on yourself. Kaido had a mocking smile on his lips, watching Rosen's attack with contempt on his face. At this time, Rosen had already rushed to him, act recklessly. Snapped. Rosen swung his fist and threw it at him. Kaido swung his claws and blocked his fist with one punch. Boom. The fists and palms faced each other, and neither of them had an advantage. After the fists and palms intersected, the two retreated towards the back at the same time. So strong. Rosen's face turned cold, his pupils trembled violently, and his heart beat wildly. Kaido also had a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect Rosen's power to reach such a level. Your performance has indeed exceeded my expectations, but that's all. Today, you can't leave here no matter what. Kaido roared, clenched his fists suddenly, and threw his body towards Rosen again. Shua. Rosen's figure flickered, directly dodged Kaido's attack, and at the same time moved toward the multi-attack. Boom. Boom. The two kept fighting each other, every punch and every kick carried huge destructive power, constantly splashing the sea water. Drink. Drink. The two kept roaring, and their bodies kept rushing towards each other. The strength of the two of them was completely released. 10 years of blows can tear the air in the air into pieces. Puff. Puff. Rosen's body was constantly being hit, blood was splashed everywhere, and he was injured even more, blood was flowing in many places. However, under the influence of his extraordinary physique, his injuries are constantly recovering. Kaido's body is not much better. The dragon scales on his body have also been broken by Rosen's attack, exposing his red inner skin. His skin is also covered with wounds of various sizes, some of which are wounds. It has been soaked in seawater, and the salty seawater sprinkled on the wound can be said to be very stinging. But in the same way, Kaido, whose physique is stronger than Rosen's, already has an immortal body. Although he was injured, he is recovering quickly. This is the battle between the zones, fist to flesh, brutal and domineering. After the flesh and blood flew, it quickly reorganized and regenerated. That scene was simply exciting. This battle, you will lose. Advertisement, Kaido yelled, eyes wide open, a smug look on his face. Lose? Hearing these words, Rosen raised his head to the sky and screamed, with a look of disdain. Ridiculous. Kaido roared, and punched Rosen again, this time much stronger than before. This punch hit Rosen's chest, and Rosen was thrown backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough. Rosen spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Kaido walked towards Rosen step by step. The sneer on his face made Rosen feel extremely dazzling. Rosen struggled to stand up, the expression on his face was extremely ferocious. Lousy is the real king of beasts. Kaido roared, and immediately walked towards Rosen, approaching Rosen step by step. Bang. 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 That. The steps are steady and powerful, step by step on the surface of the sea, making a dull sound. Snort. Rosen rushed forward again, and smashed towards Kaido's body. The speed was a little faster than before. HMPH, die. Kaido said something coldly, and punched Rosen in the head. Bang. Are you okay? The two collided hard and punched each other. Bang. 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 The bodies of the two collided constantly, and a powerful force continuously poured into each other's body. These powers are like a flood, breaking through their defenses in an instant, absorbing all the power in their bodies. Well. The two groaned at the same time, their bodies flew upside down, and spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Puff. The two spit out a few mouthfuls of blood in succession, and their bodies staggered for a while. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Kaido, and the entire sea caused huge waves because of this force. Countless seas rolled crazily, forming an uzumaki in the air. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Before he knew it, Kaido was already holding the mace tightly in his hand. Suddenly, an astonishing sharpness erupted from the corners of his eyes. The void exploded, the sea current reversed, and this shocking thunder, 8 trigrams, slammed towards Rosen's face fiercely. 210 Ice Ghost released. 3 hours have passed. In the distant sky, the fierce battle is still going on. At this moment, the entire sky and sea were completely torn apart by the violent momentum that ravaged the world. The clouds in the sky have already been blown away by the wind like a sword, but the sky that should have been blue now presents an extremely gloomy gray-black color. This is because the sea was crushed and torn apart by the astonishing momentum of the blue dragon Kaido and the white tiger Rosen. Thousands of tons of seawater have been separated, exposing the darker seabed. The seabed extends over hundreds of square kilometers and continues to spread farther and farther. It's really incredible. Just a confrontation of momentum can separate the sea. What a powerful force this is. Damn it. That guy Rosen. Hurry up and drive the boat further away. What are you doing in a daze? Do you want to die here? Jack the Drow yelled at the stunned crew on deck. The battle taking place in the distant sky in front of them has far exceeded the imagination of these people. This is no longer a battle between mortals, it is simply a fight between gods. Even Jack, who was always reckless and arrogant, didn't dare to say such arrogant words as, give the boat to Lousy, at this time. If you challenge Rosen, he knows that with his 800 strength, there will be no good fruit. We also quickly retreat to a farther place. As long as you are involved in the aftermath of such a confrontation, even a little damage will cause Marine's warship to suffer direct damage. Attention everyone, alert, alert, the storm is coming again. With a whistling sound, a blade-like gust of wind blew across the sea. One of the unlucky warships was split into two. Instead of being divided into two from the middle, it was directly cut in half by this huge wind blade along the way that the hull was parallel to the sea surface. A large number of marine soldiers fell into the water one after another. But before they were rescued, they were engulfed by the raging and violent waves in an instant. Seeing such a situation, the other surviving people were even more frightened, and they didn't dare to stay at all. One after another, the battleships began to escape to further sea areas. The members of the Beast's pirates originally wanted to take this opportunity to clean up the surrounding marines. Seeing such a situation, I had to flee quickly to avoid being affected again. Advertisement in the distant sky, Kaido's extraordinary body of the blue dragon, and Rosen's extraordinary body plus the extraordinary destructive power of the white tiger collided and confronted each other fiercely. Boom. The bodies of the two collided like cannonballs, and a powerful shockwave erupted instantly. The circular shockwave spread out at a lightning speed, and instantly lifted the already turbulent sea into the air, forming huge waves hundreds of meters high and sweeping in all directions. All targets along the way who are trying to face this level of battle will be swallowed by such a huge wave in an instant. At this moment, Brachiosaurus. The huge Brachiosaurus is swaying with the ups and downs of the waves, like riding a roller coaster, from one crest to another, and then suddenly dropped to the trough. Fortunately, despite the ups and downs and bumps, the ship was not engulfed by the huge waves. Of course, it is because of the villain Leo's perfect control of the ship. In the horrific and turbulent waves that can engulf everything, the villain Leo, through his precise control, is able to make the ship safely sail through the huge waves and sail far away every time. Not yet, Mr. Rockwell? Afra looked at Rockwell anxiously. Taking advantage of the short-term calm of the storm on the sea just now, she has been able to go to Xuanwu County to check the situation of Kazuki on the first day. I saw that her face was already pale, completely without the original blood color and luster. It looks like a walking dead ice beauty now. If he can't get timely treatment, I'm afraid Revolving Heaven will really be powerless. So Afra ran back to the Brachiosaurus again. It worked. On board, Rockwell, after careful configuration, finally succeeded in preparing an antidote sufficient, AHFC, to crack Quinn's ice ghost virus at this most critical moment. Really? As expected of you, Mr. Scientist, then quickly detoxify Ms. Kazuki Hiyori? She should be dying soon. The villain Leo, who was at the helm, also looked at the antidote that Rockwell had just prepared. Others are also watching this side at this time. Rockwell also felt a little nervous, carefully overcame the violent turbulence of the ship, grabbed the antidote in his hand, and tried to walk towards the Xuanwu. Leave it to me, Mr. Rockwell. No, there is only one copy of this antidote, and I have to operate it myself, and it will be troublesome if it is wasted. Rockwell rejected Cavendish's request and returned to the Xuanwu with the antidote himself. Immediately afterwards he began injecting Kazuki Hiyori with the antidote. Advertisement at this time, the latter's body had already begun to become rigid. Heartbeat and pulse were barely detectable, just a little bit closer to death. Everyone began to get a little nervous, wondering if the antidote would be successful. Too much time has been wasted. If Rockwell's antidote doesn't work, Kazuki Hiyori may be doomed. Boom. 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 Just when everyone was extremely nervous, waiting for the antidote to take effect. There was another deafening explosion in the distant sky behind them. The muffled sound of hoo-hoo, like rolling thunder, quickly swept over here. Then came gusts of wind howling across the sea. The entire ship was almost thrown out. Well, what a terrifying power, as expected of our captain. Cavendish sighed in admiration. They have all driven such a long distance that they have basically left the waters of Toto Land. At this moment, Brachiosaurus and Xuanwu are at least hundreds of kilometers away from the area where Rosen and Kaido fought. I didn't expect such a long distance to be affected. Those two people probably won't be able to tell the winner for a while. Afra was a little nervous and worried. Several hours have passed, but the battle is still going on, with no intention of stopping at all. From time to time, there was a muffled sound like thunder roaring from the sky. Kaido's strength exceeded their estimates. I thought that Rosen could defeat his opponent easily, but I didn't expect that it took so much time to solve the battle. Now everyone does not have the strong confidence that they had at the beginning. Relax. That's our captain, Cavendish encouraged everyone to say. 211 Aokiji's pursuit. As soon as Cavendish's words fell, another loud noise came from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. The airwaves rolled in, and there was a muffled thunder-like sound between the sky and the earth. Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked at the distant sky, and he could still vaguely see that there were two huge phantoms flashing in the clouds that day. The temples staggered, the flame clouds raged, and the wind swept to form a white storm to fight fiercely. Those two huge phantoms were, of course, cast by Kaido's divine beast Qinglong and Rosen's divine beast White Tiger. It's really unbelievable. You can actually see those figures from such a long distance. Mr. Scientist, can you explain this phenomenon to us? Cavendish was a little curious. According to the normal situation, no matter how powerful a person is, he can't see the target hundreds of kilometers away. Unless he is the legendary clairvoyant. Very simple question. After Lord Rosen became the body of the mythical white tiger, because of its huge size, the reflection on the sea surface will reflect a large number of projections under the action of seawater and sunlight. After their projections are fully reflected by the light, they will form such an illusory scene in the clouds. It looks as if I saw it with my own eyes. In fact, the place where the battle is taking place may be hundreds of kilometers away from us, or even thousands of kilometers away. This phenomenon, to be precise, is called a mirage. Rockwell looked up at the scene in the sky and then explained to everyone. Hearing his explanation, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out to be the reason. Let me just say, how can ordinary people see the battle scene hundreds of kilometers away? That's too exaggerated, but then again, Mr. Scientist, you know a lot. On the Xuanwu, everyone was talking about it. They've grown accustomed to the terrifying dynamics of Rosen and Kaido's fight. Fortunately, this place is very far away from the real combat area. The sea began to calm again, and the boats were no longer as bumpy as before. At this moment, they just tilted their heads slightly, looked into the distance, and lost interest after discussing for a while. All attention then returned to Kazuki Hiyori's face. Why haven't you woke up after taking the antidote for so long? Afra asked suspiciously. Advertisement, it takes a certain amount of time for the effect of the antidote to take effect. Rockwell's eyes are fixed on Kazuki Hiyori's face. In fact, he was a little confused. Could it be that the specially developed antidote has no effect on Quinn's ice ghost virus? If this is the case, then I have failed everyone's expectations. It also causes Kazuki Hiyori to die, just when everyone was patiently waiting for Kazuki Hiyori to wake up. Suddenly there was a piercing sound. What's that sound? Everyone looked back strangely. All of a sudden, they could see 7 or 8 huge marines chasing after their Xuanwu number in the distance. And the ear-piercing sound of piercing the air just now was naturally the sound of Marine's battleship firing shells. At this time, the small black cannonball was attacking rapidly in the air. Boom! There was another cannon blast. Damn it! The guys from Marine are actually catching up? You're so brave? Is this someone planning to come and arrest us? Ha ha ha. Suddenly think that Marines are so cute, don't they know that we are strong? These guys survived the battle between Captain Rosen and Kaido, they are really tough guys. Do you want to stop and sink them all? Are they out of their minds when firing artillery from this distance? It doesn't matter, they can't catch up with us. It's good to play tricks on them, hee hee. On the Xuanwu, everyone looked at Marine who was chasing quickly, and laughed playfully one by one. They didn't worry about being caught by Marine at all. Xuanwu continued to sail at normal speed, and everyone stood on the deck, or leaned on the side of the ship, leisurely watching the Marine warship chasing after them in the distance. Kuzan Admiral, it has been confirmed that the front is a member of the Mythical Beast pirates. However, this distance is too far. Although their ship speed is not as fast as ours, our artillery can't pose a threat to the enemy at this distance. The Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade who ordered to fire just now ran behind Kuzan to report with embarrassment. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement, it's really stupid. Are you scared stupid by the battle just now? You would actually do such a stupid thing? Kuzan folded his arms and lazily complained about the subordinates behind him. But he can also understand the mood of these subordinates. As a support force, it finally arrived at the Todd Blue Sea. Before they had time to join the battle, a fierce battle broke out between Kaido and Rosen. Even Aokiji was shocked by that battle. Fortunately, they are all marine elites who have experienced many battles. It was a struggle to escape the terrifying sea, unaffected by the aftermath of Rosen and Kaido's battle. Although no actual casualties were caused, but some marine soldiers, even the captains, were quite frightened by the battle they had just witnessed. That Lieutenant Junior Grade probably hasn't recovered from the panic. Kuzan took the binoculars from one of the sailors and raised them to observe the target ahead. If you only go up by yourself, there will definitely be no good fruit to eat. Although some marines escaped quickly, they were not affected. Through the telescope, at this moment Kuzan clearly saw the enemy on the Xuanwu. His eyes sank slightly. He asked, "The companions who are still unable to be contacted at present, I am afraid that it is already more or less ominous. Because of the battle between Rosen and Kaido just now, the scope of the aftermath is too wide. Gage Vice Admiral, Guillaume Vice Admiral, Doberman Vice Admiral have caught up, and the other Vice Admirals have received your instructions from Kuzan Admiral and are gathering here. I believe they will arrive soon. Those are all the elite of Rosen's Mythical Beast pirates. So we have to wait for several other Marine Vice Admirals to rush over and join hands to deal with the enemy." Kuzan thought so in his heart, and his face became more serious. "Has anyone else caught up?" a colonel reported loudly. "This way you can be more sure. P.S. Please subscribe, too. As for the others, haven't contacted yet, but it is always inevitable that there will be others who are too late to escape. 212 Admiral Kizaru all out, Naval Headquarters, Marineford." Sengoku in the office looked extremely gloomy. He just got the exact information about what happened on Cake Island. Kaido transformed himself into the mythical dragon and fiercely confronted Rosen's mythical white tiger, resulting in serious battles affecting hundreds of square kilometers around. Although it has been confirmed that Aokiji Kuzan and other Marine Vice Admirals are fine, many Marines are still in a state of 923, without contact. This sort of thing makes Sengoku very uneasy. Originally, sending them there was not only to monitor the movement of several royal groups, but also to deter and suppress them. If Big Mom and Rosen join forces, it will be troublesome. Although it was later confirmed that this was just his own overthinking, Rosen not only rejected Big Mom's joint proposal, but the two sides even fought hard. Now Big Mom's Cake Island has been hit by waves, and the situation on the island has become worse. The result of this one should have made Sengoku very happy. But the intelligence personnel on the island lost contact with the headquarters because of this. As a result, Sengoku was unable to further confirm the specific situation of the Big Mom pirates. That's one of the reasons Sengoku is feeling uneasy right now. Another more important reason, or one that annoys Sengoku, is because of Kaido and Rosen's fight. Advertisement he originally sent Kuzan to support, just in case of an emergency, Marine can reap the benefits of the fishermen. Take the opportunity to wipe out those royal groups. But what I didn't expect was that Rosen's power after showing his body would be so terrifying. The battle between him and Kaido, the aftermath alone affected a large area, causing a large number of Marines and warships to lose contact. Marines' warships are generally more powerful in size and performance than the pirate ships of the pirates on the sea. Since even Marine has been greatly affected, it means that other pirate groups have also been greatly affected. Such as Beast's pirates, Big Mom pirates and so on. Even Rosen's own pirate group may have suffered heavy losses. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance for Marine to take down 3 top pirate groups at the same time. It's a pity that Marine has already suffered heavy losses before making a real move. It is precisely because of this that they do not have enough troops to carry out encirclement and suppression operations against the remaining pirates. It was this that Sengoku was annoyed with. His estimation of the situation on this battlefield was seriously underestimated. Therefore, the troops sent out are seriously insufficient. Big Mom pirates, Beast's pirates, and Beast pirates. Advertisement because of the battle between Rosen and Kaido, it affected them. It would be a pity if we couldn't take advantage of today's opportunity to wipe out those 3 pirate groups. After thinking about it, Sengoku finally thought of someone. Blue. He took out his phone bug and called, Kizaru, Perusalino. Perusalino. You take a fleet to the waters of Todo Land to support Kuzan immediately. Yes, it's now, let's go now, Sengoku said loudly and hung up the phone. After thinking about it, I still feel that it is not safe. Today's 1.3 is going to eat 3 of the world's top pirate groups. Although the 2 naval headquarters with the highest combat power have been dispatched in a row, there are still several vice admirals from naval headquarters participating in the operation. It can be said that the encirclement and suppression mission this time is simply based on the scale of troops dispatched and the quality of combat power. Completely surpassed Buster Call, but the members of the pirate group are not easy to deal with. Thinking about it, Sengoku took out the phone bug again and made a call. 213 win or lose, boom, in the sky, 2 huge figures collided fiercely. The gigantic body of the divine beast Qinglong, which is like a winding mountain, was once again slapped away by the sharp claws of the divine beast White Tiger. As the wind whistled, Rosen's own beast, the White Tiger, chased after him again. The 2 of them have been fighting until now, and it is already vaguely about to decide the winner. At this time, Kaido's body was already covered with scars. Although the power of his divine beast Qinglong is extremely tyrannical, it can bring him the strongest vitality. But Rosen's divine beast, the White Tiger, represents the strongest attack power. With every blow of Pale Claw, Kaido's body leaves a scar. These wounds are now bleeding. 07 Kaido's combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Rosen began to gain the upper hand. Keep fighting, I believe Kaido can be defeated soon. Of course, it is not without paying a price for Rosen to beat Kaido, who possesses the power of the divine beast Azure Dragon, into such a state. He also had many scars on his body at this time. Advertisement. The mythical White Tiger has the most powerful attack power. But it also sacrificed other aspects. In terms of vitality and defense, it is inferior to Kaido's mythical dragon. Fortunately, Rosen has a panacea and a 9-turn golden elixir. Whenever he was about to be unable to hold on, he would eat an elixir to protect his fighting power. In this way, Rosen gained the upper hand little by little. At this moment, he casually took out another 9-turn golden pill from the interspatial ring and swallowed it every day. In an instant, the injuries on his body recovered completely in an instant. The depleted power also returned to its peak state at this moment. Continue, Rosen shouted loudly, and his body turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Kaido. This is the last 9-rank golden pill. I didn't expect Kaido, the B********D, to be so resistant to beating. We must take advantage of this opportunity to kill him in one go. Otherwise, if I get hurt again next time, there will be no medicine for healing. Thinking of Rosen, of course he seized the opportunity, and before Kaido recovered from the bewilderment, he launched a strong attack again. Advertisement, Pale Claw's attack tore apart the sky. The blade formed by the all-conquering gust of wind fell directly on Kaido's glistening black dragon body, leaving behind 3 shocking bloodstains. Roar. The pain in his body made Kaido growl in anger. He opened his mouth and once again condensed a mass of terrifying heat, intending to counter Rosen, 430. At the same time, Kaido's heart was shocked and numb at the moment. He has seen Rosen knocking on the elixir more than once. Every time after eating the elixir, Rosen's fighting power will be completely restored to its peak state, and the injuries on his body will also be completely recovered. This guy, what the hell is just cheating, no martial arts at all. I was constantly injured, and was constantly pressed and beaten by the opponent. But the other party has a pill that heals the wound instantly, how can this be fought? Kaido panicked a little. 214 Marine General Attack, Yellow Flash debut. The sea area of Todo Land is about 400 kilometers away. On board the Xuanwu. They're still chasing after us, don't they really think we're easy to bully? It seems that these Marines are really planning to catch us all. How about it, seeing that they're chasing so hard, should we go out and play with them? Everyone leisurely looked at the distance behind the Xuanwu, still facing the Marine fleet that was chasing after them. At this time, the fleet has changed from the 7 or 8 warships seen at the beginning to more than 20 ships. And everyone on board recognized some of the targets. Aokiji Kuzan, Admiral of Headquarters, the highest combat power. In addition, there are a bunch of Marine Vice Admirals, many of whom have been nominated to replace Admiral. Facing so many powerful enemies, no one dared to take it lightly. Why don't I just use my fruit ability and run away with everyone? Captain Rosen said that now is not the time to start an all-out war with Marine. But, by the way, hasn't she woke up yet? Mr. Scientist, your antidote doesn't work at all, does it? While talking, Cavendish turned his head to look at Kazuki Hiyori lying on the deck and pointed at him. It's been such a long time since I took the antidote and I haven't woken up yet. Advertisement. It's hard not to wonder whether the antidote will work at all. It should have some effect. Rockwell hesitated. Theoretically speaking, Kazuki Hiyori should wake up immediately after injecting the antidote. But now it seems that is not the case. He didn't know what the problem was. After all, it's Quin's B******D's ice ghost virus. If it was cracked so easily, then he wouldn't be called a plague. Fortunately, Rai's sister's complexion has regained its color, which seems to be a sign that the antidote is working. If it doesn't work at all, she must be a cold corpse now. Then wait and see. After everyone comforted and cheered each other up, they looked up at the marine battleship in the distance again. Hey, have you noticed that they seem to be getting closer to us? If this continues, he will be caught up soon. The villain Leo, who is controlling the Brachiosaurus, reminded his partners here because of his voice. Marine's battleship is full of power, and the speed is faster than our ship's normal speed. Is it any wonder? Didn't I just say, do you want me to take everyone out of here quickly? Cavendish looked at the others. The reason why he asks for everyone's opinions is because he is very, very far away from Rosen. Advertisement. The light is very dazzling, the golden light is shining, so it is very eye-catching. In case Rosen needs support, they may not be able to arrive in time. If he continues to take the boat and escape with his Kunpeng power, he will be farther away from Rosen by then. It's hard to guarantee that Marine didn't send people to besiege Rosen. The voice was a little surprised. On the leading warship, Love has appeared again. Are you planning to attack us? Cavendish's face sank. At this time, if he joins other powerhouses and joins forces with Kaido to deal with Rosen, no one can guarantee that Rosen will lose to his opponent. Rosen singled out Kaido, and the confrontation between the divine beast Qinglong and the divine beast White Tiger seemed evenly matched. Look, you, Jiao. Others of course also thought of this possibility at this time. Everyone looked into the distance according to what she said, and they saw a golden light appearing above the warship at this moment. Afra stretched his hand and pointed to the distance. After all, it is the real elite force of naval headquarters who are following them now. That light seems to be Jin. There are hundreds of kilometers away. Everyone can't make up their minds. 215. The pressure of the two admirals. That light seems to be. Rockwell narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the golden light in the distance. Sure enough, he saw it in a short while. The golden light quickly condensed in the midair, gradually forming a figure. Perusalino. Kizaru. Seeing that figure clearly, the pupils of everyone on the deck suddenly trembled, revealing a trace of surprise, and secretly thought something was wrong. That's right. The figure that appeared was none other than Kizaru Perusalino, one of the 3 top fighters of naval headquarters. People with the ability to sparkling fruit can transform into light and have the ability to move at the speed of light. Seeing that Perusalino appeared, everyone on the Xuanwu showed a look of fear. This guy is not easy to deal with. Thinking back to the time when they met on the coast of Greenbit, the aggressive aura surpassed most of the Marines. Although they always looked casual, no one dared to underestimate this person. Sparkling fruit is a top-level fruit, even among all devil fruits, it is also ranked high. And Perusalino's strength is beyond doubt. Not only possesses powerful, physical skills, but also masters top-level swordsmanship, which can be compared with Pluton Rayleigh, who is famous for his swordsmanship. Advertisement. I didn't expect even that guy to come over. It looks like Marine is really planning to kill us this time. Sure enough, we shouldn't have waited, just shot and overturned their battleship just now. Everyone was shocked. But at this time, Cavendish's eyes showed enthusiasm and anticipation. At this moment, his gaze was mainly on Perusalino, without moving an inch. The ability of sparkling fruit allows the owner to move at the speed of light. And Cavendish's own ability is the form of Jiuyou phantom beast Kunpeng. The power of the Kunpeng form is famous for its speed. Transform into a Kun, travel thousands of miles in an instant. Incarnate as a Peng, spread your wings and soar 90,000 miles. The devil fruit ability is also known for its speed. At this moment, facing the appearance of Kizaru Perusalino, Cavendish was very excited and his blood surged. Kuzan's command ship above, and now even Admiral Perusalino is here in person. In fact, Kuzan could have directly activated his devil fruit ability, instantly freezing the entire sea. They also don't need to be tracked for such a long time. Advertisement. So, let's get started. Perusalino, who appeared, had a playful tone. Now on their side, not only have several vice admirals gathered. This time, the balance of combat effectiveness might have tilted towards them. The Marines on the deck looked up at Perusalino, who appeared, and their morale was boosted. You can launch an attack and capture all those pirates. The reason why they haven't done that yet is just to wait for other people to rush over to join them. He was already a little impatient to make a move. If you want to eat up the entire beast pirate group, relying on your own strength is far from enough. Did Mr. Sengoku send you here? In this case, the enemy cannot escape at all. P.S. Please subscribe. Kuzan looked back at the other party indifferently. The golden light suddenly appeared, which of course attracted everyone's attention. Oh, old man, I shouldn't be late, right? 216 The last blow, Kaido loses. It's time to end. Rosen's eyes burst into blazing light, and his hands condensed the claws of the hurricane. One claw tore through the void, and cracks appeared in the sky. Under this astonishing momentum, the whole world was shocked. Kaido's pupils vibrated violently, and he showed a rare expression of horror. His body was already full of injuries. Although his physique is stronger than Rosen's, he doesn't have the endurance, and with Rosen's claws capable of tearing everything apart, he is already defeated. Kai. With a sound of tearing, Kaido's figure flew away, like a kite with a broken string. Rosen slowly dropped, 523, and landed beside Kaido. The form of the huge divine beast White Tiger disappeared and returned to normal. At this time, Kaido has also changed from the form of the mythical dragon to his original human form. Kaido lay in a large pit, dying, the long-lost pain. Kaido ignored Rosen's words, but stared at the sky and muttered to himself. He once longed for death so much that he provoked the world's strongest everywhere. Single-handedly invade Marine's base. One challenged Whitebeard and Shanks et al. Although there are times when you are invincible. Even been caught dozens of times, but those people can't kill Kaido. Desire to die, let Kaido become the legendary, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. But now, that title has been taken away by Rosen. In today's battle, he lost to Rosen. Advertisement. After all, it did it. Rosen gasped heavily, a smile flickered in the corner of his eyes. The Kaido in front of him no longer had the arrogance and domineering aura of the past. Wait a little longer. Just when Aokiji Kuzan was about to give the order to launch an attack on the Black Tortoise and the members of the Beast Pirates on it, Pelusalino spoke. There are still support marines behind the old man who haven't arrived. Should we wait for them to act? Pelusalino landed on the deck, put his hands into his trouser pockets naturally, and asked quickly. Having said that, he is actually paddling. To deal with those guys, the two of us plus the other vice admirals should be enough. For the rest, let them go after the members of the Beast's Pirates and the members of the Big Mom Pirates. After Aokiji finished speaking, he raised his hand. Aim at the target. Tien first sink their ship. At the same time as he gave the order, he jumped up and jumped up high. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and released several ice balls towards the Xuanwu and Brachiosaurus in the distance. Ice ball. Unleashed with Kuzan's puck attack. In an instant, the sea surface in front of Xuanwu County and Wrist Dragon County experienced a short-term freezing phenomenon. This greatly hinders their forward speed. At the same time, under Kuzan's order, dozens of Marines' warships began to open fire on them. Bang bang. The cannons were fired one after another, across the sky and falling here. Damn, they really did attack first. Advertisement. Let me deal with them, you go first. Cavendish stood up immediately, eager to try. Of course, his target opponent is still Kizaru Pelusalino. At this time, the other members of the ship also plan to stand up and deal with the enemy. Even the gentle Lavra wants to transform into a seraph. In an instant, the whole world was shrouded in the bright and cold moonlight. Let me deal with them first. Yeah, I suddenly feel that the whole world has become holy. What is the situation? 4.4. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the half-curved moon floating behind Garrett, which suddenly rose high into the sky and became extremely huge. Something's wrong. Why is our ship slowing down? I've never seen such a huge moon. What the hell is this? The boat. The boat stopped. Suddenly the sky darkened. What's the matter with this light? It's so soft, so gentle. There seems to be a person in the sky. The speed suddenly slowed down. What's going on? Garrett, who hadn't spoken much before, suddenly stood up at this moment. In broad daylight, why did the moon suddenly appear, and it was so huge? Hey, it's strange, my body. How can my body, can't move? And the originally clear skies suddenly became hazy at this time. Before Cavendish and the others came back to their senses, she had already jumped and jumped high. It was as if night fell suddenly. Look, what's going on? Look. There's a moon in the sky. 217 Aokiji is startled. The power of the sun erupts. The holy and clean Gallet jumped high into the sky. As the moonlight sprinkled down, she raised her hand to the shells and dozens of marine warships below, releasing her power of the sun. And as her yin power was released, those shells flying towards her companions seemed to be slowed down countless times. At first glance, they seemed to freeze in midair suddenly. At the same time, the sea that was frozen by Kuzan just now was untied at once. The Xuanwu number rode the wind and waves, leading the crowd to rush forward quickly. On the contrary, Marines' dozens of warships seemed to be slowed down hundreds of times at this moment. They looked like snails crawling slowly on the big sea with bulky shells on their backs. It wasn't just Marines' dozens of warships that were affected by Geralt's power of the sun. All the targets within the range of her moonlight were all affected. Body. My body can't move suddenly. What's going on? Me too. I feel so heavy. It's not that I can't move, it's that our movements have slowed down. What the hell happened? Was it because of the woman's attack? Damn. The speed has been slowed down hundreds of times. Advertisement. The shells have also been slowed down, you see. On the marine battleship, the sailors were dumbfounded and shocked. From seeing the surprise sprinkled by the cold moonlight just now, everyone has become very frightened now. If you can't move your body, isn't that the same as standing and waiting for the enemy to come and attack you? To die is simply, I see. Is this the power of phantom beasts? It looks like some kind of slow fruit ability. Kuzan looked at his subordinates, each of them couldn't even take a step. And he himself felt as if some kind of power was covering his body, causing his actions to become abnormally slow. He was also secretly surprised. I have always heard that there is a kind of paramecia devil fruit. The picture shows the slow fruit. After eating, it can slow down the movement of the person being attacked. But the member of the mythical beast pirate group in front of him, the fruit's ability is a bit outrageous. All phantom beasts. Kuzan was shocked in his heart. Sure enough, everyone is a tricky guy, advertisement. Of course this is not the case. Even Kuzan, who is also a Marine Admiral, can still obviously feel that his movements are much slower than normal after using armament hockey to resist the power of the sun. That's why he seems to move freely. Paluzolino's voice sounded behind him. Is it prepared to cope with my frozen fruit ability? In addition, he himself is a sparkling fruit ability user, and he is good at speed. But if you use hockey against it, you'll be fine. Although after hearing Paluzolino's words, they have already done their best. The Marine Vice Admirals on each battleship, 960, include Gion Momosagi, Cake, Huashaoshan, Ghost Spider and so on. Even I was unavoidably affected. It's just that Paluzolino used armament hockey to counter the power of that fruit. But the effect is not as obvious as expected. He moved freely at this time, and slowly came to Kuzan's body, and he seemed to be completely unaffected by Geralt's yin power. There is still a feeling that a mountain is pressing on the body, and the movement of the body becomes very sluggish. It has exceeded the ability of the slow fruit many times, this kind of power. Others haven't been so lucky. 218 Sparkling Fruit vs Kunpeng form. I have to admit that Garrett's attack was very effective. At this moment, even Aokiji, who is Marine Admiral, was vaguely affected, although it was slight, but he could definitely feel it. Fortunately, they are now on the battleship. If you are facing the enemy head-on, you will be attacked suddenly. Wouldn't it be all over? You continue to chase the remaining pirates. Let the old man deal with her. Paluzolino also saw that something was wrong. While speaking, the body slowly lifted into the air. But before he could take a shot at Garrett, a huge black phantom suddenly rushed towards him on the Xuanwu number below. Kazaru Paluzolino, your opponent is me. Let's have a showdown. The sword energy is like the cold light in the dark night, suddenly came to the front. The speed was so fast that even Paluzolino, who had the ability to sparkling fruit, was shocked. Whoosh! Paluzolino turned into golden light and dissipated in midair. The incoming sword energy also hit the position where his body was just now. Advertisement: the sky seemed to be cut open by this sword energy. In the clouds in the distance, a crack with no end in sight appeared in an instant. Of course, Cavendish, a member of the Beast Pirates, made the surprise attack on Paluzolino. Jiuyou fruit phantom beast species Kunpeng form? Oh? Young people nowadays are really scary. Like a ghost, Paluzolino suddenly appeared behind Cavendish. A golden laser condensed from the fingers, aiming at the heart behind Cavendish. There was a piercing sound. The golden laser pierces the air and flies into the distance, but Cavendish has disappeared. It's here. Cavendish appeared behind Paluzolino, and swiped his sword towards the opponent's back. Before the sword arrived, the sword energy had already flown over. Shua. The sword energy pierced Paluzolino's body, but no blood flowed out at all. Some are just a golden light. Elementalized? Cavendish stared. Advertisement: at this moment Paluzolino was already joking, just swapping the front and back of his body on the spot. The left and right hands release laser attacks at the same time, obtainable, which really makes it a bit difficult for Cavendish to deal with it. Dang dang dang. If it were an ordinary person, facing Paluzolino's attack, I'm afraid they would suffer a lot. Paluzolino smiled playfully and slowly raised his left hand. The speed went up to a new level in an instant. The two of them were in midair like this, fighting fast. P.S. Please book in full. 10. Gradually, people can't see their figures at all. How long can you dodge? Don't underestimate me. Incomparably flexible, launched a siege to Cavendish. Cavendish snorted coldly and raised his Kunpeng-powered ultimate. I'm one of the most dazzling supernovas, old man. It has to be said that the speed of the sparkling fruit ability user is really hard to parry. Cavendish was surprised. Be obedient and grab it. These golden lasers are more useful than guns and shells. Immediately after raising his hand, he released golden lasers one after another at Cavendish. 219 Have you experienced the speed of light kick? Under the blessing of the force of the wind, Rosen quickly flew in the sky. He's looking for his crew, but it was not found. Instead, I saw some interesting phenomena. On the sea, there are dozens of pirate ships fleeing at this moment. Because behind them, there are thousands of marine warships chasing them. Looking at the flags flying on those pirate ships, it's not hard to tell that those are members of the Beast's pirates. The bastards like Marine really know how to sit back and enjoy what they get. Rosen laughed playfully. He was going to fly down to do some havoc and cause some trouble for Marine. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of power in front of him. 250 yin power? Garrett. Rosen's spirits lifted. Immediately afterwards, he sensed the vague sword energy attacking through the air. At the same time, I saw bursts of golden light shining in the distance from time to time. Among the strong men with swords, Cavendish is the most among his beast pirates. And the golden light, Paluzolino, his pupils suddenly shrank. Advertisement Admiral Kizaru wa, but there is no more hands than Sakazuki. It's not because Kizaru is stronger than Akainu, but because the ability of sparkling fruit is really too tricky, and it was developed by Bluzolino to Ultimate. This person, even Rosen, is very reluctant to match. But, now that there is already a fight over there, he naturally can't just sit back and watch. Marine really knows how to reap the benefits of fishermen, and it must be Sengoku's means. Are you going to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out your own beast pirate group? It's a wishful thinking. Thinking about it, Rosen directly gave up the marine and beasts pirates below, turned around and flew towards the direction of the battle wave. Your speed is really fast. Perusolino, Cavendish and Bluzolino fought for a while, but the two sides were deadlocked. Gradually he began to fall into the disadvantage. Although his Kunpeng fruit ability is also known for its speed. But Bluzolino's sparkling fruit has already reached the speed of light, so it's even better. Young, aha. People nowadays are really scary. You are the first one to be able to support such a long time under the old man's hands. Old man, I approve of you. By the way, what's your name? Bluzolino kicked at the speed of light, kicked the sword energy released by Cavendish into pieces. Advertisement, Cavendish, the brightest supernova on the sea. That imposing manner was no lower than Bluzolino's, on the contrary it overwhelmed him. Well, this old man remembers your name, just arrest you now. Bluzolino still nodded casually. At the same time, in the next second, his body turned into golden light and disappeared. Oops. When Cavendish saw the target first, his heart trembled. Because Bluzolino's speed exceeded his expectations. This is a speed that I have never seen before. Have you? Have you ever experienced the old man's light speed kick? Suddenly, a playful voice sounded in my ears. Cavendish's pupils trembled suddenly. Boom! Bluzolino flashed behind Cavendish and kicked him hard in the waist with lightning speed. Because of the blessing of arm color, this kick is powerful and heavy. Even a mountain can be flattened in an instant. Cavendish was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. After receiving a solid kick, he immediately flew into the distance like a cannonball. 220 return, strong suppression of Aokiji, the other side. Kuzan has also adapted to Garrett's yin power at this time. The body gradually became more mobile. He raised his head and glanced at Garrot in the sky. Immediately, he jumped up, stepped on the moonwalk and wanted to go to the sky and compete with Jalo de Well. But just as his body jumped up, he was suddenly pushed back hard by an unimaginably powerful force. Boom! Kuzan's body abruptly hit the deck from midair. The battleship directly under his feet was smashed and sank suddenly. Crack! Crack! He got up from the ruins on the deck and calmly patted the dust on his clothes. Then he slowly raised his head to look at the figure opposite him. Rosen. Seeing clearly that the person who attacked him was Rosen, the captain of the beast pirates, Kuzan's pupils shrank slightly. According to the information obtained before, Kaido is fighting Rosen. Those two people fought so darkly that even the shape of the nearby sea area was completely changed. The climate has also become abnormal. I thought that the two of them would have to fight for many days to decide the winner. Now it seems that the outcome may have been decided. Since Rosen can appear here, it means that it was Kaido who was defeated. Advertisement can actually defeat that kind of guy. When Kuzan saw Rosen at first glance, he felt deeply afraid. On the Xuanwu ship in the distance, everyone cheered excitedly when they saw Rosen appear. Captain Rosen is back. Look, it's Captain Rosen. Hey, it looks like Captain Rosen won. As expected of Captain Rosen, let me just say, he can beat Kaido for sure. Cavendish, who had just been kicked away by Bluzolino, was immediately encouraged when he saw Rosen appear. You actually hid your strength, now it's fun, come again. As he spoke, he turned into an afterimage and flew towards Bluzolino. Above the battleship below. You just said, who do you want to play with? Why don't you come and play with me first, Rosen chuckled. Ignoring Kuzan's shocked reaction, his body turned into a gust of wind and flashed in front of the other party. Pale Claw. His claws clawed towards Kuzan's face. This claw was not only extremely fast, it shocked Kuzan's heart. And the power is very powerful. Before the claw touched Kuzan's face, he felt an amazing tingling sensation. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. It was as if sharp knives were slashing fiercely across his face. Kuzan was shocked. Immediately entered the elemental state in advance. Did you all hear me? But he quickly recovered? Rosen folded his arms and played around the marine soldiers. Even Kuzan couldn't avoid the shock in his heart. Boom! The huge force shattered the ice sculpture in an instant, tearing Kuzan's body apart. And it looks pretty bad, but because of the arm color, he was still injured. Kuzan recovered his body, and a trace of bloodline slowly overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The claw fell on him. Obviously, even if the elementalization avoided Rosen's fatal blow just now. Hey, you and Kaido just had a big battle, do you still have such power? From today onwards, lousy, I am the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. That guy Kaido has been killed by me. Hearing Rosen admit this matter, everyone's complexion changed drastically. It was like a pure ice sculpture. 221 Marines were dumbfounded. Kaido actually lost. Kaido. That guy was defeated by Rosen. The strongest creature, Kaido of the beasts, actually lost to Rosen. This is impossible. Damn it, if that's the case, this guy Rosen is too strong. It's a lie, you see, that guy doesn't even have a single scar on his body. Fighting against a peerless murderer like Kaido, how can he defeat his opponent flawlessly? That's right, even the admiral of the headquarters may not be able to do this. What the hell is going on? Did that kid really beat Kaido? I don't know, he said it himself. The Marines were extremely shocked, talking and whispering to each other. They just saw Rosen slap Kuzan to the ground. That kind of strength, 540, is obviously not a joke. They cannot compete, not even Vice Admiral can compete. If Rosen didn't lie, it means that he defeated Kaido without injury. This kind of strength has reached an unbelievable level, which is simply impossible. Analysis of Marine Vice Admiral Doberman Shen Sheng. At this time, he and the other Vice Admirals were still struggling to get rid of the slowing effect of the power of the sun. Then what do you mean? Could it be that Rosen teamed up with Kaido? Gion Momoshiki frowned and hesitated. She didn't believe in such a thing at all. Because this is even more fantasy than Rosen beating Kaido. It is absolutely impossible for Kaido to team up with Rosen. Otherwise, Marine doesn't need to try their best to inform Kaido to come to Todo Land to deal with Rosen. And taking a 10,000 step back, there are none of these things. How to explain the terrifying fighting movement before? It can't be that those two guys are acting for Marine. Even the sea and the sky were turned upside down by their battle. Anyway, Rosen is here now. We'd better hurry up and get rid of this weird power. Otherwise, bad luck will follow. After the ghost spider finished speaking, he held his breath and released his armament haki again, trying to break free from the feeling of being trapped in mud. When the others heard what he said, they immediately took control of their minds. I didn't expect you to beat Kaido so easily, but me and Kaido are different. Advertisement, today, between you and me, it is not certain who will win and who will lose. After Kuzan finished speaking, he jumped up and stepped on Moonwalk to leave the ship deck directly. This is all Marine's fleet. Dozens of battleships were affected by Garrett's power of the sun in the sky and were unable to move. With the destructive power that Rosen showed before, if the power of the divine beast White Tiger is displayed on these battleships, then all the Marines here today will be finished. So Kuzan must draw Rosen away to avoid the battle between them and affect other Marines and warships. Rosen ignored Kuzan and flew directly into the sky with the storm. He first came to Garrett. After the battle is resolved, let's leave with everyone first. I'll catch up to you later. While talking, he looked down at Cavendish, who was still fighting with Bluzolino. A look of worry flashed in his eyes, because at this time, Rosen has already seen that Cavendish's strength alone is far from enough to compete with Kizaru. Of course, that is regardless of external factors. But at least, they have no way to tell the winner in a short time. I see. Garrett smiled obediently at Rosen and nodded, then swooped down towards Cavendish and Bluzolino. After explaining to Garrett, Rosen landed on the Xuanwu again. Captain Rosen, are you all right? Great Captain Rosen? Everyone warmly greeted Rosen. Rosen nods, and finally his gaze falls on Kazuki Hiyori's face. Aren't you awake yet? I don't know why, I haven't woken up yet. But the antidote must have worked. Her complexion was very ugly and pale before, but now she has returned to her normal blood color. Rockwell hurriedly explained. Is that so? Rosen nodded, then turned his palm over and saw an extra pill in his palm. Advertisement. Let her eat it and try. Now that the antidote is working, there is only one possibility that Kazuki Hiyori didn't wake up in time. This is the panacea. You've seen it. Rosen didn't say much. The panacea can cure all diseases. Now that the ice ghost virus in Kazuki Hiyori's body has been lifted. Then give her this pill to strengthen her roots and her strengths, maybe she can directly wake her up. Let me feed her. Afra immediately jumped forward and took the panacea in Rosen's hand. Then, in front of everyone, he fed it to Guangxi Rihei and ate it. Sure enough, after taking the panacea, Kazuki Hiyori's breath suddenly became short. What's going on here? Everyone was shocked when they saw this strange scene. They all turned to look at Rosen. Take it easy. She's waking up. Rosen comforted everyone, but he didn't know the bottom line. He thought to himself, how could Quinn's ice ghost virus be so powerful? The sequelae are so powerful. After waiting for a few seconds, I saw Kazuki read 2.2 and took a big breath, and then sat up suddenly. You. She looked a little dazed and touched her temple. Although the body has been detoxified, it is still a little weak. It sure worked. The corner of Rosen's mouth curled up. The reason why Kazuki Hiyori didn't wake up immediately after detoxification was naturally because her body was too weak. This also proves that Quinn's ice ghost virus is indeed a bit fierce. Fortunately, after taking the panacea, Kazuki Hiyori woke up successfully. After everyone was polite, Kazuki Hiyori understood what happened and thanked everyone again and again. Then her eyes fell on Rosen's face. 222 Perot resolution of Ross Perot. Except for the two admirals, the other Marines can't stop you. Leave later, wait for us to finish this side, and meet up. He didn't say much. After confirming that his crew members were safe and sound, he raised his head and looked towards the sky. At this point, Kuzan is still there waiting for him. This Marine admiral is disgusting. It's trying to freeze the sea so we can't retreat. Afra pointed to Kuzan in the sky and hummed. He was just following orders. Okay, let's go now. Rosen didn't say any more, just jumped up and flew towards Kuzan in the sky with the strong wind. He didn't hit Kuzan right away, though. On the contrary, when passing by the dozens of marine warships below, Rosen suddenly displayed Kamui in 2007, setting off countless strong winds on the sea. Huge storms were formed on the sea surface, and instantly turned into tornadoes with a height of 1,000 meters, sweeping towards the dozens of slow-moving marine warships. Oops. This guy. Damn it, he took advantage of our inconvenient time. Ruined. Facing the sudden tornado, the marine officers and soldiers on the battleship were all terrified. The heavenly Kuzan was caught off guard by Rosen's move too. When it was time to rescue, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Rosen manipulated a huge tornado, overturning one marine battleship after another. On the battleship, whether it is vice admiral, rear admiral, or other marine soldiers. Advertisement at this time, one by one, all fell into the sea with the capsized warship. A gift for you. Rosen smiled playfully, looked up at Kuzan who was frightened and angry. Ah la la, what a troublesome brat. Kuzan twitched his lips. Fortunately, he saw that most of the marine soldiers who fell into the water had rescued each other. The generals and schools with the ability of Devil Fruit also received immediate care. Although the battleship was lost, Marine did not suffer too many casualties overall. This is also the result of Rosen deliberately keeping his hand. Taut blue seas. On a small island. Mom, is she okay? Katakuri stood by the seaside with his arms folded, looking at the sea in the distance that hadn't completely calmed down. His eyes were full of fear. I choked a lot of seawater, and I'm still in a coma. I don't know if I wake up, will it be? Pudding shook his head helplessly, with a worried expression on his face. They all looked very embarrassed at this moment. This is of course because of the previous battle between Rosen and Kaido, which caused the sea to be rough and the sky to be stormy within hundreds of kilometers of the total land sea area. The bad weather, coupled with the impact of the monstrous waves, brought a deep psychological shadow to them demon fruit power. If it weren't for the fact that there are many ordinary crew members in the Big Mom Pirates, rescue them from the sea. I'm afraid their Big Mom Pirate group will have to be wiped out here today. Those two guys, has the winner been decided? Advertisement. Puro Ross Puro came to Katakuri's side, and asked. Rosen won. Katakuri didn't explain much, asked Pudding. They will not suffer. Should not, others don't know, but he is too clear. He knew that guy, 483, couldn't be killed easily. It's one thing to beat Kaido, but to kill Kaido, quite another? Want to kill Kaido? That's not easy to do, Katakuri shook his head. Is Kaido dead? Damn beasts pirates. Shall we go get rid of Kaido now? Puro suggested. Kaido, who has an immortal body, is almost an existence that cannot be killed. He possesses the top-level knowledge ability. It is easy to detect a trace. The movement on the battlefield gradually calmed down. It is obvious that the winner has been decided. No. No need. If I could give his head to my mother would be very happy. Mom won't be angry if Kaido's head can be brought back in advance. Katakuri shook his head. Based on past experience, once Charlotte Linlin woke up from a coma, she would probably lose her temper. 223 The Battle of Generals begins again. No, we don't have to do anything, just stay here and wait for Mom to wake up. Katakuri rejected his brother's proposal, although the main members of their Big Mom Pirates were basically rescued from the sea. But many of them are still in a coma, and the whereabouts of many members are unknown. Even, all nations, suffered a blow that was almost destroyed. Most of the islands were hit by tsunamis and towns were destroyed by earthquakes. In this battle, the Big Mom Pirates suffered heavy losses. The most important thing now is to rebuild Toto Land after Mother Charlotte Linlin wakes up. As for the war with Kaido, let's talk about it later. But Big Brother, I think Big Brother's proposal is very good. Pudding hurried forward, trying to persuade Katakuri. Haven't you noticed? Marine is probably already on the move? Advertisement. Katakuri frowned and glanced at Pudding. Hearing him mention Marine, everyone suddenly realized. They did notice a Marine appearing in the waters of Toto Land before. The most important thing for us now is to preserve our strength. Marine is going to take this opportunity to encircle us, save your strength to deal with those guys. Seeing that Katakuri said so, the others had no choice but to nod. Compared to Kaido and his beasts pirates, Marine is the real threat right now. Looks like that Kaido guy. At this moment, Pudding suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed to the distance. Looking in the direction of her finger, everyone saw immediately that there was a huge body rising into the sky from a deserted island in the distance. Isn't that gigantic body winding like a mountain the same as Qinglong Kaido? That guy. Still looks very fierce. Sure enough, now is not the time to attack him. This guy's vitality is too tenacious. Seeing Kaido's reappearance, they couldn't help getting nervous. Advertisement. Now if Kaido comes here to seek bad luck, everyone may not be able to withstand it in their current state. He stared fixedly at the figure in the sky. After Kaido toured around the sky, he didn't come here, but turned and left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief watching Kaido transform into a 100-foot-high blue dragon, get into the clouds and quickly disappear. Rosen here, the atmosphere has frozen to ultimate. There was a faint smile on the corner of Rosen's mouth, while Kuzan had no emotion on his face. None of them took the lead, because at their level, getting Jiao, no one will take down the opponent with full confidence. Even Rosen, in the first battle with Sakazuki, it took 10 days and 10 nights, and finally relying on her strong physique, Rosen barely won. And the person in front of him is no weaker than Sakazuki. 224 Frozen Fruit versus Divine Beast White Tiger. Kuzan blinked away in front of Rosen. In the next second, he was already above Rosen's head, and the skate in his hand mercilessly slashed down on Rosen's neck. The extremely sharp ice blade made a piercing sound in the air, and penetrated Rosen's neck in the blink of an eye. But no blood spattered out. What Kuzan hit was just an afterimage Rosen left in place. The real Rosen, the minister who has already arrived at the house. Almost exactly the same move as Kuzan just now. Rosen's extremely sharp claws also grabbed Kuzan's body fiercely. Ding! The moment his claws hit Kuzan's body, the latter's body turned into a completely frozen state. The solid and extremely frozen body not only allowed Kuzan to successfully block the fatal blow. At the same time, the icy breath also spread along Rosen's claws to his arms and body. And in the blink of an eye, Rosen's paws were frozen. Crystal bright freezing attack. Snort, small tricks. Advertisement. Rosen's arm shook slightly, the frost that condensed on it suddenly shattered. He managed to retract his claws and kick Kuzan flying with a sweeping kick. Boom! Kuzan's body flew out fiercely to the right, knocking down a mountain in the distance. Rosen was like a cannonball, leaving a puff of smoke on the spot, and started chasing Kuzan again. Iceball. Just as Rosen rushed up to chase his opponent, dozens of ice pucks flying out from the ruins shrouded in smoke and dust in the distance. These, of course, were counterattacks that Kuzan unleashed. Each hockey puck is the size of a fist. Although they are small in size, their power is not small at all. A random ice puck can freeze a lake in an instant. These attacks are useless to me. At the same time, Rosen has also come to the ruins. Dozens of extremely powerful wind blades swept past with invincible power. Advertisement. Kuzan finally emerged from the inconspicuous ice on the ground, his eyes full of depth. Rosen was caught off guard, and was successfully frozen by the army's attack in an instant. P.S. Ask for full order, ask for full order, ask for full order. Rosen pouted. 0. Seeking flowers, up pointing arrow. The body was frozen in midair. The whole body has turned into an ice sculpture, and at this time, as long as Kuzan taps lightly, Rosen can be completely killed. Frozen moment. It looked as if Rosen had rushed in by himself. He stretched out his claws and grabbed the ice puck that was attacking in front of him. The ice blade in my hand is also chilling. I've already said, I'm not the same guy as Kaido. While speaking, he exhaled an icy blue breath from his mouth, and the temperature in the air had already reached freezing point. Among the ruins, a large amount of icy mist suddenly spewed out, attacking Rosen head-on. In a blink of an eye, all the hockey pucks were smashed. 225 Aokiji is deflated, the horror of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. As he spoke, he raised the skate in his hand, and was about to slash at Rosen. But at this moment, the ice sculpture in front of him suddenly exploded. Boom! The shattered ice sculptures turned into fragmented ice thorns, shooting out in all directions. At the same time, the extremely powerful shockwave also slammed into Kuzan's body. The power of the violent wind element set off an astonishing small tornado, which crushed Kuzan fiercely and turned into Dong's body. In the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture was completely crushed. Of course, this is not Kuzan's ontology. 683 is nothing more than a lifeless and conscious humanoid pure ice created by Kuzan to replace the main body. Alala, what a tricky guy. Kuzan's flat tone sounded behind Rosen. Immediately afterwards, the skate in his hand pierced Rosen's back without hesitation, and then pierced through the front of Rosen's chest. Oh, is it an afterimage again? The ice blade penetrated the target in front of him without the slightest blockage. It's a pity that it is still the afterimage left by Rosen. It's better to fight with that reckless Kaido. It's too tiring to fight with you guys. Rosen's smirk came from the left, which surprised Kuzan slightly. Indeed, only physical strength and recovery ability need to be fought with Kaido. And Aokiji and his ilk, all of them are as good as ghosts. Decades of experience in fighting pirates has given Kuzan extremely strong fighting ability and reaction ability. As for Kaido, only recklessness is enough, and Rosen is not afraid of recklessness. As for the fight now, any slight mistake may affect the battle situation. Advertisement. Observation. Haki sensed the opponent's attack, and the power of the attack was astonishing. For the first time, Kuzan immediately entered the armed defense state. At the same time, the ice double was used again. Rosen laughed, and suddenly stepped on Kuzan's head hard. Boom! Blessed with armament Haki's kick, he stomped hard on the target. Kuzan never expected that the opponent would be so cunning. This kick was strong and heavy, and he was hit hard. His jaw hit the ground hard. Immediately afterwards, the entire face was slammed into the ground by an irresistible force. Even with armament Haki's defense and an elemental body, it is impossible to completely counteract this force. Boom! After stepping Kuzan into the ground and punching out a big hole with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, Rosen didn't stop there. He continued to exert force, and the terrifying power was transmitted from his feet for the second time. Boom! There was another loud bang. The earth was split open because of this. The soaring aura also caused the clouds in the sky to separate quickly, revealing an extremely huge hole. The diameter of the big pit under his feet has increased several times, directly reaching 700 or 800 meters. Depth, less than 100 meters. Xuan was lying face down at the bottom of the pit, with blood streaming down the back of his head and face. Cough cough, he struggled to get up with his hands. Then pretending to be calm, he patted the clothes on his body again. Advertisement, as expected of the 5th Emperor. After saying this with a blank face, Xuan chased after Rosen, who had jumped back to the top of the pit and was preparing for a second attack. His speed is much faster than before. The whole body turned into an extremely sharp ice spear. With an ear-piercing sound of piercing through the air, it flew straight towards Rosen. Are you still planning to confront me head-on? Then you just go ahead and try it out. In Heads Up, even Kaido is no match for him. P.S. Ask for a full order, ask for an automatic subscription. Ask for full order, ask for automatic subscription. The feeling of punching to the flesh is more exciting than any big move in Huali. The crisp sound followed. Faced with Kuzan's aggressive counterattack, Rosen grinned. The sharp ice spear hit Rosen in the sky hard. After all, the current Rosen is the mythical white tiger. Boom. Simply this time, Rosen didn't dodge or dodge directly. Like a white lightning, Kuzan rushed up from the deep pit in an instant. The strongest creatures in the sea, land and air. Ask for full order, ask for automatic subscription. But what Kuzan never expected was that a piercing pain passed down his head. He likes hand-to-hand combat the most. He didn't even use Armament Hockey 5.4, just resisted Kuzan's attack head-on. It seems that this guy really doesn't know how much he weighs. Crack. 223 Kuzan, join my pirate group. Transformed by Kuzan himself, the ice gun with Armament Hockey is powerful enough to penetrate the steel plate several meters away. It can even smash the entire mountain. However, at this moment, after it hit Rosen, it was actually broken in two from the middle. Not only that, Kuzan's head also burst open directly, bleeding out. Armament Hockey did not play any defensive role at all. Cough, Kuzan grinned and covered his head, raised his head and looked at Rosen opposite. He thought to himself that he had already paid such a price, how could Rosen have to vomit blood to mean it? It's okay not to look at it. Seeing this, Kuzan was so depressed that he spit out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Because Rosen, who was opposite him, looked at him playfully with a playful smile on his face. As for Rosen, 07 didn't have any injuries at all. Not even a white mark left. What a monster. Kuzan rubbed his head unwillingly. After paying such a high price, he was seriously injured, and he was unable to cause any damage to his opponent. This must be too shocking. Lousy, I'm the real king of beasts. Rosen grinned. With a shoo, he disappeared immediately. The next second appeared in front of Kuzan, and Jiuyou kicked the opponent hard. Kuzan, who has been hit hard in succession, has seen a significant drop in combat effectiveness. Advertisement on the other hand, Rosen seems to have inexhaustible physical strength, fighting harder and harder. Kuzan began to regret why he chose Rosen as his opponent. He already knew why Kaido lost that fight. No wonder even the strongest creature ever, Kaido of the Beasts, was defeated or even killed by Rosen. And this guy Rosen is still unharmed. It seems that the other party is absolutely not lying. His strength is no longer something ordinary people can contend with. Allah, I can't help it. Since that's the case, then, let's stop here. Kuzan's body hit the ground heavily like a cannonball, and he raised his head with difficulty. Facing Rosen, who has the top Armament Hockey, no matter how he defends, he can't completely ignore the opponent's damage. What's the matter? Don't fight now, I just warmed up. Rosen landed next to Kuzan, moving his limbs, his knuckles crunching. Allah, I can't beat it, there's no point in continuing to fight. Kuzan shook his head. Barely struggling to get up from the ground, he reached out to wipe off the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. Your companion has already escaped, and my mission has been completed enough to be handed over. Kuzan took out the blindfold slowly, returning to a casual look. Is this the case? Rosen smiled half-smile, and stared at Marine Admiral in front of him unkindly. Advertisement. If it was Sakazuki, it would be unrealistic to say such a thing, but since it is Aokiji, it is not surprising. After all, Aokiji's justice doesn't want Sakazuki and Tsunade. Moreover, he is not stupid, and he has the strength to defeat Kaido, which is enough to explain everything. Originally, he still held the mentality of Rosen's poor state and wanted to give it a go. But now it seems that Rosen's condition is no worse than him. How about it, Lien Zan? Do you want to consider joining my mythical beast, Pirate Rouge? Rosen smiled playfully and took the initiative to invite the other party. He knew that although Aokiji was the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, he actually had other ideas in his heart. Otherwise, 047 would not fight with Admiral Akainu Sakazuki because of disagreement. Finally broke away from Marine and turned to join the Blackbeard Pirates. It would be great if such a strong man could come over. After all, Rosen doesn't hold much against Kuzan. Join the pirates? Kuzan froze for a moment when he heard this. But immediately he shook his head and refused. Allah, so you look down on me so much, although I don't want to continue fighting with you today, but my position. I won't waver easily. Kuzan shook his head. That's really a pity. Rosen waved his hand lightly. Of course, he had already expected it. He didn't think that the majestic Admiral Aokiji would be so easily instigated. After all, in terms of character, Rosen recognized Kuzan. 227 Marineford is in the shadows. If you change your mind in the future, you can always find me. Rosen grinned. Immediately, he didn't say any more, turned around and left after leaving a word. Looking up at the figure stepping on the storm and flying into the sky, Kuzan showed a thoughtful expression. Then, as if nothing had happened, he withdrew his gaze, turned and walked in another direction. When Rosen returned to his Xuanwu, he found that the battle between Cavendish and Peluzolino had also ended. Because Marine's warships were overturned by him with the power of the storm before, without the pursuit of other Vice Admiral and Marine soldiers, the Xuanwu sailed quietly on the sea. You two beat Peluzolino? Back on the boat, Rosen looked at Cavendish and Garrett in surprise. He originally thought that the three of them would have to fight for a long time to decide the outcome. The guy was halfway through the call, answered the phone and left. Captain, I'm afraid it's because you defeated Kuzan? Cavendish laughed. Rosen had just left for a short time, and now he has come back safe and sound. That means he easily beat Admiral Aokiji. From this, it can be deduced that Peluzolino must have left in a hurry because of this news and gave up fighting them. Advertisement Aokiji was defeated by Rosen, and Marine's warships were all overturned into the sea. Only with Peluzolino's own admiral's strength, he can't deal with the entire mythical beast pirate group. The other party should be very clear about this. Are you feeling better? Rosen didn't care about Cavendish's words, and turned to look at Kazuki Hiyori. I gave her a panacea before leaving, and now she seems to be much more energetic. Much better, thank you Captain. Kazuki Hiyori nodded. After taking the panacea, her energy continued to regenerate. The negative effects caused by the impact of the ice ghost virus had completely disappeared at this time. After going through this battle, our reputation will definitely be better than before, and the bounty will become even higher. The ghost Ajin laughed. Let's go. The corner of Rosen's mouth turned up, and he looked up into the distance. There was a knock on the door outside, in Sengoku's office. Advertisement Captain Rosen directly defeats Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of New World. And the crew members he recruited are all ridiculously strong, and they can even wrestle with Marine Admiral alone. Boom paper. Captain, I just wanted to ask, where are we going next? Of course, it is the latest bounty for the main members of the Mythical Beast pirate group that has recently gained fame. At this time, Sengoku was sullen, sitting alone on a chair, staring at the several bounty portraits on the desk in thought. If this continues, I'm afraid the world will really be turned upside down because of them. Now it has become, Tianjiao, a new, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. The sky is high and the sea is wide, which is refreshing. Sengoku was frowning in thought. The sky after the war was clear, and now the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun was shining on the sea. The villain Leo jumped over and asked curiously. Sengoku also didn't expect that within such a short period of time, the beast pirates could grow to such an astonishing level. Rosen smiled without saying a word, just turned his head to look at Liberty and Light. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. I have to think of a way to attack this mythical beast pirate group well. 228 New World shocked, red hair shocked, come in. Sengoku glanced up in the direction of the door. Mr. Sengoku, Kuzan Admiral and Peluzolino Admiral have returned. A major came in and reported. Let all military ranks above Commodore wait for me in the meeting room. Also, post this immediately. Sengoku stood up and handed over the latest bounty list on the table to the major. The news that the beast pirates made a big fuss in Toto Land, 4 emperors Kaido and the white tiger Rosen quickly spread throughout the New World. Have you heard? Rosen, the captain of the beast pirates, defeated the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the beasts by himself. Really? Where did you get the news? It should be true, didn't you read Morgan's newspaper? Just today's news? Rosen first singled out Charlotte and Linlin, and then fought against Kaido of the beasts. The sky was dark. In the end, he successfully defeated Kaido and became the new, strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Is this a joke? That's the 4 emperors. How could they be defeated so easily? And they defeated 2 at once? Is this Rosen a monster? I don't know. Anyway, if this is true, I think it's very awesome. 397. Yeah. Really it would be amazing if someone could defeat 2 4 emperors at the same time. Stop guessing. The news is true. Look. The latest list of rewards for the beast pirates is out. Damn it. Such a high bounty? Marine has spent a lot of money? Because Rosen and his beast pirates not only defeated Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the beasts, but he also personally defeated Admiral Aokiji, Kuzan of Naval Headquarters. Marine's dozens of warships were all overturned by him alone, and the news has already been reported like crazy. FK. This Rosen is a monster. What kind of monster? People call it a beast. The legendary white tiger. The fighting power is still higher than that of the beast Qinglong Kaido. New World, on an island. Boss, have you heard about the mythical beast pirate group that has been making a lot of noise recently? In the cave, Shanks is roasting by the fire, eating barbecue and drinking wine. A crew member walked in with a newspaper in his hands, smiling. He is fat, wearing small sunglasses and a green and white striped hat. He was wearing a green-white striped shirt, a yellow overcoat with a blue belt, beige trousers and red sneakers. The left hand holds a newspaper, while the right hand holds a ham. While talking, he took a big bite of the meat in his hand. This person is the most edible member of the Red Hair Pirates, Legilu. Advertisement, the mythical beast pirates? Shanks paused after hearing Legilu's words. Others also looked towards Laji Road. Have they made any noise recently? Shanks just glanced at Legilu and drank the wine that was on his lips. Then he laughed casually. This time the news is incredible. Boss, let's see for ourselves. Legilu took a bite of the meat and handed the newspaper to Shanks. Seeing Legilu's mysterious appearance, the curiosity of everyone in the cave was aroused. Shanks took the newspaper handed over and opened it for a few glances. In an instant, his expression became a little dignified. Seeing Shanks' appearance, other people immediately came forward to check. Boss, what did you see that even changed your face? Ben Beckman leaned his head with a smile and looked at the contents of the newspaper. At one glance, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. The Beast Pirates. Rosen defeated the four emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? Usopp couldn't help shouting out in surprise when he saw the contents of the newspaper. Is this a joke? He looked up at Shanks. Well, it should be. Shanks nodded casually. Morgan's Guy's World Economic News Agency often reports some fake news for profit. So sometimes, the contents of the newspapers are just regarded as entertainment news, obby news. If it is too outrageous, no one will generally believe it. But at this moment, Shanks couldn't help feeling suspicious. Is this news really fake? Rosen defeated Charlotte Linlin, who was one of the four emperors, and after causing trouble on Cake Island, he personally defeated the four emperors Kaido who came to attack. 2 consecutive battles caught Marine's attention. Marine sent Admiral Aokiji to take the opportunity to capture Rosen and his members of the Beast Pirates. Unexpectedly, even the Marine Admiral overturned and fell into Rosen's hands. Advertisement. This series of news is really incredible. Even a little fantasy, although those guys have been in the limelight recently. Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido are all new world dominants. A rookie pirate group, how can it be impossible to defeat 4 emperors at the same time? Ben Beckman frowned too. He is extremely smart, and his IQ is the top part of the entire One Piece world. At this time, even after some analysis and thinking, he felt that the contents of this newspaper were too outrageous. This is beyond the understanding of normal people. If the content reported in the newspaper is that Rosen has gone through a difficult battle and tied with one of the 4 emperors, it may be more credible. Now the newspapers say that Rosen fought against Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts successively, and was able to defeat both of them. After that, it didn't take long to fight against Admiral Aokiji and Bluzolino, who were sent by Marine to hunt them down. Even the 2 admirals were no match for the Beast Pirates, and they came back in defeat. Ordinary people who eat melons may believe such news. But these members of the world's top pirates have lived ups and downs for decades. What kind of strong people have they never encountered? It is impossible for everyone to believe such an exaggerated thing. Hey, even our leader doesn't dare to say that he can easily defeat any of the 4 emperors in a one-on-one situation. Not to mention defeating 3 world-class powerhouses successively. Right, boss? Usopp looked at Shanks with a smile. HMPH, the exaggeration is more than that, haven't you noticed? The newspaper also said that the kid named Rosen can still leave safe and sound after defeating Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and Marine's Admiral Aokiji. This kind of thing is really outrageous. Morgan's is treating people like idiots, ha ha ha. Another member of Red Hair Pirates behind Usopp also laughed. They were all laughing and laughing. With a relaxed and casual look on his face, even Shanks raised the corners of his mouth at this time, revealing a disapproving smile. Only Legilu was not like this. He took another bite of the meat, and then took out another stack of papers from behind his back. I didn't believe it at first either, but boss, you'd better look at this first. He said and handed the stack of papers to Shanks. 229 The bounty of 4 billion shocks the world. Shanks put away his smile, his eyes fell on the stack of papers, and his eyes froze for a moment. Is there a bounty list? He took it over and looked at it. This time, the smile on Shanks' face disappeared completely. Rosen, the captain of the Mythical Beast Pirates, is offering a bounty, 4 billion Baileys. The first bounty list in Shanks' hands was Rosen's. At this time, the amount of reward written on it is as high as 4 billion Baileys. All of a sudden, 437, silenced all the Red Hair Pirates members in the entire cave. Just now they all swore that the news reported in the newspaper was fake news. Now I didn't expect to be slapped in the face directly. Morgan's World Economic News Agency can report fake news. But Naval Headquarters' bounty list for big pirates is not lying. The amount of the reward may not represent a person's comprehensive strength, but it can reflect the degree of threat a person poses to the world government. Marine's latest bounty for all members of the Beast Pirates proves that news from the side. Marine, are you kidding me? Advertisement? A newcomer actually offered a bounty of 4 billion Baileys. Boss, Rosen's bounty is almost the same as yours. Sengoku will definitely not set up such a high bounty for a rookie pirate group for no reason. It seems that the things reported in the news, I am afraid, are not fake. Ben Beckman narrowed his eyes. Morgan's might eyeball and joke for the benefit of Boruto, but Marshal Marine certainly wouldn't do such a boring thing. Rosen's bounty has now increased to 4 billion, which is comparable to the other 4 emperors in New World. You must know that Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, has worked hard for decades, and now the reward is only 4,048,900,000 Baileys. As for Charlotte Linlin, who is also the 4 emperors, the bounty is also around 4 billion Baileys. The bounty for Kaido of the Beasts is about 4.6 billion, and for the strongest man in the world Whitebeard, the bounty is about 5 billion. But whether it's our leader or the other 4 emperors, their bounties have been accumulated for decades to reach this level. It's only been a short year for Rosen to reach this level? What the hell is he coming from? The mythical beast pirates are in the limelight recently. P.S. Ask for full order, world-class news stories about them come in every now and then. Advertisement, it seems that a newcomer has appeared in New World, haha. Usopp also couldn't help frowning, his face more solemn than ever. A certain sea area in New World. See for yourself, this is world-class news. It seems that this world is about to become less peaceful again. Joes, what happened to get you so excited? 2.8 At this moment, Diamond Joes hurried over with a stack of bounties and a newspaper in his hand. Shanks didn't look down at the bounties offered by other members of the Mythical Beast Pirates, but lightly held the stack of lists in his hand. Diamond Joes said as he handed the newspaper and bounty list to others. Beasta walked over with a smile, and glanced at the newspaper in the opponent's hand. With a loud voice, he summoned all the pirates on the Moby DK who were leaning on the railing to enjoy the sun. At the port of a town within the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, Whitebeard's Moby DK is docking here for supplies. The 5th Emperor of the New World, and this, you all have to see for yourself. Hey, come over here and see this. 230 New World, the sky has changed. Mythical Beast Pirates? It's them again. Captain Rosen, making a big fuss about Cake Island, defeating 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin? What? Charlotte Linlin? Didn't she beat Kaido? My paper says Rosen beat Kaido. Idiot. Because the length is too long, one newspaper cannot fully report those achievements, so it is divided into several parts and published together. These newspapers must be read together. That kid Rosen beat Charlotte Linlin first, and then he went one-on-one with Kaido and beat that guy Kaido too. Later, first fought against Marine Admiral Aokiji, and even Aokiji was no match for him. Now the members of the entire 07 Beast Pirates have generally raised their bounties to more than 1 billion. Captain Rosen even reached a staggering 4 billion bounty. 4 billion? This is too exaggerated. On the deck, everyone was shocked. And at the same time as they were talking, several figures came out of the cabin of the Moby DK. One of them is an extremely tall figure of 7 or 8 meters, which is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, nicknamed Whitebeard. Kulala. Today's weather is really nice. Marco, get me the wine quickly. Whitebeard let go of the support of the 2 nurses, and walked to his seat alone, Inri said. Father, for your physical condition, you should drink less now. Marco looked worried. Whitebeard's health continued to decline. Advertisement now even the daily life must be taken care of by a special person, and oxygen must be given on time every day. If you drink indiscriminately again, your health will only get worse. What's the point of just drinking a little? Kula. Huh? Joes. What are you guys doing there? Whitebeard noticed the abnormality of Diamond Joes and the others, and turned his gaze towards them. Daddy. New World. The sky has changed. Beasta held a bounty list and walked towards Whitebeard. After seeing the reward order, Whitebeard's pupils shrank immediately, and then he burst out laughing. Is the bounty as high as 4 billion? Kulala. Young people nowadays are so courageous, Whitebeard just glanced casually. Although I was very surprised in my heart, a young man could actually reach a bounty of 4 billion. But in his eyes, this is not a big deal. Hurry up and bring me some wine. The weather is so nice, you must have a drink. Kulala. Dad. This Rosen seems to beat Big Mom Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido. The news has gone crazy all over the world, and now everyone is discussing this matter. Marco walked over holding a newspaper. Advertisement. He also just learned the specific situation from Joes and others. Upon hearing such news, Whitebeard put away his smile and glanced at the newspaper in Marco's hand. But it's just a glance. Kulala Kaido and Big Mom, those 2 guys. It seems that they are really old, to be defeated by a rookie. Whitebeard 943 grinned. If I get a chance, it looks like I'll meet this young man named Rosen. Whitebeard still didn't care about the news in the newspaper. He has spent his whole life in the 4 seas, and almost all the powerhouses in the world have competed once. It can be said that no one can pretend in front of himself. Kaido is also good, and Charlotte Linlin is also good. They were nothing more than that in Whitebeard's eyes. The strongest man in the world. This title is not just judged by others, but he, Whitebeard, punches and punches with his strength. But if you have a chance, you can meet this Rosen. Check out this rookie who can beat Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. 231 Operation begins. Take back Wano Kuni. The news about the Mythical Beast Pirates spread all over the world, causing shocks from various forces in the world. Even the world government 5 elders urgently called Marine Marshal Sengoku, and other headquarters admirals to the Holy Land Mariajoy for an emergency meeting. Rosen, who was the party involved, was lying leisurely on the beach chair and basking in the sun. The other members of the Mythical Beast Pirates also sat or stood on the deck and played with hip-hop. Just looking at the extremely relaxed appearance of everyone, it doesn't look like they just challenged the 2 royal groups of New World and formed a big beam with Marine. Hey, take a look, it's showing up. On the deck, the villain Leo suddenly pointed at the sea ahead and shouted. We seem to have reached Wano Kuni range. Yamato was excited. At the beginning, she desperately wanted to escape from this ghost place, so she escaped from the ghost island with Rosen. He has no idea about his own future and whether he can defeat Kaido to realize his wish. Now Kaido has been defeated by Rosen. She came back here again to realize the ideal in her heart and let Wano Kuni start the country. These are two very different moods. We have already notified Nekomamushi and Inuarashi through the phone bug, and they should be arriving soon. Kazuki Hiyori was also very excited. This time Rosen brought them back here, for nothing but to regain Wano Kuni. At this moment, Wano Kuni, the island of ghosts. Nearly 10 days have passed since the fighting broke out in Toto Land. During these 10 days, countless news gathered from all over the world. However, there is no news that Jin wants to hear at all. Mr. Kaido hasn't been found yet. Inside the palace, Jin asked his subordinates in a deep voice. Additional personnel have been sent out to investigate, but there is still no news. Anyone else have no news? Jin frowned deeply. At his feet, there were some torn newspapers and several bounty lists scattered around. The torn newspaper was, of course, the World Economic News Agency, which reported the news about Rosen defeating Kaido. As for the bounty list, it belongs to Rosen and other members of the Beast Pirates. Rosen defeated Grand Viceroy Kaido of the Beast's Pirates. Jin still can't believe this matter. He sent a large number of people to investigate Kaido's news, but found nothing. Kaido's life and death are still unknown. As for Quinn, Jack and others, there is no news at all. It was as if they had disappeared from the entire new world in just a few days. The information we have obtained so far shows that according to the information provided by the last eyewitness. After the battle between Governor Kaido and Rosen, the fleet led by Lord Jack and Lord Quinn was hunted down by Marine. Now Marine these nasty bastards. Before his subordinates could finish speaking, Jin let out an angry shout and slammed the table hard. Send some more people to investigate. We must find Governor Kaido and several other adults. He ordered loudly. As soon as the order was issued, when he raised his head, he saw another subordinate hurried in from the outside. Report, Master Jin. Jin was on the verge of getting angry. Seeing the flustered appearance of his subordinate, he suddenly lost his temper. But at the same time, he couldn't help being a little nervous. Could it be some bad news? Hurry up. Yes, it's Rosen's monster pirates. What did you say? Ember was startled. Rosen's beast pirate group, come out, appear in the nearby sea area. Our people have confirmed the information. They are rushing towards the island of ghosts. Advertisement. The words of his subordinates made Jin a little restless. Kaido personally led people to Toto Land to attack the mythical beast pirates. Jin is very clear about this matter. At the beginning, he didn't go with him because he wanted to stay and guard the base camp of Ghost Island. Now the beast pirates have run to the waters of Oni Island. However, there has been no news of Kaido and his own pirate group. This is almost equivalent to proving that the news in the newspaper is true. Mr. Kaido, did you really lose to that guy Rosen? Jin clenched his fist tightly. Master Jin, the enemy is about to land on the island. What should we do now? The end hours below all began to get nervous. A guy who even Kaido himself and all the beast's pirates can't deal with. The enemies of the beast pirates can be seen how powerful they are. You don't need to fight to know that the people they stay here can't be the opponents of those enemies. Hateful. How long until the enemy arrives? Jin thought of the couple, Tianjiao, who were imprisoned in the prison. The divine beast pirates came to Oni Island. It was definitely not just to deal with them. If there is time, send someone to the prison to catch those guys and take them away together. As a hostage or whatever, it's less than 5 kilometers from the coast. We'll be here soon. Master Jin, shall we retreat? The giver asked hesitantly. Nonsense, don't retreat and stay to die. Jin glared at him. Send the order. Everyone boards the ship and retreats. After finding Governor Kaido and others, we will come back and attack these bastards. It's the hull. 232 Wano Kuni. The official opening of the country. The Xuanwu and Brachiosaurus slowly docked, and Rosen and others got off the boat. Everyone stood on the pier, and they could see the ships from the fur rays approaching on the sea in the distance. On the other side of the sea in the distance, pirate ships flying the flag of the beast's pirates were quickly escaping from their sight. Cat Viper and the others are actually late. I thought they had already landed on Oni Island ahead of time and started a fierce battle with the guards here. Yamato waved the huge mace inside and couldn't help curling his lips. She still wanted to come back to show her strength and beat Jin and those bastards. Isn't this just right? Anyway, these people won't be able to make a fortune. If they escape by themselves, it will save us the effort of doing it. Rosen didn't care. After fighting again and again, he just wanted to relax comfortably now. He has absolutely no interest in chasing Jin and the others. Since he, as the captain, didn't intend to do anything, the other crew members certainly wouldn't say much. Captain, I just heard some of them say that there are several serious criminals in Wanakuna's prison. They originally wanted to take these people away, but they gave up this plan because of our arrival. At this time, Ys stepped forward and reported to Rosen, 783. He is in the form of human fruit, phantom beast species, and 6-eared macaque. A pair of ears can listen to everything in the world and gain insight into everything through hearing. So it's no surprise to be able to hear the conversations of the beast's pirates all over the sea in the distance. Oh, the serious criminals in the prison. Rosen touched his nose. The serious criminals mentioned in this information should refer to Hengong, Kawamatsu, one of the former Red Sheath 9 heroes, and other former Wano Kuni strongmen who offended Kaido. I'm going to save them, Kazuki Hiyori gritted his teeth. It's time to officially take back Wano Kuni from Kaido, meow. At this time, the boats of Malmashiru, Inulin and others have also docked. They came to Rosen at the same time and said excitedly. After speaking, he saluted Kazuki Hiyori respectfully. Kaido has now been defeated, and his remaining subordinates have all fled. Let's go get the others out too. Kazuki Hiyori nodded, eyes strong and determined. Advertisement because the Kurozumi snake had already been killed by Rosen. In addition to these 10 days, AHFC, the news that the four emperors Kaido was defeated by Rosen and his whereabouts are unknown has already spread throughout the world. The people of Wano Kuni are naturally aware of this. At this time, Wano Kuni does not have the terror pressure exerted by Kaido's Beast's pirates. Facing Rosen's Beast pirates and the Red Sheath 9 heroes, the remaining rebel forces could not form effective resistance at all. In less than half a day, the entire Wano Kuni was declared liberated. Third day. After thoroughly cleaning up all the recalcitrant forces of Wano Kuni, under the personal witness of Kazuki Hiyori and the Red Sheath 9 heroes, Wano Kuni officially founded the country. Without the haze brought by Kaido, the Kazuki family re-emerged on the stage of dominance, and the whole country of Wano Kuni celebrated with great excitement. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Morning of the 4th day. Please, Miss Hiyori. Before the young master officially returns, please lead us to take charge of Wano Kuni. Inside the palace, a group of retainers including Neko Mamushi and Inuarashi knelt down in front of Kazuki Hiyori. But as I have said, I have no intention of running the country. I just want to go to sea with Captain Rosen. The outside world is so big, it's still waiting for me to explore it. Kazuki Hiyori was a little embarrassed. She is not a man, and although she is also a descendant of Kazuki Oden, she is not qualified to rule this country. It should be her big brother Momosuke who will rule this country in the future. It will be another 2 years before they travel back here from the future. Today's Wano Kuni has been completely recovered. Now it is Momomushi, Inuarashi and others who strongly request Kazuki Hiyori to replace Momonosuke in charge of Wano Kuni in the past 2 years. But, Miss Hiyori, if you weren't the one who ran the country instead, who else would be able to do such a thing? Please don't say no more. Hisong also followed suit. He was one of the Red Sheath 9 rescued from the Rabbit Bowl quarry. Also formerly a retainer of the Kazuki family. Advertisement. The kind-hearted Kazuki Hiyori felt even more embarrassed in the face of such warm and earnest requests from everyone. But the decision she has already made will not be changed easily. Anyway, I will definitely continue to follow Rosen to go to sea in the future to appreciate the greatness of this world. He looked at Rosen, who was sitting silently beside him, for help, and took a light breath. There is someone who can do this instead of me. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Guangxi Lang. To be precise, his real name should be Denjiro, who is also one of the 9 heroes of the Kazuki family. After Kazuki Hiyori separated from Kawamatsu at the age of 13, he has always been taken care of by Denjiro, and he knows the skill of this retainer. Denjiro, I will trouble you to take over Wano Kuni for the 2 years until my big brother returns. Why? Kazuki Hiyori looked at Denjiro and smiled. What, Miss Hiyori, this? I'm afraid this is inappropriate. There's nothing wrong with that. This matter is decided like this, before my big brother comes back. Wano Kuni please everyone. But Miss Hiyori, what do you mean by that? She meant that we were leaving Wano Kuni today. Rosen, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke at this time. Hearing his voice, everyone looked at him in astonishment. Leaving Wano Kuni today. Mr. Rosen, don't you plan to stay for a few more days? Let me thank you all for your dedication to Wano Kuni. All the retainers were surprised. Don't get me wrong, defeating Kaido is just one step on my way to the top of the world. Even without your business, I will challenge Kaido. Besides, I've been here for more than a week, and there must be a lot of things happening outside now. Rosen said with a smile, a kind of blazing light appeared in his eyes. At the same time, everyone felt hockey from the king in his body. The Red Sheath 9 heroes and others who were present for a while all felt the feeling at the same time. This man will definitely stand at the pinnacle of this world in the future. Damn Rosen, I can't wait to hear what you said. Yamato picked up the mace and waved it excitedly. 233 The Summit War begins. Rosen was absolutely right. During the time they stayed in Wano Kuni, a lot of things were happening in the outside world. Just like at this moment, Bonero Island. A gust of wind blew across the street, blowing several bounty lists scattered on the ground to the feet of a burly figure. It was a big man named 230, who was covered in body hair and looked slovenly. About 3.5 meters tall, black hair and bronze skin. The hair is fluffy, a headscarf is tied on the head, 2 necklaces are worn around the neck, and jewelry rings of different styles are also worn on the wrists and 10 fingers of both hands. In addition, there are 3 flintlock guns pinned to his left waist, while a bottle of strong rum is stuffed in his right waist. With such characteristics, this person is the former second team member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach, nicknamed Blackbeard. Blackbeard looked down at the bounty lists that had been blown to his feet. The most conspicuous one is of course Rosen's. Rosen, the leader of the Beast Pirates, the latest bounty is 4 billion Baileys. Advertisement. Thief ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that kid to grow up so fast, it's really surprising. Thinking of the young man he saw before, who claimed to be the 5th emperor of the New World, Blackbeard's eyes filled with deep fear. At the same time, he gritted his teeth secretly and became more determined about the plan in his heart. After planning for so many years, I absolutely can't let a kid take away what I want. Looking back from the bounty list on the ground, when he looked up, Blackbeard found someone standing opposite him. Teach, it was really hard to find you. Firefist Ace, who was half crouching on the roof, jumped up, fell from the roof, and came in front of Blackbeard. The hand covering the hat was slowly released, and he raised his head to reveal a face full of TS. Seeing each other, Blackbeard was slightly surprised at first. Then he laughed loudly. The thief, ha 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 ha. Captain Ace, so it's you. You did that kind of thing on Whitebeard's ship. Even if you escaped to Cape Tianjiao, you should know that you will never escape, Teach. Ace said with a smile. Advertisement, thief, ha 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 ha. So you didn't come to see me to reminisce about the past, but to attack me, Ace? Blackbeard grinned grimly, his eyes gleaming fiercely. I'll give you a chance. My pirate group is recruiting players. Do you want to consider joining my pirate group, Ace? The purpose of my coming here today is to take you back. Stop talking nonsense. Let's do Teach. Is that so? You are still so naive. Naive is a bit stupid, Ace. In that case, come on. 0.2 still had a smile on Blackbeard's face, but his eyes became more and more fierce and sharp. And when he heard his words, Ace didn't say a word, turned into a ball of flame and swept towards the opponent. 234 Ace is arrested. After completing supplies from Wanokuni, Rosen set sail again with his team. This time, his destination was the first half of the Grand Line. By the way, isn't there still a lot of places in the New World that I haven't set foot in, Captain? Why did we give up the wonderful New World and go to the first half of the Grand Line instead? The ghost Jin was a little puzzled. Of course, there are also other crew members who are also puzzled by Rosen's decision. Especially Cavendish and Yamato. They managed to get the title of Supernova, and now all of them have a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys. Now they are all big names in New World. He is about to flex his muscles again and make a name for himself in the New World. Who knows? Rosen decided to go to the first half of the Grand Line at this time. There are still too few people. Rosen shook his head slowly. 07. There are a few people. It is still necessary to recruit them on board. After all, our next enemy isn't just the 4 emperors. Rosen's gaze, looking in the direction of Redline, sparkles in his eyes. I really can't imagine that there will be any powerful guy worthy of our recruitment in the first half of the Grand Line. Cavendish looked disdainful. Let's take a walk around the Fishmen Island first. The time is almost ripe, Rosen said slowly. The Fishmen Island? Everyone was surprised when they heard his words. As for Mrs. Shirley, who had been silent all this time, her eyes lit up. She vaguely guessed what kind of target crew Rosen was looking for. Captain, look, advertisement, the world government seems to be making a big move. At this moment, the villain Leo suddenly ran over with a newspaper. Everyone was attracted by his voice. Could it be that Marine has a new move against us? The ghost agent smiled playfully. Oh, there's movement again? Izzy leaned over curiously. After a few glances, it was full of disappointment. What, it's not about us. After finishing speaking, she casually returned the newspaper to the villain Leo, pouted. What the hell is this, Firefist, Ace? Worthy of the front page headlines of his arrest. Izzy had a look of disapproval on his face. I thought the news report was about their mythical beast pirates again. That's right, what is an ace? Hey wait, you're talking about Firefist, Ace? Has that guy been arrested? Cavendish was stunned and looked at Eyes in disbelief. Look for yourself. Am I going to lie to you? What? You know that guy? Izzy pouted at the newspaper in the villain Leo's hand. Well, I don't know him, but I have heard of his name. Cavendish nodded. Who is this Ace? Kazuki Hiyori also leaned over curiously. Don't you all know the name of Firefist, Ace? Cavendish felt a little incredible. After all, these guys are from the New World, so they don't even know about Firefist Ace. Advertisement, that's the person on that man's boat. Isn't it strange not to know? So what is the origin of this Ace? Garrett also came over. He is a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, the second captain. If I remember correctly, it was also a supernova who rose to fame 2 years ago. It's just that I don't know why, I suddenly joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became the second captain. At this point Mrs. Shirley spoke. The crew members on the deck were still discussing about Ace's arrest. Whitebeard? In order to get more 10 consecutive draws? It's really embarrassing to be robbed of the limelight by Ace. After all, that man is a world-renowned man in the 703 world. Blackbeard hands Ace to the world government, which will trigger a huge change in the world. The Fishmen Island has long been under the care of the Whitebeard Pirates. Firefist Ace was arrested, which must have something to do with Blackbeard. As soon as Whitebeard was mentioned, everyone suddenly realized. But this matter, after all, is none of our business. That guy seems to be one of the 4 emperors of New World. Rosen, who was lying on the beach chair, had a new idea at this time. They can definitely take advantage of this opportunity to swipe another wave of bounties. Therefore, the residents of these islands of course know these things. Yeah, I heard that he is the strongest man in the world, and the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates was captured. It's really big news. At that time, Marine will take advantage of this opportunity to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace to attract the Whitebeard pirates to attack Marineford. At this time, Rosen's idea is also very simple. This incident can be said to be the beginning of Summit War. 235 Public Execution, Red Hair's Movement. Rosen's idea was simple and unadorned. Now that we already know that the Summit War is about to happen, of course we have to take advantage of such a good opportunity to earn a wave of bounties. In addition, he also has a small goal, the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, he wants to challenge that man. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air, Kaido of the Beasts has been defeated by himself. Now Rosen has inherited the title of the strongest creature. But that wasn't enough for him, because he hasn't competed with the strongest man in the world yet. The strongest man in the world, Rosen also has that title. The ship sailed quietly on the sea. The crew members were chatting, and Rosen was lying on the beach chair at this time. The previous incident had increased the bounty offered by members of their entire mythical beast pirates. Especially for Rosen himself, Shaw's bounty has soared to 4 billion Baileys. This allowed him to get 10 consecutive draw opportunities many times. The thoughts in my mind turned and I opened the system panel. Beast Pirates. Captain. Rosen, Cat Fruit Phantom Beast White Tiger Form. Vice Captain. Yamato, Dog Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, Oguchi True God Form. Combatant. Cavendish, Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Kunpeng Form. Lookout. Garrett, Tutu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Lunar Jade Rabbit Form. Making Yakushi. Afra, Human Fruit Phantom Beast Seraphim Form. Advertisement Archaeologist. Kazuki Hiyori, Bird Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, 5-colored Peacock Form. Sniper. Izzy, Human Fruit, Phantom Beast, 6-eared Macaque Form. Pirate Ship. Divine Beast Xuanwu, Total Members, 15. Total Bounty. 9.08 billion Baileys, 58 draws have been made, 32 draws are available. There are currently 32 chances of 10 consecutive draws. Rosen intends to recruit new crew members to build the Ocean Core, but he hasn't found a suitable target yet. So there is no rush to draw the lottery now. Anyway, the probability of getting top quality props in the lottery is relatively low, and most of them are for some pills or something. There are many more of these gadgets in the backpack. And as for the elixir, you will get more through Afra's research in the future. Rosen intends to save the number of lottery draws first, and wait until the accumulation reaches a certain level, and then there will be a big wave. During this period of time, it is better to accumulate European energy for yourself first. After turning off the system panel, he took out the rest of the body refining pills in his backpack and distributed them to the crew members on the deck. After several months of body training, every crew member of the Beast Pirates now has the strength to be their own. But Summit War gathered all the best of Marine, and there are Whitebeard pirates, 7 warlords of the sea and others involved. So his crew needs to get even stronger before heading to Marineford. The news that Fire Fist Ace was captured by Marine quickly spread all over the world. This of course caused shock on all sides. New World. Because of the news that Rosen's Beast Pirates made trouble in Total Land and Captain Rosen personally defeated Kaido of the Beasts, he was worried that the outside world would undergo terrible changes. Advertisement saw the red-haired Shanks hurry back to sea with his crew. Boss, as you expected, something big happened in the outside world. But this time it's not about the Beast Pirates. Legilu gnawed on the chicken leg and brought over the latest newspaper. The second captain of the Whitebeard Regiment, Fire Fist Ace, was captured by Blackbeard, Marshall. D. Teach and handed over to him. Now Marine has announced that Ace will be publicly executed in Marineford. Hearing such news, Shanks was shocked and frowned deeply. Blackbeard, he narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help reaching out to touch his left eye. The 3 scratch marks on the left eye began to ache again at this moment. Boss, you were right, you tried to stop Whitebeard and let him call Ace back, but the old guy didn't listen to your persuasion at all. Now something has happened. Usopp left and took a sip of his wine. They followed Shanks to Whitebeard, trying to get Whitebeard to stop Ace from going to Blackbeard. It's a pity that Mono's, Whitebeard's stubborn old man didn't listen to their boss's persuasion. Otherwise, it would not cause such a thing to happen. Fire Fist Ace is about to be publicly executed, and that guy Whitebeard will be very furious when he hears the news. A world-class war is probably inevitable. Ben Beckman followed suit. You don't need to do much guesswork to know, with Whitebeard's character, coupled with such a powerful strength. It is absolutely impossible for him to sit back and watch Naval Headquarters publicly execute his own captain's army. If something like that were allowed to happen, Whitebeard's face would be lost. There is no need to mix in the sea in the future. 236 Big Mom Stand. New World, Toto Land Kingdom. Cake Island that was destroyed just now because of the big battle between Kaido and Rosen. Now, with the concerted efforts of all members of the Big Mom pirate group, it has been quickly rebuilt. At this time, in the newly built palace in the shape of a luxurious cake. Ha. 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 Charlotte Linlin was making bows with her left and right hands, stuffing the dessert into her mouth, chewing it. After recovering from the coma, she has not stopped eating. Mother. You'd better look at this. Katakuri came in from the outside, holding a newspaper in his hand. Huh? Well, Katakuri, have you forgotten the rules? I don't want to be disturbed by anyone while I'm eating. Charlotte and Linlin looked a little unhappy. Fortunately, this is her most trusted son, so she didn't care too much about it. I'm sorry to disturb your appetite, Mom, but it's about what the Whitebeard pirates are doing. Katakuri half kneeled on the ground. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin stopped eating, and her eyes fell on the newspaper in Katakuri's hand. Whitebeard? Well, 293. Well, that old guy isn't dead yet? What did the newspaper say? She reached out and wiped her clothes, and took the newspaper in Katakuri's hand. After just a few glances, he laughed again. Well. That old B********** D Whitebeard is trash, even the captain under him is such a trash. Marine was caught and executed publicly. Well. But because of this matter, are you here to disturb my mother and me to eat, Katakuri? Charlotte Linlin closed her smile, and her eyes became very sharp and cold. I'm not interested in Whitebeard's movements now. Is there any news about the beast pirates? Advertisement. That B******** D boy dare to make my world like this, I will never spare him. And that B****** D Kaido. These two hateful bastards, if I let my mother find out their whereabouts, I must not let them go. After speaking, Charlotte Linlin glared at Katakuri angrily, then grabbed the food on the table beside him and started to eat again. Mom, we got the exact news that Marine publicly executed Ace, and all members of the Whitebeard regiment are dispatched, planning to go to Naval Headquarters Marineford to start a frontal battle. And Rosen and his beast pirates seem to be very interested in this matter. They're heading towards the first half of the Grand Line now. That's why I took the liberty of bothering you, mother. Katakuri explained. As soon as she heard that Rosen and his pirate group were going to Marineford, Charlotte Linlin really became interested. You said those guys from the Beast Pirates actually planned to go to Naval Headquarters to join in the fun? Well, I can't understand that kid Rosen now. Given such a good opportunity, he didn't take advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' dispatch to snatch Whitebeard's territory, but instead attacked Naval Headquarters? It's really interesting, Mom, do we want to? Katakuri hesitated to speak. Charlotte glanced down at him from Linlin's eyes. The most important thing for us now is to rebuild the nations first. Reconsolidate your strength. Marineford's elite collection, with the participation of the Whitebeard pirates and 7 warlords of the sea. Rosen may not get any benefits by running to join in the fun at this time. Maybe he'll have to suffer. At a time like this, there's no need for us to fight again. Observe first, and wait until the victory and defeat are determined by their forces, and it will not be too late for us to clean up the mess. Well. After laughing, Charlotte tearing, AHCG, Ling began to eat and drink again. I think the same as you, Mom. Katakuri nodded, but did not leave. Seeing that he was still standing there silently, Xuanwu Linlin turned to look at him. Is there anything else? It's about Kaido. Advertisement, any word on that B****** D Kaido's whereabouts? Not yet. Since the battle with Rosen, he seems to have disappeared from the world. The people of the Beast's pirates can't find him anywhere, and our intelligence personnel also failed to find Kaido's whereabouts. However, Rosen has raided Kaido's lair and freed Wano before heading to Marineford. There is a lot of sea stone, and the casting skills of the craftsmen there are also world-class. According to the information obtained before, Kaido holds a historical text road sign in his hand. Mom, I was wondering, should we take this opportunity to attack Wano? Even if we don't get the historical text signpost stone, there are other benefits for us to capture Wano. Katakuri's eyes sparkled. Before Wano was controlled by Kaido, but now Kaido has been defeated by Rosen and disappeared. Wano only has some weak defense right now. It is indeed a very good opportunity to attack them now. Since Wano was liberated by Rosen, the road sign stele of the historical text must have been taken away by that kid. Thinking of this incident, Charlotte Linlin's heart was full of anger. Because the road sign stele in his hand was also stolen by Rosen. She suppressed her anger and clenched her fists. For the sake of Wano sea stone and casting technology, there is no need to make trouble now. After we get rid of the beast pirates and get back all the signpost texts, it won't be too late to slowly concoct Wano. So the most important thing now is to closely monitor the movements of Marineford. Especially pay attention to those bastards of the beast pirates. Once the casualties of the warring parties are confirmed, it is our best chance to take action. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleamed fiercely. Rosen took the initiative to participate in the upcoming war in Marineford, and she was delighted to hear it. They just need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At that time, no matter whether the kid fights with the Whitebeard regiment or confronts Marine head-on, there will definitely be casualties. And his own Big Mom pirate group can reap the benefits of the fishermen. I see, you are the most considerate mother. I'm going to give the order right now. After Katakuri finished listening, he couldn't help but nodded in agreement. With that said, he turned and hurried away. Rosen. Well, this time, let me see how you escape. 237 The Battle of the World begins, 3 days later. 10,000 meters deep sea, the Fishmen Island. Because the divine beast Xuanwu has overcome the curse of seawater, it can sail in the deep sea without coating. We're going to the Fishmen Island again soon. Will we stop there, Rosen? Yamato came to Rosen's side, sat down carelessly and asked. She has lived on land all her life, and rarely sees the situation under the sea. I still like the Fishmen Island very much. We don't have time to waste, just pass it on directly, there is no need to stay. Rosen closed his eyes and meditated. The summit war is about to begin, and there's no need to deal with the Fishmen Island just yet. It will take several days to sail from the Fishmen Island to naval headquarters. Must get to Marineford first. He has begun to look forward to it now, those Marines have seen his expression. At the same time, Rosen is also very much looking forward to playing against the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He wants to tell the world through the live broadcast of Marine, who is the strongest man in the world. And just before Rosen's beast pirates entered the deep sea. About half an hour ago, dozens of huge pirate ships have already passed through the hidden submarine route, heading from New World to the first half of the Grand Line. These ships are of course the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, and more than 40 affiliated pirates under Whitebeard. On the huge Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in a chair with his IV drip closed and his eyes closed. Advertisement beside him stood the first captain and ship doctor, Phoenix, Marco. Marco. Where are we now? Whitebeard gradually woke up from a half-asleep state, and asked in a deep voice. Dad, we just passed the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island, Whitebeard opened his eyes and looked out into the dark water beyond the boat. The huge sea kings hiding in the darkness seemed to know the prestige of the man in front of them, and after a few glances from a distance, they quickly avoided. Ace, my dear son, father, I will definitely take you back. Marco. Send the order, no matter what happens, don't linger, go forward at full speed. Whitebeard clenched his fist lightly, and let it go quickly. After regaining consciousness, besides thinking of rushing to Marineford to rescue Ace as soon as possible, the first thing he did was drink. Dad, drink less, your body. Marco was very worried. Now Whitebeard's health is getting worse and worse, although he is already on a drip, he still insists on drinking a large barrel of wine every day. This gave him a great headache. Section UU paragraph mark U. What's the point of just having a drink? Advertisement. Whitebeard boldly grabbed the barrel beside him, and directly raised his head and took a few big gulps. 0. Seeking flowers. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Malindo. The corridor on the Naval Headquarters main building. Sengoku folded his arms and looked down at the busy Marineford Plaza in the distance. Although it has been deployed for more than a month in advance. But today, Marines are still arriving in Marineford one after another. These are all the elite Marines that were dispatched urgently from all over the world. 0. Including Marineford's original strength, the defense strength of the entire Naval Headquarters has reached as many as 100,000. Family transfer work in Marineford, isn't it done yet? He asked the adjutant beside him. Marshal Sengoku, Kuzan Admiral, has personally directed and arranged the work, and the current overall transfer progress has reached 9%. The remaining family members can all be transferred to emergency shelters within tomorrow at the latest. The adjutant reported respectfully. Tell Aokiji that all Marine family members must be moved to a safe place before the Whitebeard pirates arrive. There must be no mistakes, Sengoku ordered in a deep voice. The safety of Marine's family members is related to the morale of every Marine. They must have no worries before they can serve Marine wholeheartedly. If the target is the Whitebeard pirates, there must be no mistakes in. 238 Attack, Naval Headquarters, blue blue, blue blue. At this time, in the office behind him, the voice of a phone bug came. Sengoku turned and walked into the office, grabbing the phone bug that was on the desk. I am Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku. The surveillance ship we just sent out to monitor the movements of the Whitebeard pirates was sunk again. Didn't get any useful information. Hearing such news, Sengoku's face sank, and he clenched his fist slightly. He has heard too much of this kind of thing. In the future, if there is no useful information, there is no need to call. Marshal of the 257 country, I do have other information to report to you. The phone bug said hurriedly. It's about the beast pirates. Rosen. Sengoku stared. That's what he's worried about. Blackbeard handed Ace to Marine, and since deciding to use Ace to clean up Whitebeard, Sengoku has been worried about the movement of the monster pirates. Even for this reason, several teams of surveillance ships were sent to look for traces of the beast pirates. But there has been no definite news. Now, I actually got the movement of the beast pirates. Are they still in New World? Sengoku asked hastily. According to the information obtained by our surveillance ship, Rosen's beast pirate group has left New World. Advertisement, they seem to be going to the first half of the Grand Line. Mr. Sengoku, after our intelligence analysis and judgment, we believe that Rosen is likely to go to Marineford. Sengoku's face instantly became darker. I know the news. Pay close attention to the movements of the other 4 emperors in New World. Once there is any disturbance, Ma Shan must report to me personally, understand? Yes. Call. Hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku took a few breaths. There was a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. The more you worry about something, the easier it is for something to happen. This Rosen, does he want to be the second Luke's? He squinted his eyes, thinking about something quickly in his mind. Kaido and Rosen disappeared after the war, and intelligence personnel from all parties have not found his whereabouts. Live or die, no one knows. As for 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, although she is still staying in Cake Island, it is difficult to draw conclusions as to whether she will take any action. Whitebeard takes all the pirates under his command to declare war on Marine. It already made Marine feel very stressed. Now there is an extra Rosen in the beast pirates. This makes the problem even more difficult. With the current combat power prepared by Naval Headquarters, 100,000 elite Marines may not be enough to deal with such a situation. Sengoku thought, picked up the phone bug, and dialed a number. Cross the red line from the depths. Advertisement. After another 4 days of sailing, Rosen and his monster pirates finally arrived at the location of Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Wow, is this Naval Headquarters? It really looks very grand. No wonder those guys usually show off their might in the sea. Cavendish stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the distance ahead and exclaiming. What stood in front of him at this moment was an incomparably huge gate with a height of more than 100 meters. The second is that Marine discovered that the door of justice was opened illegally, and now it is closed again. Now in Marineford, there is a high probability that war has already begun. The Marine logo is clearly engraved on it. This is the beginning of their real fame. Glancing at the closed door of justice, Rosen murmured to himself. After all, the frontal invasion of Naval Headquarters Marineford has only been done by one person since it was recorded, if the Whitebeard pirates are not counted so far. And it was a little later than originally planned. His words made Rosen, who was resting on the deck with his eyes closed, open his eyes slightly. Rosen said nothing, slowly closed his eyes and continued to doze off. 4.3, HMPH, no matter how much you show off your power, those guys are beaten to pieces by us. In the past few days, she has expressed her desire to fight more than once. A mere breakthrough may not be able to stop his own footsteps. This time directly invade Naval Headquarters, let's show off, it's exciting to think about it. But either way it doesn't matter, they arrived in time. Blackbeard hasn't come to Marineford yet, there are only 2 cases of being closed. At a time like this, the door of justice should have been opened by the people of Blackbeard. Yamato grunted and waved the mace in his hand, looking eager to try. 239 break the gate of justice. By the way, this door is really huge. How can we climb over it or open it? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you can push it away. Garrot looked up curiously at the huge gate in the distance, feeling a little overwhelmed. This should be the legendary Gate of Justice. The first important line of defense before entering various violent institutions of the world government, such as Import Prison, Enies Lobby or Marineford. It is said that it was built using sea stone. The purpose is to prevent pirates from attacking. Cavendish explained. Hearing what he said, everyone turned their heads and looked over. It looks really indestructible. Aren't we not going to be able to get into Marineford, according to you, narcissist? Yamato said with a smirk. I don't believe this door is so powerful, watch me break it with a hammer. As she spoke, she picked up the mace. The strength of the whole body was agitated, standing on the deck ready to go. Everyone on board knows that she is extremely strong, and her strength is strong enough to rival Kaido. Seeing that 07 Yamato was eager to attack the Gate of Justice, they all stood aside to watch the show. Be careful, don't flash your old waist, the ghost Jin laughed. When Yamato heard this, he gave him a hard look. Look back to the door of justice ahead. As the ship got closer and closer to the strong and huge lock gate, Yamato's face gradually became serious. Shout. Look closely, it's really bigger than it is in the distance. Drink. She swung the mace in her hand, and the thunder flashed on her body instantly, and the purple-black thunder condensed on the mace, making a crackling, lightning sound. This movement also attracted Rosen's attention. He sat up leisurely from the recliner, watching Yamato's actions with amusement. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato aimed at the Gate of Justice ahead with his mace. Leaping forward, he jumped high, and with an extremely fierce thunderous 8 trigrams, he slammed towards the 100-meter high Gate of Justice in front of him. The wind and thunder are stirring, the sky is dark and the earth is dark. Boom! The terrifying purple-black thunder fell on the Gate of Justice. But strangely, like a mud cow entering the sea, the thunder was quickly absorbed by the entire huge gate. Not only did he fail to destroy the gate, he couldn't even leave a trace on it. Advertisement. Yamato was a little surprised. The faces of the others also changed slightly. Haha, I knew it would be like this. It is said that it is made of sea stone, and it is specially prepared to defend against the invasion of pirates with devil fruit ability. Cavendish shook his head and smiled. Hateful. Yamato gritted his teeth unwillingly, rolled up his sleeves and turned the mace again. This time she planned to use all her strength to deal a severe blow to the broken door in front of her. The purple-black thunder and lightning light bloomed from the whole body, and armament hockey was also used at the same time. The mace in his hand once again triggered the sky thunder, entangled with the purple-black thunder and armament hockey. Boom! She slammed onto the huge gate in front with a stick again, exuding earth-shattering power. The violent gangster raged across the sea in an instant. The dark clouds in the entire sky were also completely blown away at this moment. Even the gigantic Gate of Justice, which seemed indestructible, shook slightly. But that's all. This movement lasted for a while, then completely stopped. Above the Gate of Justice, there is only a small hole missing from the thunder of Yamato's 8 trigrams. If you don't observe it closely, you can't even see it clearly. It is still standing in front of everyone, blocking the progress of the Xuanwu. Let me try it. Seeing that Yamato hit with all his strength, Cavendish couldn't shake the door in front of him, and Cavendish felt a little itchy. The other people on the boat also started to get serious, and they all planned to fight against this gate. And at this moment, behind the door of justice, on the main square of Marineford, fierce fighting is erupting. As Rosen expected, the Whitebeard pirates arrive and engage Marine in an all-out confrontation. Just at this time, there was a huge commotion from the direction of the Gate of Justice. Of course, this movement was also noticed by the people on their side. Marshal Sengoku. The Gate of Justice has been attacked by a gang of pirates. Pirates? On the execution platform, Sengoku, who was silently watching the battle with folded arms, was slightly startled. Who is here? He asked in a deep voice. Looks like, it's the Mythical Beast Pirates. Advertisement. The Mythical Beast Pirates? Sengoku's heart sank completely, and his face became much more dignified at this moment. That kid Rosen? He really came to join in the fun. Garp on the side also became serious when he heard Sengoku's words. At this time the battle in Marineford was going to a fever pitch. Whitebeard took action himself and destroyed the entire Marineford. And his subordinates even went to the main square, and now they're having a fierce confrontation with Marine's elite. Facing the strongest man in the world, the Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters are obviously not enough to completely resist. And even his own grandson, Luffy, came here to join in the fun. Now Garp is very entangled in his heart. Just when he had the most headache, another Rosen appeared. That guy is more tricky than others. If even he got involved, the battle scale of Naval Headquarters today would probably fall to the side of those pirates. Let Kizaru and Aokiji both deal with Rosen, Sengoku. While Garp was proposing, his eyes remained calm and he looked towards Luffy who was running towards the execution platform in the distance, and took a look. I thought in my heart, as for Lu 433 Fei, let me deal with it. Hearing Garp's proposal, Sengoku didn't say anything. The Gate of Justice is our Marine's first line of defense, impenetrable. Sengoku sighed silently inwardly, and finally responded to Garp in a deep voice. Crane Vice Admiral patted Garp on the shoulder lightly. Take it easy, Garp. Beside the two Marine Admirals, there was still an empty seat. In this world, no one has been able to destroy that line of defense from the front. In the town of Rog, the park dogs were defeated by Rosen himself. I also sighed silently in my heart. I hope so, she thought. Not only lost to Rosen, but Sakazuki also lost an arm. His eyes only glanced at Bluzolino and Kuzan under the execution platform. As long as we can guard the opening mechanism of the gate, Rosen and his beast pirate group can only be blocked outside the Gate of Justice. Originally, that seat should have belonged to another admiral of naval headquarters, Akainu, Sakazuki. Now he is recuperating in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, unable to participate in the battle, which directly leads to the lack of Marineford's top combat power. It's absolutely impossible for them to come in. Now is not the time to send out Aokiji and Bluzolino. It's a pity that Sakazuki didn't obey his order at the beginning, and tracked and attacked the beast pirates without authorization. But even if Sakazuki is still here today, I am afraid that his combat power will be greatly reduced. 240 The immemorial 10 Fiends, the might of the Skyhorn Ant. The crew on the divine beast Xuanwu saw that Yamato's full blow could not shake the Gate of Justice, and only left a small dent on its surface. At this time, Cavendish also stood up, eager to try. Let me show you how powerful the world's top swordsmanship can be. Cavendish took out his weapon and locked his eyes on the door of justice ahead. He observed Yamato's shot just now, and he wasn't just watching the excitement. Instead, it was analyzing the effect of Yamato's attack on the damage done to the Gate of Justice. To put it simply, although Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams are very powerful, they are not the strongest among single-target attacks. Compared with his precise and superb swordsmanship, Thunder 8 trigrams may be more suitable for large-scale attacks. That's not to say Yamato's Thundering 8 trigrams aren't powerful enough. It's just that it's used for group attacks, and it can also do the same damage to every target. The power of the whole is dispersed. The Thunder 8 trigrams, which are obviously more suitable for large-scale attacks, can leave traces on the Gate of Justice. Then you only need to concentrate the sword energy on a very small point, such as the dent that Yamato blasted out with the Thunder 8 trigrams just now. If they continue to attack there, they should be able to successfully destroy this seemingly indestructible defense. Mr. Cavendish, let me come first. My power may be able to directly push this gate of heaven open. Just when Cavendish was about to make a move, the villain Leo took the initiative to stand up. Advertisement. Hearing his words, everyone turned their heads to look at him. It is you? That's right, you're so strong, maybe it's really okay. Cavendish nodded and stepped aside. They all know the fruit ability of the villain Leo, which is in the form of insect fruit, phantom beast species, and skyhorn ant. The ultimate of mastery, the power is infinite. With that kind of incomparable power, perhaps it might be possible to directly open the door of justice. Rosen watched their performance with ease throughout. At this time, seeing the villain Leo appear on the stage, he didn't say much. I saw the villain Leo standing on the deck, instantly transformed into one of the ancient 10 evils, a gigantic skyhorn ant. Boom! He used the simplest and rudest way to hit the door of justice directly. In an instant, after a muffled sound of boom, the entire huge Gate of Justice began to tremble slowly. Even the sea surface around the Gate of Justice began to appear turbulent waves. Oh, it can really shake the door of justice. Seeing the power of the villain Leo, who easily shook the door of justice at once, everyone was very surprised. Hey, I haven't really exerted my strength yet. Advertisement. The villain Leo smiled and suddenly retreated a distance. Immediately afterwards, he slammed into the Gate of Justice again. It was true that he did not use real strength just now, but simply tried it out. But this time, the villain Leo used about 10% of his strength to hit the door of justice. Skyhorn Ant, one of the ancient 10 evils, possesses the power of ultimate. Although it is only 10% of the power, it is no small matter. Under this collision, there was an extremely huge explosion, and the Gate of Justice, which gave people a sense of indestructibility just now, turned into a foam bean. When it was bumped lightly by the villain Leo, it shattered and fell apart. The entire door was completely opened. Hey, successful, Manuahao. The villain Leo got rid of the Skyhorn Ant form. It turns out that Seastone is not omnipotent. Yes, in the face of absolute power, even the gates made by Seastone can be destroyed. Skyhorn Ant really deserves to be the ultimate of power, it really is very powerful. Look, the sea area ahead has become very strange. As the Gate of Justice was smashed head-on, Rosen's ship followed the current and entered the calm belt ahead. Soon the people on board discovered the abnormality here. 241 Arrival, Marineford. Mr. Sengoku. The Gate of Justice has been destroyed. The enemy has broken into the calm belt. I repeat, Rosen's beast pirates have used violence to destroy the Gate of Justice from the front, and are currently breaking into the calm belt. They are heading to Marineford. The phone bug in Sengoku's hands suddenly sounded a rush of sirens. At this time, the battle in the Marineford Plaza just happened to be at its most intense. Whitebeard single-handedly wiped out the tens of thousands of marine elites blocking the way in the entire square. Even Vice Admiral of the Titan clan couldn't resist him at all. Sengoku was about to send Pluzalino and Kuzan to intercept Whitebeard when he heard the news unexpectedly. His heart sank suddenly. Rosen and his group can destroy the Door of Justice from the front? Crane Vice Admiral was very surprised. This kind of thing has never happened since the scientists of Marine researched the powerful defensive weapon of the Gate of Justice. I'm afraid Whitebeard doesn't have that kind of power either. He can destroy the Gate of Justice from the front. Garp also finds things a little unbelievable. What is this Rosen trying to do? Is he really planning to go to war with Marine? Are you here to support the Whitebeard regiment? They shouldn't have a lot to do with each other? 923. Damn B********. D. Did the beast pirates also run over? At such a time, these pirates are really assholes. Damn it. The beast pirates. I heard that they destroyed the Gate of Justice from the front. They are coming. Stronger enemies. Since Sengoku had just used the phone bug in his hand before, he announced Ace's true identity to the Marine officers and soldiers in the audience. And in front of the live broadcast camera, announced the decision to publicly execute Ace. At this moment, the sound of the phone bug in his hand has not been turned off. Almost everyone in the entire Marineford Plaza heard the report just now made by the soldiers in the monitoring room. This news was like a blockbuster, and it immediately set off a turbulent wave among the crowd. For a moment, everyone was shocked by the news and their heads were buzzing, and they were at a loss. Advertisement. Who is Rosen? I'm afraid there is no one in this world who doesn't know. Less than a year after going to sea, he has already defeated Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu, Sakazuki consecutively, breaking one of the opponent's arms. Crusade against 7 warlords of the sea, beheading multiple powerful opponents, Abba, forced the world government to recruit new 7 warlords of the sea. Later, in New World, he directly challenged 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin alone. After defeating Charlotte Linlin, he defeated 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts successively. In the face of the pursuit of the 2 admirals in Marine with dozens of warships, they can still escape unscathed. Such a peerless murderer actually came to Marineford now? The news spread like a ripple. The battle in the entire Marineford Plaza has temporarily stopped. Everyone was looking back towards the direction of the sea, looking nervously at the sea surface shrouded in mist. They don't know the purpose of the beast pirates' arrival. At this moment, we can only wait eagerly for the arrival of the Emperor of the Sea who has recently turned the whole world upside down. Kula la la la. That kid Rosen actually ran to Marineford by himself? The juvenile knife in Whitebeard's hand hit the ground, and he turned to face the sea, with a calm and confident smile on his face. He was planning to find some opportunity to have a good look at the famous 5th Emperor. Unexpectedly, Rosen delivered it to the door by himself. The divine beast Xuanwu entered the calm belt along the current. The strings on the ship soon discovered that there was something unusual here. The sea seems to have calmed down. That's right, the sea has no waves at all, and the sea outside the Gate of Justice is completely like 2 worlds. Is it because there is no wind? Well, suddenly the whole world seems to have no airflow at once, and it's so hot that it makes people feel very uncomfortable. On the deck, everyone looked curiously at the peaceful scene around them and chatted endlessly. This is the famous calm belt. The sea under our feet is probably filled with countless superstar sea kings. Mrs. Shirley, who is a Murloc, explained with a smile. Calm belt, does it mean that ordinary ships can no longer sail when they enter here? Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori asked curiously. She has lived in Wano-kuni since she was a child. If she hadn't met Rosen and his crew, she might never have the chance to leave that place in her life. Therefore, I really don't know much about the outside world. You were right. The most important thing for ordinary boats to sail is the wind. If there is no wind, it is almost impossible to move an inch in the calm belt. This is Naval Headquarters' second barrier to the enemies outside. Because after an ordinary ship arrives here, if it loses its power, it will easily be attacked by giant sea kings wandering on the sea surface. It can be said that it is the same as the end of a narrow escape. At this time, Cavendish stood up again to popularize science for everyone. After speaking, he gave Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato a wink. There are a lot of guys in the square. That old man with a big knife is Whitebeard, right? That's really strange. Why are they all looking at us? Fortunately, our ship is the divine beast Xuanwu, so we don't need to worry about losing power. However, the fog on the sea is really big. There is such a big sun tomorrow, but it can still form fog on the sea. In the distance of sight, there is a huge and incomparable marine fortress, and a large number of ships have gathered on the coast at this time. Yamato excitedly waved the mace in his hand. As expected, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. Among them, in addition to the top battleships of Marine, there are also dozens of ships from the Whitebeard pirates. It's Marineford ahead. The divine beast Xuanwu carried everyone quickly through a dense fog on the sea. Hearing everyone's words at this time, the mythical beast Xuanwu raised its huge head, turned around and nodded at them. Everyone said and looked up at the direction of the bow. Looked, however, the two directly ignored his teasing. Hey, is this the third barrier set up by Marine? But after all, we are still in. It seems that Marineford's defense is nothing more than that. P.S. Ask for a full order, ask for an automatic subscription. The ghost Jin looked into the distance and said late. It's a calm belt after all. There's no wind flow, and it's hard for air to circulate. The sea ahead became suddenly clear. 242 and Whitebeard's first meeting. Out, appeared. I saw the target. Is that the mythical beast pirates? It's too far apart, and I can't see the pirate flag on the ship. However, judging from the shape of the ship, it must not be a marine battleship. Is Rosen coming? That peerless murderer. I heard that after defeating Kaido, he has inherited the title of the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. How fierce is this guy? Is it the strongest creature? Damn it, it's not here to help the Whitebeard pirates. These sea bastards. Xuanwu passed through the fog on the sea, and was also discovered by everyone on Marineford at the first time. At this time, everyone's mood was extremely tense. On the execution platform, Sengoku was watching with a telescope in his hand. It really is Rosen's beast pirates. He looked at the flag flying on the Xuanwu. His face was very gloomy. But unlike other Marines, Sengoku didn't show any panic. Instead, Rosen's monster pirates would come to Marineford to join in the fun, even before he expected it. In order to cope with a possible situation like this one, Sengoku made special preparations. Today, maybe the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates, these two huge threats can be eradicated at the same time. He slowly put down the binoculars, thinking silently in his heart. Kulala la la la, Rosen, you really are here. Whitebeard's eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring straight at the mysterious beast Xuanwu who was approaching constantly. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the group of young people standing on the deck of the Xuanwu. Advertisement: the induction between the strong made Whitebeard lock Rosen at a glance. Whitebeard. Rosen folded her arms and met Whitebeard's gaze from afar. It was as if some kind of force was fighting against it in the air, and suddenly, tiny lightning bolts and bursting sparks appeared on the surface of the sea. Brother Captain, you are not fighting Whitebeard, are you? Seeing such a situation, Ice couldn't help sticking out his tongue and scratching his head. Hey, it seems that old guy Whitebeard really saw you as a strong opponent at first sight, Captain. Cavendish followed suit. Whitebeard, let me fight him first and see who is better. Yamato swung his mace eager to try. You guys are too brave. That man is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. The ghost man Jin's face was full of solemnity. Two cold sweats could not help slipping off his face, and his forehead was covered with black lines. If it wasn't for meeting Rosen, I'm afraid I'm still the captain of a small pirate group in East Blue, and I think that I dominate East Blue. Later, he met Rosen, got the powerful Zone Phantom Beast's Devil Fruit ability, and his strength rose to the ranks of the world's first class by leaps and bounds. But despite this, the ghost man Jin is completely afraid to compare himself with the man Whitebeard. So at this moment, he really couldn't understand why Yamato and others were so confident that they could compete with Whitebeard. Challenging Whitebeard must be done by Mr. Rosen, so I won't participate. I'll take care of the ship. 0, seeking flowers. Anyone who dares to rush up and try to destroy the divine beast Xuanwu, I will beat them all into the air. Advertisement: the villain Leo waved his fist and directly stated that he did not want to disembark to participate in the war. Me too. Squirrel Nurse Afra subconsciously glanced at Rosen. She had meant to say disembark and go to battle. After all, his own fruit ability is a seraphim, very powerful. But seeing Rosen's gaze, she didn't seem to agree with her own thoughts. In the end, Afra changed her words. I also hope to stay on the boat and cheer for you. Her words made Rosen smile in satisfaction. As a Yakushi, Rosen doesn't want Afra to participate in the summit war. In case something goes wrong, it will affect my plan. So it's better to let her stay on the ship. Under the absolute defense protection of the divine beast Xuanwu, it is absolutely impossible for these crew members to be in any danger. Huh? We haven't landed yet, you're just like this? Why don't you get off the boat and have fun? This is the legendary naval headquarters Marineford. Almost all the elite Marines from all over the world are here. There are so many strong Marines, I really want to beat them all one by one. Yamato rolled up his sleeves and kept waving the mace, already showing an expression of eagerness. As for Whitebeard, it's okay to let you Rosen, but you have to leave the others to me. She glanced at Rosen. Rosen stepped on the bow, her sharp eyes still fixed on Whitebeard. 243 Phoenix vs Deco True God. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Marineford Plaza, Rosen's beast pirates had already arrived at the shore. The members of the Whitebeard pirates naturally became vigilant. After all, on the sea, the opponents and enemies of pirates are not only marine, but pirates from other pirate groups may also be enemies. They had almost no intersection with Rosen and the beast pirates before. So in the hearts of Marco and others, they don't think that the beast pirates are here to help them. Naturally, there is no need to talk about the marine aspect. Marshal Sengoku has dispatched troops many times to try to encircle and suppress the beast pirates, arresting every member headed by Rosen. It's a pity that every time they returned without success, and even exhausted marines suffered heavy losses. At this time, every marine naturally aimed the weapon in their hands at the members of the 077 bandit group. Kula la la la. Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed. Old man, I heard that a 5th Royal Regiment appeared on the sea recently, and the leader's name is Rosen. Is that you, kid? He stared at Rosen, who had landed and stood on the bow of the divine beast Xuanwu, looking towards him. Whitebeard. In front of everyone, Rosen jumped to the shore. Shua. More than a dozen figures immediately surrounded Whitebeard and stopped in front of Whitebeard, looking at Rosen vigilantly. These people are all the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates. Rosen, what are you going to do when you come to Marineford? The first team captain Marco stared at Rosen vigilantly and asked. Rosen just glanced at Marco lightly, ignoring the other party's obstruction. Step by step, he walked towards Whitebeard carelessly. An astonishing aura was naturally released from his body, which shocked everyone around him. Even strong men like Marco, Diamond Jazzy, and Foil Vista unconsciously felt a sense of restlessness. As if no matter how he defended, he couldn't stop Rosen's shot. And farther away, Marines Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and Commodore all looked dignified. However, they saw that Rosen's target didn't seem to be themselves, so they were relieved. Advertisement, of course, everyone's expression is still full of vigilance, not daring to relax in the slightest. I came here today to fight with you. Rosen pulled the distance between the two parties to about 50 meters, and finally revealed his purpose. Among the 3 admirals in naval headquarters, apart from Paluzolino, who has not played against him yet, Kuzan and Sakazuki have basically played against each other. Although those people are very powerful, they are not their opponents. Here, there are only 3 powerhouses who can really arouse Rosen's interest. Whitebeard was definitely the first. Then there are the 2 legends of Marine, Sengoku and Garp. As the strongest man in the world, the first person Rosen wanted to challenge was Bai Huji. Kula la 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 la. Hearing Rosen's direct challenge, Whitebeard burst out laughing. As for the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone showed expressions of surprise and anger. They had long expected Rosen and the beast pirates to come in bad ways. But unexpectedly, they really came for the Whitebeard pirates. And it's up to Whitebeard. Rosen, father is not something you can challenge if you want to, let me play with you first. At this moment, Marco stood up on his own initiative, stood in front of Whitebeard, and said to Rosen. The purpose of their coming here today is to rescue Ace. Now there are a full 100,000 marine elites around. Whitebeard must not be stopped by Rosen here. Otherwise, today they Whitebeard group, I'm afraid they won't be able to finish eating. You? Rosen glanced at Marco. This person is the fruit ability user in the form of Zoan, Bird Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Phoenix. It is also a kind of Phantom Beast, and it is undeniable that Phoenix has a very famous name and is also very powerful. But Marco wanted to wrestle with himself, which was a little bit less interesting. Advertisement, however, if Marco is willing to join his own beast pirate group, he can consider it. Let me fight him, Rosen, fighting is my favorite. Yamato jumped out of the boat and came to Rosen's side. Hearing Yamato's challenge, Marco turned his head and glanced at her, with a hint of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. Phoenix is also a phantom beast, right? Today let's see whether your Phoenix is stronger, or my big mouth god is stronger. Yamato said while rolling up his sleeves. In that case, then I'll come and play with you. Marco waved his hand to stop Diamond Joe's next to him from continuing, and took a few steps forward with his arms folded. It's no wonder that this mythical beast pirate group can rapidly soar from unknown to an average bounty of more than 1 billion in such a short period of time. It really has something. The movements are simple and rough, yet powerful and heavy. Come. Taking advantage of Yamato and Marco's hands-on opportunity, Whitebeard and his crew also took the opportunity to observe the combat effectiveness of the crew of the monster pirates. Yamato immediately took a stance. Stop joking. What nonsense are you talking about? Captain Marco is a cadre who has followed Dad for 30 years. A powerful existence that has experienced many battles. The two started fighting like this, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. That woman's offensive is really fierce. Captain Marco seems to be struggling to cope. Yeah. I didn't expect that an unremarkable crew member could fight back and forth with Captain Marco. Marco's eyes were fixed, and he turned sideways to avoid it. Yamato immediately changed his volley, changing the mace into a sweep and smashing it towards the opponent's chest. Not even Captain Marco can't beat that woman? If all members of the Beast Pirates have this level of 3.0, it won't be surprising that Rosen can be promoted to the 5th Emperor of the New World. It should be. It is impossible for every crew member to be this strong. This woman named Yamato, I heard that she is the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts. It is not surprising that she has such strength. That's right, Captain Marco is a phoenix, how could he lose to a woman? Kaido's daughter? No wonder, the rest of the crew were probably not so powerful? Everyone was a little surprised by the powerful strength displayed by Yamato. Immediately afterwards, without saying a word, Gao Gao swung the mace in his hand, and directly smashed it at the opposite Marco. 244 The three-party melee is off the charts. Huh. Rosen's beast pirates came at the right time, I didn't expect them to come to find the Whitebeard's bad luck. That's right, that's it, let them fight each other, dog eats dog, then we can sit back and enjoy the fruits of victory. Hey, this Phoenix Marco is now restrained by the cadres of the beast pirates, it's better for the others to fight quickly. Fight quickly. Save us Marine from having to spread our forces to deal with the cadres of the Whitebeard regiment. Why doesn't that be ******* Rosen start a fight with Whitebeard? Damn it, hurry up. It's better if the two of them play each other so we can get both Whitebeard and Rosen without breaking a sweat. Marine really won today, he. While the members of the Whitebeard pirates were worried about Marco, the Marine soldiers in the distance had already started a mocking mode of gloating. Although 07 and their voices were very low, some of them still reached the ears of the beast pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Damn bastards. These Marines are despicable. Don't be impulsive, Joes. Let's see what's going on first. That's right, we don't need to go to war with the beast pirates now. Seeing Marco's attack, Diamond Joes, who was planning to stand up and challenge one of the members of the beast pirates, was stopped by Foil Vista. None of them wanted Marine's trick to succeed. At this time, everyone on the divine beast Xuanwu had the same idea. Seeing that the Marines actually planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, trying to use the beast pirates to clean up the Whitebeard pirates. Cavendish on the Xuanwu immediately couldn't sit still. These guys seem to like to watch the excitement, are they in a hurry? Hey, Ah Jin, let's go down and play too. Cavendish turned his head to look at the ghost agent and said with a smile. Obviously, as a pirate, when he faced Marine and other pirates as potential opponents at the same time, he would naturally choose Marine as his first opponent. Compared to the executives of the Whitebeard regiment, although I want to fight them. Advertisement, but I plan to compete with the strong Marines first. Speaking of which, the nobleman agent had already stepped on the bow of the boat, stepped hard, and jumped into the Marine team in the distance. As his figure flew out, two figures followed immediately behind him. Those two figures are exactly Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus. Let's go and have fun too. Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus followed akin with smiles and came to the sky above Marineford. Seeing the three of them appearing at the same time, the Marine soldiers who were gloating just now were dumbfounded. Boom. Lousy's name is Ajin, a combatant of the beast pirates. Which one of you will come out and fight me? The ghost Ah Jin looked at the tens of thousands of Marine soldiers in front of him, and asked coldly with fierce eyes. I am Thundercloud Zeus. I am Prometheus the sun. Which of you will fight me? Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus also spoke in unison, imitating Ajin's tone to provoke the Marine soldiers. Looking at the white cloud in the sky and the little sun like a fireball, the Marine soldiers were a little confused. Are these two also members of Rosen's beast pirates? I've never seen them before. New recruits. But what are they? A cloud and a little sun. It doesn't look like they have much fighting power, let me kill them. Boom. A Marine soldier raised the weapon in his hand and fired a shot at Thundercloud Zeus in the sky. However, his purpose was not achieved. Advertisement. The bullet passed through Lion Zeus's body easily, without causing any damage to it. Boom. Thundercloud Zeus, who was attacked, angrily sent down a thunderbolt, directly blasting the Marine soldier into a skeleton. Seeing his companion being attacked, another Marine immediately stood up, gnashing his teeth viciously. Damn B***********. D. How dare you fight back? He looked at a cannon over his shoulder, which was much more powerful than the musket just now. Launched with a bang, blasted a rocket launcher at Lion Zeus. Thundercloud Zeus easily dodged the incoming cannon with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he immediately released his own attack, counter-attacking the Marine soldier who attacked him with lightning and thunder. It also chopped him 380 degrees away and made him burnt. Be careful. Don't act rashly. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stood out from the crowd and warned his subordinates with a sullen face. He looked up at the Thundercloud Zeus and the Sun Prometheus in the sky, his eyes became very solemn. If I'm not mistaken, these two things are not ordinary clouds and flames. They should be homies created by Big Mom, Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus. As a Marine Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider has of course heard about the characteristics of Big Mom Charlotte and Linlin's moves. I have also heard about these homies. It's just that he didn't expect that homies, who was supposed to belong to Charlotte Linlin, turned out to be a member of Rosen's beast pirates. This is really off the charts. What? It's actually Big Moms. Hearing that they were the subordinates of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the surrounding Marine soldiers suddenly became more vigilant, and did not dare to attack Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus. 245 The power of shock fruit, Marineford collapses. You are supposed to be one of the executives of the Krieg pirate group that used to rampage in East Blue, right? The Ghost Spider withdrew its gaze and looked at the Ghost Agent. I'm now a crew member of the Mythical Beast Pirates. Ah Jin replied coldly. It doesn't matter. It's all pirates anyway. No matter which pirate group you are in, I will arrest you with my own hands. The Ghost Spider folded its arms and snorted coldly. So, you want to play with me? The ghost Jin grinned, showing a ferocious expression. Without saying a word, he jumped up and attacked the ghost spider like an extremely agile monkey. Mr. Rockwell, won't you come down with the others? It looks really fun. Eyes looked at Ajin, who had already started fighting with Marine, and turned to look at Rockwell beside him. At the same time, click, to load his bullet. His bullet has unlimited bullets, and as a sniper of the beast pirates, he can attack the enemy from a long distance. So there is no need to disembark and fight at this time. As long as you aim at the target here, you can hit whichever you want. Rockwell shook his head upon hearing this. No, it's enough for them to make trouble, I'll play by ear. But as he spoke, Rockwell's eyes were attracted by several huge figures in the distance. He frowned and didn't speak, but his eyes kept looking at those huge figures, and he showed an expression of interest. Whitebeard looked away from the battle between Yamato and Marco. He was also secretly surprised by the earth-shattering fight between the two sides. Quite surprised by Yamato's strength. At the same time, it also made Whitebeard realize the strength of the beast pirates. Advertisement. He looked back at Rosen. Kulala la 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 la. You kid, you really seem to have some skills. It's actually possible to recruit so many powerful crew members. Old man, I accept your challenge, but today I have more important things to solve. After these things are resolved, I will have a good fight with you. Kulala la la la. Whitebeard's words are equivalent to giving orders to Diamond Josie, Foil Vista and others. The implication is that there is no need to further conflict with the beast pirates for the time being. The main target is still Marine. Wait until you save Ace from Marine before thinking about anything else. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Diamond Chowsy and others were all refreshed. How long will your business take to deal with? Rosen sat down on the head of the mythical beast Xuanwu leisurely. Inadvertently glanced at the execution platform in the distance. There, Ace is kneeling in Seastone's handcuffs and shackles. Standing beside him is the Marine Marshal Sengoku and the hero Vice Admiral Garp. Rosen knew what Whitebeard said to deal with was to save Ace. He has no interest in participating in this matter. After all, Ace has nothing to do with him. Of course, he didn't intend to stop Whitebeard's actions. I don't have the patience to wait too long. He flicked his legs lightly and said calmly. Kula la la la. Old man, I can't wait to fight with you. Whitebeard laughed and turned around, fisting around with his right fist. The air and the ground vibrated in an instant. Advertisement, boom. He punched the tens of thousands of Marines blocking the way ahead. The earth cracked and the sky was torn apart. The power of shock fruit is transmitted to every enemy on the battlefield instantly through the medium of air and earth. The slightly weaker Marine soldiers fell to the ground after being shocked by Whitebeard's punch, and some of them were even directly sent flying. Most of Marine's powerful existences such as Commodore and Rear Admiral are also somewhat unable to completely resist the power of this punch. Even a small part of Vice Admiral was almost affected by Whitebeard's punch. It can be seen that the strongest man in the world really deserves his reputation. Tens of thousands of pirates behind him immediately yelled and followed him, rushing towards the execution platform. Of course, Whitebeard's punch was obviously for Rosen to see. At this time, Rosen was still sitting leisurely on the head of the mythical beast Xuanwu, dangling his legs. As for his purpose, of course it is to make big news. But Rosen doesn't care about that. After all, Morgans himself is the bird fruit albatross ability C. Give it to me. Bring me back the ace. It goes without saying that these albatrosses must be one of the kings of the New World's dark underground, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Big news, Morgans sent over. Kula la la la. Whitebeard waved his arms. And above Marineford, the area where any flying objects were originally forbidden to stay, at this time, many albatrosses came from nowhere. The flames of war were rekindled. Denuo Jiao. The entire Marineford instantly burst into battle, and the flames of war rose to the sky. Little ones. If he had a whim, he could also destroy the entire Marineford. Rosen himself has the same means. P.S. Ask for a full order, ask for an automatic subscription. The battle that had been suspended for a short time just because of the arrival of Rosen and the Beast Pirates finally started again at this moment. At the same time, the videophone bug deployed around Marineford also started to operate again, transmitting every shot that happened here to the big screen of Sabadi Archipelago in all directions without dead ends. 246 Sparkling Fruit versus Shock Fruit. The large square below has turned into a terrifying battlefield again. Whitebeard is sweeping the quartet, beating a large number of Marines' middle and low-level soldiers into a mess. Even several Vice Admirals from Marine tried to block his footsteps but were easily repelled. In just a few minutes, Whitebeard pushed the entire battle line forward by more than 300 meters, and was still sweeping all blocking enemies at a very fast speed. It was getting closer and closer to the execution platform. At this time, Sengoku and Garp's attention was almost all on Rosen. This guy Rosen, is he not going to make a move? Garp stared at Rosen in the distance, frowning hesitantly. Perusalino. Kuzan. Sengoku watched as Whitebeard re-entered the fray like a mad beast, almost unstoppable. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the Marine officers and soldiers suffered a large number of casualties again. He immediately shouted at Kizaru and Aokiji who were waiting under the execution platform. Those two people didn't need him to say more, they were already ready to wait. With 2 swishes, he left his seat and disappeared in place. The next second, they all appeared in front of Whitebeard at the same time. I'm here to play with you, Whitebeard. Paluzolino raised his hand to Whitebeard and it was a golden laser. Advertisement. It was Whitebeard's heart that was aimed at. When Whitebeard sensed the danger, and withdrew the saber in his hand, and easily blocked the opponent's fatal blow. Kulala la la la, is it finally your boy's turn? But you alone can't stop me, Kizaru. Whitebeard was full of pride, laughed loudly, and slashed towards Paluzolino's body with a knife. The top-level armament hockey wrapped around the blade, instantly chopping Paluzolino's body into a large piece of golden light, which dissipated in the air. At the same time, Kuzan unleashed a swath of the puck on Whitebeard. Swish swish swish. Seeing Kuzan's puck was about to hit Whitebeard, freezing his body to limit the opponent's movement. At this moment, several sword chi pierced through the air, easily blocking all of Kuzan's pucks. Kuzan turned his head to look at the other party and found that it was the Foil Vesta of the Whitebeard pirates. Let me be your opponent. Foil Vista stood with his sword horizontally, grinning at AHFG Kuzan. But at this moment, Kuzan's figure disappeared from his sight. The original body turned into an afterimage on the spot. And Kuzan's body appeared quietly behind Foil Vista, formed by a burst of icy cold breath. Advertisement. At the same time, an extra sharp ice blade appeared in Kuzan's hand. Foil Vista smiled solemnly, and took the initiative to attack Jun Zan again. But now Kuzan, the Marine Admiral, must be restrained to prevent the other party and Paluzolino from joining forces to deal with Papa Whitebeard. Logia's abilities are really troublesome. It's not that simple. Ask for full order, ask for automatic subscription. Snort. The sword in Vista's hand stabs down, blocking the opponent's deadly sneak attack. P.S. Ask for a full order, ask for an automatic subscription. The sword in his left hand stabs back at the same time. The combination of the two Marine Admirals, no one in this world can stop it. With a sound of ding, the tip of the sword seemed to have pierced a wall. Foil Vista swept across with his sword, cutting off the Iceman in front of him. Kuzan's Iceman body, which was cut off by him, quickly recovered at this time, without any substantial damage at all. When he looked back, it turned out that Kuzan had transformed into a giant Iceman. When, he knew that there was still some strength gap between himself and Marine Admiral. But at the same time, he himself did not continue to chase Kuzan, but jumped back more than 10 meters to distance himself from his opponent. He was merciless, and without a sound, he pointed the ice blade at the lower rib of the Foil Vista and stabbed it down. 247 Challenge Hawkeye? The world's best pressure? With the participation of Paluzolino and Kuzan in the battle, the Whitebeard pirates' unstoppable offensive was blocked by these two admirals in just such a short time. For a while, the two sides fell into a fierce close combat. The Whitebeard pirates couldn't move forward even half a step. Of course, even though Marine has a numerical advantage, it cannot gain much of an advantage in the face of the enemy's crazy attack in a short period of time. Huh. So boring. Rosen looked at the stalemate in front of him and yawned. It's making my hands itchy. He looked around boredly. With a glance, I saw an interesting figure standing on the left side of Melindo Square. Although there is also a combat area, it has not been affected by the battle at this time. Because the guys standing there are the foreign aid Marine invited over, the 7 warlords of the sea, set up by the world government. These guys are usually notorious in the sea, but they are also powerful pirates. At this time, except for that guy Blackbeard who disappeared, the rest of the people who should come have come. The most attractive thing is, of course, the lean man with a cross on his back, a cowboy hat, and a mustache. Dracul Mahawk, nicknamed Hawkeye, advertisement. He has always been considered by the world to be the #1 swordsman in the world. The strength is naturally extremely powerful. Even the 4 emperors, who dominate the new world, may not dare to take it lightly when they encounter this one. #1 in the world. Rosen's eyes lit up. He came to Marineford today. What is he doing here? Of course it is to challenge all the worlds first. Increasing the bounty or something is just a matter of passing by. At this time, Eagle Eye, Mahawk did not participate in the battle. He's watching Whitebeard. And when Rosen's eyes shot at that guy, the other party immediately noticed it, and responded with a sharp gaze like a falcon. The incomparably sharp gaze, like an eagle, brings a strong sense of oppression to everyone, so that everyone who sees it dare not look at it. As if you could kill someone just by looking at them. Hence the name, Hawkeye. Rosen stood up and flexed his muscles. As the 5th emperor, who has caused a lot of noise in the sea recently, the bounty offered is already comparable to that of the 4 emperors, in a short period of time. Rosen naturally received a lot of attention all the time on the battlefield. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Advertisement at this time, his every move immediately aroused the vigilance of most of the Marines and pirates in the audience. Hey, look everyone, that kid Rosen has stood up. What is he going to do? Is Rosen going to make a move? That guy, the strongest creature in the world. Is he targeting us? Damn, he won't even end up fighting? No, it's not us, he's watching. Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman? Hey, does Rosen want to challenge Mahawk? That guy. If I remember correctly, he is not good at swordsmanship, right? Even that man dares to challenge him. I feel like there's going to be a good show to watch. Following Rosen's gaze, everyone soon saw Hawkeye, Mahawk, who was looking at Rosen. For a time, everyone was both shocked and excited. The contest between the world's top powerhouses is not something to watch at any time. What's more, Rosen's target is not them. Of course it's not a big deal to watch the fun. 247 The world is going to be destroyed. Emergency shelter away from naval headquarters, Sabaody Archipelago. A large number of world nobles, marine family members, and natives of the Sabaody Archipelago gathered in the open space. There were also journalists from various news agencies. The big screen here is broadcasting the ongoing war at naval headquarters Marineford. Because of the signal delay of the live phone bug, the information that people here get at this time is only about Whitebeard's invasion of Marineford with dozens of pirate ships. The live feed even went down for a moment as Whitebeard battled Marineford's marine. May 20th is horrible. What the hell happened to Marineford? Why did the signal suddenly go out? What's going on? Are you still letting people see it? Hurry up and deal with it, you Marines? Can you please watch the battle? Damn bastards, deal with it quickly. Cut. Are you missing the best scene? That's Whitebeard. It's outrageous for us to wait here for so long, you guys. Can you deal with it? If you can't, go and call your chief over here, maid. Because the nobles of the world who could not watch the live broadcast, as well as the family members of the top marines, all of them were very irritable and dissatisfied at the moment. Especially celestial dragons. They even have snacks and drinks ready, just waiting to see Whitebeard invade Marineford. The result is that you can't watch it because the signal is interrupted? Who can accept this? I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't deal with the signal problem quickly, I'll deal with you. Advertisement. A celestial dragon looms high above, draws his weapon and points it at the worker repairing the screen. ZZZZ, the worker trembled when he heard the threat. But in the face of such a scene, the surrounding audience was completely indifferent. What everyone is more concerned about is when can we see the live broadcast. As for whether the worker is dead or alive, no one cares. Isn't it alright? It's been a minute and a half? Even though only about 10 seconds had passed, the celestial dragons shouted impatiently. Okay, my lord. The screen is restored. HMPH, you trash, you have kept me waiting for so long. At this moment, the live broadcast signal suddenly recovered. The moment the big screen was turned on again, it attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone looked up at the screen subconsciously, and no one cared about the gunshot. At this time, they discovered that a figure appeared on all the screens at the same time. It was a man standing on the head of a huge turtle, stretching his waist and smiling kindly. It looks like it is harmless to humans and animals. But when people saw the man's face, everyone was stunned. The emotion of fear is spreading rapidly. Hey, look, that man, isn't he the guy named Rosen? Advertisement, Rosen. Is that the captain of the mythical beast pirates whose crew has an average bounty of more than 1 billion? 5 Emperors Rosen defeated Kaido of the beast's new, world's strongest creature. How did he appear in Marineford? Hey, that guy is. If the beast pirates team up with the Whitebeard pirates, even Marine can't stop it. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Look at the pirate flag behind that guy, isn't it the pirate flag of the beast pirates? He wears a cowboy hat, has a mustache on his face, and carries a weapon like a huge cross on his back. It was as if his heart had already jumped into his throat. Is the world going to end? Damn it, it's like the plague is spreading. The moment people saw Rosen's face, various emotions such as fear, awe, panic, etc. spread rapidly among the crowd. That is his famous sword, the big black sword, Yi. Damn it. Even such a peerless murderer has gone to Marineford. What will this world be like? Mythical beast Rosen. Why did he go to naval headquarters? Is it difficult? Does he plan to join the war? P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. And as everyone discussed 1.2 in horror, the picture on the big screen of the live broadcast suddenly moved slowly. Soon, the camera of the live broadcast was fixed in front of another figure. You can't read it wrong, right? Why did the beast pirates appear in Marineford? For a while, everyone became more nervous. Hey, the situation looks bad. Now, what's going on? It was the figure of a lean man. 249 Battle, the world's #1 swordsman. There's no mistake. That guy, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Mahawk. Hawkeye? What does that mean? Is that guy Rosen going to take on Hawkeye? Eagle Eye belongs to one of the 7 warlords of the sea, under the world government. This time, it was invited by Marine and arrived in Marineford as reinforcements. Damn. If you say that, Rosen is indeed planning to go to Marineford to deal with Marine. Rosen wants to challenge the world's #1 swordsman. God Beast, Rosen vs. the world's greatest swordsman. Tell me who will win. This will definitely be an epic battle. Damn it, to be able to see such a scene, it's really worth it this time. Hey, brats, pay attention to 07 and protect the live phone bug. If you lose the signal again, be careful and kill you. The emotions of the audience suddenly and inexplicably changed from Beijing, Yuan, and fear. After seeing that Rosen was going to challenge the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, they all showed expressions of anticipation. Some nobles have even started placing bets. This small group of so-called nobles completely regard this top-level war that may be related to the life and death of the world as one of their entertainment methods. Of course, most of the rest of the people in the shelter are relatively normal. Looking at Rosen on the big screen at this time, they still felt nervous. Rosen challenged the world's #1 swordsman. It would be fine if he lost. In case he wins. I can't even imagine how the result of that kind of battle will affect the world. That guy, he was the strongest creature who defeated Kaido. If it was him, the world would really be destroyed. Damn it. These guys are still thinking about being here. Damn it. Marineford. Advertisement. Rosen's simple act of standing up not only attracted the attention of most of the marines and pirates. At this moment, even Sengoku, Garp and others on the execution platform became somewhat vigilant. Is he going to challenge that man? The guy who does his own way, huh? Sengoku looked over to one of the Shichibukai in the distance, Eagle Eye, Mihawk. I thought that if it was that man, he should be able to give Rosen a little pressure. Kula la la la. Whitebeard forced Bluzolino back with his sword, and then sent another Marine Rear Admiral flying from the left who was trying to attack him from the left. Turn around and look in Rosen's direction. There was a sharp light in his eyes. This kid, before fighting me, is he planning to challenge other people? Is he so confident in his own strength? Whitebeard was secretly surprised. But the more powerful the opponent is, the more it can arouse Whitebeard's competitive heart. Kula la la la. He punched the air again, and white cracks spread along the air towards Bluzolino. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle again. Mihawk's eyes just rolled slightly, and he glanced in Whitebeard's direction. Suddenly, there was an extra figure in front of him. He turned his head in astonishment and found that Rosen had come in front of him. So fast, in such a split second, he actually seized the opportunity. Advertisement. Although the two seemed to be just looking at each other, they didn't actually fight each other. But since just now, they have actually been looking for flaws in each other. Am I being too careless? Hawkeye Mihawk quickly set off a wave of inner turmoil. Let Rosen clean them up. In an instant, there was a sensation in the audience. Come and fight with me. Those two people are actually going to fight. Didn't they agree to challenge Whitebeard? Fight Hawkeye first, then Whitebeard. Almost for a moment, most of the shots of live phone bugs that were not arranged in advance in the entire Marineford were all focused on this direction by 960 degrees. He looked at each other with a smile, and formally challenged the world's #1 swordsman. While Mihawk was shocked, Rosen spoke. HMPH, the guys from Shichibukai, are not good guys either. Although they said they came to support us, they haven't made a move until now. They're just paddling there. Hey, the world's #1 swordsman. Sure enough, the challenge is officially launched. It was only at this moment that he really realized how powerful this world-renowned man, the captain of the Beast Pirates, was. I really hope that Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, can directly kill that kid Rosen. This will save a lot of trouble, but that kind of thing should be impossible. That's right. Let Eagle Eye and Rosen fight first, let that kid consume his energy first, and it will be much easier to deal with him later. If Rosen wanted to attack himself for such a small act of distraction just now, it would be very difficult to stop it. Hey, Rosen, he's really going to challenge the world's #1 swordsman. It's best for those two guys to fight one and lose both, hee. The camera zooms in and focuses on the faces of Rosen and Mihawk. 250 the strongest creature versus the #1 swordsman. If it's you, it's really worth the shot. Hawkeye Mihawk seemed deaf to the discussions and exclamations around him. All his attention at this time was focused on Rosen. His eyes didn't dare to drift anymore. Then don't talk nonsense, let's do it. Rosen smirked, and without saying a word, he slapped the doctor with his paw at Kai Hawk. This paw is only a test. It looks unremarkable, and even has a very casual feeling. But Rosen is now an extraordinary body, and the strength of his physical body has become so strong that ordinary people can't imagine. Even if it is such an understatement of a claw, it also possesses terrifying power. I saw him swiping his paw, and immediately compressed the air to form a white force visible to the naked eye. The sharp air blade is one step ahead of his claws, launching a deadly attack towards the opponent. Shua. Hawkeye Mihawk's reaction was like lightning, and the big black knife, Yi, had come to his hands at some point. There was a crisp sound of, ding. Da Hei Dao Yi, one of the 12 masters of the Supreme Sword, naturally easily blocked Rosen's claw attack. But that terrifying force wasn't cancelled out just like that. It passed along Mihawk's big black sword knight to the opponent's body, and passed through Mihawk's body to the ground under his feet. Boom. The ground suddenly sank beneath Mihawk's feet. A pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared directly on the solid ground. Cracks like spider webs quickly spread around, and the dust raised by the airwaves formed a circle visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. This kid has such strong physical strength. Mihawk was taken aback. Although he has already made mental preparations in advance, he has a high estimate of Rosen's strength. But I still didn't expect that Meidao would be so strong with a casual paw from the opponent. Is this the strength of the captain of the Beast Pirates, the man whose bounty soared from 0 to 4 billion in just 1 year? Sure enough, he is indeed the 5th emperor of the New World. Hawkeye Mihawk's gaze became more serious than ever before. He finally felt his blood boil. Rosen is definitely a long-lost opponent who can make him extremely serious. Okay, so fast. What just happened? Those two, did they fight? I didn't see how they shot at all. Is this the strongest creature in the world, and the strength of the world's #1 swordsman? The shooting speed is really too fast. In the entire Marineford Plaza, countless pairs of eyes are watching the battle between Rosen and Hawkeye. But for most of them, only the confrontation between Rosen and Mihawk is in their minds. Then in the next shot, Mihawk was seen holding a big black sword in front of him. Then, out of nowhere, the ground beneath Mihawk's feet collapsed. As if being bombarded by some force. Some people are not clear about what happened just now. Because Rosen and Mihawk's shots are too fast, at this time, not only ordinary marine officers and soldiers, but also the cadres of the Whitebeard regiment were shocked. Even Kuzan and Garp, the real top players who had fought against Rosen, felt a little unbelievable at this time. Advertisement, Rosen, this kid, seems to be stronger than before. I didn't make a serious move just now, but to be able to possess such speed and strength is simply a monster. Garp's tone became very serious. He could tell at a glance that Rosen was much stronger than before. Even at this time, Garp had a vague worry in his heart. I am afraid that Rosen at this moment has far surpassed rocks in strength. If you fight alone, few people in this world can suppress that guy. In less than half a month, has it grown again? Is this guy human? Kuzan squinted too. He had chased Rosen and the rest of the monster pirates in New World before, and he had just fought against Rosen not long ago. Although Rosen was already very strong at that time, it must not be to the level it is now. In less than half a month, it was obvious that Rosen in front of him was more aggressive than before. It can be said that that guy's gestures are full of amazing destructive power, Nuo's Jiao. This kind of physical fitness is simply a monster. I can't imagine how terrifying and powerful Rosen would be if he shot with all his strength. I'm afraid Marineford will be destroyed in an instant. The physical strength that can defeat Kaido of the Beasts, is this the strongest creature of the new era? Young people nowadays are really good, but scared, oh. Paluzolino resumed his mantra. None of them knew that during the time from New World to Marineford, Rosen had been taking his body refining pill. One body refining pill for 3 days, which made his already extremely strong physical fitness to a higher level. 251 The Emperor's Assistant Contest, the undead flames broke out. Kula la la la. Really has some skills. Whitebeard, who was also observing Rosen, his eyes became sharper than ever at this moment. At this moment, he already knew that Rosen would become his strongest opponent besides Garp on the Marineford battlefield today. It's even possible that that kid is more threatening to him than Garp. Even this old man can feel his blood boiling, the long-lost fighting impulse and desire. Whitebeard clenched his fists. Ever since he got the title of World's Strongest Man, Dahai Heishang has not had many opponents who can make him so excited. It's a pity he doesn't have the time to compete with Rosen right now. Otherwise, you will definitely have a very good fight with that kid. He clenched the knife in his hand, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the execution platform. Just when everyone's attention was focused on Rosen and Mihawk, there was a sudden turmoil between heaven and earth. Boom. 300. Thunder 8 trigrams. Accompanied by the sound of Jiao, the entire sky flashed and thundered in an instant, and purple-black lightning crossed the sky and landed on the green figure. Immediately afterwards, a figure braving blue flames fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Boom. Advertisement: the terrifying force of the fall caused the figure to smash the ground into a big hole. This huge movement immediately attracted the attention of some people. At this time, everyone realized that there are strong people fighting in other battlefields. It's just that Yamato and Marco were fighting in the sky just now, and they were far away from the ground, so the movement was relatively small. And everyone's attention was attracted by Rosen, so they didn't pay much attention. It now appears that the two have, AHDG, briefly decided the outcome. After seeing clearly the target that fell on the ground, the crowd in the big square immediately boiled. It fell from a high altitude in an instant. Ordinary people would die at that height. That's the first captain of the Whitebeard regiment, Phoenix, Marco. He can't beat the deputy captain of the Beast Pirates? As expected of the villain of the Beast Pirates, that guy is Kaido's daughter. Yeah, I heard that she helped Rosen fight against the Beast's pirates in New World, and even fought with her father, Kaido of the Beasts. What a filial daughter. Dared to fight Kaido head on, and she is still alive and kicking, which is enough to show that this woman is very powerful. No wonder even Phoenix is not that woman's opponent. Look at their weapons and you'll know. This woman is just like Kaido. She's definitely a violent person. Like father, like daughter. Shout. Marine seems to be facing a tricky guy again today. Captain Marco. Are you okay? Hello, Marco? How are you? Don't worry. Captain Marco isn't that easy to defeat. If you simply compare strength, he may not be able to compare with Kaido's daughter, but he is a phoenix. Advertisement: yes, Captain Marco will never be defeated like this. Although I said that, after all, it was dropped from such a high altitude, ordinary people can't bear it at all. Look, Captain Marco is standing up. Ahem. Marco, in the form of a phoenix, coughed twice. His whole body was wrapped in green regeneration flames, and he got up from the ruins. He wiped off the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and raised his head to look up at Yamato, who had transformed into the form of Deguchi God. As everyone guessed, although Marco is inferior to Yamato in terms of strength, he has the power of the phoenix of the Zoan phantom beast species. Not only does he have the same defense as Yamato, Zoan is so strong that ordinary people can't imagine. Moreover, it possesses a powerful healing power that even Yamato cannot match. As long as it is not fatally injured, the power of the phoenix can be recovered quickly. Even Marco can use his fruit ability to heal the group. It can be called Xiaoqiang of immune to death. Originally, Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams just now did not cause too serious damage to him. At this time, the flame of regeneration on Marco's body quickly healed the injury he had just received. The price is to consume part of his physical strength. This guy. The strength is really too strong, as expected of the monster Kaido's daughter. Marco looked at Yamato in the sky, talking to himself with some fear. 252 The shocking slash. Yamato frowned. She doesn't like people saying that she is Kaido's daughter in front of her. Because this status does not make Yamato feel very proud. At this moment, she just glanced at Marco. Instead of continuing to pursue, she turned to Rosen. If you can't beat that guy, tell me, and I'll clean him up for you. She swung her huge mace and pointed at Mihawk. Purple-black thunder and lightning twined around his body instantly. The mighty Haki caused strong winds in the world. I said, don't be too greedy, Yamato, isn't your opponent, Phoenix, Marco. Oni Akin looked up at Yamato and laughed. The battle between him and the ghost spider was interrupted by the noise made by Yamato. If it wasn't for this, I am afraid that the winner has already been decided between the two of them now. Oh, that man is so boring, anyone who wants to fight him can fight. Yamato pouted. Marco no longer interested her anymore. At this time, like Rosen, what she wants to challenge is the world's #1 swordsman. Of course, this is not to say that Marco is not strong enough, so he was rejected by Yamato. It's because the guy's skin is too thick. He hit him head on with Thunder 8 trigrams, but he couldn't decide. Advertisement. This ability to resist beating is much stronger than most phantom beasts. Yamato knew that if he continued to fight with Marco, it would be difficult for the two to tell the winner if there was no 10 days or 8 days. It would be boring for her to fight for such a long time. What she likes is the kind of target that she can fly with a stick. It's like playing football, it's cool to fight like that. Marco, it seems that you are no longer an opponent in the eyes of others. Foil Vista came over at this time and patted him on the shoulder. Doesn't it feel good to be left out? Marco on the ground heard this and laughed playfully. When he looked up at Yamato, his eyes became very deep. I have to say, the members of the Beast Pirates are really strong. He sighed. If the Mythical Beast Pirates insist on having trouble with their Whitebeard group today, they will be in trouble. So now Marco does not plan to fight Yamato again for the time being. He has also learned how powerful that woman is. Speaking of which, if you really want to fight seriously, you two may have to fight for several days before you can really decide the winner. 17. Beasta said again. Yeah, although I really want to continue fighting with her. But our goal today is not to fight to the death with the Beast Pirates. Marco nodded. While the two were talking, another figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight like a ghost. Advertisement, Pirate Prince, Cavendish. Cavendish has been watching the game before, looking for opponents who want to challenge. Zero seeing the match between Rosen and Mihawk at this time, I finally couldn't hold back anymore. Yamato swung his mace at Cavendish, but again, my opponent should be chosen by myself. You've been underestimated. What nonsense are you talking about, narcissist? As a swordsmanship genius, now that he has obtained the power of Kunpeng's extreme speed, Cavendish's comprehensive strength may no longer be inferior to Hawkeye Mihawk. Instantly sparks visible to the naked eye. As the words fell, Hawkeye Mihawk also spoke. The eyes that are as sharp as a falcon reveal a light that seems to be able to kill people. Even if Rosen gives up challenging Hawkeye, that guy won't be able to challenge you. Okay, don't you take me seriously? As a man standing in the strongest position, I welcome every qualified challenger to challenge me at any time. He raised the long sword in his hand towards Rosen. Even the sky and the earth trembled because of it. He slowly raised the big black sword, pointing at Rosen. Two top streams of Haki collided fiercely in the air. Captain, the #1 swordsman in the world, should I be the one to challenge? He squinted his eyes, and turned his eyes from Yamato and Cavendish to Rosen's face. He also released a powerful Haki from his body, crushing Rosen on the opposite side. 253 Big Mom's wrath. Continue. Rosen let out a low cry, didn't say nonsense, and pushed his hands forward fiercely. In an instant, several powerful gusts of wind emerged from the flat ground, sweeping towards Mihawk. The color of the world changed in this instant. The turbulent wind is like a series of invisible but real air blades, crushing the opponent with the attitude of strangling everything. In the midst of flying sand and rocks, Rosen once again turned into a beast, brandishing sharp claws, and launched a new round of attacks on Mihawk. The power of the wind, Mihawk's face was serious. The big black sword turned in Yato's hand, waving sword chi one after another, resisting Rosen's attack. The sound of dang 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 echoed in the sky over Marineford. Boom, boom, 650. The earth continued to collapse because of the fierce confrontation between the two. The Marineford Plaza, which was originally fragmented because of Whitebeard's shock fruit power, was devastated at this moment. The power of Rosen's violent wind was released, forming gray-white terrifying storms between the sky and the earth. Any object within a range of 10 meters, no matter whether it is a rock or an ordinary weapon, will be rolled into pieces in an instant. At this time, in the entire battle circle, only Hawkeye Mihawk and his big black sword Yaya can withstand Rosen's attack. Finally made a serious move. This is too scary. If the two of them fight like this, it will easily sink this place. Leave this place quickly. It will be affected. Retreat. Temporarily retreat. Damn B********D actually made Marineford like this. Hey, come back quickly. If you get too close, you will die if you get sucked in by the turbulent wind blade in the air. Sabadi Archipelago, emergency shelter. The aristocrats of the world who were clamoring to bet on winning or losing just now were all dumbfounded after seeing the match between Rosen and Mihawk. They were all stunned by the attacking power of the two of them across the world with every gesture on the big screen. At this time, no one remembers the bet just now, advertisement. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. That Rosen's strength is too terrifying. With his physical body, he can withstand many attacks from the world's greatest swordsman. Damn it. Is that guy Rosen a monster? What is his body made of so powerful? The defensive power is amazing. The sword energy that could easily cut through the earth, but it fell on Rosen's body without leaving even a trace. Sure enough, he is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. If you can't break through that guy's defense, right now he's invincible? But, damn it, will the eagle-eyed man lose this battle? There was a heavy emotion in the air of the refuge. People had only heard that Rosen was powerful, and even Naval Headquarters Admiral couldn't do anything to that man. But almost all of them have never seen Rosen's skills firsthand. Now, they see it, but it was also frightening, too strong. That is already too much strength beyond their imagination. With his physical body, he could forcibly resist the sword energy of the world's #1 swordsman. This is something that ordinary people dare not even think about. Evacuation crowds in the Sabadi archipelago while watching the live broadcast of the battle in Marineford. New World, Toto Land Kingdom. The top of the Cake Island after the reconstruction of Four Emperors, Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin was also watching the battle through her own special intelligence system, the videophone bug provided by Big News Morgans, one of the 4 Uranus in the Dark World. Well. Damn B*** D. Rosen actually went to Marineford to participate in that battle. And he challenged that guy who did his own way. Well blah blah blah. Let's fight. It's best to fight to the death with several forces, the more intense the fight, the better. In this way, I can enjoy the final fruit of victory. Well. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin was chomping on delicious desserts while pointing fingers at the battle on the big screen. Mom, look. Katakuri beside him reached out and pointed at the big screen. At this moment, one of the shots just turned to the sky, and it captured Zeus, the thundercloud, and Prometheus, the sun, who were unleashing lightning and fire on the marine soldiers. Isn't that your homies? Indeed. How are they still in Marineford? Charlotte Linlin looked at Katakuri suspiciously. He was abducted by that kid Rosen, Katakuri said quietly. Abducted? Damn B*** D. Rosen actually abducted my homies. Damn. I said why my thundercloud Zeus and son Prometheus are gone. Rosen the B*** D. Charlotte Linlin was so angry that she grabbed the dessert next to her and slammed it into her mouth. She fought Rosen, and after she fell into a coma, a memory had been edited by Pudding. 5.1 So after waking up, I didn't notice that the two homies created by me were abducted by Rosen. Now that I saw the picture on the big screen, I finally remembered that it had been a long time since I saw Thundercloud Zeus and son Prometheus. Realizing that her homies was kidnapped by Rosen, Charlotte Linlin's lungs were about to explode. A-hole. Just go ahead and make trouble. All-out war with Marine, Rosen. When the time comes, I'll see how you end up. I will never let you go this time. Well. Muttering to herself with fierce eyes, Charlotte Linlin ate like crazy again. 254 The ultimate cut. Boom. Above the battlefield of Marineford, the wind and thunder were stirring, and the muffled sound spread to every corner. The huge movement caused by the confrontation between the sword energy and the storm formed a terrifying sound wave attack and landed. Whether it's Marine or the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they can't stand it. Damn it. Are those two people planning to destroy this place? Too powerful. This is not a battle between humans at all. Sound waves are stirring in the air, and it feels like the organs in the body have been shattered, and the cells have been shaken so that the walls of the cells are separated. I can't do it. Wow, ear hurts, head hurts. Damn, these two lunatics. Hurry up and run a little further, retreat, hurry up and retreat. What kind of power is this? It can actually cause the resonance of the air, causing harm to everyone around. It doesn't feel much better than Whitebeard, this power. Both are monsters that can destroy the world. Monsters. Facing the fierce battle between Rosen and Mihawk, the marine soldiers and pirates who are not strong enough can't resist the power of the aftermath of the attack. The two hit each other casually, and the sonic attack would have a serious impact on the surrounding targets. As this, the battle between Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, and Rosen, the strongest creature, it's amazing. Marine Vice Admiral Gion Momosagi looked at the two people who were fighting in the distance, her face paled. Even though she has retreated a kilometer away, she still feels the surging wind blades, and when it touches her armed-colored skin, it causes unbearable pain. And the air resonance sound waves formed by those attacks on the bombardment also more or less had a certain impact on Ziyuan jump. The most obvious is the clothes on her body. Marine's robe of justice has been shattered by the turbulent wind blades in the air. She had to retreat farther away like everyone else. If you get too close, even she can't bear the impact. Oh, this Hawkeye Mihawk really has some skills. He can fight Rosen like a commoner? Yamato in the sky ignored the fierce wind blades that were surging. With a mace in his hand, he stared at Mihawk with fiery eyes. After all, he is the #1 swordsman in the world. What a pity, I am not the one who fought against him today. Advertisement Cavendish shook his head with regret on his face and sighed. It would be a very romantic and interesting thing if we could compete with this swordsmanship master in person. He thought to himself, HMPH, you guys, you've underestimated Brother Captain, he hasn't shown his real strength yet. But I have to admit that this man named Hawkeye is really powerful. Eyes on the divine beast Xuanwu nodded his head and talked to himself. Captain Rosen cannot fail. Rockwell smiled confidently. On the execution stand, Sengoku and Garp were also watching the fierce battle between the two. Even their two such powerful beings, standing at such a long distance, could feel the oppressive feeling in the air. Not only does it speed up the blood flow, but also the breathing becomes a little short. Rosen, this kid, has grown to the point where the whole world can't ignore him, Garp. Sengoku rarely gave such an evaluation. It seems that today is really a fierce battle. Garp squeezed his fist. The fierce battle between Rosen and Hawkeye Mahawk, the world was shattered. After going on for more than half an hour, the two finally stopped temporarily. After another reckless fight, both of them stepped back, maintaining a tacit understanding of confrontation at a distance. The warm-up is over. Your strength excites me, Sahawk. As expected of the world's #1 swordsman. Rosen gave the other party a very high evaluation. Hawkeye Mahawk is worthy of the title of the world's #1 swordsman. His strength, especially his attainment in swordsmanship, is indeed very strong. Although today's Rosen is already an extraordinary body, the defense power is far beyond anyone's imagination. Moreover, his strong physique makes every move he makes has terrifying destructive power. But even so, Rosen could barely draw with Hawkeye Mahawk by relying on Conqueror's Haki and top physical skills without using the real power of the White Tiger. Advertisement: it is basically impossible to suppress the opponent. If the fight continues in this situation, I am afraid that the two of them will not have a few days, and it is impossible to really tell the winner. And Rosen has already seen it. At this time, Mahawk still has some reservations, and has not yet exerted his true full strength. The two temporarily stopped their confrontation, also to digest the information they got from each other's testing just now, and prepare for the real fierce battle that will follow. Your strength really surprised me. It's been a long time since I fought with all my strength. You are the second man who really made me go all out. Let me see where your upper limit is. Hawkeye Mahawk held the knife in both hands, and his expression became extremely serious. 507. This is the first time he has used the posture of holding a knife with both hands since the beginning of the battle. Before, he had only been fighting Rosen with a knife in one hand. Seeing Hawkeye's movements, almost all the marine soldiers and pirates in the audience held their breaths. Although I don't understand what the difference is. But everyone knew by now that Mahawk seemed to be about to show his true strength. The most powerful sword in the world, are you coming? Rosen grinned. Mahawk sank secretly in his heart. Another man appeared in his mind. His biggest opponent in this life, one of New World's 4 emperors, Redhead Shanks. So far, among all the strong men he has fought against, the one who can make him feel difficult in terms of swordsmanship is only that man. But even Shanks has never seen his strongest sword. Hawkeye practiced for an unknown amount of time. This sword was originally prepared for Shanks. It is only used to deal with the real strong, and only the real strong are worthy of seeing this move. Through the fight just now, Hawkeye Mahawk determined that Rosen has this qualification. Therefore, he will use this tactic here to deal with Luo Lin. 8MZ-255. Rosen was killed in one hit? I'm looking forward to it. Rosen grinned grimly at Mahawk. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a huge and incomparably huge sword energy soaring into the sky from Hawkeye's hand, across the sky. Immediately afterwards, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. The whole world seems to be shrouded in a kind of ultimate darkness. Among the black clouds in the sky, streaks of black lightning kept falling. That weird vision of heaven and earth is like the end of the world. The fierce and domineering sword energy tore apart the space, and tiny space cracks appeared. At the same time, Uzumaki, a dark energy, seemed to appear on Hawkeye Mahawk. His top-level armament Haki, spinning like flowing black energy, is entwined around his body and his weapon, the supreme sharp knife, Knight. Kulala la la la. Hawkeye, you finally got serious. Whitebeard laughed loudly. As a man who has witnessed the battle between Shanks and Hawkeye, he knows exactly how powerful Mahawk is. The competition with Rosen just now, although it seemed quite dynamic, was extremely intense. Actually, that's not all about Hawkeye, and the next move is the embodiment of his true strength level. At this moment, even Whitebeard couldn't help but look forward to it. Looking forward to seeing what that man does. Rosen, how will you deal with it? Is this your strongest blow? Rosen slowly put away the smile on his face. Advertisement. Looking up at the black super sword energy that traversed the world, he felt a bit of solemnity in his heart. This sword energy is not only powerful, but also can feel the terrifying power from it. Even Rosen felt a mild sense of danger. Even he, the strongest creature, felt the danger, not to mention the others. At this moment, in the Marineford Grand Plaza, everyone's attention was attracted by Mahawk's strongest strike. Okay, what a strong sense of oppression. It's much stronger than the momentum just now, as if I can't even breathe. This is the strongest blow of the world's #1 swordsman? It's too scary. That eagle-eyed man actually created a sense of tearing in the space with just his sword energy. Is that a sign of space tearing? Am I right? Is it the black cracks in the air? I saw those cracks too, it shouldn't be your illusion? You read that right. It's definitely space tearing. It's the same as Whitebeard, the power that can shatter space. Whitebeard can only achieve that effect by using shock fruit. Is Hawkeye already so powerful with the sword energy? What are you talking about? After all, he is also the #1 swordsman in the world. Only when the level of swordsmanship reaches this level is he worthy of that title. It's unbelievably strong. What kind of monsters are these guys? Hey, you guys say, that guy Rosen will be killed. I really hope that he can be dealt with directly by Hawkeye. Yeah, it feels like no one can stop that sword. Here we come. Let's do it. The black sword energy was unprecedented, completely splitting the whole world in an instant, rapidly falling towards Rosen's body. Its speed is as fast as lightning, making it impossible for people to respond in time. On the entire Marineford Square, everyone almost just saw a black light flashing away. Only a very small number of people in the audience could see how the sword energy was emitted by the world's #1 swordsman. But even they could only see a very vague black line. Of all the top powerhouses present, none of them are confident that they can avoid Hawkeye's sword. Even if it is the powerhouses like Bluzelino and Cavendish who are good at speed, and the speed is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, they all have a feeling that they cannot dodge the opponent's attack at this time. Advertisement. It can be said that there is almost no other way to defend against Mihawk's powerful sword except hard resistance. What a speed! Cavendish's eyes widened. I didn't expect this guy's swordsmanship to be so powerful. I'm afraid there is still a little distance between me and him. Oh, narcissist, when did you know how to be humble? Rosen was caught off guard, and was shocked by the sword and fell back. Before the sword energy arrived, the strong wind had already blown everything away. Even the air in the whole world seems to be pushed forward by an invisible supergiant wall. Cavendish pointed with his finger. At this speed, Captain Rosen has no time to dodge. That Rosen guy was actually shot. The sword energy was invisible, and after cutting through the earth, it separated the sea directly, and the abyss fissure extended to the end of the sea. Sure enough, as his voice fell, it was no surprise that the speed of this unprecedented huge sword energy was so fast that even Rosen's storm speed couldn't keep up. The incomparable power came crushing like mountains and seas. That's not self-effacing, you see. Yamato looked at him in surprise. A large number of warships docked by the sea were swept in by the turbulent current. To get Lee, who, in an instant, the earth cracked, and all the dark clouds gathered in the sky were completely smashed into thin air at this moment. There was a muffled boom. It hit Rosen exactly. The entire Marineford battlefield was completely quiet. And the Marineford Square was full of smoke and dust, which completely swallowed Rosen, and his life and death were unknown. 256. A shocking sword. Is the end of the era? That guy Rosen was actually hit? Yamato was in a daze. She didn't even see clearly what happened to the sword just now. In the blink of an eye, Rosen was hit directly. It was so fast that there was no time to react. Hit. Got hit. That guy Rosen is dead. Is he dead? It's amazing. It makes people completely unresponsive. This is the strongest blow of the world's greatest swordsman. Even the strongest creature, Rosen, can't defend this. It's too powerful. Rosen must have been killed, right? I knew that no one could stop this blow. That's not human power anymore. Hawkeye's strength is beyond imagination. The title of the world's #1 swordsman is definitely not in vain. After all, it's that man, and he got to that apex position by relying on his strength. Rosen wasn't really killed, was he? At this moment, the forces of all parties have almost the same reaction. Everyone was stunned by Mihawk's best shot, and speculated about Rosen's fate. 797. Clang. Just when everyone was guessing, Mihawk calmly inserted the big black knife back into the scabbard behind him. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned around and planned to leave. Mihawk's move is tantamount to telling everyone that Rosen has been defeated by him. And he is a winner. He instantly killed the man who had defeated 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts in a row not long ago. The man who easily retreated from the combined attack of the 2 admirals in Marine. The new strongest creature, Hawkeye put his weapon back. Is Rosen really dead? Advertisement. The strongest creature, who once defeated the Kaido of the Beasts with his own hands, the mythical beast Rosen, was defeated like this? No way? No way, although I also want Rosen to lose, but this is just a move. Seriously? That man, the #1 swordsman in the world, is actually so strong? Sure enough, the #1 swordsman in the world is stronger. See? I just said that? You really deserve to be a man with eagle eyes. With his sharp gaze, he is a powerful existence that can make people frightened, and his strength is too powerful. After today, the name of the eagle-eyed man will spread to every corner of the world, right? Yeah, it's a household name. Did Rosen actually fail? The guy who always does his own thing, never thought he would hide such a powerful trick. On the execution platform, Garp also had a dignified expression, quite surprised. At the same time, he sighed secretly. He knew very well how strong Rosen was, especially his terrifying defense and body skills. Even I am ashamed of myself. But Rosen has a weakness, that is he has demon fruit power. Although the phantom beasts are very powerful, they cannot escape the curse of the sea. This is one of the reasons why Garp has insisted on practicing physical skills for many years, but never eats devil fruit. Excessively possessing the power of devil fruit will only make his body dull. Being cursed by the sea to become a sea duck is sometimes a very serious and dangerous weakness for marine. Of course, the same is true for pirates. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye's strength has always been ranked first. AHCA. He's not as strong as any of the admirals at naval headquarters. Sengoku folded his arms and said in a deep voice. But his eyes kept staring at the smoky abyss in the distance. Although the knowledge color can't perceive any breath fluctuations. Advertisement all signs are telling everyone that Rosen was really defeated by Mihawk. Falling into the abyss, life and death are uncertain. But for some reason, Sengoku just felt vaguely uneasy. He is not so optimistic about this kind of thing. After all, he was able to personally defeat 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, 2 New World monsters that were also known for their tough defense. The strength of this mythical beast Rosen is definitely not to be underestimated. It was rare for Paluzolino to stop speaking in his mean tone. When Rosen was seriously injured, he was cursed by the sea and fell into the deep sea. A 3-year-old child can guess the consequences. I didn't expect that man to end his short-lived glory in such a way. This is the law of survival of the sea. No matter how strong Rosen's defense was, Mihawk's sword just now could at least hit him hard. As for the demon fruit power falling into the deep sea, anyone who has been in the sea knows what it means. He probably won't survive. Life is like this, with ups and downs. Even the great pirate who once dominated the world may be killed by a stronger opponent in the next second. Unexpectedly, Rosen fell on the battlefield of Melindo today. He still remembered what Rosen had said to him on that island. In addition, if you fall into the sea, I'm afraid it will be more or less ominous. Even if this Rosen wasn't killed by Hawkeye's sword just now, he must have been seriously injured. Crane Vice Admiral also gave his own opinion at this time. Not to mention, this is the calm belt. Obviously, these top powerhouses all thought that it was impossible for Rosen to survive Hawkeye's sword just now. Kuzan's tone was a little indifferent. There are countless giant sea kings living under the sea. Every sentence is still vivid. .257 That man is back. The discussions all around made Ice's heart extremely heavy, and his face was extremely ugly. He is the 6-eared macaque form of Zoan phantom beast, with a pair of ears that can hear everything. Therefore, the voices of the discussions in the distance are naturally heard clearly. Did you hear the location of Captain Rosen, Izzy? Rockwell asked in a deep voice. Well, Mr. Rockwell, I see no signs of life in the captain's case. Izzy's face was very ugly. He listened carefully, over and over again, for quite a while. Ever since Rosen was hit by Hawkeye Mihawk's sword energy and fell into a crack in the ground, there has been no vitality feedback. In such a situation, there is only one possibility. That is, Rosen was really killed by the opponent. What nonsense are you talking about? Izzy, how could Rosen be defeated so easily? He is the strongest creature in the world. Listen to my old lady again. Yamato flew back when he heard Izawa's words. Rosen should be fine, after all he is so powerful. Even though he said so, Kazuki Hiyori's pretty face also changed a little bit. They thought they had just seen how powerful Mihawk's sword was. They themselves are also Zoan phantom beasts, and they also have strong defense and vitality. But it can be replaced by anyone here. Facing Mihawk just now, I dare not say that I can withstand the power of that sword head on. Damn it. Hawkeye. Cavendish Shufei came back, and seeing everyone's appearance, he lost his usual elegance and calmness for the first time. Projecting a deep hatred in his eyes, he turned his head to look at Mihawk in the distance. Cavendish. Yamato's face darkened completely. This time, let me come to the people. Advertisement. She picked up the mace, turned around without saying a word, and planned to seek Mihawk's misfortune and avenge Rosen. Kulala la la la. Rosen, you won't just be defeated by the eagle-eyed boy. In the audience, almost everyone felt extremely shocked and unbelievable. There was only Whitebeard at this moment, laughing and shouting into the cracked earth ahead. Hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone was shocked, and subconsciously looked at Whitebeard. Immediately afterwards, their gaze followed Whitebeard's gaze to the infinitely extending earth fissure connected to the sea. Whitebeard's loud laughter and the few words he just said caught everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone subconsciously looked at the cracks in the distant earth. At the same time, the powerhouses who have mastered hockey are also trying to use the color of knowledge to perceive the signs of Rosen's existence. Once, twice, 3 times. Sengoku, Garp, Paluzolino and other top players. Marines Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and even Commodore, as well as the cadres of the Whitebeard Regiment, plus every member of the Beast Pirates. At this moment, everyone tried to perceive Rosen's specific location with a feeling of uncertainty. However, they tried again and again, but still found nothing. Like the original. Can't feel anything, which means Rosen is indeed dead. In theory, at least it does. What did the old man mean by what he just said? Hey, have you noticed Rosen's existence? No, nothing was found. I just think that Rosen must have been killed. No one can stop the supreme sword of the world's greatest swordsman. Just now. Damn it, that guy Whitebeard. Did he really find something? Or is he trying to fool us? It's hard to say. After all, we are the strongest men in the world. Our strength is not on the same level as that old guy. Maybe he really discovered Rosen's position. HMPH. Even if Rosen is still alive, so what? That guy is a monster of the demon fruit power. You should be very clear about what happens when you fall into the sea. Well, yes. Although the sea surface of Marineford looks calm, there are a lot of sea kings living under the sea surface. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Ordinary people will encounter unimaginable dangers if they fall into it like this. Demon fruit power is cursed by the sea and cannot swim. This mythical beast Rosen will most likely never come back. The strongest creature, this time, that kid won't dare to say that he is the strongest again. 010602107*0800411321, inside Marine's team, whispered discussions sounded from time to time. Not surprisingly, most of them were gloating and took the opportunity to diss Rosen. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers in Marineford at this moment. On the other hand, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were much quieter. They didn't have much animosity towards Rosen. I just feel sorry and marvel at how powerful Mihawk is. I didn't expect Rosen to be defeated like this. Did Dad really sense something? Marco, do you think Rosen is really alive? I don't know, it's hard to say, but it's Dad after all. He is the strongest man in the world. There is still a big gap between us and Dad. Maybe Dad really can sense Rosen's whereabouts. Marco's eyes looked at the huge abyss fissure in the distance, where the seawater was turbulent, constantly churning and pouring into the abyss. Fortunately, the ships of their Whitebeard regiment were far away, and when the battle started, they had already sailed to a safe place as much as possible. So the impact is very limited at this time. Instead, Marine's warships were swallowed by the abyss one after another. No one knows how deep the crack in the earth is. It was precisely because of this that everyone believed that it was impossible for Rosen to be safe and sound after falling into that kind of place. This has exceeded their imagination. 258 Blackbeard starts to move. Marine is furious. The sword that Hawkeye made just now, you may not be able to block it with all your strength, Marco. Foil Vista's face was extremely serious. The same great swordsman, after witnessing Mihawk's sword skills, Foil Vista felt deeply ashamed. The gap between himself and Hawkeye was really huge. I'm not sure I can take that sword from Hawkeye. Marco shook his head with a wry smile. Known as the Phoenix, he has the devil fruit ability of the Zone Phantom Beast. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as he is not killed on the spot, he can basically recover. Coupled with the powerful defense of the Phantom Beast itself. But even so, Marco didn't dare to say that his 263 could catch Hawkeye's sword just now. So, if you can't continue, that sword will probably hurt Rosen even more. Diamond Joe subconsciously turned to look at Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard still had a smile on his face, looking confidently at the crack in the abyss. His behavior not only attracted everyone's extra attention. At this time, even Mihawk, who had already walked back to Shichibukai's team, felt a little puzzled. His strongest sword has only been used against Rosen so far. But no one in this world knew the power of that sword better than Hawkeye himself. It was precisely after confirming that Rosen could not survive that sword that he withdrew his sword and returned. At this time, Hawkeye couldn't help looking at Whitebeard with puzzled eyes. Kulala la 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 la. Whitebeard ignored everyone's gaze and let out his trademark laugh once again. Rosen. Get up quickly, old man, I am still waiting to fight with you. Kulala la 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 la. Whitebeard called again in the direction of the rift. Advertisement on the execution platform, Sengoku was also staring at Whitebeard. He was already very worried about Rosen's death. Seeing Whitebeard think so now, and the guy seems pretty confident. Now Sengoku's heart became heavier. Marshal Sengoku. We have just confirmed that Marshal D. Teach, one of the Shichibukai, that has been missing before, snatched a warship without permission to sail, and now they have left Marineford. At that time, Colonel Yuzui hurried over and whispered the report in Guo's ear. What? Hearing such news, Sengoku was slightly taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, I already know this, Blackbeard, and it's not reliable to let him join the Shichibukai. Sengoku squeezed his fist. What is he trying to do at a time like this when he snatches a warship to set sail? Garp frowned. How long have they been gone? Sengoku asked the colonel beside him in a deep voice. It's been a while. Shall we send someone after him immediately, Marshal Sengoku? Asked the other party. Notify all marine branches immediately, and keep an eye on the stolen warship. If you find anything, report it immediately. Sengoku gave the order, and his eyes returned to Whitebeard again. Then he crossed Whitebeard and looked at the huge ground crack in the distance in front of him. The sea is still churning, but it's not as strong as it was before. It seems that the bottom has been reached. The situation is already like this, and the chances of Rosen surviving are very small. Crane Vice Admiral said. Sengoku didn't make a sound, still staring at the huge crack. Advertisement. He always felt that something was about to rush out of the abyss that was struck by Mihawk's sword energy. At that time, it will definitely be a natural disaster level impact. Sabaody Archipelago, emergency shelter. The whole scene was silent at the moment. People just cooled off from the excitement of seeing Mihawk beat Rosen. At this moment, looking at the pictures on the big screen, Sengoku's dignified face, and Whitebeard's loud laughter, one by one, I feel as if a huge stone is pressing on my heart. Very very heavy. The sword of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, just now should have successfully killed the beast Rosen, right? After the scene was silent for a while, someone finally asked tentatively. Gradually, more people joined this atmosphere. Don't forget, the place where he fell is the sea. Demon fruit power. Didn't you say that you will be cursed by the sea? They can't survive in the sea? P.S. Ask for a full order, ask for an automatic subscription. People started cheering each other up in low voices. Everyone has a little smile back on their faces, looking forward to Marine's next performance. And just when everyone felt that Rosen had been killed by Hawkeye, his spirit gradually relaxed. The dull and depressing atmosphere began to ease, and everyone began to become optimistic again. That's right, after cleaning up Rosen and his monster pirates, Whitebeard and his pirates are next. 4.0. If Marine can eat these two pirates in one go today, it will be a perfect victory. Marine will definitely protect us, everyone can rest assured. Such a long time has passed, it is impossible for anyone to survive in the sea for that long. What if that Rosen is not dead? That sword is so powerful that even the sea split open into an endless abyss. How could anyone in this world be able to resist such the strongest attack with his body? That's right. Rosen must have been killed. This one Mohawk is tantamount to solving one of Marine's biggest problems. Suddenly, someone in the crowd quietly said, "That's right, even the strongest creature, Rosen, certainly couldn't have been killed. The remaining guys, I believe they can be easily resolved soon." Probably, but just in case. 259 He is the king of beasts. Swish. Although this voice was very low, it instantly touched the sensitive nerves of almost everyone present. Yes. After all, you all have seen. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He doesn't believe that Rosen was killed. I don't know who it is again, trembling in the crowd, said such a sentence. The weight of this sentence is heavier than the one just now. In an instant, the crowd who felt relaxed just now became heavy again. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, that is the strongest man in the world. Others say that Rosen is still alive, which may not be credible at all. But if that man said it, it might not be that simple. That's Whitebeard after all. People 07 looked at Whitebeard on the big screen subconsciously. Kulala la la la. Sure enough, at this time, Whitebeard on the screen let out his trademark laugh again. This laughter is like a death knell from the abyss of hell. It makes people's heads buzz and their minds are shaken. If that man can still survive under that kind of intensity attack, then he is really a monster. You can withstand Hawkeye's strongest sword with your physical body. This is no longer human. Are you kidding me? Advertisement, please stop talking. Everyone, the more you talk, the more scary you are. That man was thrown into the sea by the eagle-eyed man in front of so many people. If he comes back to life, he will definitely retaliate wildly. Maybe even the world will fall into the scope of his revenge. But it's not right. Even if Hawkeye didn't kill Rosen with the sword just now, if he was seriously injured and fell into the deep sea, he wouldn't be able to survive, right? But don't forget, Rosen is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. That is to say, in the sea. Can he survive? Yeah. How come we all forgot his title? That man, he is the real king of beasts. Please, everyone, stop talking, I'm afraid. Woo. But, damn. Are we going to die? The emotion of panic and fear was ignited again and spread rapidly among the crowd. The crowd who had regained their optimism just now became terrified and panicked all day long. And at this moment, the picture on the big screen of the live broadcast began to change. Hundreds of thousands of Marines and 50,000 pirates in the Marineford Plaza suddenly became agitated at this moment. The noisy scene made it possible to hear some incomparably noisy voices on the screen, and it was impossible to hear what was being said specifically. The camera of the live phone bug also suddenly swayed here and there at this time, becoming wobbly. Fat, what happened? I don't know. Is that Rosen really alive from the sea? This can't be true, right? That's the calm belt with countless sea kings living. How is it possible that someone can come out of that sea area alive? Advertisement, can that guy really survive in the sea? No way? But, damn it. Hey, who can deal with it so that the live broadcast camera doesn't turn around? Hey. What the hell happened? Damn, it seems that the camera has fallen down, and the picture has become tilted, and I can't see the specific situation at all. It feels like the scene is chaotic. What happened? Is the war going to start again? New World, Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin, who was watching the Marineford live broadcast, was also frowning at this time. Thanks to their live footage, provided personally by Big News, Morgans, 490. The albatrosses were filmed from above, so they had a much wider field of view than Marine's live phone bugs deployed on the ground. What I saw was more comprehensive and shocking. What is placed on Charlotte Linlin's TV screen at this moment is a huge abyss gully with a width of at least 100 meters and a length that cannot be calculated. It stretches from the main square of Marineford to the end of the sea. Even if it is a picture overlooking from the sky, it is also impossible to see how long it is. But you can clearly see every detail on the screen. The image of Rosen being knocked down into the ocean by Mohawk's sword, Charlotte Linlin can see it more clearly than most people in the world. Well, how could this level of attack kill him? Charlotte and Linlin's eyes showed a permeable luster. 260 strong return. She was a little happy. Of course it also feels weird. After all, I also fought Rosen personally. Just how powerful that guy is, Charlotte Linlin knows much better than the crowd who eat melons. Charlotte Linlin also saw Mohawk's shocking Zeon sword just now. If it is allowed to use weapons to fight, the sword will certainly not let him be mortally threatened. But if you don't have a weapon and can only use physical resistance, it's a different matter. Big Mom is also known for his steely tough physique. At this time, I thought in my heart that I was not fully sure that I could block Hawkeye's sword with my body alone. If Hawkeye's sword hit his body head-on, he would be injured more or less. Coupled with the situation of falling into the deep sea, most people will die. Wouldn't it be nice if Rosen got killed by Hawkeye, Mom? It saves us from dealing with him in the future. Just being killed by the eagle-eyed man with a sword like this is a bit too cheap for that kid. Perot said with a curled lip. Without Rosen's beast pirates, the combat effectiveness will indeed be greatly reduced. It will be much easier to deal with them in the future. Cracker also spoke at this time. Hearing her two sons say that, Charlotte Linlin grinned. Well, it would be best if that kid was killed by Hawkeye just like this. Of course, if he didn't die, it would be a good thing. This B*******, D, old lady, I want to kill him with my own hands, well. Mom, look. At this time, Katakuri pointed at the changes in the live broadcast screen. At this time, the entire Marineford Square suddenly became commotion. Whether it's the hundreds of thousands of Marines or the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they all yelled as if they saw a ghost. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin, who was grinning broadly, cast her eyes down. Because she saw that the sea that had gradually calmed down suddenly began to boil at this moment. It seems that something is about to come out from under the sea. Mom, what's that? Could it be that B******, D Rosen isn't dead? How is this possible? That guy is demon fruit power. He has suffered such a powerful sword from Mahawk, he must have been injured. If you fall into the deep sea under such circumstances, you will almost certainly be in a situation where you will die. It's impossible to come out alive. Could it be that other enemies are about to appear? Could it be that B******, D Kaido? Watching the sudden situation on the live broadcast screen. Inside the palace, the senior cadres of the Big Mom Pirates were all guessing wildly. And Charlotte Linlin's complexion was also extremely gloomy, her eyes gleamed fiercely, constantly emitting a rash of light, staring at the replay screen. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Gulululu, the sea, which had gradually calmed down, suddenly became boiling at this time. A large number of bubbles rose from under the sea surface, making a gurgling sound. Such an unusual move naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was very nervous at this point. Kulala. Are you finally coming back? Whitebeard laughed. At this moment, on the entire Marineford battlefield, he is probably the only one who can sense the situation under the sea. Just now, Rosen was hit by Hawkeye's most powerful sword head-on, and Rosen did fall into the deep sea. And it was indeed injured, but not as seriously injured as everyone imagined. There are more and more bubbles on the sea surface, and the speed of getting rich is getting faster and faster. Suddenly, the sea and all of Marineford began to tremble violently. Advertisement, are you coming? That kid is really not dead. Here he comes. He's coming back, everyone be careful. The boiling sea suddenly exploded at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater were violently thrown into the sky. Immediately afterwards, spiral seawater rose up from the bottom of the sea. Boom. 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 I sensed it, everyone. I heard the heartbeat of the captain brother, that's right. Why is it all right? Isn't it the strongest sword hit by Hawkeye head-on? Seeing Rosen reappear, in an instant, the entire Marineford Plaza suddenly became silent. The man in front of me, who else is not Rosen? In the spiral water column soaring into the sky, a lightning-fast figure returned to the ground of Marineford from bottom to top. Instead, huge sea kings fell from the sky at this moment, like meteorites, constantly hitting the surrounding sea and Marineford. With a sound of boom, the incomparable figure stepped straight into Marineford. HMPH. I just know, of money, that there is absolutely no way that something will happen to that guy. Rosen, whom everyone was looking forward to, did not appear. That burly body, stern eyes, and the top hockey wrapped around the body. The ground under his feet was instantly smashed to pieces by his foot. Did that Rosen guy really do it? How the hell did he do it? A dull sound came from under the seabed. Captain Rosen is coming out, look. Brother Captain is fine, and the bloodstain that was rapidly healing across his chest. But, damn it, all these sea kings have been taken up into the sky. 261 The true strength of the divine beast White Tiger explodes. Brother Captain, Izzy couldn't help shouting excitedly. Seeing Rosen back on the ground, Yamato couldn't help curling his lips, feeling very excited and happy inside. I knew that the captain was absolutely impossible to be defeated so easily. The Ghost Agent and Cavendish heaved a long sigh of relief at the same time. The other members of the Beast Pirates were also greatly encouraged at this time. None of them were sure they could take down Mahawk's strongest strike just now. In the whole world, only the strongest creature like Rosen can resist head-on. That kid, is he really a monster? How could he have nothing at all? No way. After bearing that sword head-on, he was able to survive at 757? What kind of creature is this? Isn't it human? Did I have hallucinations? Or is there really someone in the world who can block that sword with a physical body? Am I really living in the real world? Could everyone be dreaming, right? That was the strongest attack of the world's greatest swordsman. Is this the captain of the Beast Pirates? the defense power of the strongest creature? It's simply amazing. I really didn't expect Rosen's physical fitness to be so terrifying, no wonder even Kaido would be defeated by him. It's a bit ridiculously strong. Leaving aside other things, this defensive power alone is already incredible, beyond comprehension. Hey, Marco, is the defense, AHAE, of Phantom Beasts actually so strong? Theoretically, Zoan Devil Fruit will give the eater a defense beyond imagination. Advertisement, but it's the first time I've seen such a strong physical quality as Rosen. That kid just wanted to challenge Dad. That kind of thing really makes people worry. Seeing Rosen come back, the Marines and pirates in the audience started whispering again after a brief silence. In addition to marveling at Rosen's strong physique, everyone also speculated about Rosen's next move. An existence that can't even be killed by that man's strongest blow. He has grown to such a degree. Sure enough, it is stronger than before, and indeed surpassed the rocks of the ear. What should we do now? The soldiers' morale looks a bit low, Sengoku. Hateful. What the hell is going on with this Rosen? Isn't he demon fruit power? On the execution platform, Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral and others also had dignified expressions on their faces at this time. None of them expected that Rosen would survive after receiving Hawkeye's strongest blow head-on. Not only survived successfully, but Rosen still seems to have a good fighting power. This is something they simply dare not imagine. What is even more confusing is that Rosen, who is clearly a demon fruit power, can ignore the curse of seawater and stay in the sea for so long. It's really abnormal. Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, looked at Rosen and frowned. Advertisement. The whole world went dark in that instant. This guy, what's going on? The sword you just made was really surprising. Today I will let you see what real power is. The defense is too strong. His eyes were burning. A pair of pupils exuded an incomparably sharp light like the eyes of a falcon, staring at Rosen on the coast. She has not heard of demon fruit power, which can ignore the curse of seawater and survive in the sea. Immediately afterwards, a large number of black clouds quickly gathered in the sky again. Especially the scar staring at Rosen's chest. It can be described as shocking and weeping ghosts and gods. Seemingly sensing Hawkeye's gaze, Rosen finally turned around and looked at him. That man is stronger than I imagined. Rosen laughed grimly, and suddenly countless small tornadoes rolled up around him. Hawkeye Mahawk, who is the person involved, is also extremely puzzled at this time. My strongest sword actually only left him a shallow scar. Between you and me, there is no winner yet. Mahawk, 262 Big Mom is dispatched, a new crisis. Boom. A huge white lightning fell from the sky and struck Rosen's body. In an instant, his body began to undergo drastic changes, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into the appearance of a white tiger, a divine beast stepping on a storm. The appearance of the huge divine beast white tiger instantly shocked everyone on the battlefield. Is this Rosen's body? The mythical white tiger, the legendary god of attack. The white tiger with the strongest attack power, finally appeared. What is he going to do? Is he planning to destroy all of Marineford? Retreat quickly. Hurry up, it will be affected later. The white tiger with the strongest attack power. Rosen is going to fight back against the eagle-eyed man. Can the eagle-eyed stop the man's anger? All the soldiers in Marine panicked the moment they saw Rosen's true body transformed into a white tiger. They had received intelligence reports before. It was this thing that fought Kaido of the beasts in the waters of New World Total Land. The representative of the strongest attack power, the mythical white tiger, and the representative of the strongest vitality, the divine beast Qilin. The result of the battle is that Rosen, who represents the white tiger of the mythical beast, agreed to the blue dragon, the mythical beast representing the strongest vitality. Advertisement, thus taking away the title of strongest creature from Kaido of the beasts. This shows that the attack power of the mythical white tiger is beyond imagination. And at this moment, Rosen casts the divine beast white tiger form to fight against Hawkeye Mahawk. At this moment, everyone has to worry about Mahawk. Can that man really withstand Rosen's mad revenge? This is Rosen's phantom beast fruit ability, the white tiger form of the mythical beast. It's really oppressive. Marco looked up at the huge, powerful, majestic white tiger in front of him. At this moment, he actually felt a sense of fear. It was as if the phantom beast phoenix in his body had developed fear in the face of Rosen's divine beast white tiger. Even the phoenix was suppressed by that white tiger. Is this the power of creatures in mythology? It's really scary. Marco was amazed again. Now that Hawkeye guy is in trouble. Let's hurry up and stay away. The fight will be like a violent storm later. If it is affected, you will definitely be injured, and maybe you will be killed directly. Everyone retreat. Hurry up, don't stand still. New World, Toto Land Kingdom Cake Island. Advertisement 0 Charlotte Linlin, who was still laughing and mocking Rosen for being killed just now, saw Rosen reappearing on the big live screen at this moment. Her old face sank completely. The face that was already a little hideous and terrifying due to old age and heavy makeup became even more terrifying at this moment. Even the subordinates of Shaw's son and daughters, facing his mother's face at this moment, felt scalp numb and did not dare to vent their anger. They knew that Charlotte Linlin would explode with anger at this moment. At this time, it is best not to say anything, so as not to anger the other party. After all, Charlotte Linlin, who went crazy, let alone killed her own people, she even beat herself to death. Rosen the B******D, he hasn't been killed yet. The strongest blow that Hawkeye guy said is not in vain. Well, but then again, since Rosen wasn't killed by Hawkeye, then it's up to me to end his life myself. Well. Looking at the bloodstain on Rosen's chest in the picture, Charlotte Linlin finally burst out laughing. 263 Kaido's revenge, although Rosen was not killed by Hawkeye's sword. But looking at the injury on the opponent's chest, it was obvious that he had been severely injured. This time the situation becomes favorable to one's own side. You won't be allowed to escape this time, Rosen. Well. Thinking that he would soon be able to avenge his revenge, Junlot Linlin started laughing again. But before she laughed a few times, she suddenly clenched her fists again, and her whole face became even more gloomy and ugly than before. Because Rosen on the May 27th face on the big screen suddenly turned into a white tiger, a mythical beast, with overwhelming power. That scene made everyone on the Marineford battlefield feel extremely frightened and fearful. Divine Beast White Tiger, Rosen, this B*********************** D, does he still have that kind of strength to fight back? Hateful. Damn B*************** D. Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists hard. At this moment, Haki exudes purple-black all over his body, and his aura becomes extremely terrifying and domineering. Seeing such a scene, Ross-Puro, Katakuri and the others were all shocked. This is the rhythm of going berserk again. Katakuri. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin exuded a purple-black terrifying aura all over her body, turned around and shouted viciously at her son. Mom, I'm here. Katakuri stepped forward boldly. Call everyone at once. Get ready to sail now. Charlotte Linlin ordered angrily. Hearing this order, Katakuri hesitated to speak, but he didn't dare to raise objections, and after a promise, he turned around and left in a hurry. Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, the emotion of fear has completely spread throughout the entire emergency shelter. The strongest creature, Rosen of the Beast Pirates, really didn't die. This is terrible. Bad thing. How the hell did this guy survive in the depths of the Sea Kings? Damn it, even the strongest attack of the world's greatest swordsman can't cause fatal damage to that guy. What kind of monster is he? What are we going to do now? If Marineford can't hold off these guys, who's going to protect us? What kind of hell will this world become? Hey, look, the world's #1 swordsman is about to suffer that man's crazy revenge. Will the eagle-eyed man be killed? That's the body of the divine beast White Tiger, right? It's too exaggerated. What kind of power is this? Just seeing it makes my scalp go numb. Advertisement. At this time, seeing Rosen transformed into a giant white tiger, the power is overwhelming. And it looks like it has amazing fighting power. Now it is fighting with a pirate group entrenched here. Pessimism is spreading around the world. But Rosen happened to be alive and well. Several pirate ships flying the flag of Beast's pirates are docked on the pier. Rosen received Mihawk's strongest sword head-on. Logically speaking, no matter which Kakuzu looked at it, he should have been killed. I feel trembling all over my body. Is this the most powerful attack, the legendary White Tiger? After being driven out of Oni Island by Rosen and the Beast Pirates, Jin fled with the remnants of the Beast's pirates. The news, like snowflakes, quickly spread to every corner of the world, causing fear and speculation among countless people. There are fierce battles going on in Town 2.0. While looking for the whereabouts of Kaido and other members, they tried to regain the base and form new forces. Many people believe that after the Battle of Marineford today, the world is about to face destruction. Every scene happening on the Marineford Plaza is being broadcast live in front of the whole world at this very moment. The whole world was shocked by this. This is one of the 3 disasters of the 100 Beasts White Thieves, the fleet led by Flame Disaster, Jin. And at this moment, a small island in a certain sea area of New World. Not only was he not killed by Hawkeye's sword, but he also returned to land from the deep sea. 264 Beasts Pirates' new stronghold. Boom. Accompanied by violent explosions in the town one after another, at this moment, a burly and huge figure suddenly appeared by the sea. It was a man with horns on his head. His dark skin, long beard and extremely strong muscles made him look very rough. The residents who escaped from the town were so frightened that their faces turned blue when they saw this man. No one dared to stay longer, and they all immediately fled by boat without hesitation. Fortunately, this burly man did not embarrass them, and Fu did not stop them from escaping. At this moment, his gaze is focused on the fierce battle taking place in the town. The man held a newspaper in his hand. This is the latest report from the World Economic News Agency. But it's not the latest either. Because at this moment, far away on the battlefield of Naval Headquarters Marineford, something earth-shattering is happening in 07. That big event was broadcast live on TV, and the content was not seen in newspapers. So the purpose of this man is obvious. He came to this town to find a place to watch the live broadcast of the Marineford battlefield. It's just that I didn't expect that the town I arrived in was almost destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The huge man with a gloomy face stomped on the ground and crushed the ground hard. He roared angrily at the crowd fighting in the distance. You bastards. Stop it. The roar from the sea instantly caught the attention of Flame Calamity, Jin. His ears perked up, and he was overjoyed. Stop lousy. Listen to it. It seems to be the voice of Governor Kaido. Advertisement. Jin said as he jumped up and jumped onto a roof to look towards the sea. Seeing this, he was shocked all over. Governor Kaido. The man by the sea looking for the location of the live broadcast with a newspaper was the governor of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, who had been missing for more than half a month. Ember. Seeing his subordinates, Kaido was also slightly taken aback. You don't guard the Ghost Island, why did you come here? Kaido asked in a deep voice. Governor Kaido, we got kicked out by that D Rosen. You don't know these things, do you? Knowing that his Ghost Island was taken by Rosen, and even Wanokuni was liberated, Kaido was shocked. He clenched his fists tightly, and there was a deep hatred in his eyes. Rosen, sooner or later, I will make you pay back. Although he admitted that he lost to Rosen at the beginning, he was willing to give up the title of the strongest creature to the opponent. But that was just a stopgap measure. At that time, he was seriously injured, and Kaido had to make a compromise in order to survive. After more than half a month of recuperation, his body has fully recovered now, and that is naturally another attitude. Regarding Rosen, he will not really live in peace with that kid as he said before. Governor Kaido, by the way, what about Jack and the others? Jin saw that only Kaido appeared, and the other members of Kaido who went out to sea with Kaido to fight against the beast pirates were all missing, so he couldn't help asking in doubt. When I was fighting Rosen, I saw Jack and the others being chased by Marine. Advertisement. I'm afraid they're still fighting Marine now. Kaido didn't explain much. He saw Marine chasing his subordinates back then. At that time, I wanted to catch up and help. But I didn't expect that the injuries on my body were much more serious than imagined, resulting in a very serious drop in combat effectiveness. We are fighting against the 890 pirates here, and we intend to take this place as our temporary base camp. At present, most of the enemies have been killed, and even their captain has just been cleaned up by me. As one of the 3 disasters, it is obvious that Jin did all of this. Jin explained the current situation to Kaido. The fleet of Jack, Quinn and others also fell into a bitter battle with Marine's other warships. Guys here, isn't anyone paying attention to what's going on in Marineford? As for the whereabouts of Jack and others, whether they are alive or dead, it is unknown. Ask for full order, ask for automatic subscription. Hearing Kaido's answer, Jin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He glanced at the town in front of him twice. After catching up with him, he was defeated and captured by the opposite Marine Vice Admiral just after attacking Marine's ship. Kaido was on the way Marine transported him to Imper, the big prison under the sea, and with his recovered strength, he forcibly broke free and escaped. It is really devastated and there is hardly a whole building to be seen here and there. As soon as he heard the other party mention this, Kaido immediately lowered his face and asked coldly. Now there is only sporadic resistance left here, but they are nothing to worry about. If he hadn't seen that the scene in front of him was done by his own people, Kaido would have been furious and killed everyone here indiscriminately. Governor Kaido, why did you come to this island? 265 Jin's plan. Governor Kaido, please come this way. Knowing the purpose of Kaido's coming here, Jin suddenly realized. Actually, we are also paying attention to the situation in Marineford. He turned and led Kaido through the town, taking out any resisting enemies along the way. Soon he brought Kaido to a building that was still intact. There have been quite a few members of the Beasts Pirates gathered here. When everyone saw Kaido, they all respectfully greeted each other, and everyone had expressions of surprise and joy on their faces. Governor Kaido, are you back safe and sound? Great. Governor Kaido is back, and now he can lead us to fight in the New World again. Take back everything we lost. That's right, now with Governor Kaido, we can regain the Beasts Pirates' sphere of influence. Damn it, I've been aggrieved for so long, are you finally going to counterattack? Governor Kaido, please sit down. These former waiters and givers are all Beasts Pirates-like characters. But at this time, apart from them, Jin is the only one who can be called a real senior cadre. Although the rest of the real fights have also come, their strength is just that. Beasts Pirates, since being tricked by Marine to go to the waters of Todo Land to attack the Beast Pirates, they have really suffered heavy losses. This incident still makes Kaido brood, like a thorn in his throat. The reason why he pays attention to the development of the Marineford situation is that apart from the 2 most concerned targets, Whitebeard and Rosen, he is also observing the deployment of Marine's forces. Thinking about it now, Kaido became more and more angry. I shouldn't have listened to the information provided by Marine at that time. It was used in vain by others as a gun against the Beast Pirates. Advertisement. This account must be settled with those bastards in Marine. Stop talking nonsense, quickly show me the situation in Marineford. Kaido shouted angrily with a sullen face. After getting the news from the newspaper that there was going to be a battle in Marineford, and that Rosen had brought his monster pirates to participate, Kaido paid special attention to the things there. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or the Beast pirates. Those 2 are my enemies, Whitebeard and Rosen are the guys who must be killed. Governor Kaido, this is the live phone bug and related equipment that we just snatched. However, I don't know what went wrong. It is still under debugging, and I cannot receive the live broadcast of Marineford for the time being. A giver stepped forward and explained. As soon as he finished speaking, the live broadcast receiving equipment behind him suddenly had a picture. In the screen, it happens to be the scene where Rosen transforms from the normal state into the white tiger state of the mythical beast. Seeing the huge and familiar figure, Kaido's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and at the same time, he clenched a pair of huge fists fiercely. Rosen, he shouted in a low voice, and his eyes burst out with hatred. Seeing the huge figure in the live broadcast, Kaido clenched his fists angrily. What is in the picture is the body of the mythical white tiger, Rosen. Toto Land was very unwilling to lose to Rosen before, and Kaido, who has recovered now, has a strong revenge anger in his heart. Especially at this moment, I saw Rosen displaying Kamui on the battlefield of Marineford, showing the body of the mythical white tiger to fight. This made Kaido's inner beast Xinglong's blood start to stir again. This account, I will definitely settle it with you, Rosen. Kaido didn't fall into a rampage state. He just clenched his fists tightly and fixed his eyes on the vigorous and mighty figure in the live broadcast. Advertisement. And Rosen, the mythical white tiger in the picture, has already launched a counterattack against Mihawk. Kaido hadn't seen the scene before, so he didn't know what happened in front of him. At this time, he was very surprised to see that Rosen would fight Mihawk in the form of a mythical white tiger. Backquote. Although that man is known as the world's greatest swordsman, his strength should not allow Rosen to use that form to fight. What happened up front? Kaido stared at the screen and asked in a deep voice. Jin next to him helplessly shook his head. He wanted to answer Kaido's question, but unfortunately he hadn't seen the Marineford battlefield before. What happened? Because there was a problem with the live phone bug equipment at that time, and a stable signal could not be received. And at that time, I was busy fighting against the pirate group entrenched in this island. There is no free time to watch live broadcasts of battles. One of the two-eyed, King of Rice hands going to the sea, this one must have been invited by Marine to go to Marineford as a reinforcement. King. It was completely expected that Rosen would fight that man. But, Governor Kaido, Rosen went to Marineford to fight against Marine, so what should we do now? Should we gather our men and go to Marineford immediately? Jin stood behind him and asked. He had been watching Kaido man just now. The hatred on the other party's face after seeing the divine beast white tiger Rosen was clearly expressed. It goes without saying that Kaido must be desperate to get revenge on Rosen right now. Just in time, the beast pirates went to naval headquarters to start a full-scale war with Marine, which is a good opportunity for revenge. At least for Jin, it is a good opportunity. 266 The crisis of the alliance between the two emperors. But Kaido's face was extremely gloomy and he didn't speak. Although he was full of anger at this time, he had unspeakable hatred and wanted to take revenge on Rosen. But that boy Rosen's strength should not be underestimated, this is also an indisputable fact. He was still ill-prepared like last time, and rushed to fight with others. Not only would he not be able to retaliate against the enemy, but he would once again cause heavy losses to his beast's pirates. Although Kaido looks 5 big and 3 thick, he seems to have well-developed limbs and a simple mind. But he's not really a fool. In fact, Kaido's thoughts are much more delicate than ordinary people. The city government is extremely deep and good at using scheming. Especially after suffering a loss, Kaido will be more cautious towards his own enemies. If you don't have absolute certainty, you won't take it lightly. One of the best examples is the murder of 167 Kazuki Oden with Kurozumi Orochi. Let's find other people first. Anyway, those marine guys are absolutely impossible to be defeated in a short time. Kaido gave his own judgment. At this moment, the phone bug in Jin's pocket just rang. Blue blue, blue blue. Kaido looked into the opponent's pocket, and Jin took out the phone bug suspiciously. Who will call me at this time? With doubts, Jin connected the phone bug. Advertisement. Hello, brother. On the other end of the phone bug, came the voice of Jack, the big disaster. Hearing his brother's voice, Jin was overjoyed. Jack. Where are you guys? Why haven't I been able to contact you these days? Brother Jin, we have escaped from Marine's pursuit. Those bastards were dumped, but I didn't see you when I returned to the island of ghosts. Where did you go? Jack asked. It's a long story, it's all because of that D Rosen. Anyway, tell me what's going on first, why did you lose contact for so many days? Jin briefly described what happened to his side. Exchanged information with Jack, and also heard Quinn's voice from the other end of the phone bug. It seems that the other brother is also safe and sound, which reassures Jin and Kaido a lot. After exchanging information, they know. It turns out that Jack, Quinn and others still don't know that the other members of the 100 Beasts have been driven away from the Island of Ghosts by Rosen. After getting rid of Marine's pursuit, their fleet returned directly to the Island of Ghosts. Unexpectedly, not only Ahi failed to find his companions, but also launched a fierce battle with Viper and others, losing some of his brothers. Advertisement. Anyway, it's good that you are all fine. Come and meet up first, we are. Jin told them where they are now. After hanging up the phone, he turned his head to look at Kaido. Governor Kaido, now Jack and Quinn are all safe and sound. Although some of our people have lost, the main combat power is still there. Do you want to take back the Ghost Island first? If there were only 3 of them, 3 disasters, maybe Jin would not take such a risk. After all, they still don't know what the situation of Onishima and Wanokuni is. The only thing that is certain is that Rosen and the monster pirates went to naval headquarters to make trouble. And now that their captain, Kaido, is back, this is a good chance to take back the Oni Island. But after hearing Jin's proposal, Kaido shook his head and rejected him. Of course, the Ghost Island must be taken back. After all, it is the base that we have worked so hard to establish for many years, and all the industries are there. But now is not the time, we have to find someone first. Kaido said in a deep voice. Find someone. Jin was very puzzled. But Kaido didn't go any further. At this moment, what appeared in his mind was a woman whose height and shape was comparable to his own, and who was also one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Charlotte Linlin, the bigman who controls the kingdom of Todo Land. When I arrived at Todo Land with the brigade, I saw Rosen beat Charlotte Linlin with my own eyes. And in the past half a month, he has gradually learned some latest news about the beast pirates and Rosen. 267 Linlin, how about we meet? For the past half month, Kaido, besides hiding in secret to heal his wounds, was also paying attention to the development of the situation outside. Now it is rumored that Rosen personally defeated 4 emperors in New World. Needless to say, one of the 2 defeated 4 emperors was none other than Charlotte Linlin. And the other one is himself. Newspapers carried these stories with fanfare. In addition, Marine has increased the bounty for all members of the Beast Pirates. In particular, Rosen's bounty has directly reached as much as 4 billion. This is about the same as Kaido's own bounty. You must know that Kaido's worth is only exchanged after decades of struggling in the sea. How did Rosen reach such heights in less than a year? No need to guess. The battle I saw that day was indeed defeated by Charlotte Linlin. However, that woman Linlin is not a guy who will give up easily. Defeated by Rosen and covered by the world. For Charlotte Linlin, this kind of thing is equivalent to slapping her face directly, and it will make her feel very uncomfortable. This may be the opportunity for our cooperation. Kaido thought silently in his heart. Although I haven't been in contact with Charlotte Linlin for many years. Advertisement. The pirate groups on both sides are even in conflict, and each party absolutely prohibits members of the other party from going to each other's sea areas. Otherwise it is a declaration of war. But what about the old saying? An enemy's enemy is one's friend. So Kaido's current thinking is also very simple. That is to go to Charlotte Linlin to see if there is any possibility of cooperation between the 2 parties. The previous battle with Rosen made Kaido clearly understand the gap between him and Rosen. At the same time, it also let Kaido understand how powerful the overall strength of the Beast Pirates is. Facing that kid and the pirate group behind him. Whether it's his Beast's Pirates or Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom Pirates, they are no match for Rosen's mythical Beast Pirates. Only if the 2 pirate groups join forces, can they defeat Rosen and the Beast Pirate group and avenge themselves. Jin, give me your phone bug. Thinking about it, Kaido finally made a decision, and directed at Yemen. His own phone bug had been destroyed in the fight with Rosen. This is also an important reason why his subordinates have never been able to contact him. Without even thinking about it, Jin handed the phone bug to Kaido, and watched him dial a phone bug number in person. Meanwhile, on the other side of the New World, Cake Island. Blue, 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 blue. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. The phone bug next to Charlotte Linlin suddenly rang, interrupting her thoughts. With extremely cold eyes, she stared at Rosen in the live broadcast screen, who turned into a white tiger and was fighting fiercely with Hawkeye Mahawk. After transforming into the mythical white tiger, Rosen's combat power soared to a new level. Even the world's #1 swordsman is actually powerless to fight back at this time, and can only keep backing back and struggling to support the attack like a storm. Charlotte Linlin was engrossed in watching the live broadcast of the battle. She wasn't going to answer the phone bug. But the phone bug around me kept ringing, very noisy. Impatiently grabbing the phone bug, Lauder Linlin answered sullenly. Well, this is Big Mom, which blind thing is calling at this time? Charlotte Linlin asked immediately. On the other end of the phone bug, there was a moment of silence. This caught the attention of Charlotte Linlin. She looked down at the phone bug in her hand suspiciously, and found that the phone bug was simulating a somewhat familiar face. In an instant, Charlotte Linlin's complexion sank slightly. At this moment, the phone bug finally spoke. Linlin. How about we meet? About 268 Hawkeye's despair. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At this time, the sky and the earth are filled with extremely destructive storms. Every storm is like the sharpest weapon, mercilessly cutting every inch of skin in this world. On the entire incomparably wide square, whether it is marine soldiers or pirates, they have all retreated to the edge as much as possible. In order to leave enough fighting space for the 2 figures who are fighting fiercely. But even so, their lives will still be seriously threatened. If one is not careful, he will be killed by those blade storms raging between heaven and earth. Rosen, who turned into a mythical white tiger, is attacking Mahawk like a storm. 427. Every move, even a small move, will arouse the power of the storm between heaven and earth, causing huge damage to everything around. The sound of dang 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 can be heard endlessly. Hawkeye Mahawk vigorously waved the big black knife, Yi, in his hand to fend off attacks from all directions. Those attacks were like tides, wave after wave, coming from all directions. Incessantly, endlessly, even the world's #1 swordsman is struggling to deal with it at this time, and even looks a bit embarrassed. He could only barely maintain his defensive posture, unable to organize even a counterattack. Pale Claw. Rosen grinned grinningly and slapped out with another paw. Huge 5,000-foot scratches, like 5 extremely sharp long knives, pierced the sky and crushed on Mihawk's body at the same time. The air was cut to make a humming sound. The sky and the earth are already devastated. It's amazing power. Is this the strongest attack of the divine beast White Tiger? When? Advertisement. Hawkeye Mihawk once again tried his best to resist the 5 incoming claw attacks. At this moment, he trembled slightly all over, only feeling that his hands were going numb one after another. A tingling sensation came from the mouth of the arm holding the sword. Mihawk looked down and found that his palm had been injured by the attack just now. Hey, what's the matter, Hawkeye? You can't do it now. I'm just getting a little excited. Rosen grinned again. Pale grip. He stretched out his huge white tiger claws, and aimed at the space wolf that Hawkeye retreated. Boom. Hawkeye Mihawk's body was frozen in the air, as if imprisoned by an invisible box. Oops. He was shocked, and the big black knife in his hand suddenly spun, and with all his strength, he wrapped around the top armament hockey. In an instant, a storm formed entirely of powerful sword energy was born. Dang 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 dang. The storm of sword energy raged across the world, and instantly helped Mihawk break free from Rosen's control, allowing him to escape the fate of death again. Hawkeye breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and the knowledgeable color felt a strong danger. He was startled suddenly, and saw that Rosen had come to him like a ghost. I haven't played enough. Rosen grabbed at the enemy with one claw, and the power of the pale claw instantly pierced through the space, and slight cracks appeared one after another. It's as if the void is being torn apart by the rigid system. Aggressive. Hawkeye Mihawk sighed and swung his sword to meet again. Dang 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 dang. Advertisement. The continuous sound of gold and iron clanging sounded on the battlefield again, and at the same time, the entire Marineford square became more fragmented. The land that was originally complete has been torn apart, and the turbulent sea beat against the rocks, stirring up waves more than 10 meters high. Rosen, after transforming into the mythical White Tiger, he's like a lunatic. Too powerful, even the world's #1 swordsman can't confront him head-on. Every move seems to be able to instantly kill Hawkeye. What kind of power is this? The strongest power, the divine beast White Tiger. In that form, no one can stop him, right? Will Hawkeye be killed? The speed is too fast, I can't see their movements at all. What happened? Who has the upper hand? Don't ask me, I can't see their moves just like you, I just see afterimages. I'm afraid only those who are stronger than Rear Admiral can see the movements of those two people. Speaking of those Marine soldiers, he subconsciously turned his head and looked at a naval headquarters Rear Admiral beside him. That person was Kaido, who had just been promoted to Rear Admiral. Hearing what the Marine soldiers around him said, Kaido couldn't help shaking his head and smiling wryly. You guys think too highly of me. I can't even see how they are fighting now. As he spoke, Kaido's gaze once again focused on the two fast-paced figures on the battlefield, trying to concentrate on observing the shots of Rosen and Hawkeye 5.9 Mihawk. Too bad I still can't see anything. Except for the fleeting afterimage. What? Can't even Rear Admiral see the movements of those two people? How fast are they? Isn't it? You are one of the core strengths of our naval headquarters. Can you even keep up with Kaido Rear Admiral? Just kidding, Kaido Rear Admiral. As the enemy so powerful, Rear Admiral can't even see their attack speed, so what kind of strong man can see it? I'm afraid it must be above Vice Admiral. 268. Are you interested in joining me, Mihawk? Numerous Marine soldiers were discussing, looking subconsciously at the group of Marine Vice Admiral standing in front of them, as well as Pelusolino, Kuzan and others, the highest combat forces in the headquarters. At this time, these Vice Admirals and Admirals are using hockey to stand in for tens of thousands of ordinary Marine soldiers to resist the terrible wind blade that ravages the world. If it weren't for their shot, I am afraid that at least half of the 100,000 Marine soldiers here have been lost due to injuries. As this Rosen's true strength. No wonder not even that guy Sakazuki can beat an opponent like that. Vice Admiral Daubman looked at the two shadows of flowers in the distance, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Marine soldiers behind them had no idea how powerful the enemy was. As Hawkeye Mihawk standing on Marine's side in 07, it's okay. If you barely concentrate, you can still catch his movements. But the mythical White Tiger Rosen is another matter entirely. At this time, in the eyes of Vice Admiral Doberman, he could only see Mihawk retreating in embarrassment, constantly making moves to fight against the wind blade storm attacking him from all directions. Not even a chance to fight back. As for Rosen who made the shot, Doberman couldn't see any specific movements of the opponent at all. The only thing that can be seen is a blurred afterimage. The same is true for several other Marine Vice Admiral, Gion Momosugi, Gake, Ghost Spider, Huo Shaoshan, Flying Squirrel, etc. Advertisement. Neither Gion Momosugi, who is a substitute admiral, whose fighting strength is close to that of the main admiral, nor the veteran Vice Admiral, who has rich combat experience, can't capture Rosen's movements. These two guys actually used the Marineford battlefield as a stage for their competition. On the execution platform, Sengoku folded his arms and said in a low voice. Originally, today was supposed to be the decisive battle for Marine to defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Who would have thought that a monster pirate would suddenly appear? Now the audience's attention is all on Rosen. This battle feels like it has changed in nature. The power of the divine beast White Tiger really deserves to be the strongest attack. That eagle-eyed man who walks alone is about to be defeated. Garp's face was solemn, and just as he finished speaking, he heard a piercing, clang, sound resounding over the entire Marineford. And the storm raging in the audience also slowed down a lot in this instant. In the distance, the battle between the eagle-eyed Mahawk and the mythical white tiger Rosen has come to a halt. The two stood facing each other about 50 meters apart. Rosen returned from the form of the mythical white tiger to the form of a normal human, with a playful smile on his face. And Mahawk, the eagle eye opposite him, stood there blankly, looking at his hand in disbelief. Only half of the big black knife remained. When the other half of the big black knife finally fell to the ground at this time, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sound of the black knife falling to the ground seemed to awaken something. Being part of your crew. Advertisement. 3 streams of blood gushed out from his chest, instantly dyeing Mahawk red. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw 3 dazzling rays of light suddenly appearing from Mahawk's chest. You are actually so strong. Rosen laughed playfully. It is enough to explain the problem that one has to use the form of the white tiger of the divine beast with the strongest attack power to be able to defeat the opponent. As an ordinary person who doesn't have the 400 power of devil fruit, it's pretty good that you can resist so many moves from me. Hawkeye Mahawk looked back at his broken eye, and looked up at Rosen opposite. I'm afraid not. I'm used to being alone. The world's #1 swordsman, very powerful. P.S. Please subscribe. Wow. Quote. Regarding the injury on his chest, he appeared very calm, as if nothing had happened. Hawkeye calmly picked up the half-cut knife on the ground, and after speaking nonchalantly, he turned and walked towards the beach. Interested in joining my team? Mahawk. So as long as he eats the devil fruit of the phantom beast, Rosen can recruit Mahawk as a crew member. The key is that he is not demon fruit power yet. 269 The world is going to be messed up. Rumbling. Sabayati Archipelago, the crowd in the emergency shelter, watched the live broadcast on the large screen at this moment, as if a thunderstorm sounded in their minds. The rolling thunder shook each of their heads. After a long while, someone finally woke up from the shock. The #1 swordsman in the world, Mahawk, lost to the beast Rosen like this. In the crowd that was as silent as death, someone uttered such a long exclamation. In an instant, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Others also recovered from the state of shock. It's simply unbelievable. What kind of monster can have such power? The world's greatest swordsman lost the battle just like that. How long have the two talents fought? Is this a lie? That is the world's #1 swordsman. That man. How could it be possible to lose like this? Is this the strongest attack power of the divine beast white tiger, that Rosen actually broke the weapon of Hawkeye Mahawk with one claw? Such a powerful force is simply too terrifying. If I remember correctly, the weapon of Hawkeye Mahawk seems to be called right. The big black sword knight, one of the 12 great swords. One of the only 12 supreme sharp knives in the world. It was interrupted like this. It's terrible. That man, he will destroy the world. Advertisement. Probably stronger than Whitebeard. Even a man as powerful as the world's greatest swordsman is no match for the beast Rosen. How can we ordinary people face such a peerless murderer? Is naval headquarters okay today? Emergency shelters, at this moment, whether it is ordinary people or the nobles of the world, all have the same idea. They feel jealous, terrified, and bewildered by the power of the mythical beast Rosen. On the one hand, I hope that someone can stand up to deal with Rosen, subdue this terrifying big pirate, send him to the big submarine prison Imper to imprison him, or kill him directly. At the same time, on the other hand, they are eager to continue to see Rosen can play against other strong players. Like fighting Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. For example, against Naval Headquarters legendary Vice Admiral, Hero Garp. For example, against Naval Headquarters Marshal, the resourceful General, Buddha Sengoku. Countless people's hearts are full of fear and entanglement. That man didn't kill Hawkeye. What the hell was he going to do? Isn't it going to attack Naval Headquarters? As Marine support, since he has already defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Rosen should kill his opponent. Only in this way can Marine's vitality be reduced. Hawkeye Mahawk has been easily defeated by Rosen. If he is going to be killed, which Marine powerhouse will it be next? Everyone come and guess. Oh, brother, what do you mean? Are you going to be a leader now? The person who knows the current affairs is Junji. It should be too late to join the camp of the beast pirates now, right? Advertisement. Hush. Be loud. Don't you want to die? There are a lot of Marine family members and celestial dragons here. Yeah, brother, don't say a few words. This is not the place to say such things. I'm afraid. Anyway, the situation is already so clear. The beast pirates have gained an overwhelming advantage now. Who can stop Rosen's footsteps? That's right. Next, the beast pirates team up with the Whitebeard pirates, and maybe they will push the entire Marineford sideways. Naval Headquarters is the most violent institution of the world government. If it is breached, then the world government will be destroyed next. If the two top pirate groups can complete the feat of defeating Naval Headquarters today, they will definitely be able to command other pirates in the entire world. Is the world really going to be destroyed? Among the crowd, some people started whispering. In this situation, even blind people can see that Xuanwu is in the mythical beast pirates. A captain, Rosen, easily defeated the world's #1 swordsman. With that kind of power, is there anyone in this world who can compare to it? Is there anyone else who can block the footsteps of the divine beast White Tiger? I'm afraid not at all. Since no one can stop that guy's footsteps, it is inevitable that he will bring destruction to this world. At this time, the most important thing for ordinary people to do is to choose the correct camp. However, although their voices were very low, they were still heard by others. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated. 270 Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. What nonsense are you bastards talking about? Do you want to see the combat forces that naval headquarters invited to support take damage? You must know that if the Beast Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates successfully defeat Marineford today, no one can predict what kind of horrible hell this world will become. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not Marine's family member or world noble. What are you talking about? B******************************* D. Are you courting death? Oh, look at the faces of you pretentious guys. You still have time to teach others a lesson. Are you already in danger? That's right. Usually, those big pirates are against the world government because of your high-ranking fellows, who always have deep malice towards ordinary people, right? Naval headquarters was attacked by 2 royal regiments at the same time today, which just shows that you, the so-called nobles of the world, have offended too many powerful people. Bastards. How dare you openly mock the descendants of our creator? Don't you want to live? I just don't want to live anymore. Anyway, if the 770 pirates and the Whitebeard pirates successfully defeat Marineford today, the world will be completely destroyed. Everyone is going to die, and no one can escape such a fate. But, what are you idiots still doing? Hurry up and arrest all these nonsense bastards. How dare they slander the world government and the celestial dragons? Immediately arrest all those who slander celestial dragons and the world government. If these rebels dare to resist, they will all be executed. No need to report to anyone. Immediately. Execute immediately. Advertisement. Suddenly, the situation in the emergency shelter became extremely chaotic. The pessimism of ordinary people spreads infinitely, and the fear that the world government will be destroyed by Rosen and the mythical beast pirates AHCE is infinitely magnified. Some of their remarks completely detonated the emotions of the nobles of the world and Marine's family members, and the two sides fought. The world's nobles and Marine family members who watched the live broadcast had fierce conflicts with ordinary people. A large number of melon-eating people did not want to be affected and began to flee in all directions. The rest of the courageous ones broke out in physical conflicts with the bodyguards of the nobles in the world. Many people were knocked to the ground, and immediately stood up to resist. And a similar situation not only appeared on one island, but similar things were happening on other numbered islands at this time. It's all the world's nobles' fault. These guys usually oppress us, now it's time to resist. Let's stand up bravely and resist the world government. That's right. The world government will be doomed sooner or later. Marine will definitely lose today. No one can defeat the power of the mythical white tiger. At that time, if the beast pirates rule the whole world, we have a reason to ask them to let us go. Brother, I'm thinking the same as you, but, oh, don't say it. Total death. Stop talking. Hurry up and leave here by boat. Advertisement. You bastards dare to say it. You don't want to die, do you? That's right. Now it's best to leave the Sabayati archipelago and go to other places to avoid the limelight. If the naval headquarters wins today, those bastards, those celestial dragons will definitely send Marine Admiral to take revenge here. Quote. This person was once also a strong man who was famous all over the world. Yeah, stop talking nonsense and run away from here. If Marine initiates a buster call to the Sabayati archipelago, then we are really doomed. P.S. Please subscribe, please subscribe. Countless people rushed to the beach at the fastest speed as if fleeing from disaster. If that's the case, let me die. But at this time, among the crowd, there was a white-haired figure walking backwards. The former, One Piece, Roger's right-hand man, known as Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. These guys are really messed up. No matter how dissatisfied they are with the world government and celestial dragons, they can't speak out in this situation and occasion. Isn't this courting death? He has white curly hair, wears a pair of glasses, and is tall and burly. He is looking at the fleeing crowd with his arms folded. That's right. At least we have to wait until naval headquarters is completely defeated. Now the specific results of the battle are still unknown, and it is too early to say those words. Anyway, I don't intend to participate in these disputes. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter who rules the world, as long as we ordinary people can have food and jobs. The chaotic situation spread like a plague to every island in the Sabayati archipelago. Some ordinary people who didn't want to cause trouble fled away one after another, staying away from the place of right and wrong. 271 The man who started a new era. It seems that this beast pirate group has indeed caused great turmoil in the world. As one of the viewers who watched the live broadcast, Rayleigh of course also saw the battle between Rosen's incarnation of the mythical white tiger and the world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye, Mahawk. It can be said that the reason why the people here have the scene at this moment is precisely because they are afraid of the terrifying power of the divine beast white tiger. Will that kid be the one to start a new era? Talking to himself, Rayleigh continued to walk forward against the crowd. He turned a blind eye to the chaos in front of him. At the same time, the waters of New World Toto Land, Cake Island. Linlin, let's meet sometime. Charlotte Linlin was staring at the live broadcast of the big screen, the fierce battle of Marineford. And on the other end of the phone bug in her hand, came the familiar voice of an old friend. Kaido of the Beasts. Like herself, she was once a member of the famous Rocks Pirates. But that was 30 or 40 years ago. Ever since Captain Rocks was defeated by Garp and Roger, the entire Rocks Pirates fell apart. The crew members of the past went their separate ways, but now Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin have established their own huge strength and become the Sea Emperors who dominate the new world. Kaido. Recognizing Kaido's voice in an instant, Charlotte Linlin was slightly taken aback. Advertisement. Well, we haven't seen each other for decades, why do you suddenly want to meet me now? Of course Charlotte Linlin already knew about Kaido's defeat by Rosen. Now this, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, is no longer the undefeated myth of the strongest singled out. Intuition told Charlotte Linlin that it would definitely not be a good thing for Kaido to take the initiative to call her. I want to talk to you about our alliance and cooperation. Kaido doesn't make any fuss. Straight to the point, he stated his purpose. Well. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin burst out laughing. Cooperate. Her tone was a little bad. Above the hall, the other senior members of the Big Mom Pirates also frowned at this moment. Kaido of the Beasts would take the initiative to come to find their mother for cooperation. Ross Perot and his younger brother Katakuri exchanged glances. This kind of thing is new to them. Because the Beasts Pirates and their big MBH Pirates have been hostile for so many years. Each party forbids each other's crew to come to their respective territories for activities. Advertisement. During the whole process of talking with Kaido, her eyes never left the big live screen. After speaking, Charlotte Linlin hung up the phone immediately. Charlotte Linlin withdrew the cold smile on her face, and asked eerily. Well. She laughed twice. Kaido, since you plan to cooperate, then come here. I'm waiting for you at Cake Island. If this happens, they will attack each other mercilessly. 0. Seeking flowers. And at this moment, she saw the scene where Rosen, who was transformed into a white tiger, broke off the supreme sharp knife in Hawkeye Mihawk's hand with one claw, and left 3 huge bloodstains on Hawkeye's chest. Well. Last time I didn't have a serious fight with you, this time I definitely want to learn how powerful your divine beast white tiger is. Rosen, is this the power of your divine beast white tiger? Big. The cold eyes fell on the big live screen again. We'll talk about it after you come over. Before you broke into my Toto land waters with a large army, I haven't settled this matter with you yet. Kaido. Seeing that the world's #1 swordsman was defeated by Rosen in such a short period of time, Charlotte Linlin's pupils shrank slightly. Now you're still ashamed to come to me to talk about cooperation. 272 Ace, Dad is here to pick you up. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The entire battlefield was still dead silent until this moment. Whether it is 100,000 Marine soldiers, or 50,000 members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone obviously hasn't recovered from the deep shock brought to them by Rosen's violent defeat of Mihawk in a very short time. Until they saw the lonely figure of Hawkeye Mihawk, stepped on the boat docked on the shore, and gradually moved away from Marineford. What did I just see? Finally, one of the members of an affiliated pirate group under the Whitebeard Pirate Group swallowed hard and recovered from the state of shock. Did I see that the sword of the world's greatest swordsman was broken by that kid Rosen? Seems like it. It doesn't look like it. It's just like that. Look, isn't that eagle-eyed guy holding his broken sword in 147 in his hand? Really? How did this happen? That weapon is one of the supreme sharp knives. There are only 12 in the whole world. Isn't that an existence comparable to a divine weapon? How could it be broken? Ah. Even if it's an artifact, it can't resist Rosen's strongest blow. Is this the power of the divine beast white tiger? The strongest attack power in the world. Although the big black knife was broken, it also protected the eagle-eyed man from a truly fatal attack. Otherwise, with his mortal body, he would basically not be able to survive being hit by Rosen's claw. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air, no wonder he can beat Kaido of the Beasts. As the next thing going to be a fight with Dad? Dad won't have any problems, right? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were amazed and thought of the previous battle agreement between Whitebeard and Rosen. Rosen in the state of the divine beast white tiger, his fighting power is simply beyond the charts. Even the world's #1 swordsman in his prime couldn't get any advantage under his hands, and the battle in just half an hour came to a sad end. This was something that no one had expected beforehand. You must know that in the previous battle, Rosen was shot down into the sea by Mihawk's strongest sword. Who would have imagined that Rosen, who returned to land from the sea safe and sound, could burst out with such terrifying power? This Rosen is ridiculously strong. There is no one in this world who is his opponent. If you are singled out, I am afraid it is. Advertisement. After all, he took away the title of the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, from Kaido of the Beasts, who was regarded as the strongest one-on-one in the past. So, if we plan to defeat the divine beast white tiger today, we must use crowd tactics to besiege him to do so. Don't think about the ordinary crowd tactics. If you want to deal with the mythical beast Rosen, I'm afraid you must have a strong person above Vice Admiral. But Rosen is not the only one who is troublesome now, he has many crew members. Those guys are also big pirates with extraordinary strength. Today's battle is really unprecedentedly difficult. We actually have to face the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates at the same time. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, is already a headache, and now there is an extra beast, Rosen. How can we fight this battle? It's impossible to beat us. Although we have 100,000 people, that kind of strength cannot be compensated by simply relying on numbers. Hey, everyone, don't say such depressing words. They haven't really fought us yet. Maybe Rosen is just trying to challenge Whitebeard. He won't attack us Marine, right? Are you deceiving yourself and others to comfort yourself? They are pirates. We have hunted down the beast pirates so many times before, and today they are here for revenge. That's right. If you say you won't attack us, you probably won't believe this kind of nonsense. The Marine soldiers are also constantly discussing. Unlike the members of the Whitebeard pirates, most of them are worried about their fate today. After all, the strength gap between ordinary people and these world's top peerless murderers is right in front of everyone. It's almost impossible for them to have the strength to match Whitebeard or Rosen. If you fight reluctantly, you are just becoming a qualified cannon fodder. At this time, most of the Marine soldiers felt timid in their hearts, and began to shy away from participating in the battle. Of course, this situation was also keenly captured by Sengoku. Hateful. Sengoku feels a headache. The original plan to crusade against the Whitebeard pirates was completely disrupted because of the sudden intrusion of a mythical beast pirate. Now that the war has just arrived, a large number of Marine soldiers have already begun to feel cowardly, afraid to face the enemy in front of them. Can't go on like this. He was thinking about how to re-establish strong confidence in all soldiers against the enemy. At this point Rosen spoke. Advertisement. Whitebeard, how long do you have to solve your problem? While talking, Rosen moved his neck. After defeating the world's #1 swordsman, Rosen might gain another title from today onwards. Although he is not the Eagle Eye Mohawk defeated by swordsmanship. Now, it is almost time to challenge the strongest man in the world. Kulala la la la. Boy, I really didn't misread you. The battle just now was very exciting, I can't wait to fight with you. But I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer. Whitebeard laughed and turned around, facing the hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers in the distance. Little ones, it's our turn to fight, start over. Attack with all your might and get back the ace. All follow me. Guys who dare to block the way, no matter who they are, will be knocked down. Whitebeard Haki said, striding forward with a juvenile knife on his shoulder. The top-level conqueror's haki on his body was released, like an invisible giant 4.1 strong, crushing the distant Marine like an overwhelming mountain. Oh, it's about to start again. Facing the menacing Whitebeard pirate group, the two admirals, Pelusolino and Kuzan, stretched out their hands at the same time and released their conquerors to fight against the terrifying coercion of Whitebeard. Behind the two, the weaker Marine soldiers were like logs at this moment, crushed by Whitebeard's incomparably powerful conquerors, and fell to the ground one after another unconscious. Kulala la la la, ace. Daddy, I'll take you home. Whitebeard raised the juvenile knife in his hand high, with the top-armed color wrapped around it, and with the power of shock fruit, he slashed out at the enemy in front of him with his sword. 273 Pirate Empress, Hancock. The power of that sword entwined Whitebeard's top armament haki who had been practicing for decades. Coupled with the power bonus of shock fruit, the power is naturally no small matter. The air was directly pierced, the ground cracked, and thousands of Marine soldiers in front were thrown away by the coercion generated by Whitebeard's sword. Although some people can barely work together to resist it, they will not hurt themselves. But the terrifying force also knocked them down to the ground. Whitebeard opened up a wide attacking path in front. The tens of thousands of pirates behind them rushed forward like crazy, and launched a crazy attack on the remaining enemies. All of a sudden, the entire Marineford battlefield turned into a melee. The strong Marines fought against the members of the Whitebeard regiment. And at this time, a figure walked over from not far away. The concubine is finally going to join the battle. The figure that appeared was very tall, far taller than the average 07 woman. And she is very beautiful, and her figure is even hotter. It is the Empress, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As that woman planning to join the battle. Seeing Hancock take the initiative to join the battle, Sengoku in the direction of the execution platform squinted his eyes. He didn't have too many expectations for these so-called 7 warlords of the sea. After all, they are all pirates specially recruited by the world government to check and balance the power of the sea. But I didn't expect these guys to show some performance. First, the world's greatest swordsman singled out Rosen, which gave Marine a great morale boost in the early stage. It's a pity that Rosen used the form of the mythical white tiger to torture him. Now even the Empress, Hancock also played. Advertisement. It would be good if she made a move. At least some of the miscellaneous soldiers can be cleaned up. In this way, more Marine officers and soldiers can be freed up, so that they can wholeheartedly deal with the powerful enemies of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. Crane Vice Admiral glanced at Hancock and said expectantly. But just as she finished speaking, she saw Hancock ignoring the surrounding enemies and walking towards Rosen. At this time, Rosen was walking slowly towards his divine beast Xuanwu. It was as if he didn't notice that someone was approaching him behind him. When he was about to reach the divine beast Xuanwu, he finally stopped and looked back at Hancock. Why are you following me? I have been following you for a long time, Rosen. Oh, do you want to fight with me too? Rosen turned around completely, twisted his neck and made a click Click, click, sound. Hearing what he said, Hancock laughed. Hey, he's really a man who doesn't understand his daughter's thoughts. That's right, the concubine really intends to compete with you. Hancock's face darkened, and his tone became much more indifferent. I won't show mercy just because you are a woman. The corners of Rosen's mouth turned upward. There was a desire to fight in his eyes. He knew that the Empress was very powerful, not only possessing the Overlord Haki, which is rare for Miao people. Moreover, she is also a Paramesha sweet fruit capable person. This kind of fruit ability can have a confusing effect on targets such as men, women, old and young, making them obsessed with the user. It can even completely petrify the target. Cooperating with those weird but powerful moves, it can even directly kick the target to pieces. Advertisement. For example, Hancock has a trick called perfume femur. Parts of the kicked target's body are petrified and shattered. Whether it is an animate object or an inanimate object, it can have an effect. More importantly, her move will not be limited by the target's lust and heart like marrow mellow. Even if the target has no desire for lust, nor is he tempted by himself, it can still have the same effect. You really have to be careful when dealing with this kind of woman. Rosen didn't want his body to be kicked into pieces. He was rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to go. At this moment, a figure landed beside him. Captain, let me deal with her. 830. Go and have a rest. Appearing beside Rosen was Kazuki Hiyori, who had never participated in the battle. In the battle between Rosen and Hawkeye Mahawk just now, although in the end they used the Beast White Tiger form to win the victory. But Hawkeye's strongest strike at the beginning also brought Rosen a lot of trouble. The scar on his chest hasn't fully healed yet. Heck, the concubine is not interested in girls. But if you dare to block the footsteps of my captive, I will kill you without mercy. Hancock looked over at Kazuki Hiyori. Chao Chenshi, Jiuyou Panchengwei. If you are not familiar with her, you may be easily confused by this sweet appearance and gentle tone. Once you let your guard down, you're screwed. It is absolutely appropriate to describe Hancock as femme fatale. Of course, if it's her friend or someone she admires, Hancock will do both for him. 274 The two beauties of the pirate world. You don't have to hold back, because I won't hold back from you either. Kazuki Hiyori stared at Hancock and said coldly. There seemed to be something wrong with her tone and attitude, which caught Rosen's attention and glanced at her. But Rosen didn't pay too much attention to these things, then leave it to you, be careful. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked back as if nothing had happened. Hancock was slightly taken aback by the gesture. She has been using the charm technique on this man continuously since she walked over. Show off as much of your side as possible. But I didn't expect that my mother and I have worked so hard, you dog man would not even give me a straight look. Unwilling, Hancock looked at Rosen's broad back, who turned away mercilessly, and was a little dazed for a while. Except for that straw hat boy, this is the first time a man can ignore his own existence like this. I am a concubine, but the most beautiful woman in the world. How could it be that there is a man who is not emotionally attracted to his concubine? This feeling really gave Hancock a very different experience, and she secretly competed with herself. The more Rosen ignored herself, the more she wanted to attract the other's attention. She was about to say something. Advertisement. At this time, I saw Kazuki Hiyori on the opposite side. Suddenly a colorful and brilliant light surged up. At the same time, a very powerful aura was released from the opponent's body. In just such a short moment, the beautiful girl who looked gentle, soft and boneless just now turned into a domineering, powerful threat that opponents dare not underestimate. On the battlefield, the confrontation between Hawkeye and Kazuki Hiyori quickly attracted the attention of others. Oh, a battle between two women. I thought that Snake Princess was going to fight Rosen's mythical white tiger. What nonsense are you talking about? Even the world's #1 swordsman is no match for the divine beast white tiger. How can a snake beat the divine beast white tiger? That's right, but I heard that the Empress is still very powerful. Even naval headquarters many vice admirals may not be her opponents. I've heard of this, but I've never seen her strength, so I don't know if the rumors are true or not. This Empress is really beautiful, it would be great if I could marry her as my wife. Brother, I advise you to get rid of this idea as soon as possible, it's better not to provoke that woman. I heard that she can petrify opponents and kick them into pieces. Anyway, I don't want to learn about that kind of ability. Is it so hanging? Forget it. After the crowd commented on Hancock, the attention soon shifted to Kazuki Hiyori. This big beauty is not inferior to Hancock in appearance and figure. Both of them are the top beauties in the pirate world, each with its own merits. As soon as he appeared on the stage at this time, it quickly attracted the attention of most people. Advertisement. Many people even looked at it to the point of drooling. Who is this beauty? I've never seen it before. Look at the light on her body, that kind of light is really strange, it looks very beautiful, is this guy also a demon fruit power? Backquote. I don't know what it's called, but to be a member of the beast pirates must be a bit of a skill. I heard that all members of the mythical beast pirates are zone phantom beasts. Could this beauty be some kind of mythical creature? Who knows? Look at the sword hanging around her waist, that sword doesn't look very simple. I also always feel a little familiar, but I can't remember where I saw it. How strange. That weapon must have some origins. Hey, It seems. Damn, I can't remember. Most of the people looking at the weapon hanging on Kazuki Hiyori's good money body are members of the Whitebeard pirates. And they were all older men. Kazuki Hiyori stood up to fight Hancock, which naturally attracted the attention of Whitebeard, Marco and others. When they saw the weapon on Kazuki Hiyori, sudden pupils shrank slightly. Because no matter it was Whitebeard or Marco and the others, they all recognized the origin of the weapon at this time. So that's it. Is it the weapon that man used to use? Marco suddenly realized, and couldn't help but look at Kazuki Hiyori a few more times. 275 goals, Whitebeard. The 5-color light on Kazuki Hiyori's body also became brighter and brighter. She did not directly enter the 5-color peacock form. In my heart, I think that to deal with a mere female Emperor Hancock, it is enough to use only the famous sword Yanmo plus Odin's 2-sword style, combined with part of the power of the 5-color divine light. HMPH, it seems that we can only get rid of you first. Feeling the pressure emanating from Kazuki Hiyori, Hancock's face finally sank completely. She stopped talking nonsense, put her finger on her lips, and used the power of the sweet fruit to create a small red heart. Then he shoots in the way of finger pistol towards Kazuki Hiyori in front of him. Rosen returned to the divine beast Xuanwu as if nothing had happened, sat on the bow, and watched the entire Marineford battlefield leisurely. Kazuki Hiyori has already fought Hancock. However, neither of them showed their real strength to fight against each other. At present, they are only in the stage of testing each other. 683. Use physical skills to briefly contact each other to test each other's strength. Hancock's moves are sharp, and of course Kazuki Hiyori's moves are not bad either. The two played back and forth, but nothing particularly brilliant. After all, he is not a gymnast. Oh, that woman's strength is not bad, I underestimated her. Standing beside Rosen, Yamato looked at Hancock in surprise and couldn't help admiring. Isn't Hiyori Princess going to have any problems? Afra asked in a low voice worriedly. Advertisement. It's hard to say. At present, the two of them seem to be evenly matched. Izzy glanced through the bullet scope in his hand and shook his head. Brother Captain, what do you think? Seeing that Rosen didn't speak, Eyes raised his head and looked at him curiously. I'll sit and watch, Rosen said indifferently. These words made everyone smile for a while. In fact, Rosen isn't worried about Kazuki Hiyori at all. Not to mention that she has good strength herself, mastering the Odin 2 sword style in hockey, and also has the famous sword Enma. That weapon can automatically release the user's emission, that is, the high-level armament hockey, greatly enhancing the attack power. Just these kinds of skills can play back and forth with Hancock. Not to mention, Kazuki Hiyori now also has the Devil Fruit ability in the form of Zoan Phantom Beast 5-colored Peacock. A creature in myths and legends, the 5-color Peacock. The 5-color divine light it possesses can brush everything and break everything. This power is definitely the existence of the sweet fruit that crushes Hancock. So Rosen doesn't need to worry about Kazuki Hiyori at all. By the way, Captain Rosen, are you all right? At this time Cavendish came to his side, smiled and looked at the scar on his chest that still looked a little shocking. I thought I really deserved to be the boss. Also, as a swordsmanship genius and master swordsman, Cavendish knows better than most of the people present how powerful Hawkeye Mahawk is. Advertisement. If it were him, the strongest strike he had made against Mahawk before would probably have been killed by the opponent now. Brother Captain can see that there is nothing serious. If you guys are worried about him, why not help Brother Captain get rid of those who are in the way? So, stop it. I get it. Yamato was immediately interested when he heard this. Who are you going to have us get in the way? Rosen. At this moment, Rosen just smiled without saying a word. Yamato waved his mace, eagerly turned to Rosen and asked. It's just that Rosen's half-smiling gaze was staring at Whitebeard, who was being dragged by several Marine vice-admirals in the distance, unable to push the battle line forward for the time being. Brother Captain's goal now is to fight that guy Whitebeard. He looked towards the battlefield in the distance. Brother Captain has now defeated the strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, and the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mahawk respectively. Before Eyes could finish speaking, Yamato beside Rosen had jumped off the battlefield. After all, he is the strongest man in the world. Through the bullet sniper scope, Eyes also observed this situation. Here today, he doesn't ask his crew what to do or not to do. However, Whitebeard also said just now that he won't have time to fight the captain until he finishes dealing with the matter between the regiment and Marine. As long as we can defeat the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate again, our captain brother will be the real world's strongest man from now on. Everything is up to them to handle by themselves. Get rid of the guy who got in your way. 276. The final charge, Whitebeard explodes. Yamato swung the mace, and instantly sent more than a dozen Marine soldiers into the air. Seeing her actions, Rosen and everyone on the divine beast Xuanwu were immediately speechless. She's really energetic. Cavendish shook his head. His gaze fell to another direction. At this time, the ghost man Ajin, as well as the sun Prometheus and Layun Zeus, were all surrounded by the sea room. The three of them are in a glue fight with Marine. However, the Marines responsible for dealing with them are mostly majors and captains, and their strength is limited, so they don't pose a big threat to them. The rear admiral vice-admirals in Marine all ran to deal with the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates. They don't seem to pay enough attention to our beast pirates. It's just sending some small fish and shrimps to deal with us. Cavendish laughed playfully. No, they already value us. Those guys over there are probably preparing for us. At this time, Rockwell also spoke, and pointed to the rows of huge figures in the distance. Rockwell had noticed these figures since they arrived here. And observed for a while already. I've always wanted to ask this, what the hell are those guys, multiple births? Why do they all look exactly the same? Looks like Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, they met earlier. I also want to say this, are they the brothers of Bartholomew Kuma? Hearing everyone's words, Rosen calmly gave those tall figures a compliment. Are you a pacifist? The number is even more than the Summit War in the original book. Advertisement. After indifferently glanced at it, Rosen withdrew his gaze. Mere pacifists can't pose any threat to themselves at all. Even in his own beast pirate group, any member can kill all those guys. So, how about more? If I'm not mistaken, they should be the experimental subjects from Vegapunk. At this time Rockwell said again. As a world-class scientist who used to work with Vegapunk, he felt something was wrong when he first saw those pacifists. After some observation, both intuition and observed details told Rockwell that those guys were made by Vegapunk. Oh, Vegapunk. Is that the top scientist you used to work with at MADS? I heard that he is called the world's #1 scientist whose wisdom surpasses that of the present 500 years. Hey, Mr. Rockwell, the captain has won several titles of the world's #1 in a row. Do you want to compete with Vegapunk for the title of the world's #1 scientist? Izzy teased. Rockwell just smiled and didn't speak. Mr. Captain, may I? He looked down at Rosen. As you please. You don't need to ask me, it doesn't matter how you make trouble today. Rosen was bored. His current target is only Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world. Others have been unable to arouse their own interest. Well, let me experience the power of those earthly instruments. Quote. Rockwell nodded, and jumped out of the boat. Seeing that even he had participated in the battle, Cavendish on the side finally couldn't bear it anymore. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. If that's the case, let me teach them how to treat every member of our beast pirates correctly. Cavendish said, waving the demon sword. Muramaru also landed on the battlefield. Do not worry, I'll support you with this bullet. I promise not to let any youngsters pose a threat to you. In fact, this time he invaded Marineford with all the members of the Whitebeard regiment. Seeing that hundreds of thousands of marine soldiers gathered here, Whitebeard also felt very troublesome. Only then, relying on the advantages of numbers and weapons, all members of the bandit group formed an overwhelming deterrent marine team, and huge chaos began to appear again. Whitebeard turned and glanced in Rosen's direction. But due to Rosen's current status, Whitebeard couldn't open that mouth. Several. Rosen yawned and stretched again. Call me, but you must also pay attention to protecting your own life. Death is not what a brave man does. At this time, all members of the beast pirates participated in the battle, which greatly reduced their pressure. Izzy patted the bullet in his arms, and shouted at Cavendish's back. Whitebeard, haven't you settled the fight yet? He had long wanted to invite Rosen's mythical beast pirates to temporarily join forces with him to deal with Marine. Whitebeard certainly took note of these situations. Kulala la la la, little ones, let's get Ace back together. In just a few minutes, there were a large number of casualties. Along with the crew of the beast pirates, they joined the battle one after another. Ordinary marine soldiers are completely helpless in the face of those demons that seem to come from Hell. 277 Admiral Akainu, reappear. With all the members of the beast pirates participating in the battle, the pressure on the Whitebeard pirates has been greatly reduced. The captains of each section and the captains of the 43 affiliated pirate groups began to display Kamui, constantly attacking Marine's defense line. Soon, under the personal leadership of Whitebeard, they pushed the entire front to a position less than 500 meters away from the execution platform. Seeing that the battlefield was about to get out of control, and the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates were about to attack the execution platform, Sengoku finally issued an order to the phone bug in his hand. Send the order, Crane Vice Admiral, you can start that battle plan. In order to deal with various situations that may arise in front of him, Sengoku has made sufficient preparations for 403 in advance. In addition to mobilizing more than 100,000 marine elites from all over the world to serve as a defensive force, Naval Headquarters has other plans. And now, almost all the enemies of the entire Whitebeard pirate group have penetrated deep into the hinterland of Marineford. This played into Sengoku's hands. Time to get that battle plan executed. At the same time that Sengoku issued the battle plan order to all Marines. An unassuming area on the right side of the inner bay. At this time, a marine battleship slowly docked, and a one-armed man in a justice robe and a red suit stepped down from it. The one-armed man was unusually tall, with a cigar in his mouth, and a very gloomy face. After disembarking he went straight to the town of Marineford. And the phone bug in his pocket also rang the voice of Sengoku's order. Are you finally going to start implementing that plan? How can such a scene be without my participation? The man talked to himself. Advertisement. He is one of Naval Headquarters' 3 admirals, Lot, Sakazuki. In the previous battle against Rosen and the Beast Pirates, Sakazuki was seriously injured and lost an arm. During this time he has been recuperating at the Holy Land Mariajoy. Of course, although it is said to be resting, Sakazuki pays special attention to all the movements of naval headquarters, and it can be said that he knows everything about it. Even in every meeting before the actual battle, he participates remotely via phone bug. So for every battle plan today, Sakazuki knows as well as anyone else. Originally, Sengoku meant to let Sakazuki continue to stay in the Holy Land of Mariajoy to recuperate. But Sakazuki, who has absolute justice in his heart, can't sit still at all. Hearing that Marineford was about to go to war, he left the Holy Land of Mariajoy and rushed back to join the battle. I didn't expect the beast pirates to come here. These bastards. Let you all be buried in Marineford today. Thinking of the arm he lost, Sakazuki felt a dull pain in his heart. That man named Rosen, if he can't take revenge today, he won't be reconciled. Said in a deep voice, turned his head and glanced in the direction of Nawan. Putting the phone back into his pocket, he clenched his fists and strode away. She. Such a war scene really makes people feel a little excited. Looking at the Empress Hancock, she was still testing each other with the woman on the beast pirates. The two fought back and forth, and it took a long time to decide the winner. Doflamingo, who had been watching the game before, finally couldn't bear to end. Advertisement. However, he didn't attack the crew of the beast pirates as soon as he came up, but he spotted a huge and incomparably huge figure. That figure was 70 to 80 meters tall, already several times taller than Vice Admiral, a Titan from Naval Headquarters. This Titan is one of the captains of the 43 pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Ozzy Jr., whose ancestor is the Demon of Yungwo, Oz. At this time, the hill-like little Ozzy waved the huge long knife in his hand, bowed left and right, and easily defeated the several Titan tribe vice admirals blocking the way. He strode forward, unimpeded, and rushed directly towards the direction of the execution platform. Seeing that they are about to successfully reach the execution platform and take Ace back. But at this moment, several huge figures appeared on the barrier below the execution platform. They all look exactly the same in appearance, and they look almost the same as the former 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. But each of them is expressionless, looking like a heartless and unconscious robot. Facing the incoming little Aussie, the 5 pacifists raised their hands at the same time and began to compress the air. She. It seems that those guys are going to make a move in 2.6. Doflamingo had a playful expression and stopped to watch the battle. He looked at the 5 pacifists with a look of spectacle, and planned to attack little Aussie at the same time. Looking forward to the next wonderful performance. The same situation was also noticed by Rosen on the divine beast Xuanwu. Familiar with the original work, he certainly knows the fate of little Aussie next. Although his body is extremely huge, several times larger than that of ordinary titans, it is impossible for little Aussie to beat 7 warlords of the sea. If nothing else, he will be hit hard by those pacifists next. Then their lives will be harvested. 278 I advise you not to meddle in your own business. The corners of Rosen's mouth turned upward. He is very optimistic about little Aussie's potential, and plans to make him a member of the prehistoric legion he will form in the future. Now I can't bear to let little Oz hang here like this. Coincidentally, he is also bored now. Whitebeard would probably have a while before he could free up his hands to fight him. Now that you are here, you may as well continue to exercise your muscles and bones. It's not good to bully the few with the more. Before the 5 pacifists could attack little Aussie, Rosen suddenly appeared in their full submersible. A violent wind suddenly emerged out of thin air, sweeping towards the 5 pacifists like sharp knives. The attack of the 5 pacifists was immediately interrupted mercilessly. At the same time, their bodies were split into 2 by the indestructible wind blade, and they fell crookedly to the ground. Boom. 07. The air compressed by the 5 of them at the same time lost its restraint, and instantly exploded violently above their bodies. The terrifying shock wave not only completely destroyed their remains in an instant, but also ruthlessly knocked away the forts around them and a large number of marine soldiers nearby. Oh, seeing Rosen who suddenly appeared and killed 5 pacifists with just one move, Doflamingo was slightly taken aback. She. Rosen, it seems that you still can't help but make a move. He looked at the back of that terrifying man, and smiled playfully. Advertisement. Rosen looked back at Doflamingo indifferently. Brother Ming, I advise you not to meddle too much. The cold eyes made Doflamingo startled slightly. Meow. So. Since even you have opened your mouth, it seems that I have to give this face. He grinned, smug. But I still feel very afraid of Rosen in my heart. The last time I was in De Res Rosa, I had already fought this kid's crew. It can almost be said that Doflamingo is one of the few people in this world who has actually seen the transformation of all members of the monster pirates. And just now he watched Rosen single out the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, and let his opponent leave the field in complete defeat. Obviously, Rosen's strength has skyrocketed compared to when he was in Dressrosa. The current Doflamingo, unless he has a brain, is unwilling to take the initiative to provoke Rosen. But I'm curious, Rosen. Why do you take such good care of the Whitebeard pirates? As he spoke, he glanced at the little Oz man beside him. No need to guess, the purpose of Rosen's attack just now was to protect this big guy. But looking at it horizontally and vertically, Doflamingo couldn't tell that apart from his relatively large size, what other uses did this guy have? Do you mean that Rosen took a fancy to the opponent's strength and wanted to poach Whitebeard's corner? That kind of thing is nonsense in Doflamingo's view. Advertisement. This big guy can be instantly killed by moving his fingers casually. The probability of Rosen inviting himself to join the beast pirates is much higher than inviting that guy. But under the reflection of the sunlight, tiny traces of silk threads appeared. But anyway, he is still a hero-level figure, and soon his expression returned to normal. In the final analysis, it was because of Rosen's strong strength that he felt very difficult. For the other party's question, Rosen did not explain. And there is no need to hide, just tell you clearly, Laozi's attack is here, even if the enemy wants to hide, there is no place to hide. Hey 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 hey. The ubiquitous and pervasive wind blade is no worse than the parasitic me placed in the air by the opponent. I think I'd better watch the battle for a while first. After all, the lessons learned from Mahawk are still there. You do not need to know. Immediately afterwards, the spiral wind blade flipped in the air, constantly surrounding Doflamingo. He laughed and said, turned around with his hips crossed, and walked back with a pace that his relatives did not recognize. Needless to say, the wind blade released by Rosen played a role. Doflamingo was placed in the air, and the parasite string, which was intended to be used to pretend and yin people, was being cracked. This is a warning. Doflamingo's face became a little ugly. In the air, there was a strange sound of buzzing, continuously. The voice fell, and suddenly a terrible storm was born out of thin air. Of course, facing Rosen's storm power, Doflamingo's 363 parasite string is also powerful and difficult to use. 279 That woman appears again. Frightening Doflamingo away, Rosen ignored the guy and turned to look at the little Aussie who was a little confused. Nice to meet you, my name is Rosen. Rosen folded his arms, looked at each other and said hello. Quote. Little Aussie made a dull, thunderous sound. Before he could answer, the Marines on the fort in the distance started firing shells at little Aussie one by one. The ear-piercing sound of shoo 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 broke this rare conversation environment. Relying on his strong physical body, little Aussie resisted those shells. But his body is too huge. Although it is possible to resist shells hard, it is unavoidable, just like a target. Boom. At this moment, a huge flame descended from the sky, and easily destroyed all the Marines and turrets in a straight line. You're welcome, Mr. Rosen. Rockwell turned into a flaming angry dragon and streaked across the sky. It looks like he's dealt with the rest of the enemies already. Rosen glanced into the distance and found that it was indeed the case. The so-called secret weapon, brought by Marine, a large number of pacifists known as human weapons, were all reduced to ashes under Rockwell's flame jet attack. It is similar to Rosen's judgment before. It is enough to deal with those enemies by standing out with a crew member at will. Advertisement. Rockwell hovered above the sky, and swooped down towards the Marine soldiers in the other direction, launching a new round of attack. He turned to look the other way. At this time, the other crew members also more or less used their devil fruit abilities. One by one began to transform into the form of phantom beasts. Maybe Garrett was embarrassed to stay on the boat seeing everyone working so hard. It is not known when she joined the battle. Perhaps it was the moment Rosen got off the boat and came to help Ozzy. At this time, because of his lunar jade rabbit form, the entire sky changed from a bright day to a night with the moon hanging high. But, damn it, it's that woman again. Is that woman finally going to make a move? Seeing the appearance of the lunar jade rabbit and the crescent moon in the sky, some Marine soldiers on the battlefield recognized Garrett immediately. These are members of the beast pirates who followed Aokiji and Kizaru to the New World to defeat Rosen. Back then, they had learned how powerful Garrett was. That kind of weird moonlight will not only have a serious impact on their bodies, but also make them lose their ability to move. It can even affect warships sailing in the sea. Oh, that woman. What's so special about her? However, those who were summoned today had a total of 100,000 Marine elites. There are still people who don't know how powerful Garrett is. That woman's strength is terrifying. She's an alien from the beast pirates. Have you seen the moon in the sky? Don't think it's beautiful. It will kill you. Advertisement. You don't need to look at it to know that it is a powerful character, but what's so weird about that moon? In short, let's not talk. That woman is going to attack. One figure after another fell under the crazy counterattack of the Whitebeard regiment. In this way, they simply became the targets of the Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, who were on the other side of the battle, were a little confused when they saw this situation at first. Launched with the power of the lunar jade rabbit. Everyone was amazed. With the activation of Geralt's lunar jade rabbit power, all Marine soldiers on the battlefield were affected, and their movements became sluggish. Her devil fruit ability, the form of the lunar jade rabbit, and the moonlight behind her can cause slowing effects on the enemy. This kind of group debuff buff is naturally suitable for such a big scene today. After they realized that the enemy's body had lost the ability to move freely, they began to unilaterally kill. Boom. But, damn, what's going on? My body, suddenly, well, intestines. The mood of fear quickly spread throughout Marineford. At the same time, Garrett himself also transformed into a moon lion form, and launched a frenzied attack on Marine. What happened to Wang Chenjiao? The body movements become very slow, as if the whole body is controlled by some terrible force. What's going on? The marine soldiers were talking and wondering. Hundreds of thousands of marine soldiers were affected, and their movements became extremely slow. 280 Aokiji shot, Ice Age. Out, appeared, that woman's ability. A terrifying ability that can shine through the light of the moon and cause a slowing effect on the target. That's a terrifying power that even the admirals in the headquarters can't absolutely avoid. Oops, if you can't move your body, wouldn't you be a living target for the enemy? Those pirates will trample over our corpses. Damn it. B asterisk 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 D, B asterisk 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 D. It's the first time I participated in a battle of this level, and I didn't expect to meet such a powerful enemy. I don't want to die here. Who will save me? As more marine soldiers fell, panic spread further throughout the marine ranks. Some were crying for their father and mother, while others were trying to turn around and run away. Some of the marine soldiers who had already hid in the town thought they could escape the effects of the battle. Little did they know, there was a Shinigami-like figure inside right now, patrolling and reaping their lives. She. Obviously after such a short period of time, even that woman's strength has increased a lot. This mythical beast pirate group is really scary to 310. Doflamingo looked at the sky full of apprehension. Garrett, who was in the form of a moon and lion, was covered with lightning all over his body. At this time, his body also showed signs of mobility impairment. This made him dare not act rashly. It would be unlucky to avoid the counterattack of the entire beast pirate group. Sengoku's just issued operational plan order suddenly encountered an unprecedented blow, because Garrett's attack is likely to cause the plan he made to fail. He looked sullenly at the sky. Seeing the power of that woman again, even Sengoku felt a little thorny in his heart. Because at this moment, his body also showed signs of inconvenient movement. It was as if his whole body was being crushed by a super mountain. It becomes very difficult to move your feet. Advertisement. Useless things. The mere slowness scares you like this. Give me a fierce counterattack against the enemy. AAHFJ, veteran vice admiral popped up out of nowhere. He yelled at the two subordinates beside him. Then he raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Ghost Spider, what shall we do now? What else can I do? The plan remains unchanged, everyone implements the plan immediately. If it's because of the moonlight that makes everyone's movements slow, it's not impossible to crack a move. After giving the order, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral said something to himself. Then he picked up the phone bug. Aokiji Admiral, Kizaru Admiral, you two, which one is good? Now use your abilities to create a barrier that can block the moonlight in the sky. In this way, we may be able to decipher the effect of that move on Marine. She gave her guess and communicated the solution to the two admirals in Marine. On the battlefield, Pelusalino, who was paddling, heard the words of Crane Vice Admiral and looked up at the moon in the sky. The moon had no effect on him. But not others. Even Aokiji, who is Admiral, also has mobility problems at this time, which is almost exactly the same as what he encountered in New World before. I need sea water. Kuzan's answer is simple and straightforward. He looked up at the moon in the sky, and the way to deal with it was actually very simple. It is to create a large ice layer above Marineford and cover it with a dome to block the moonlight in the sky. If Granny Crane's method really works. But the premise of doing this is that there is enough water on their heads. Create a huge ice layer out of thin air that can cover the entire Marineford sky. If you don't use seawater, it will seriously consume Kuzan's own physical strength. And it continues to consume. He is not willing to waste at least half of his physical strength doing this kind of thing for such a method with unknown effect. Advertisement. Pelusalino turned his head and looked into the distance. Because at this moment, he felt the abnormality of the sea. Kuzan also felt something was wrong. The sea was shaking slightly. Soon they noticed the cause of the anomaly. It was because there was a terrifying 100-meter wave coming towards Marineford from a distance. Look, what's that? It was the power of the shock fruit that Whitebeard just cast. The earthquake caused the tsunami. Is it finally here? But, damn it, with such a high tsunami, we will all be submerged. Is the whole of Marineford going to be destroyed? As expected of Whitebeard, is this guy planning to die with us? Don't think that the number of people has the advantage, and you think that you are sure to win. If you are careless, it may be us. The Marines panicked in the face of the incoming 100-meter waves. At this time, Sengoku's voice reached the ears of each of them through the phone bug. Yo, you can come here for whatever you say, it seems that today's situation is still very beneficial to us. It's finally your turn to perform, Aokiji. Pelusalino turned his head and looked at the other party. Help me, Kuzan responded. The old man will be offended. Hearing this, Pelusalino appeared next to Kuzan without saying a word, and kicked Kuzan into the air with his kick. At this time, the overwhelming tsunami happened to come over the entire Marineford. It was about to fall from the sky and submerge the entire island. Ice Age. Kuzan used his strongest ult against the seawater that almost covered the entire Marineford. A trick of the Ice Age, almost instantly freezes the surrounding seawater. 281 digging begins. As Aokiji Kuzan used his ult Ice Age, the rapidly freezing temperature instantly froze all seawater. Garrett's moonlight was successfully covered by the ice covering Marineford, leaving only a small hole, still casting a little light. Has it worked? The first to feel the body changes, of course, was Kuzan, who was in midair. Without the moonlight shining on his body, the power of the sun lost its effect on him. His body recovered to move freely, and finally he was able to use various tricks to deal with the enemy. As expected of Mr. Aokiji. The body has fully recovered. My body can move. It's completely free of any restrictions. Me too. These hateful pirates are not as invincible as imagined. Damn it. That woman must be dealt with first. This kind of state ability that can debuff the group is really too dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Just now it was almost killed. Don't think we are easy to bully, you hateful pirates. Let's fight back against them in one go. The marine soldiers who have regained their physical mobility, because they were frightened by ultimate just now, their bodies have returned to normal at this time, and everyone feels lucky to survive the catastrophe. Advertisement. At the same time, their inner desire for revenge was also activated, and they began to angrily launch a crazy counterattack against the attacking pirates. The battle became more and more intense, and the entire Whitebeard pirate group, together with members of the other 43 affiliated pirate groups, gradually rushed from the sea to the Marineford Plaza. Seeing that his yin power was cracked by Kuzan, Garrett immediately locked on Kuzan. The last time you escaped at sea, this time you won't be so lucky. She stared at Kuzan, transformed into a moon lion form, swooped down from the sky wrapped in lightning, and attacked Kuzan. The abilities of the two are somewhat similar. Kuzan, who is the top combat power of Marine, may seem powerless in the face of Rosen, the beast with the strongest attack power. But dealing with Garrett was not as difficult as imagined. Neither of them put out all their strength to fight, and at first they were just testing each other. However, within a short period of time, it may be difficult to tell the winner. Rosen only glanced at them for a few moments, then looked away. When he turned his head again, he found that little Aussie had turned around and left, aiming at Doflamingo. 0. Seeking flowers. Although he looks big, he really doesn't look very smart. Advertisement. Little Aussie really picked the wrong opponent again. I saw him waving his fist and punching Doflamingo, who was turning away. Just now Doflamingo was affected by the power of the sun, and his body couldn't move freely. 0. But by this time he had fully recovered. Sensing that there was an attack above his head, Doflamingo let out a smirk, and dodged it easily with a dodge. At the same time, the parasite string arranged in the air has already wrapped around Little Aussie's leg. He was about to use his strength to break Little Aussie's right leg, to show his majesty as a hero and his contempt for these unknown guys. But at this moment, Doflamingo found that his parasite string was out of control. Of course he knew what was going on. Knowledge Color has already perceived that this kind of thing will happen. 282 Join my pirates. Are you really going to protect this guy? Doflamingo turned and looked at Rosen. He didn't understand why Rosen insisted on protecting this guy with a huge body but not a bright mind at all. Do me a favor. Rosen landed on Aussie's left shoulder, looking down at Doflamingo. The atmosphere between the two parties was very depressing and cold. It looks like it's possible to fight at any time. At this time, the surrounding pirates and marine soldiers also felt this atmosphere. The cold killing intent of August 20th continued to spread between the two sides. The terrifying hockey confrontation spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker pirates and marine soldiers were unlucky enough to be stunned by Rosen and Doflamingo's hockey confrontation. Then, is that man, the strongest creature, Beast Rosen, is he going to fight the pirate, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo? Pirate Heavenly Yaksha, that guy is very cruel and powerful. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. Shichibukai is an important force of marine. Now the pirate Heavenly Yaksha is holding back the Beast Rosen. We must take this opportunity to destroy the enemy's vital forces as much as possible. Wait a minute, if those two fight, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay here any longer. That's right, just now you all saw how terrifying the mythical beast Rosen is. In a battle of that level, ordinary people with destructive power will die if they get involved in it. Damn it, it's better to retreat to a distance. Seeing that Rosen was about to start a fight with Doflamingo, the surrounding marine soldiers and pirates didn't dare to stay where they were and watch the excitement. Advertisement. All of them ran away in a tacit understanding. Avoid being involved in the battle next time. Seeing this, Little Aussie finally understood Rosen's intentions. Why help me? He looked down at his feet. Although I couldn't see the thin lines on the ground that were cut by the wind blade / released by Rosen's strongest attack power. But at the moment when Doflamingo was about to make a move just now, Little Aussie did feel some kind of terrifying power wrapped around his calf. If it wasn't for Rosen's shot, I'm afraid I would have lost a leg. How about joining my beast pirates, Little Aussie? Rosen didn't play around, and went straight to the point and extended an invitation to the other party. Such a huge body is very rare even among the Titans. If you give the opponent a suitable Eudemon's devil fruit, there is no doubt that Little Aussie will become a world-class combat power. But the most important thing is not this. Rosen took a fancy to the other party's loyalty. If this sincerity can be used for oneself, it would be great. She. Before Little Aussie could respond to Rosen's invitation, Doflamingo rolled his eyes and suddenly grinned. I said, why are you helping this guy? Advertisement. Rosen, I didn't expect that you were planning to poach Whitebeard's corner. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to poach that man's corner on the battlefield, right? What would Whitebeard think if he knew? What Doflamingo said was very loud. It's as if no one around can hear you. As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Regardless of whether it was a pirate or a marine, they all looked this way in amazement. What's going on? Rosen is planning to poach Whitebeard. Is his target the devil Little Aussie? You actually plan to dig Little Aussie, what is this kid planning to do? Just kidding. Little Oz is Dad's son, if he was poached away so easily, what a joke. After all, we are all loyal to Dad. Although that's what I said, but, if the person who invites is that Rosen. I'm afraid it will be 1.5 times difficult for him to refuse. Yeah, I think so too. The mythical beast Rosen, at present, is almost certainly the world's #1 big pirate. And his beast pirate group is also the most powerful pirate group in the world. Today's battle, they are in the limelight. Facing the invitation of the divine beast Rosen, I am afraid few pirates can withstand that kind of temptation. Damn, Little Aussie won't really be poached, right? That's one of the captains of the 43 pirates. How would you choose? .283 Marines whole card. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Little Oz curiously. As for the Marines on the other side, everyone's face was serious. As this mythical beast Rosen out of his mind, he actually poached other people's corners in front of Whitebeard. 11. Although I'm only one of the 43 captains under my command, I'm still Whitebeard's man. I'm afraid Whitebeard will never agree to invite others to join his pirate team like this. He. Rosen is really arrogant, it seems that he doesn't take Whitebeard seriously. 117. Then will they fight? It's really exciting. If the beast pirates start a war with the Whitebeards, then we 07 can sit back and watch the show, Although blatantly poaching Whitebeard's corner may arouse the anger of the strongest man in the world, the worst result is that Whitebeard and Rosen will turn their faces on the spot. If the two sides fight, we Marine can indeed reap the benefits. But it seems that this matter is not so simple. Oh, is there any insider inside? Advertisement. Didn't you find out? Every member of the Beast Pirates was recruited by Rosen himself, and they are not just anyone who can board that pirate ship. The divine beast Xuanwu. It is said that those who can be invited by Rosen to board the ship are all very powerful pirates, and they will definitely not be small characters. Just look at the average bounty of their crew members exceeding 1 billion. These guys are definitely not easy characters. So what? So you can think about it, why did Rosen invite the captain of the Whitebeard pirates to board the ship? That guy is one of the 43 captains of the Whitebeard pirates. It is said that he is called Little Aussie, and he is the descendant of Aussie, the demon of fortune, back then. The discussion in the crowd paused for a while here. But after thinking about it for a long time, she didn't understand why Rosen did that. The Marine soldiers couldn't help but look at Little Aussie again. Crane Vice Admiral, who was hiding in the dark and commanding the battle, turned his eyes and thought quickly. Advertisement. At this time, high-level executives are also speculating about Rosen's intentions. And it's not demon fruit power itself. There's something special about this kind of character that Rosen likes. He'd rather offend Whitebeard on the spot than #B102. Yungwo Oz. Is that the legendary devil who is over 6,000 meters tall? That's right. It's that guy. This Little Oz is the descendant of the Yungwo back then. 11. The Marines were shocked. P.S. Please subscribe. Although that Little Aussie is a descendant of Xuanwu Oz, his overall strength is far inferior to that of his ancestors. If he turns into a super titan with a height of over 6,000 meters, that guy, will he smash the entire Marineford into pieces with one punch? 607. Maybe his strength surpasses that of his ancestor, Oz. If you are a descendant of Yungwo demon, then you can understand Rosen's operation. No wonder there is such a huge body, even half of the titans can't match. So he is the descendant of the Yungwo demon. If Little Aussie joins the Beast Pirates, will he become as terrifying as the other crew members? 284 Whitebeard's killing intent. Attention everyone. Everyone listen to my command now. On the execution platform, Sengoku contacted every subordinate commander on the battlefield through the phone bug. Prepare to cut off the signal of the live phone bug. Today's battle, it's enough to end here. The next scene is too exciting for those ordinary people, and they don't need to watch it anymore. As naval headquarters and the world government launched a crusade against the Whitebeard pirates, although there is an extra monster pirate today, everything is expected. Ample preparations have been made for this, so we must not lose this battle. In a few hours, I'll be the one to declare victory in this battle. Everyone, don't get distracted by anything right now. Act immediately according to the battle plan. Sengoku's order was quickly delivered to every corner of the battlefield. Marine, who was still fighting fiercely with the pirates just now, began to retreat consciously. Shall we start? That plan. Rosen glanced around, but didn't care, and returned to Little Aussie's face. I'm sorry, Mr. Rosen. I refuse to join your beast pirates. Little Aussie said, turning his head to look at Whitebeard not far away. Whitebeard is also watching here at the moment. Advertisement. But he never spoke. Whitebeard finally burst out laughing when he heard Little Aussie personally rejected Rosen's invitation. Kulala la la la. Rosen, my good sons will not betray their father casually. You chose the wrong target. With that, Whitebeard laughed again. Of course, he was ungrateful to Rosen in his heart. If it hadn't been for Rosen's attack just now, even if little Ozzy survived, he might be seriously injured. Because his body is too huge, he is a living target in front of Marine. Don't be so absolute, Whitebeard. People's hearts are unpredictable. If you arbitrarily assert human nature, it's easy to suffer. You don't need me to remind you, do you? Rosen responded with a playful smile. Hearing Rosen's words, Whitebeard's heart shuddered a little, and he was a bit puzzled. What the kid said just now seemed to mean something. Kulala la la la, what's the matter? Rosen, are you kid, Tian planning to use those little tricks to divide the relationship between my husband and my sons? If that's the case, then I've misjudged you. Whitebeard's face hardened. Advertisement. He has never seen anything in decades of life. It was easy to associate Rosen's words with those plots. I just reminded you. You haven't forgotten about Blackbeard teach, have you? Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. What he wants to challenge is an intact Whitebeard, not being seriously injured by his own son's sneak attack, and then being continuously besieged by Marine. Eventually a bruised and dying Whitebeard. 11. Teach. Whitebeard's face darkened when he heard this. However, he had to admit that what Rosen said was factual. Blackbeard Marshal. D. Teach, lurking on his own Moby DK for decades, finally betrayed himself, Zhao Lihao. It was indeed the downfall of his Whitebeard life. Seeing that Whitebeard fell silent, Rosen ignored him and looked at little Ozzy again. Don't be too quick to reject me. You have great potential. If it were you, it doesn't matter when you want to join. There will always be a place for you on my ship. After Rosen finished speaking, he jumped and fell to the ground. Brother Captain, I have discovered something. At this time, the voice of ease came from the phone bug in Rosen's pocket. 0.285 5,000 pacifists. What's wrong? Rosen picked up the phone bug and asked. At 13 o'clock on the battlefield, a guy from the Whitebeard regiment seems to be bewitched by Marine's admiral, Akainu. Izzy replied. He is in the form of a six-eared macaque, a phantom beast, with a pair of ears that can listen to everything. From just now, Eyes has been closely monitoring the movement of the entire battlefield. No matter whether it is any detail of the enemy in us, he cannot escape his monitoring. Therefore, when others were busy fighting, he got a lot of very useful information. Oh, that fellow Akainu, dare to appear here. Rosen squinted. Akainu Sakazuki lost an arm against him earlier. Rosen didn't see that guy appear just now, and thought he wasn't coming back. It turned out to have quietly come to Marineford. After all, that thing is still going to happen. Izzy, are you targeting those two guys? Yes, Captain Tall. Okay, then Sakazuki will be handed over to you, the defeated general. I am not interested in fighting him. Asterisk 950 no problem. Brother Captain, don't worry, let me handle it. Quote. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates seems to be called Great Eddie Spider. Squad, how should he deal with it, and kill him too, Captain Brother? Unnecessary. But you all remember that Whitebeard is mine. Anyone who dares to kill Whitebeard, don't I need to say more? Okay, I see. Advertisement. Izzy nodded. The bullet in his hand was lightly loaded, feeling a little excited inside. He had waited for so long, and now it was finally his turn to perform. Bullet with unlimited bullets. Cooperate with the power to see everything. Today, I am destined that my name, Izzy, will leave a strong mark on the battlefield of Marineford. By the way, Brother Captain, there is one more thing. Eyes set up the bullet, aimed at Sakazuki who was talking in the dark, and the big nest spider Skiyad held his breath, collected his mind and reported again. Just now Marine's Marshal Sengoku issued an order to carry out a secret combat plan. They arranged a large number of ambushes on the periphery of the battlefield. Ambush. It really fits the style of Marine and the resourceful General Sengoku. When fighting pirates, sometimes it's not just about brute force, strategy is also very important. But ordinary ambushes shouldn't have any effect. Who are they? Rosen gave Sengoku a very high evaluation. It's those guys that Mr. Rockwell saw before, called human weapons. Now these human weapons have almost surrounded the battlefield. There are a lot of them, about 5,000. These pacifists intend to completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates here, leaving no one behind. It seems that none of the Whitebeard crew members have noticed this situation. Shall we remind you? Izzy told all the information he had just heard. Advertisement. Actually, AHDI, he doesn't need to say. Rosen also knows the general idea. But the world government actually dispatched 5,000 pacifists, which Rosen never expected. 5,000. There are so many. He frowned, feeling a little surprised inside. It was previously predicted that Sengoku would prepare special secret weapons to deal with their monster pirates. Rosen had already anticipated the possible pacifists. Plus the speed of almost teleportation. If there were only 100 or 200 of those guys, maybe it wouldn't be a big deal. But 5,000 pacifists, this number is a bit too much, and it has reached the point where it cannot be underestimated. The entire main battlefield of Marineford can be destroyed almost instantly. Their bodies can unleash exactly the same laser attacks as Pelusolino, Bartholomew Kuma, etc. It can be seen that their strength is definitely not ordinary. So many shots at the same time are definitely a devastating blow to the Whitebeard pirates. Even the members of the Beast Pirates cannot ignore the power of 5,000 pacifists attacking at the same time. Even for someone as outstanding as a supernova, it would be difficult to single out a pacifist. Imagine 5,000 pacifists completely surrounding the Marineford exit and then attacking simultaneously. That kind of laser attack, let alone dealing with ordinary pirates, is as simple and easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Any member of his ship can easily solve it. All in all, ordinary people are absolutely unable to easily stop their offensive footsteps. Because every pacifist has a Vegapunk makeover. Even against ordinary strong men, there is no pressure. The attack is close to the speed of light, and it is very powerful, like a moving turret. These two characteristics alone are enough for every pacifist to pose a serious threat to the enemy. 286 million rupees surely shot. I didn't expect that there would be so many enemies. It seems that the 5,000 pacifists are not just for the Whitebeard pirates. Marine Admiral Sengoku specially arranged for them to ambush in the open sea. Is it to deal with our beast pirates? Inside the phone bug, Rockwell's voice came. Every member of the beast pirates is listening to Rosen's words, and the members can also hear each other's words. Hearing Rockwell's voice, Rosen turned his head to look at the sky. At this time, Rockwell, who was transformed into a fire-breathing dragon, had already killed the few pacifists on the battlefield who were posing to confuse the enemy's sight. They are attacking other marine powerhouses. The Marine Vice Admiral he played against was Gion Momosugi and Kaji. These two are candidates for Marine Admiral, and their strength is not bad, much stronger than the General Marine Vice Admiral. Two people besieged Rockwell, even he had to avoid the edge temporarily. It seemed that for a while, Rockwell would not be able to spare himself to deal with other enemies. Mr. Captain, let me deal with those enemies. Just when Rosen was thinking, the voice of the villain Leo sounded from the phone bug. Oh, advertisement. You. The sound surprised Rosen a little. He hadn't heard the villain Leo speak before, he just stood on the boat and watched the battle. He thought this kid didn't plan to participate in the battle. Now the villain Leo actually volunteered. The villain Leo is in the form of the phantom beast species, the skyhorn ant, and possesses the ultimate power, which is infinitely powerful, and his combat power is indeed very impressive. Don't worry, Captain, I will not let you down. The villain Leo confidently promised on the other side of the phone bug. As he spoke, he came to the bow of the divine beast Xuanwu, looked in Rosen's direction and patted himself on the chest. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, Leo. Rosen turned his head to look at the sea, which was shrouded in fog and could not see the specific situation at all. Although he very much recognized the courage of the villain Leo to volunteer. But let the villain Leo alone deal with 5,000 pacifists, I'm afraid it's still too reluctant. Each member of the beast pirates has its own characteristics. Let me do it, but that would be a waste of time. Advertisement. Of course, his small body, coupled with his flexible body speed, will make it more difficult for the enemy to lock his position. If one person goes up, it may not be able to solve the battle alone. Hearing this sound, Rosen turned his head and looked at the divine beast Xuanwu. But if he is really sent on the field and named a pacifist, he may not be able to win him. Because it is difficult to resist the siege of so many targets at the same time. Although the villain Leo has endless strength, he will have an advantage if he is singled out, but in the face of a group battle, his advantage will become a relative disadvantage. Self-defense should be fine. Rosen thought so. P.S. Please subscribe. 0. Seeking flowers. Not all combat scenarios apply to everyone's unique abilities. Another voice rang from the phone bug. If it doesn't work, you can only go up by yourself. This woman was Mrs. Charlie, who hadn't spoken much before. I saw a graceful and tall figure standing on the bow of the boat, with long purple hair and a plump figure. And that delicate face with a bit of aloofness, full of prosperity. 287 The warship that descended from the sky, Lengtaching is here. Oh, if it's you, it should be very suitable for such a battle scene. Rosen smiled playfully and nodded. Mrs. Charlie is a human fruit phantom beast succubus form ability, she can summon succubus to fight. The succubus can manipulate the dreams of the enemy, turning the enemy into a friendly army, and one can almost imagine the scene of those pacifists fighting their own people. Or, the succubus can spit out maize to put the enemy into a comatose state of sleep. At that time, they can only be dealt with. It can be said that Charlie's ability of 3 people is very suitable for this kind of large-scale combat. But the opponent was 5,000 pacifists after all, so Rosen didn't let Mrs. Charlie play alone just to be on the safe side. Mr. Captain, I also apply to fight. Another voice sounded. It's the villain Leo. Yes. Rosen waves. Leave it to us, Captain Rosen. The two men received the order without any hesitation, and at the same time their figures disappeared above the divine beast Xuanwu in a flash. Then I'm going to do it too, brother Captain. Eyes gave a reminder from the phone bug. His target is Akainu, Sakazuki, who is trying to alienate the great nest spider Skiyad. Let's do it, let's make trouble. The corners of Rosen's mouth turned upward. Advertisement. His cold eyes scanned the entire battlefield, looking for a target worthy of his attack. Admiral, Sakazuki in the headquarters is already defeated by himself. Kuzan has also been defeated by himself, but Rosen wants to invite that guy to join his pirate group, so he doesn't plan to shoot Kuzan again. As for Pelusolino, that guy's fruit ability is too buggy, it's easy to be thankless when fighting him. And this guy Pelusolino is obviously paddling on the battlefield. Quote. No one can fight. Rosen shook his head helplessly. He jumped back to the divine beast Xuanwu, sat on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu, and watched the battle situation of the entire battlefield from a high position. At this time, the fight between Garrett and Kuzan has become more and more intense. The moon lion form, coupled with the power of the lunar jade rabbit, made Garrett not necessarily able to surpass Kuzan, but it was enough to remain invincible. In a short period of time, the two of them couldn't tell the winner. On the other side, Kazuki Hiyori's 5-color peacock power has also confronted the Empress Hancock's sweet fruit ability. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Boa Hancock's sweet fruit ability, not surprisingly, is completely suppressed by Kazuki Hiyori's 5-color light. No matter how she releases the attack, it will be easily cracked by Kazuki Hiyori's 5-color divine light. Either slave arrow or kiss gun. Any kind of attack will be instantly absorbed by the 5-color divine light. Even Haki, the 9 snakes, can't have any influence on light and power. What a tricky woman. Advertisement. Although the concubine hates men, she hates the women around the men she hates even more. Hancock frowned, and once again used perfume femur on Kazuki Hiyori. Captain Rosen is the best man in the world. If you hate even such a man, then it's your own problem. Kazuki Hiyori countered tit for tat. The two started a new round of fierce fighting. The battle between women. By the way, that guy Hancock dared to be so rude to Lousy. Rosen half closed his eyes and squeezed his fists. Although he didn't like to force anyone, he absolutely didn't allow anyone to offend his majesty. The words and deeds of the Empress have already left a deep grudge in Rosen's heart. He had just finished speaking, when he heard the Marines and pirates all around him suddenly become agitated. Everyone looked up at the sky with terrified expressions. Look, what is that 5.5 thing? Something in the sky is falling fast, a warship. Marines ambush. Damn, it actually fell from the sky. What kind of operation is this? Marine, when did we arrange an ambush from the sky? No, I haven't heard of such a thing. Although it's a Marine battleship, those guys don't look like Marines. Going down. Damn, reinforcements from Whitebeard's regiment. 288 Straw Hat, Luffy. Hearing those voices, Rosen glanced up to the sky. I saw a large number of guys in prison clothes falling from the sky amidst everyone's shock. The one in the front is wearing orange clothes and a straw hat on his head. It's Luffy the Straw Hat. In addition, there are former members of 7 Warlords of the Sea, Seaman, Jinbei, Sand Crocodile, Lock Doll and so on. And behind them is a huge marine battleship. This familiar scene made Rosen smile a little. After all, Luffy is here. And even the way of appearance is similar. But Rosen wasn't interested in following these guys. He turned to look at Whitebeard in the distance. At this time, Whitebeard was still fighting fiercely with Pelusolino, and at the same time was besieged by a group of Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral and countless Marine 07 Army miscellaneous soldiers. Although he is the strongest man in the world, he is getting old after all. When Whitebeard faced the enemy's siege, his counterattack was not as sharp as it was at the beginning. Especially when he was besieged by Pelusolino and a group of Marine generals, even that man couldn't break through their blockade for a while. If it continues like this, even if Whitebeard cannot be hurt for a while, it is only a matter of time before Whitebeard is dragged to death by this group of people. Advertisement. Boom. A loud noise interrupted Rosen's thoughts, and he turned his head to look there. It was Luffy and others and the huge warship that finally fell into a huge ice hole. Falling into the deep sea, avoiding the fate of being smashed to pieces on the ice. At the same time, there was a sudden violent explosion from the wall below the turret in the distance. Boom. A terrifying shock wave erupted from there, instantly blowing away all the gravel, sailors, and pirates within a radius of 100 meters. The powerful shock wave spread in all directions. Even the Marine soldiers who were hundreds of meters away were still a little unsteady in the face of this shock wave. It was just a wave of impact, and hundreds of figures were knocked to the ground in an instant. Such a violent movement and such an astonishing destructive power made everyone in the audience a little confused for a while. The Marine soldiers and pirates quickly shifted their attention from Luffy and Haishia Jinbei to the turret near the Marineford Plaza in the distance. What just happened? Why such a terrible explosion over there? It's so powerful. What's going on? Is there anyone fighting over there? What's going on? The explosion just now was too powerful, right? Nearly lost consciousness. It wasn't Whitebeard's fault. Look, there seems to be a person in there. Advertisement. That figure is Mr. Akainu. Sakazuki Admiral. Isn't he recuperating in the holy land of Mariajoy? How come? It's really Sakazuki Admiral. I didn't expect that even Sakazuki Admiral came here from the holy land of Mariajoy. Did the attack just now be caused by Sakazuki Admiral? No, Sakazuki Admiral seems to be the one under attack. As the billowing smoke and dust under the wall gradually dissipated, Sakazuki's burly figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The Marine soldiers recognized Sakazuki. Everyone is surprised. 517. On the execution platform, Sengoku, Garp and others also looked very surprised. I didn't expect him to come back without authorization. But that's fine, even if you lose an arm, it's still Naval Headquarters Admiral, the top combat power. Sengoku's body stood straight, like a javelin. Regarding Sakazuki's sudden appearance, he didn't say much, but his eyes fell on the pirate not far from Sakazuki. Big Nest Spider Squad. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. They seem to have been attacked by a member of the beast pirates. That guy is the sniper Izawa. Garp looked up at the divine beast Xuanwu in the distance. At a glance, he saw eyes aiming at the target with a sniper rifle. 289 The six-eared macaque shows off its power. As Garp's voice fell, Sakazuki finally slowly stood up from the ruins. He patted the dust on his clothes nonchalantly. But following this movement, a bright red was revealed from the snow-white robe of justice. It can actually hurt Sakazuki. It seems that the sniper of the beast pirate group is not easy. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. He also had some impressions of Izzy. When the bounty of all members of the beast pirates was increased, the boy's bounty was also increased to 1.38 billion Baileys. But Sengoku obviously didn't expect that Izawa's fighting power was so strong. Yeah, it's really not that simple. Even if you lose an arm, it's Sakazuki. Admiral in the Marine headquarters is one of the 3 top combat powers, and is also a Logia demon fruit power. It is impossible for him to be harmed by ordinary attacks. Crane Vice Admiral also nodded, looking dignified. An opponent strong enough to hurt Sakazuki is not good news for Marine. Their high-level officials are paying attention to Yeezy's strength. At this time, a large number of Marine soldiers and pirates discovered a different situation. Look, it's Squad, Captain Skuyard. It's really Captain Skuyard. By the way, I lost track of Squad since the start of the war just now. Why did that guy stand with Marine's Admiral? Have you already traveled so far? When did you do it? Advertisement. Captain Squad is working harder than us. I'm afraid he wants to rescue Ace as soon as possible. I see. You are indeed Captain Squad. Well done, Squad. It seems that Captain Skuyard is in danger, and the sniper from the beast pirates helped him out. Is this really the case? It seems that the beast pirates are standing with us. That sniper is not bad. He can injure Marine's Admiral Sakazuki with one shot. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates saw Squad and Sakazuki standing together, and they didn't suspect each other at all. Instead, everyone thought that Skuyard was almost blocked by Admiral Akainu, and when he encountered danger, he got the support of a sniper from the beast pirates. For a while, everyone felt great approval for the members of the beast pirates. Many people even started to inquire about the origin of Yeezy's name. Damn it, Sakazuki Admiral was injured by one bullet, are you kidding me? Is that guy actually that powerful? By the way, Sakazuki Admiral is still recovering from his injuries. His strength has dropped a lot. It is understandable that the enemy will take advantage of him. Sakazuki Admiral, you should be all right. It looks like a lot of blood has been shed, but it is one of the highest combat powers in the headquarters, so it must be fine. Why doesn't the situation look good? The soldiers on the Marine side are not as optimistic as the members of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment they could clearly see that Sakazuki's chest was completely stained red with blood. The lined suit, which was originally dark red, became darker under the stain of blood. Most of the justice robe has been stained red with blood. Advertisement. Ouch. It doesn't look like a simple injury, Sakazuki. Pelusolino turned his head to look at Sakazuki, and made a mean tone. La 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 la. Where are you looking, Kizaru boy? Whitebeard swung his knife suddenly and slashed at Pelusolino in the middle. Observation Hockey sensed ahead of time, allowing Pelusolino to enter an elemental state, and his body turned into golden light to avoid this fatal blow. Ouch. It's really scary. It seems that fighting with you really can't be a distraction. He rolled away from Whitebeard, stood up again and talked to himself in a very embarrassing tone. La 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 la, and. If you're scared, good Lees, stand aside now. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he swung his fist and used the power of shock fruit again, and punched Pelusolino. The latter turned into a burst of golden light to dodge his attack. The Marine soldiers surrounding Whitebeard and other vice admirals took the opportunity to rush forward. Get out of the way. Sons. Whitebeard swung the juvenile knife in his hand, wrapped around the top armament Hockey coupled with the power of shock fruit. Sweeping with a random move, there is nothing fancy at all. But a huge storm was born out of thin air, and all the enemies surrounding him were released into the midair. Advertisement 290 The man who was fooled. In the distance, Sakazuki felt a little apprehensive when he saw such a fierce Whitebeard. Now do what you have to do, Skuyard. Only by honestly cooperating with me can we save the captain and crew of your 43 pirates. Otherwise you will die here. As you can see, it wasn't that Whitebeard couldn't hit Kizaru just now, he is the strongest man in the world. And if it's Whitebeard, even if he's facing hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers, he doesn't need to waste so much time fighting us. Obviously only need to unleash the power of shock fruit and turn this place into a hell on earth to solve the battle. But he didn't choose to do that, don't you 933 understand why? If you still can't see the situation clearly, you will be the ones who will die next. Marine has already begun to cut links to the videophone bug around the world, and the next step is to prepare to clear the field. Sakazuki glanced down at Skuyard who was not far away, and threatened in a deep voice. His words made Skuyard turn pale, and turned his head to look at the battle between Whitebeard and Pelusolino with a tangled expression. Obviously, he was still hesitating and suspicious in his heart. If you don't act, it will be too late, Skuyard. I'm saving you. Advertisement. Sakazuki emphasized again AHBJ. After repeated bewitching words, he finally succeeded in awakening the evil seed in Skuyard's heart, and it quickly took root and sprouted. But, damn it, Skuyard watched carefully for a while. After a closer look, he found that it seemed to be exactly what Sakazuki said. He is obviously the strongest man in the world, but he can destroy the world with every gesture to Whitebeard. But they didn't use that kind of power to destroy Marine, destroying the entire Marineford. Instead, let the crew members under him fight desperately with Marines whose number is several times that of their own. But, damn it, looking at the situation at the scene was like hell on earth. The pirates on our side faced a siege of Marines that were several times larger than their own, and one after another their companions fell. Whitebeard, on the other hand, is still there playing house with Marines Admiral Pelusolino. Indeed, it seemed that Pelusolino was being given water on purpose. Old, daddy Whitebeard guy. Damn it, has he really reached an agreement with you Marine, intending to sell our 43 pirates in exchange for the escape of the Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard pirates? Advertisement. Skyud looked very painful. How can I not want to believe that this kind of thing is true? But the situation in front of him is indeed similar to what Sakazuki said. It seemed that he couldn't help but believe the facts. The pirates in the distance, of course, also saw Skyud's painful expression. 7. At this moment, Whitebeard's complexion sank slightly, and his eyes showed a trace of solemnity. In my mind, I remembered the meaningful words Rosen said to him before. Skyud, why do you show that expression? Staring at the squad in the distance, Whitebeard mused to himself. Could it be that the implicative words Rosen said earlier meant to make himself wary of Syad? Some confused and doubtful thoughts emerged in Whitebeard's mind uncontrollably. As a strong man who has lived for more than 70 years, Whitebeard's ability to perceive words and emotions has long been practiced to the point of perfection. To say that at this moment he can't see at all, that Skyard in the distance sees something wrong with his expression, that is definitely deceiving himself. There was a certain resentment in those eyes. But Whitebeard didn't believe that the son he had personally accepted had any bad thoughts about him. 291 Shock fruit versus sparkling fruit. Ouch. Are you being careless? Old man, I am still fighting with you. Just as Whitebeard was dazed, Pelusolino suddenly appeared behind him. He raised his finger to condense a ball of golden light, aiming at Whitebeard's heart. Whitebeard glanced away. Without even looking back, he hammered back directly with his left hand. The power of shock fruit was activated, and white cracks appeared in the air, spreading to the sky continuously. The terrifying power not only shattered the sky, but also directly interrupted Pelusolino's attack, forcing the opponent to turn into golden light and dissipate into the air. Avoided the danger of being hit by an armed attack. Ouch. It's really dangerous. Pelusolino managed to dodge Whitebeard's counterattack, and appeared behind Whitebeard once again, casting a golden laser to launch continuous attacks on Whitebeard. At this moment, even Whitebeard had to temporarily put aside other thoughts in his mind and concentrate on dealing with this difficult enemy. See it. In the distance, Sakazuki turned his head slightly, and glanced at Skyud beside him. The move just now, you can't fail to see that Whitebeard is deliberately releasing water. That punch could have hurt Pelusolino. He kept his hand on purpose. I think this is enough to show that there is an agreement between Whitebeard and Marine. Today, Whitebeard, Ace, and members of the entire Whitebeard pirate group will not be harmed. Advertisement. It will only be you, the 43 pirates, who will die. Such a few simple words once again made Skyad's heart more painful. It also reinforced his mistrust of Whitebeard. Take a good look at the crew of your 43 pirates, one after another your companions fell. They are all fresh lives. They once sailed happily in the new world. They drink when they want to drink, and they find women when they want to find women. Just because you listened to Whitebeard's bullshit and became his son. A group of scumbags who worship that man who is full of lies and keep calling him father, but they don't know that they are in his heart. They are not really family members at all. A pirate is a pirate. How could he treat other pirates sincerely? Isn't this a joke? Only a fool would believe Whitebeard's words. Squad, take a closer look at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. They're still unscathed. Such an obvious flaw, doesn't it make you realize something? Sakazuki emphasized coldly again. Step by step, guide Skyad's thinking into the trap he set. You haven't forgotten what Roger did to you, have you? Ace was rescued, your enemy's son was free, but you yourself can only be buried here. Even I feel unworthy for you. Obviously Whitebeard already knew that Ace is the son of Roger, the pirate king, but he kept it from you all the time. Being kept in the dark by the deceitful words, willingly being someone else's thug, defending the reputation of the so-called father, what a stupid act. Advertisement. Following what he said, Skyad subconsciously looked at Marco, Diamond Jazzy, Foil Vista. 0. Seeking flowers. It's downright ridiculous. Sure enough, it was discovered that these captains belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, and from the Moby DK, were indeed fierce. These people are probably still living happily in New World. On the other hand, the captains of the 43 pirate regiments from New World, from the beginning of the battle to the present, many of them have been seriously injured. But, damn it, originally, they, the pirates, did not need to follow Whitebeard to this muddy water. The more Skyard thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Seeing his actions, the corners of Sakazuki's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel smile of success. There would be no tragic casualties today. Some captains even died tragically under the siege of the marine powerhouses. These stupid pirates are really only suitable to be gangsters in the sea for a lifetime. If it wasn't for joining the Whitebeard pirates and becoming an affiliated pirate group, if it wasn't for calling that, Daddy, TZT who regarded that man as a spiritual pillar. He gritted his teeth fiercely and clenched his fists. A few casual words can actually shake their will, and these guys still think that they are such a great person. No one was injured, if not for not knowing Ace's true identity. There is no need to follow the Whitebeard pirates and go to Marineford to fight to the death with Marine's elite. Exactly what Sakazuki said. 292 Sakazuki's ambition. Sakazuki thought coldly in his heart. His eyes turned slightly, and he glanced at Xuanwu who had already completely caught his own way, and felt that this guy was so stupid that no one could bear to lie to him. Of course, at this time, it is absolutely impossible for Sakazuki to give up the soon-to-be successful plan to instigate rebellion. He struck while the iron was hot, pretending to raise his head and looked around thoughtfully for a few times. Immediately afterwards, he continued to bewitch. The encirclement seems to have been completed. Aokiji freezes the sea, forming a huge ice, 573, wall in the sky and around it, which seems to be a trick to deal with the woman of the monster pirates. Actually, this is tantamount to blocking all escape routes for you pirates. The ice wall is just the first barrier to trap you. Sengoku has issued the final combat order. Once the next encirclement is completed, even if each of you grows wings, you will not be able to escape. Make a quick decision now, Schoolyard. This is your last chance. Next, once the defensive barriers are raised, the end result of all of you is to die here. Not even I can stop Sengoku's orders. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Schoolyard trembled slightly. Defense barrier. Could it be that besides the huge ice walls that are hundreds of meters high, is there a second barrier to appear? Advertisement. Shocked in his heart, he raised his head and looked at the surrounding water walls. The ice wall hundreds of meters high has indeed surrounded the entire Marineford on the periphery. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates are like ants deliberately introduced into Wang by Marine. So it was just a trap all the time. We deliberately let us go deep into the encirclement, and then wiped it out in one fell swoop, but, damn it. Whitebeard, that man, knew about this all along. Surprised, Schoolyard looked at Whitebeard again. Looking at the burly figure who was still playing house with Pelusolino, the more he watched, the more he felt that the two were acting. Whitebeard looked like he wasn't using all his strength at all. So did Pelusolino, of course. Although the two of you come and go, they just seem to be playing. Hateful, actually deceiving us all like fools. I see. I'll find a way to get close to Whitebeard, and take the opportunity to finish him off. Under Sakazuki's continuous psychological offensive, Schoolyard was finally fooled. Advertisement. This time he looked at Whitebeard with deep resentment. A pair of fists were also squeezed fiercely. After receiving the final response from the other party, the corners of Sakazuki's mouth rose quietly, revealing a contemptuous and cruel smile. That's the wise choice. In the final analysis, Marine has always turned a blind eye to what you little pirates did in New World. This is not to fear your strength. If you want to destroy you, you can do it at any time. For the world government, your threat is simply insignificant. It's up to you to make trouble. Members of 7 warlords of the sea, each one is a famous big pirate, you also know this. What the world government really wants to destroy is Whitebeard and his Whitebeard pirates. As long as you kill Whitebeard, I can help you in the name of Admiral of Headquarters, plead for you in front of the world government, and let the world government let you go. After today, you can still return to New World and continue to live a carefree life. 3.5. And Marshal Marine reached a private agreement with the Whitebeard pirates without authorization. After this matter is over, he will definitely be punished by the world government. At that time, I will take his place and become the new Marine Marshal. This is also an important prerequisite for me to choose to cooperate with you. So don't miss this great opportunity, Schoolyard. Don't let your people die here in vain. 293 Betrayal. Sakazuki is continuing to fool Schoolyard, intending to further strengthen his rebellion against Whitebeard. At this moment, a warning sign suddenly flashed in his mind. The color of knowledge and knowledge predicted the upcoming attack in advance. It was a picture of a bullet piercing his heart. Sakazuki, who has experienced many battles, did not even think about it, and his body instantly entered an elemental state. Boom. Sure enough, in the next second, a huge gunshot came from the direction of the divine beast Xuanwu. This was followed by the sound of bullets breaking through the air in less than 1/10 of a second. The sniper bullet that struck like lightning penetrated Sakazuki's body and hit the huge wall behind him. Boom. In an instant, the violent explosion sounded again. Most of the solid wall was blown down, revealing the wide Marineford square behind. The violent wind spread in all directions like a blade. The impact hit Sakazuki's body, but it couldn't shake his burly and huge body at all. On the other hand, Schoolyard was knocked to the ground by this shock wave. Just now you succeeded because of your carelessness, this time, you won't be hit so easily again. Sakazuki put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked up at eyes on the divine beast Xuanwu. This nasty sniper attacked him just now, injured himself, and made a fool of himself in front of so many marine soldiers and pirates. Such behavior will never be tolerated. Advertisement. He must be slaughtered today. Killing intent rose in Sakazuki's heart, and billowing lava burst out of his body. The scorching heat made the space around his body start to distort. The frozen ground also melted quickly. Quote. Just to remind you. Izawa on the divine beast Xuanwu clearly heard Sakazuki talking to himself. He stood up and sneered playfully, raising the bullet and aiming at the target again. Next is the beginning of the fun. Suddenly Eyes put away the bullet sniper rifle and looked at everyone on the battlefield. He took a deep breath and said to the pirates below. Hello, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, listen up. That big nest spider, Skyad, has reached an agreement with Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Next he plans to assassinate Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard is killed, the Marine has already won half of the battle. A moment ago, I was not helping Skyad who was threatened by Akainu as you said, I just discovered the shameful conspiracy between them. Eyes was so angry that he said these words in the loudest voice in front of all the Marine soldiers and all the pirates. Everyone heard clearly, word for word. Hearing these words, everyone was stunned for an instant. Advertisement. Eyes, who was standing on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu, said these words like a heavy bomb dropped into the lake. In an instant, there was a huge fluctuation. Marine and the pirates stared at each other, everyone was amazed. What? Captain Skyard made a deal with Marine Admiral Akainu to assassinate Papa Whitebeard. No way, how could Captain Skyard do such a thing? But he is indeed standing with Marine's Admiral now. Maybe it's because I'm going to fight Akainu. Hey, are you lying? Hey, sniper of the beast pirates, don't talk nonsense. That's right, there is no evidence, but you just open your mouth. Could it be that you intend to drive a wedge between our Whitebeard pirates and the subordinate pirates? Damn B*****************************************************************************************************93. No, everyone, didn't you realize that it was weird just now? There seems to be something really wrong with that Skyad. Yeah, we are still fighting in the rear, but he has already run so far alone. This alone is very suspicious. Just now, Skyad looked at Dad and us with a strange expression and eyes. It seems that he has some kind of resentment towards us. That guy, shouldn't he really go to collude with Marine? The Marshal Sengoku of the Marine is known as the resourceful general, and the three admirals in the headquarters are not ordinary people. Each of them not only has super strength, but also has a high IQ. If you play the game of alienation, it is indeed very possible. Damn it, which side should we believe now? Will Squad really betray Dad? 294 plan exposed. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was wondering and discussing endlessly. On the other hand, the Marine soldiers did not have such a big reaction. Except for some people who were surprised, most people were very calm. If Skyard is really instigated to assassinate Whitebeard, it will definitely be a great thing for Marine. On the contrary, they paid more attention to Yi Zi. Speaking of which, if this matter is true, it will have no effect after being exposed now. Yeah, everyone knows it already. Even if it's true, there's no way Skyard will succeed in assassinating Whitebeard again. It's really a pity that such a good strategy will be seen through by the enemy. It's so strange. Across such a long distance, how did the sniper know the content of the conversation between Sakazuki Admiral and Skyard? That guy doesn't have a pair of downwind ears, does he? Smooth ears. Don't be kidding. How can there be such a thing? Yeah, the so-called Shunfenger is just a legendary supernatural power. But, isn't the beast pirates claiming to be full of phantom beasts? Each of their crew members has the devil fruit ability of zone phantom beasts. Phantom beasts, those are all creatures from myths and legends, they are far more rare than Logias. Myth and legend, isn't Shunfenger a myth and legend? Advertisement. Could it be that the sniper named Eyes really has a good ear? WWW. Marines, you look at me, and each of you can't believe such a guess. Similarly, at this time, some pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates also had such doubts. They didn't understand why only the sniper of the Beast Pirates heard the conversation between Sakazuki and Skyad. Others didn't even hear their voices. Not to mention hearing the conversation between those two people clearly from such a long distance. It's incredible. Did you get caught? How could this be? Sakazuki Admiral. Skyad was terrified, got up from the ground, and looked at Yais in disbelief. Why did that man hear our conversation? Could it be that the mythical beast pirates also colluded with you Marine? He looked at Sakazuki in surprise. At this time, the latter was also extremely puzzled. With such a long distance, even if you are fully informed, it is impossible to hear the dialogue of the target person. That sniper looks weird. Sakazuki's face darkened, and his heart became more determined to kill Izawa. Advertisement. But at this moment, Izzy grinned again. That's right, I really have a good ear. I can clearly hear the conversations of each of you here. For me, there are no secrets in this world. Eyes carried the bullet on his shoulders with a grin, glanced at the Marines and pirates in the audience and said with a smile. His words shocked everyone once again. Because at this moment, everyone is guessing in their hearts whether he has the legendary, smooth ear, thing. This guy actually knows our thoughts. How did he do it? Is it really possible to hear what everyone is saying? It's impossible. Is it really the legendary Shunfeng ear? A creature in myths and legends. So, that guy's ability is undoubtedly a phantom beast. Since it's the wind ear, doesn't it mean that what he said just now is true? Marine Admiral Akainu, did he really buy Skyard? Captain Skyard, why is it raining like this? Damn it, that B******************** D Skyard actually has the idea of murdering Dad. Why do you want to do this Qian Wanghao? The sniper of the beast pirates can actually listen to everything, no wonder he can become a sniper, this is indeed an extraordinary ability. This is even more regrettable. If this guy hadn't said everything, I'm afraid Whitebeard would be killed by his own people. It seems that Izzy will also become Marine's strong enemy. Hey, he said just now that he could hear everyone's speech. Didn't he mean every order we gave before? Has the battle plan been exposed? Damn it. 295 Akainu's anxious eyes, all exposed. This kid. Rosen couldn't help but smile when he heard Aiza's words. He didn't expect Izzy to be so direct, revealing the little secret between Sakazuki and Tsukuyid. While the audience was shocked, Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform was also full of dignity. 2 beads of cold sweat slipped down his cheeks involuntarily. Could it be that the sniper could really hear what everyone said? If it's true, then it's terrible. Sengoku thought quickly. Without even thinking about it, he immediately issued an order to his subordinates. Raise the defensive barrier immediately. We must not let these pirates escape from here. As the video phone bug all cut off, on the execution platform, Sengoku was issuing the latest order, requesting Marine subordinates to immediately raise the defensive barriers around Malinzi. It is intended to completely trap all the enemies in this way, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. And Yaiz, who was standing on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu, moved his ears slightly at this moment. He had heard the latest order from Sengoku. The corner of his mouth turned up playfully. Izawa was not in a hurry to expose Sengoku's Order 400, but calmly responded to the doubts of others just now. Hey, actually, your captain's squad is not that kind of person either. At the beginning, he just wanted to sneak over to rescue Ace, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by Marines Admiral Sakazuki at that position, and he was deceived by the other party. Yizi's words immediately moved the audience again. At this time, even Sakazuki and Tsukuyid were shocked, especially the former. Damn B*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
I finally found an opportunity to fool Skuyd, but I didn't expect to be exposed on the spot by this B******************. Not only did he tell Whitebeard and others off guard that Skuyd had tried to assassinate Whitebeard. And now you still plan to go further. Never let that happen. You B*******************, scum of the sea. Give me enough. There must be a limit to spreading rumors. Sakazuki exuded a terrifying aura all over his body, and the magma was like red ooze, constantly emerging from his body. His roar attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked at me one after another, thinking that Admiral from Naval Headquarters was going to attack the members of the Beast Pirates. But after waiting for a while, they didn't see Akainu make a move. Damn it, I don't know who to trust. Hey, the sniper of the Beast Pirates, is what you said true? Captain Squad, was it really deceived by that D Sakazuki? What happened? Skuyd, you should come out and say something. Why is that guy standing there stupidly motionless? At this time, if you find that someone has misunderstood you, shouldn't you take the initiative to stand up and explain? Damn it, Izzy, please tell us clearly. What's going on here? Skuyd, could it be that he was really deceived by Sakazuki? I wonder what reason he used to deceive. Everyone's attention was first attracted by Sakazuki, and then transferred to Skuyd. AHFJ, but it took a turn and it ended up coming back to Izzy's face. The thing was provoked by this guy. So now he has to give everyone an explanation. Advertisement. Iza from the Beast Pirates. Tell us clearly, how did Sakazuki deceive our Captain Squad? Damn it, people in Marine didn't expect to be so despicable. How dare they talk about upholding justice? Using dirty tricks to deceive Skuyd. That fellow Akainu. The members of the Whitebeard pirate ship were in a turbulent mood, all looking at Izzy, asking him for a clear explanation. Don't worry. Izawa looked at Sakazuki with a playful smile. At this moment, the latter was still staring at him fiercely with anger on his face. However, because the distance is too far, Sakazuki can't do anything to Izawa for a while. On the contrary, Izzy can easily use the bullet to attack the opponent. Just now I clearly heard that guy Akainu told Skuyd that your father Whitebeard has colluded with Marshal Sengoku of the Marine. The public execution of Ace was nothing more than a lie. The purpose is to wipe out all of you, the 43 pirates from New World. According to Mr. Akainu's original words, he has chosen to betray Marine and the world government, and made public the secret cooperation between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Today's Fire Fist, Ace pirates, no one will be injured, and no one will die. The ones who are really going to be unlucky are the captains and crew of your 43 pirates. I'm supposed to be verbatim, aren't I? Sakazuki Admiral. After Aiz finished speaking, he looked up at Sakazuki and asked with a playful smile. And these words instantly moved most people in the entire battlefield. Sakazuki's face in the distance was extremely ugly. It's like being naked on a bustling street in broad daylight and being seen clearly by everyone. This feeling made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that 296 Marine and Whitebeard collaborated. Seeing that Sakazuki was so angry that he couldn't speak, Izawa smiled playfully again. He continued to add, originally, your Captain Squad was not so easy to be fooled. It's a pity that despicable Mr. Sakazuki also used another thing to confuse Mr. Skuyd. Izzy held up a finger. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the finger he raised, and they listened carefully, waiting for Yeezy's further explanation. Hurry up. UB**********D. What's going on? I'd like to hear how this Sakazuki fooled Skuada. Surprisingly, our people almost betrayed their father. Does Skiyard have any clues in Marine's hands? I don't know. Never heard of such a thing. While everyone was discussing, the eyes of the laboratory fell on Syad's face. The incident that Sakazuki used was about the old, One Piece, Roger. One Piece Roger, that is a legendary figure. Belonging to the same era as Whitebeard, once reached the pinnacle of the world. No one in this world does not know the legend of Roger the Pirate King. Hearing Roger's name, the entire battlefield fell silent instantly. Pairs of eyes looked at eyes in surprise. Sakazuki told Skiyard that Whitebeard deliberately concealed from everyone that Ace was Roger's son. The reason is that Whitebeard never considered anyone other than his companions on the Moby DK to be his family. So today, he can secretly cooperate with Marine without hesitation, and betray you, the 43 pirates. Squad, Roger killed your crew back then, so you have always held a grudge against Roger, even though he has been dead for so many years, the hatred in your heart has not faded away, right? Yais looked at Skiyard, who looked like a wooden sculpture and clay sculpture, standing there blankly, a little at a loss. Advertisement. Hearing Yi Zi's words, everyone in the audience was astonished. Marine had learned of Ace's true identity before the Whitebeard pirates came. Therefore, there is not much reaction to Izzy's mention that Ace is Roger's son. On the contrary, I am more concerned about what Aiz said, the private cooperation between Sengoku and Whitebeard. What? Said Whitebeard was in collusion with Marshal Sengoku. Why didn't I know about this? Isn't Marshal Sengoku really cooperating with Whitebeard? If that's the case, then what's the point of us standing on this battlefield today? Yeah, I really don't understand. We were summoned here, but we weren't here to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Why did it suddenly become to cooperate with Whitebeard? I can't accept this kind of thing. Although Whitebeard is famous all over the world, he is the strongest man in the world, but he is a pirate after all. Cooperate. It's a lie. Sakazuki Admiral, intending to betray the Marine and the world government. This is definitely a lie. Damn, now I'm a little confused about the situation. Shish. You idiots. What are you shouting so loudly for? This is obviously a trap. That's right, it's such an obvious trap, it's fine if that idiot Skuyid falls for it. You are all elites recruited by naval headquarters from all over the world. As an elite, it's too embarrassing to be deceived so easily. Loop. Trap. Oh, I see. Sakazuki Admiral said that on purpose, intending to provoke conflicts between the Whitebeard pirates and the other 43 pirates, and let Squad assassinate Whitebeard, right? Are you only reacting now? You be asterisk 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 D. Pity. Such a plan seems to have no effect now. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. 10 sighs came from within Marine soldiers. Such a good opportunity was exposed because of a pirate with a good ear. If it weren't for this, today they Marine, maybe they can get rid of Whitebeard easily and end this war. As for the Whitebeard pirates, everyone didn't react so violently. Everyone is more silent to observe the situation of all parties, especially focusing on the words and deeds of Skiyad, Sakazuki and Izawa. At this time, everyone can see that after Aiz said something about the One Piece Roger, Syad's face became very ugly. Captain Skuyard, you look so ugly, why doesn't he even explain a word? Damn, Captain Skuyard, you're talking. What's going on? We don't want to hear other people's stories, we want to hear your own. Skuyad, quickly explain it to us. What the hell is going on? Skiyad. Many pirates who were familiar with Skuyad looked at Skuyad, who was silent in the distance, and they all felt anxious for him. It appears that Skuyad was really tricked by Sakazuki. Some calmer people, after observing for a while, came to their own conclusions. At this time, Skuyad was indeed extremely entangled and confused. After hearing the words of the bystander, Izawa, he recalled the words that Sakazuki said to himself just now. The more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. Was it true that I was deceived by Sakazuki? But now Marine is indeed attacking the members of the 43 pirates. On the contrary, the core members of Whitebeard itself, it seems that none of them have been attacked. 297 Whitebeard's rage. You guys, Marine, are you really working with Whitebeard? Sakazuki. Trembling and silent for a while, Skuyad finally raised his head to look at Sakazuki again. And ask loudly. His actions like this, needless to say, are tantamount to acknowledging everything that I said just now in front of everyone. It's like telling the whole world clearly that he and Sakazuki are standing in this corner, and they are indeed secretly discussing the assassination of Whitebeard. Seeing Skuyad's words and deeds, instantly the audience was once again moved. 350. That fellow Skuyad, actually, was really fooled by the enemy.
Almost shot Daddy. You idiot, Captain Skuyard. So there was such a grievance with Roger the Pirate King? Well, speaking of this matter, I seem to have heard Captain Skuyard mention it when he was drunk before, but he didn't say it carefully at that time. Did Roger really kill all of Captain Skuyard's crew? After all, everyone is a pirate, and they came out to mess around, and they have already expected that day. That's right. People who are greedy for life and afraid of death are not qualified to go to sea to be pirates. Then again, there aren't many opponents who can be considered by One Piece Roger, right? Doesn't this just show that Captain Skuyard and his original crew are already well known in this sea? Well said. Advertisement.
So that's the case. If you take advantage of that incident, it's very likely that Squid will feel confused. Marco and others, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly realized at this time. They also knew part of the grievances between Squid and Roger. One Piece, Roger, once killed all of Squid's companions, so Squid is full of resentment towards Roger. Quote. When he heard Ace's true identity from Sakazuki's mouth, his whole spiritual world seemed to collapse, and he felt that he had been deceived by his father. This was a natural psychological reaction. But compared to this, it's really unexpected that Ace is actually the biological son of the One Piece King Roger. What do you think Daddy will do with Squid? As this question was raised, all members of the Whitebeard pirates fell silent in an instant as if they had a tacit understanding. One by one, they looked at Ryuzi subconsciously. At this time, Whitebeard also temporarily stopped fighting Pelusilino because of Izzy's words. Facing the gazes from all directions, Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Squad in the distance. La 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 la. Did the scum take advantage of your inner grievances? Squad, my silly son. But there's no reason for the father to repay the debt. If this kind of behavior does not make the other party pay a price, how can we reflect our 1.5 majesty? La 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 la. Advertisement. Whitebeard didn't lose his temper as imagined, but looked at Squid with a kind tone and a smile. Whether it's Ace, you, or each of you, everyone is my Whitebeard family, and I treat you all equally. Roger killed your crew, but what did Ace do to you? Sakazuki actually used such despicable means to try to trick his own captain into betraying him. What did Ace do to you, Squid? Marine's trick is really vicious, really worthy of Sengoku. The eyes are full of strong killing intent. That being the case, there is always only one best way to explain it. I didn't tell you all about Ace's true identity, just to avoid unnecessary trouble. Whitebeard laughed, and suddenly Wolf clenched his fist. But Sakazuki said that he and Marine secretly colluded and planned to betray the 43 pirates under his command. This kind of thing has already brought distrust to everyone. There is absolutely no partnership between Whitebeard and Marine. I almost fell into your way, which led to a crushing defeat. He can ignore Squid's behavior of being deceived by the enemy and not hold Squid accountable. Whitebeard looked up in the direction of the execution platform. Bringing you here today is to destroy Marine and take back Ace. 298 Shock Fruit, explode. La 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 la. My dear sons, you all look after your father. Let's see if Dad is working with Marine. Whitebeard laughed, exuding an extremely powerful aura from his whole body. At the same time, a group of dazzling white energy rays began to condense on his huge fist. Seeing Whitebeard's actions, Sengoku's expression on the execution platform changed drastically. Oops. Realizing what Whitebeard was about to do, Sengoku's face darkened. Without hesitation, he raised the phone bug 07 in his hand, and issued an emergency order to the Marine soldiers in the audience. Don't listen to any more words from the enemy. The Whitebeard pirates must be wiped out in Marineford today. Everyone act now. Don't hold back anything. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, Whitebeard laughed again. La 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 la. With Whitebeard laughing, he punched the air hard with his right fist. Advertisement. In an instant, the entire Marineford space seemed to be split open with huge white cracks appearing one after another. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying and unimaginably destructive force spread out in all directions centered on Whitebeard himself. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power of Shock Fruit caused serious damage to the surroundings in an instant. Not only the ground and the sky were shattered, but even the towns in the distance collapsed at this moment. Even the fortress building of naval headquarters was not spared. At the same time, the storm caused by this terrifying force also sent countless Marine soldiers flying into the sky. Most of these Marines cannot fly. They were lifted up by the explosive power of Whitebeard's punch, and after losing their upward strength, they began to fall from the sky one by one. Except for a small number of Marine elites with relatively good strength, who can use the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles to adjust their body balance and land safely. The rest of the unlucky ones were all turned into minced meat one by one. La 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 la. This is just a small meeting ceremony, the next thing is the real thing. First saw those Marine soldiers who fell from high altitude one after another, and were either seriously injured or died directly on the scene. The truth is out. Dad didn't work with Marine at all. Advertisement. The other one is also feeling relieved. With that punch just now, Whitebeard can more than double its power. Enough to trigger tsunamis and earthquakes, destroying the entire Marineford. We will always follow Dad, and there will never be any betrayal or infidelity. At this time, all members of the 43 pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirate group were shocked. HMPH. It is precisely because Dad will never do such a thing that he can become a living legend. That D Sakazuki is really despicable. Fortunately, the sniper of the beast pirates saw through everything. Otherwise, the consequences would be simply. If it wasn't for the fact that Ace hadn't been rescued yet, and there were a large number of crew members of the Whitebeard regiment following behind, he was worried that his own strength might accidentally injure them. P.S. Please subscribe. Hey, little ghost of the beast pirates, thank you. On the one hand, they were shocked by the strength of Whitebeard. Thank you, Izzy, if it weren't for you, we might be. Whitebeard gave a show to his sons, laughing and looking at Squid again. Sure enough, I knew it was absolutely impossible for Dad to do such a 243 thing. Despicable and shameless Marine, don't pretend to be absolutely righteous in the future. After all, you are nothing more than dirty things. 299 Sakazuki, your brains are really not working well. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates looked at eyes one by one at this time, nodded and smiled at him, and even greeted him friendly. Ease just responded to these guys with a playful smile, and didn't say much. I thought to myself, where is this, and there are even bigger surprises waiting for you later. Squad, come back to us, it's not your fault. After using his actual actions to prove to everyone that he did not cooperate with Marine in private, Whitebeard changed his amiable face, and stretched out his broad palm to Skuyard, who was still in a dazed state in the distance. What he said shocked Skuyard greatly, he trembled slightly, and raised his head to look at Whitebeard. Skuyard was ashamed and annoyed, constantly blaming himself for being so stupid. He actually listened to Sakazuki's nonsense. Originally, he thought that the little affair between himself and Sakazuki was exposed by eyes face to face, and today he was completely cold. Not only did it leave a bad impression of betrayal on everyone, and directly offended Papa Whitebeard. Needless to say, he would surely die if he suffered revenge from that man. Even if Whitebeard hadn't retaliated, I'm afraid he would have no face to gain a foothold in this sea from now on. Especially in front of New World and all the crew. But what Skuyard didn't expect was that Whitebeard didn't mean to blame himself at all. On the contrary, I even found excuses for myself. Daddy, I'm sorry, Dad, I misunderstood you. Skuyard was deeply annoyed in his heart, only feeling a little ashamed. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground and hide in it now, and I don't want to see anyone again. And Sakazuki on the side heard him apologize to Whitebeard, knowing that his plan was completely useless. Advertisement. Sakazuki, who was already full of anger in his heart, finally lost his patience completely. You useless piece of trash. I originally planned to use you to assassinate Whitebeard, but now it seems that you are of no use. Sakazuki said with a cold glance at Squad. Hearing him say these words directly, Skuyad's whole body was shocked again. This time he knew for sure that he was an idiot. You nasty B******************. D. So everything you just said is really deceiving me. Surprised and furious, Skuyard looked at Sakazuki angrily. No one would have imagined that the majestic admiral of headquarters is also one of the highest battle strengths of naval headquarters. It is really hard to see that Sakazuki would use such indecent means to deal with the enemy. It's completely different from their openness. It was just a little bit close to success. Sakazuki ignored Skuyard, turned his head and looked at eyes with a vicious look in his eyes. Until now, Knowledge Color can still feel that the opponent is locking on him. It seems that my next opponent is that B**********************. D. Sakazuki. Why are you doing this? Obviously you have a strength far beyond ordinary people's imagination, why do you still use such indecent means to deceive me? Actually trying to use me to assassinate Daddy, you B************. D. You are simply scum. Seeing that he was ignored by the other party, Skuyard was furious. If it wasn't for the B********** D. Sakazuki who took the initiative to find him just now, and told him what Hiroto said suddenly, he would have believed him. Now how could I be seen clearly in front of hundreds of thousands of people, like a clown being scrutinized by everyone? Advertisement. To be able to ask such a question, it seems that your brain is really not working well. Sakazuki didn't look back, just mocked indifferently. But, damn it, you B*********. D. Hearing the other party's ridicule, Skuyard couldn't refute for a while. After all, I was really fooled just now. Just the last step. I only know how to use brute force to fight and kill, but I still claim to be upright and open-minded. He completely ignored Skuyard's anger. That's why I said, you guys Wang Zhaos will never be able to get on the stage, you can only be a little B********* D in the sea and become a king on your own. Today's war is a declaration of war by naval headquarters and the world government against the Whitebeard pirates. If that kind of thing really happens, then I will die. Sakazuki continued to taunt. I look down on these pirates from the bottom of my heart. This is also one of the reasons why naval headquarters has chosen to let some pirates run amok on the sea for so many years. His idea is simple, but he's also the strongest man in the world anyway. Since the pirate in front of him can no longer be used, there is no need to say anything nice to him. To deal with you, in order to ensure safety and reduce Marines' casualties, it is essential to use some tactics. Although Whitebeard is old, he has half a foot in the coffin. I should say, are you not good at thinking about problems with your brain, or do you have no brains at all? Squad. Some people really don't look down on them, but they really don't have the kind of self that deserves attention. Nothing else twists and turns. If it wasn't for Izzy's success in debunking all the secrets, maybe with his father Whitebeard's trust in him, he could easily approach the other party and kill that man. And you Whitebeard pirates are not ordinary people. 300 Logia, lava fruit burst. Quote. You are so despicable, Sakazuki. Let me be your opponent today. Skuyard was so ashamed that he was already blushing and thick-necked by Sakazuki. Hearing the other party's merciless humiliation again, finally Skuyard couldn't bear it anymore, raised his weapon and jumped towards Sakazuki. He knew he couldn't be Sakazuki's match. At this moment, he is holding the mentality that he must die, and intends to do his best to severely injure his opponent. Give your companions the best advantage. Squad, don't. Seeing Xuanwu raise the knife, Whitebeard's eyes sank suddenly, and he shouted loudly at the other side, trying to stop him from attacking Sakazuki. In his mind, the color of knowledge clearly perceives what will happen next. Facing the highest combat power of naval headquarters, even Sakazuki who has already lost an arm, Xuanwu is far from being an opponent at this moment. Rushing to fight 393 with that kind of guy will only lead to death in vain. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment Whitebeard called out the reminder, Xuanwu also jumped up and jumped towards Sakazuki in the air. Dad, I did something wrong. Almost made a mistake that I regret for the rest of my life. Please don't stop me. Shouting loudly, Xuanwu raised his long knife and slashed at Sakazuki's head. The sharp blade hit Sakazuki accurately, and directly penetrated the opponent's head. But in the next second, Xuanwu's face twisted, and he let go of his arms holding the weapon with a grin. He was puzzled and looked at his hands in disbelief. Advertisement. At this time, his hands were already burned due to the super high temperature, and his sword was still on Sakazuki's head. That can no longer be said to be the brain. AHDJ, half of the body is completely composed of a mass of ultra-high temperature magma. Because the temperature of the lava was too high, Xuanwu's sword had already begun to melt. UB******************. D. Are you a monster? Xuanwu took half a step back in horror, looking at Sakazuki in disbelief. And just as he was speaking, the weapon had been completely melted by the terrifying magma flowing from Sakazuki. Immediately afterwards, Sakazuki's body began to recover quickly, and it was as good as before in a blink of an eye. The clothes reappeared, and the head was not injured in any way. Logia. Demon fruit power. Xuanwu muttered to himself in surprise. This is the first real fight against Sakazuki in his life. With just one move, he already knew how huge the gap between himself and the opponent was. Since you are in a hurry to die, let me give you a ride. After Sakazuki's body recovered, he turned his head and glanced coldly at Xuanwu who fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, his right fist quickly turned into a huge magma fist. The crowd watching from a distance saw that Xuanwu and Sakazuki suddenly started fighting, and they were all worried for him. At the same time, everyone has thoroughly figured out the truth. The situation is now evident. Xuanwu was fooled by Sakazuki, and almost killed Whitebeard. Now that the truth was exposed by Yi Zi, the two sides turned their faces and fought. For Xuanwu, the Whitebeard pirates and the other 43 affiliated pirates, they didn't mind at all. After all, just now Whitebeard had personally said that he would forgive Xuanwu, that he would not argue with him, and would not hold him accountable. Advertisement. Squad. Dangerous. Get out of the way. At this moment, Marco saw Sakazuki using the power of lava fruit, and immediately shouted at Squad. But the latter seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, and sat on the ground blankly, watching the opponent's attack fall towards him, completely indifferent. I suffered. It's too far away, it's too late to catch up. Squad. Everyone clearly saw Sakazuki turn around and punch Squad. That terrible magma exudes a terrifying high temperature. Even standing in the distance, everyone can feel the threat of the high temperature. It's a pity that each of them doesn't have the kind of strength to rush to rescue Xuanwu. Not even Whitebeard himself could make it in time. Every member of the Whitebeard pirates can only watch Sakazuki make a move. Looking at the enemy's fist, it was crushing towards Xuanwu like a hill. Hateful. Are you going to be killed? Seeing the terrifying high temperature distorting the space in front of him, Xuanwu felt a little scared in his heart. But he deliberately didn't dodge. Being successfully fooled by the other party, although no substantial damage was caused, he lost face. I'd rather be killed by Sakazuki today. Thinking of Xuanwu, he slowly closed his eyes. But at the moment when he was about to accept his own death calmly, a piercing sound suddenly came from the direction of the sea. 301 Sakazuki, fried. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. The sniper bullets released from the bullet cut through the sky with lightning speed and hit Sakazuki's head accurately. At the same time, as if the pause button was pressed, Sakazuki's body froze, and the fist that was thrown at Xuanwu was also frozen in midair. The magma was still steaming with terrifying scorching steam. The scene was unusually quiet. Google. In the distance, a marine couldn't help swallowing. Sakazuki Admiral, unexpectedly, was hit. Headshot by the enemy, Sakazuki Admiral. Aren't you kidding? That is the highest strength of our naval headquarters. Sakazuki Admiral, unexpectedly, was hit by. No problem, right. Sakazuki Admiral is demon fruit power, the strongest Logia. But why is Sakazuki Admiral motionless? What's the matter? The marine officers and soldiers were stunned. They couldn't understand why Kaskin was hit unexpectedly. And even if he was hit by the opponent's bullet, it wouldn't be what he is now. The sniper of the beast pirates has shot again. Advertisement. This time, did you hit Sakazuki exactly? It looks like the opponent has been immobilized. What's going on? After all, Sakazuki was talking to Xuanwu just now. If Izer's first attack could hit Sakazuki's body accurately, it was a fluke, then this time. I'm afraid it's not a fluke. That's right. After all, the opponent is that guy. He was hit once just now, so he will definitely be wary of the enemy's snipers this time. Being able to be hit for the second time can only show that this sniper named Eyes is very powerful, stronger than we imagined. Is this the strength of the crew on the divine beast Rosen? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are expressing their opinions one by one. At this time, Marco and others couldn't help but look at Eyes with admiration. At the same time, they subconsciously looked around at other people who were still fighting. Mainly Kazuki Hiyori and the pirate, Empress, Hancock. Those two also noticed what happened between Sakazuki and Skiyad. However, they didn't stop like the others at all, but continued to fight each other. It seems that if there is no winner today, they will never let it go. That guy Sakazuki, what the hell happened? On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku was also a little surprised at this time, looking at the motionless Sakazuki with his mouth wide open in surprise. He just saw a dazzling light from the sniper rifle in the hand of the sniper of the divine beast Xuanwu. Hit Sakazuki in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Brother Captain, it's really strange. Sakazuki, who seemed to be immobilized, had his entire head blown off. So absolutely nothing can go wrong. 0. Eyes was a little speechless looking at the weird scene. Even Sengoku doesn't know what happened to Sakazuki. It's so hard to guard against. I thought that B*************** D Sakazuki was not affected. Eyes turned his head and looked at Rosen beside him. Obviously bullet will explode immediately after hitting the target, but why now? Explode. Explode. That B********** D Sakazuki's head exploded. Is this the power of the sniper of the beast pirates? That kind of attack can delay the explosion. Before Eyes could finish speaking, suddenly at this moment, a huge explosion came from a distance. 0. Of course, the person who was also unclear about the situation was Yi Zi. He had been aiming at Sakazuki just now. The purpose was to prevent the other party from attacking other people at any time. After a crisp sound of zzzzz, the solid ice layer was burnt into shocking holes in an instant. Then, the latter has maintained the posture like a freeze frame until now. Because the task entrusted to him by Captain Rosen is to solve the problem of Sakazuki. Hot magma shot out in all directions and fell on the frozen land created by Kuzan. 302 Clown Buggy. Boom, boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly appeared on Sakazuki's head, and the strong wind was like a knife, accompanied by unimaginably hot magma that shot out in all directions. This sudden scene surprised everyone. At the same time, the scorching storm generated by the explosion also dissolved more than a dozen ice sculptures in the distance. More than a dozen pirates who were trapped by the ice woke up one after another. These pirates all descended from the sky following Luffy just now, the one with a light blue ponytail and the face of a clown. Especially the big red nose makes him look more like a clown in a circus. This person is the clown, Buggy. 29-7. Buggy took a bunch of guys he took in Impel down and snatched a video phone bug from Marine. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the chaos in Marineford and give himself a live broadcast to let audiences all over the world know his name is Buggy. However, Sengoku ordered to cut off all video phone bug signals. So Kuzan shot and completely froze the clown Buggy and others in the empty space where he was fighting with Garrett. It's just that neither Kuzan nor Buggy expected that Sakazuki would be blown up suddenly by the enemy's attack. The scorching magma turned the air into a heat wave, which indirectly thawed for Buggy and a dozen other pirates. The clown Buggy, who had regained his freedom, looked at the devastated battlefield and felt a thrill in his heart. Damn Aokiji, you actually froze me. The clown Buggy rolled up his sleeves and looked indignantly at Kuzan, who had already stopped fighting with Garrett and was facing each other from a distance. Wow, it's Captain Buggy. Are you going to take a shot at Marine Admiral Aokiji? That guy dared to attack Captain Buggy, he must pay the price. We're ready to go aboard with you, Captain Buggy. Take us to conquer the world together. That's right, let's start by conquering Naval Headquarters Marineford. Advertisement. Yeah, wow even. A group of pirates behind the clown Buggy, you have already made up a lot of pictures in your mind, raising their arms and shouting like a joke. Hearing their voices, Buggy immediately shut up. Although he said so, it seemed that he was planning to take revenge on his opponent. In fact, at this time, my heart was in a panic. This is the world's top war. Why did we come here today? Challenge Admiral Aokiji of Naval Headquarters. No kidding. Anyone who is not careful will be killed by that guy. I don't want to be frozen by that guy's freezing attack again. Clown Buggy subconsciously blurted out. Captain Buggy, what did you just say? A group of pirates behind heard Buggy's words, but they seemed deaf or something. Captain Buggy said he would take us there and kill Marine Admiral Aokiji. Sure enough, they are going to take us to conquer Naval Headquarters right away. I'm looking forward to it. As expected of Captain Buggy, let's do it. These pirates raised their arms and shouted excitedly. Buggy turned and rolled his eyes. Looking up and seeing Sakazuki in the distance, only half of his body was left, and he was deeply afraid of those terrifyingly powerful guys on the battlefield. Fight them. That's just asking for death. He suddenly had an idea and thought of a way to divert the attention of these guys. Advertisement. Pointing to the video phone bug that one of the pirates was holding in his hand. Good. I'm going to lead you to conquer this world now, but before that, I must first let people all over the world know my name, Uncle Buggy. Get it all ready for me, now reconnect to the world and broadcast what happened in Marineford. What the hell is going on? What happened to Marineford? However, on the huge square, the 3 large electronic screens were pitch black. Shouldn't be there yet, there's still a long way to go before the public execution. Why can't I see the screen all of a sudden? Damn 5.5, what's going on now? The real strong have already stayed out of the matter, or started to plan their own small calculations. How long do we have to wait? Is it still not good? Hurry up and let us watch the live broadcast of Marineford. So at this time there are still many people gathered here, waiting to watch the live broadcast of Marineford. Sabayati Archipelago. When the subordinates heard his words, they immediately cheered again. There aren't really any particularly good guys making trouble here either. The riots that happened here before have been strongly suppressed by Marine and the bodyguards of celestial dragons. This situation has continued from just now to the present, and it has already happened once. After the incident was calmed down, because no celestial dragons or other important figures were harmed in the turmoil just now. Damn, is the signal gone again? How is the war at Naval Headquarters going? Fire Fist. Ace. Has the blood of Roger, the Pirate King, been executed? Is it because the riots caused by those civilians just now affected the signal? Or something? If this goes on, there is no way to explain to the headquarters, hey. Hurry up and find someone to see what's wrong. 303 The legendary Great Pirate. People in the main square chatted endlessly. All of them stretched their necks, looking eagerly at the huge electronic screen in front of them. And at this moment, the huge screen in the middle suddenly began to display images. I saw the words, "Please wait a moment," written on the screen. Look, there is a picture. Is there a signal? But what the hell is this? Wait a moment. What the hell is going on? The Marineford footage. It's really strange, the signal finally came, why is this the case? Everyone in the big square focused their attention on the big screen in the middle. After waiting patiently for a while, the picture on the screen finally changed. The paper covering the camera of the videophone bug was removed to reveal a devastated scene of the battlefield at Marineford. In the screenshot, there are flames everywhere, and the sound of rumbling explosions comes and goes one after another. On the distant battlefield in front of the camera, several swift figures flashed from time to time, including Marine soldiers and pirates. There's a picture. It's Marineford. Sure enough, the war is still going on. It's unclear who won. Just when everyone was nervously watching the situation on the big screen. Suddenly, the face of a clown appears in front of the camera. Captain Buggy, the signal has been reconnected and we can continue recording. In the picture, someone called the man with the clown face like this. And as these words sounded, the picture on the big screen suddenly went black again. What's wrong? Is there no signal again? Damn it, who the hell was that B********* D just now? What the hell are those guys doing? Are they destroying the video phone bug? Advertisement. Hurry up and restore the video to Lousy. B**************************. D. What the hell is going on? People in the main square of Sabayati Archipelago finally waited for the reappearance of the picture. Suddenly, the big screen went black again, and they became restless again. I don't know if it was because of the complaints and shouts, which had an effect. At this moment, because the screen turned on again. Or the battlefield of Marineford is the background. It's just that at this moment, the camera of the video phone bug is aimed at the back of a man. Is Your Excellency the legendary captain of the Great Pirate Buggy? Inside the big screen, a man's voice sounded. That's right. It's right down. I am the legendary big pirate, the clown, Buggy. The man turned around, revealing the face of the clown just now, pointing at himself with a confident smile. Hearing Buggy's words, everyone in Sabayati Archipelago fell down. Immediately afterwards, there was another angry roar. B**************** D. Who the hell is this guy? Turn the videophone bug on Whitebeard and Marine. Where's Sengoku and Garp? Where's Ace? We're going to see a fight between Whitebeard and Marine. B*********** D. Buggy B******** D. Hijack the video phone bug. Opening square bracket. 010602107 080111031. New World. Todo Land Kingdom, Cake Island. In a palace shaped like a huge cake. I really didn't expect that Rosen's crew would have such terrifying strength. Advertisement. Each one is a real strong man who can stand on his own. It seems that today they plan to join forces with the Whitebeard pirates. Now our plan, I am afraid. Candy Minister Pei Rospero stared at the picture sent back by the video phone bug, his face a little dignified. The video phone bug they used was provided by Big News, Morgans himself. Filmed throughout the air by Newsbird. Because even if Marine cuts off the video phone bug signal on the ground, it will have no effect on them. Is it because when they fought with us here before, they didn't use their full strength? Judging from their current performance on the battlefield, everyone's strength has indeed improved greatly compared to when they appeared in our country before. Just when Katakuri was expecting his mother not to run away, Charlotte Linlin's gloomy face suddenly burst into a smile. Well, he prayed inwardly. He glanced quietly at Charlotte Linlin. This incident has left deep resentment in Charlotte Linlin's heart. Katakuri frowned slightly in thought. Since the fight between Kazuki Hiyori and Boa Hancock just now, everyone here has witnessed the members of the Beast Pirates. Mom, don't run away again at this time. This is also an important reason why at this moment, except for Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, the expressions of the others are so solemn. After finally repairing some of the buildings, they were about to be destroyed again. At this time, seeing all the members of the Beast Pirates, everyone's strength is stronger than before. Not to mention Charlotte Linlin, every member of the Big Mom Pirates felt bad when they saw it. In case Charlotte Linlin becomes emotionally unstable and enters that crazy state again. As a result, the entire Toto Land Kingdom was almost completely destroyed. No one here can stop her. Rosen, the captain of the Beast Pirates, previously rejected Charlotte Linlin's alliance request and fought Big Mom on the island. 304 Kaido arrives. Well. Those admirals at naval headquarters, especially this, Akainu, Sakazuki, have always been such jerks. It's a good thing that they are now fighting with the mythical beast pirates. Katakuri, what do you think? Well. Charlotte Linlin turned to look at her most trusted son. Mom was right. I also think so. Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly answered. Oh, well. Then you analyze, why is this a good thing? Charlotte Linlin smiled, but the smile on her face suddenly subsided. A pair of eyes filled with a sharp cold light like a knife. As if the eyes can kill directly. Her sons and daughters have long been accustomed to her moody personality. However, seeing the change in her expression, Katakuri still felt pressure all over his body. Advertisement. Sakazuki is one of Naval Headquarters' top 3 combat powers, with super strength. And that man also has the Devil Fruit ability known as Logia with the strongest attack power. Now he is fighting with the Beast Pirates, which is definitely a huge threat to the Beast Pirates. Katakuri analyzed. But I heard that Sakazuki once lost to Rosen. Cracker looked worriedly at the big screen. Although it is rumored that Sakazuki was once defeated by Rosen, just looking at him still appearing on the battlefield shows that the defeat has no effect on him. As long as you don't meet Rosen, with Sakazuki's strength, it should be easy to pose a threat to other people. If he can severely damage 1 or 2 crew members of the Mythical Beast Pirates, he can cause great losses to Rosen and the Mythical Beast Pirates. It would be even better if we could kill the opponent directly. So no matter what happens, as long as Sakazuki and the monster pirates are fighting, it will be a good thing for us. Katakuri added. Well. Hearing her son's analysis, Charlotte Linlin grinned happily. She grabbed a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Sakazuki is one of the top fighters in Marine. So far, the only person who has really faced him head-on without suffering losses is that kid Rosen. Well. Show your true skills and uphold your dignity as a man and Marine Admiral, Akainu. Advertisement. Hearing his words, Charlotte Linlin glanced at the other party with a pair of sharp eyes, and then gave orders to the other end of the phone bug. Suddenly, the phone beside her rang. Give me a tough shot at the Beast Pirates. Don't hold anything back. Puro Ross Puro then said. Blue. Let them in. If it's that guy, even if the guards plan to stop them, it's absolutely impossible to stop them. Are you going to let them in? After Charlotte Linlin gulped down a few pieces of cake, she laughed again. Hearing the other party's inquiry, Charlotte Linlin laughed Wang Zhaozhao immediately. After a while, 4 Emperors Kaido walked in from the outside with Yan Huojin and others. A voice came from the phone bug and asked. Actually asking so honestly, it seems that Kaido seems to have the sincerity of cooperation. Well. Charlotte Linlin just grinned a few times. That guy Kaido has finally arrived. Charlotte Linlin turned her head and glanced at the phone bug. Mom. Kaido of the Beasts and his men have reached the open sea. 305 Two giants meet. Well, Kaido, you're finally here. We haven't seen each other for decades, Linlin. Kaido walked in from the outside, and as soon as he met Charlotte Linlin, the two of them burst into a terrifying hockey. Boom. Kacha. The entire huge palace, under the confrontation of the two terrifying hockey, suddenly appeared obvious cracks one after another. Fortunately, everyone standing here is a truly powerful existence. Although this level of hockey can affect them, it cannot directly stun them. Well. A look of surprise flickered deep in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. I haven't seen you for so many years, Kaido's strength is much stronger than before. If you fight with him, you have absolutely no chance of winning. I heard you want to talk to me about cooperation. Kaido. After the shock, Charlotte Linlin put away their hockey at the same time as Kaido as if nothing had happened. Yes, I came here to find you just for this matter. Kaido walked carelessly to the empty seat 380 on the other side, and sat down directly on his buttocks. He got straight to the point. Linlin, you and I have fought that kid Rosen before, so we should all know how strong he is, right? Well, I heard that you were beaten up by him, and you disappeared for many days because of it. Kaido. Didn't you also fall into a coma for many days? Linlin. These two sea emperors who dominate the new world, even though they have reached this point, are still trying to belittle their opponents with their mouths and mouths. The purpose of course is to create an advantage for oneself to form an alliance with the other party and negotiate conditions. Beasts Pirates, it seems that after that battle, they did suffer heavy losses. At this moment, Katakuri spoke suddenly, and glanced at the fire embers behind Kaido. Advertisement. Everyone in the audience knew what Katakuri said. Originally, the Beast's pirates had three major, natural disasters, namely the fire embers, plague Quinn and Jack the Drow. At the same time, there are many real fights, as well as the strongest fight, flying 6 cells. Although not every time he goes out, Kaido will take all these guys out. Some people need to stay to guard their territory. But now it is obvious that this may not be the case. With their incomparably powerful intelligence capabilities, the Big Mom pirates have already learned that Oni Island was captured by Rosen. In other words, the Beast's pirates don't need to guard the so-called territory at all now. Because Kaido has lost his base camp. Since there is no need to guard the territory, where did the rest go? The answer is self-evident. Hearing Katakuri's words, Kaido's face darkened instantly, and he became a little unhappy. But he didn't come here today to fight with others. So even though he was upset with Katakuri's obviously sarcastic words, he didn't show it immediately. What's more, on the way to Todo Land Kingdom, Kaido and others have contacted the rest of the crew. Jack and Quinn are already on their way here. Linlin, are you willing to cooperate with Laozi? Kaido ignored Katakuri and turned to Jinrod Linlin. AHBJ. If there is no willingness to cooperate, how can I easily let you set foot on this land, Kaido? Just tell me directly, how do you plan to cooperate with me? Charlotte Linlin is also straight to the point. Hearing her words, Kaido already understood. Advertisement. In fact, he had already thought about all the problems on the way to the kingdom of Totoland. My Beast's pirates, merged with your Big Mom pirates, no matter what we get in the future, in terms of profit distribution, we will split 50-50. Do you have any objection to this condition? Kaido put forward the first condition first. 55. Kaido was also very direct and answered the other party immediately. You should be very clear too, Linlin. Seeing that the two seem to be fighting, Katakuri and the flame behind Kaido and the other two sides are all looking serious. His words made the smile on Charlotte Linlin's face disappear completely. You have lost almost all of your property now, and my cooperation with you is equivalent to giving you money. Why should I share all the benefits with you 50-50? But if you Big Mom pirates, plus my Beast's pirates, the two sides become one, you can get more territories. This move is subconscious behavior. With the current strength of your Big Mom pirate group, it is no longer enough to further expand the sphere of influence in New World. The atmosphere between the two sides fell instantly, and there was a posture of tension. Of course Charlotte Linlin subconsciously rejects this kind of thing. Unexpectedly, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin burst out laughing at the same time. Kaido. Hearing his words, Charlotte Linlin's eyes suddenly turned cold. As the Sea Emperor of New World, he could have all the benefits for himself, but now he has to share 55 with Kaido. So, I ask for 50% of the benefits, isn't that too much? Well, because you need to cooperate with me. 306 The cooperation begins, the most terrifying force in the world. Well, ha 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 ha, Linlin. Kaido. The two looked up to the sky and laughed, then looked at each other fiercely, and called each other's name loudly. You be *******D, you are still as greedy as you were back then. More. Haven't you changed at all, Linlin? Well. I'll give you 40%. Charlotte Linlin held out 4 fingers. 50%. Not even 1 point less. Kaido also responded forcefully. Chapter 283, Negotiate the Conditions. Seeing Kaido's strong expression, Charlotte Linlin's expression suddenly sank again. The two sides looked at each other fiercely for a while again. They looked at each other again and laughed. Well. Give you 50% of the benefits, what benefits can I get? Except for what you just said. Charlotte Linlin didn't rush to agree to the other party, but asked back with a smile. Without cooperating with Kaido, her own Todo Land Kingdom already has abundant properties and profits, and can be completely self-sufficient. Advertisement. But if you choose to cooperate with the other party now, your own interests will be divided in half. If there is no advantage enough to impress her, Charlotte Linlin will never let go easily. I can help you deal with Rosen and his monster pirates. Kaido directly magnified the move, expressing the deepest desire in Charlotte Linlin's heart. He knew that the reason why the other party agreed to cooperate with him was to deal with Rosen and the Beast pirates. Charlotte Linlin herself is well aware of this. Big Mom pirates and Beast's pirates form an alliance, and when they become one, the forces will become even stronger. Not only can I get more benefits, but I can also join forces with you to deal with Rosen. You should be very clear, Linlin. Whether it's you or me, fighting Rosen alone has no chance of winning. Although unwilling to admit it, Kaido knows that he is not as good as Rosen. He knew it, and so did Big Mom. Everyone here actually has an answer in their hearts. That battle is still vivid in my mind. The strongest attack of the divine beast White Tiger is really too powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he is a divine beast Xinglong with the most powerful vitality, it would be cool to be an ordinary person fighting Rosen. Now in order to promote the cooperation between the two parties, Kaido chooses to speak it out. Clearly lay out everything. Well. Looks like you're also planning to go to Marineford to join in the fun, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin rolled her eyes and laughed after thinking for a while. Advertisement. Whitebeard pirates and Marine started a full-scale war, and the Beast pirates took advantage of this opportunity to join in the fun. At a time like this, how come we are missing the two of us? 0. seeking flowers. Kaido responded in a deep voice. As a bystander, Kaido saw this matter very clearly. Rescuing Fire Fist Ace back is almost an impossible task. The shocking battle with Rosen caused Kaido to lose the title of the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. At this time, of course I have to join in the fun. If you can cut off Whitebeard's head with your own hands, this sea will be the era of Kaido of the beasts from now on. 0. Then Kaido's ambition will go one step further. He even deduced it many times and came up with a possibility that even Whitebeard himself would have to take part in that battle. P.S. Please subscribe. Of course, this is the assumption that only myself and the Beast's pirates are participating in the battle. If you cooperate with the Big Mom pirate group, the conclusion drawn is that the Whitebeard pirates are likely to fail on the Marineford battlefield. But if he takes advantage of the opportunity of the Marineford Summit War, he can kill the strongest man in the world with his mace. Well, he, Kaido of the Beasts, is the new world's strongest man. Along the way, he has been constantly deducing this battle of the strongest in the world. Under the three top battle forces of Sengoku, Garp, and naval headquarters, plus the deployment of so many marine elites. Marine is just deliberately setting up a trick to lure the Whitebeard pirates to go to war. 307 Red Hair Pirates. Don't you want to do that, Linlin? Kaido asked back. Well, it's not our own fault that we sea emperors can't further expand our power in New World. It's largely because of the checks and balances that Marine and 7 warlords of the sea put on us. If we can take advantage of today's opportunity to wipe out all of them, the world will be ours from now on. Is that what you think, Kaido? Well. Charlotte Linlin expressed Kaido's inner thoughts, and she felt a burst of heartbeat. So, do you want to form an alliance with me? Kaido's mouth curled into a smile. Well, there is no problem with the first condition. From now on, the big 547 Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates will be together. We form an alliance starting today, and the interests we get from now on will be divided 50-50. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin laughed and gave Ross Perot a wink. The latter understood immediately, turned and walked out the door. If there is no accident, today's alliance will be successfully negotiated. Then it was time for the banquet. So let the Candy Minister go to make arrangements in advance. Then, let's talk about other conditions, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin turned her eyes back to Kaido's face, and said with a smile. A certain sea area in New World. The huge ship of the Red Pirates is sailing fast. On the deck, Shanks and a large group of crew members gathered together, staring at the phone bug on the floor. At this time, the phone bug drooped its head and made an interfering noise of zzzzz. Boss, it's been a while, why is there no movement at all? Lajaloo asked suspiciously while gnawing on the chicken leg. Whitebeard, that guy, shouldn't have been killed by Marine. Advertisement. A crew member behind everyone hesitated to ask his own question. From his age and attire, one can tell that he is a newcomer who has just joined Red Hair Pirates. Hearing what the other party said, the other people on the boat burst out laughing. Shanks, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, also smiled. If the opponent is Whitebeard, no one in the world can guarantee that he can easily defeat that man. After speaking, Shanks' eyes fell back to the phone bug in front of him. The smile on his face was also slightly retracted. What he was worried about at this time was another thing. Or rather, worrying about another person. Get the news that the Whitebeard pirates and Marine will fight in Marineford, and Ace will be publicly executed. Shanks immediately set off from his territory with people. They sailed all the way, mobilizing all their contacts to search. It was intended to intercept the Kaido of the Beasts. Shanks is too familiar with Kaido's character, and he knows without guessing that Kaido will take this opportunity to attack Whitebeard. But they searched for many days, and there was no news of Kaido. In desperation, they planned to go directly to Marineford to stop the war. Because, there are also very tricky guys there. The summit war that broke out in Marineford affected the hearts of everyone in the world. At this moment, Rosen didn't know that he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes, and many people were planning to take his head. It even includes the Sea Emperors of the New World. Rosen was just looking into the distance with leisure. That shot just now was pretty good, Izzy. He yawned and smiled playfully. The bullet with unlimited bullets is known as the cannon on Earth. If it is just an ordinary bullet, it is of course impossible to pose any threat to Sakazuki, the Logia demon fruit power. But Izzy is no ordinary person. He is the strong man Rosen likes, the sniper of the Beast Pirates. Advertisement. A shot wrapped around the top armament hockey will definitely give Sakazuki a good drink. So at this point Rosen is watching. He was going to see how long it would take for Sakazuki to recover from that shot. I think I can do better, Captain. Eyes scratched his head modestly, and laughed a few times. Afterwards, his eyes returned to the target in the distance again. But when he looked into the distance with the scope, and was hit by his human cannon, just now as a random target, his expression changed slightly. Because at this moment, Sakazuki is no longer in that position. Where are you looking? You don't think you can kill me with just one shot? No way. Who asked him to provoke Sakazuki, Admiral? That's right, that 3.4 kid is dead. To be able to make Sakazuki Admiral so angry, this guy really doesn't seem to be able to survive. At the same time, Sakazuki's right fist has turned into a huge fiery red magma fist. That's right, but will it affect our own battleship? Shunfenger. Eyes. HMPH. As a sniper, he should have been able to grow to the level of the world's top sniper, but now he is about to fall here, what a pity. Quote. By the way, will that kid Rosen make a move? That brave figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. As expected of Sakazuki Admiral. Isn't this just right? Battleships and the like can be rebuilt after being destroyed. As long as we can trap these nasty pirates here, we will wipe them all out. We Marine can fully afford the price of a few battleships. The lower half of Sakazuki's body was burning with raging magma, violently spewing out the smoke of the big star. Look, it's Sakazuki Admiral. P.S. Please subscribe. Sakazuki Admiral's punch, not to mention, Shunfeng Izawa will be killed, the entire divine beast Xuanwu will also be sunk. After all, it is the #1 battle force of our naval headquarters. Even if you punch down and destroy a huge pirate ship, isn't that normal? Are you going to launch a counterattack against your opponent? The sniper of the beast pirates is going to be finished. This gave him a strong impetus, as if a rocket flew down from the sky towards eyes. As expected, Sakazuki Admiral is fine, as expected of naval headquarters' highest combat power. 308 The strongest attack, lava fruit. Seeing Sakazuki attacking the enemy with an indomitable posture, all Marine soldiers cheered excitedly. The morale of tens of thousands of Marine soldiers was instantly boosted. Many people even believed that Eyes must die early on. On the other side, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were also looking at the terrifying figure flying across the sky in amazement. Is it finally time to confront Marine Admiral head-on? That kid should be fine, right? Foil Vista hesitated a bit, his gaze followed Sakazuki's figure and moved quickly. At this time, Marco walked out from beside him, crossed his hips and looked at the sky. Green flames of regeneration have emerged all over his body. Relax. That Izzy is not that weak. Even if he really loses to Sakazuki 07, I will never let him be killed. After all, he was the friend who exposed Marine's conspiracy and prevented Dad from being assassinated by our own people. Marco said intently. Hearing his words, a group of captains of the Whitebeard pirates immediately nodded in agreement. That's right. Izawa of the Beast Pirates, if we lose to Sakazuki, we will help him directly. That's right. After all, he is a friend of our Whitebeard pirates. He helped us, so of course we have to reciprocate. But then again, Rosen is right next to Shunfeng Izawa. If Sakazuki really dares to kill his crew, Rosen will definitely not just sit idly by. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at Rosen, who was beside Eyes, who was sitting leisurely on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu. Advertisement. Looking at Rosen's calm and composed look, he didn't pay attention to everything that happened on this battlefield today. Everyone in the Whitebeard regiment felt inexplicably heavy. That huge psychological pressure comes from the captain of the Beast Pirates, Beast Rosen. Just relying on the aura emanating from their bodies, they are already able to make them, who are well known in the New World, feel terrified. It's just like a monster. What an unfathomable guy. Marco sighed solemnly. Thinking of the possibility that Rosen will fight Papa Whitebeard next, his mood became even more serious. Others may not know it, but Marco, who is a ship's doctor, is very aware of Whitebeard's current physical condition. Whitebeard's physical condition can no longer be described with such a simple word as bad. Sakazuki was approaching menacingly. Relying on the ability of lava fruit, he simulated the thrust of a volcanic eruption by himself, and quickly flew towards the mythical beast Xuanwu. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he soon arrived at the sky above the divine beast Xuanwu. The incomparably huge lava fist, exuding terrifying heat, distorted the space and at the same time brought an unstoppable power, smashing down on the target from top to bottom. Sakazuki's target is not only Izawa, but also Rosen beside Izawa. You two scumbags, die here for me. He roared in the air, his body accelerated again, and at the same time, the power of his incomparably huge magma fist was further enhanced. Seeing that Sakazuki was about to hit the divine beast Xuanwu, everyone in the Marineford Plaza fell silent at this moment. Lava fruit, known as the most powerful Logia devil fruit. Sakazuki's punch that fell from the sky carried an incomparably terrifying power. For a moment, all eyes on the entire Marineford battlefield were completely attracted. Advertisement. Even the explosive scene of Izawa shooting and blasting Sakazuki's body just now, the Empress Hancock and Kazuki Hiyori, who didn't stop, have temporarily stopped at this time. In addition, there are Rockwell, Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus, Ghost Agent and so on. HMPH, I think he doesn't know how to live or die, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of self-knowledge. Regret. If he survives being punched by Sakazuki Admiral, I'll have diarrhea. Hey, you will know when you look at 300. I'm afraid those two people were scared stupid. They still didn't make any moves. They don't dodge or dodge, are they going to resist that move? Asked curiously by members of the Whitebeard pirates around them who heard these words. Ghost Agent smiled mysteriously. Just as he finished speaking, Sakazuki's fist had already reached the sky above Rosen and Izawa's heads. The strongest Logia demon fruit power, that B**************** D Sakazuki went to provoke Captain Rosen again. Forget it, that guy doesn't need us to take action at all. A bit reckless, this Marine Admiral. Everyone is looking in the direction of the divine beast Xuanwu. That's right. That idiot probably doesn't know this yet, right? Sakazuki Admiral's fist is not a weapon of Mahawks and the like. If he really dared to use his physical body to bear that punch attack, Rosen would definitely regrettable. Oh, friends of the Beast Pirates, why do you say that? Could it be? What a reckless guy. He was beaten by Captain Rosen and lost an arm. He still doesn't have a long memory. The members of the Mythical Beast Pirates were chattering around. Rosen, hey, just leave him to me to deal with. The terrible high temperature, even the flames can burn it. There is nothing in this world that Sakazuki Admiral's lava fruit can't burn through. Including the body of the beast Rosen. This Lyson is really stupid. Sakazuki Admiral's lava fruit is the most powerful Logia devil fruit. Chapter 309 The Strongest Defense, the Mythical Beast Xuanwu. Seeing Sakazuki's huge magma fist like a hill, with terrifying power and high temperature that seemed to burn through the whole world, it fell head-on on the head of the divine beast Xuanwu. All of a sudden, most of the marine soldiers on the battlefield became excited. The exciting and long-awaited scene is about to come. Admiral of Headquarters Sakazuki will personally show everyone what it means to kill everyone with one punch. They cheered in low voices, laughed, sneered, surprised. It's too late to say it, but it's too late. Amidst such voices, Sakazuki's fist finally landed hard on the divine beast Xuanwu. However, it was different from what everyone imagined and expected. Sakazuki's fist did not succeed in smashing the divine beast Xuanwu directly. Of course, because the fist was too huge, it completely blocked the figures of Rosen and Izzy. At this moment, no one can see what happened to those two people. Boom, boom. Sakazuki's huge fist, as if encountering some strong resistance, froze in midair, unable to move forward even a step. But at the same time, the ground and the ice that had been frozen by Kuzan began to tremble violently. What's going on? What happened? Advertisement. Sakazuki Admiral's fist was actually blocked. Is this impossible? What the hell happened? I can't see what's going on behind the fist at all. Did that kid Rosen successfully block Sakazuki Admiral's fist? No way. Is that kid really able to block Logia's punch with the strongest attack power just by relying on his physical body? If it is wrapped around the top-level armament Haki, it may be possible. It's just that, such a confrontation will never last. That's right. Even the mightiest armament Haki, facing the top lava fruit power, can't completely offset the terrifying temperature. That B*********** D Rosen, if it takes a long time, even if he can't kill him, the high temperature generated by Sakazuki Admiral's fist should be able to cook him. Is it hot? This way of dying still feels a little exciting, am I not normal? To deal with the nasty villains at sea, it doesn't matter what method you use to execute them. As long as you can maintain absolute justice. The Marines were shocked and angry, and kept expressing their support for Sakazuki. Every Marine, especially those low-strength shrimp soldiers and crab generals, because they witnessed Rosen incarnated in the shape of a mysterious beast and defeated Hawkeye in a completely crushing posture. Huo-do. So at this moment, everyone is actually terrified of Rosen in their hearts. But they are not willing to admit and accept this fear from the heart. Therefore, when everyone saw Sakazuki attacking Rosen and the entire Xuanwu ship, these marine soldiers naturally hoped that their admiral from naval headquarters could crush the enemy with one punch. It seems that there is a layer of something on the surface of that ship. Advertisement. Marco squeezed his chin, observed curiously for a while, and finally saw some clues. Because the position they are standing now is facing the sun. The dazzling light makes people dizzy for a while. But gradually, these people still saw the surface of the divine beast Xuanwu, and it seemed that there was some kind of force fighting against Sakazuki's fist. Is it a protective barrier? Foil Vista blinked, then reached out and rubbed his eyes. And just as he finished speaking, he saw that the entire divine beast Xuanwu suddenly moved by itself. The gigantic mythical beast Xuanwu raised its head, and at the same time pulled its limbs. Nose. Seeing such a scene, everyone was stunned. Hey, Marco, did I just see something wrong? Please help me to confirm it. The boat just now seemed to move by itself. Foil Vista rubbed his eyes again, and pointed at the divine beast Xuanwu in disbelief. Question mark. QG. Plus. %. You should read it right, Beasta. Because I also saw that ship moving just now, as if it has life. Marco's face also became extremely dignified and surprised, nodding his head in response to Foil Vista. 310 It's real, all phantom beasts. Could it be that the two of us are blind? After all, it's facing the sun, so it's only natural to have such an illusion. Foil Vista said hesitantly. After all, a pirate ship with life, this kind of thing is like a fantasy, he never thought about it before. Both of you read it right, it must not be a hallucination. I saw it too. Diamond Joe said in a deep voice. Look, it's moving again. Hima Shan pointed at the divine beast Xuanwu, and reminded again in a deep voice. Needless to say, everyone here has seen it. Not only the members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw it, but also the other Marines on the battlefield. And they also saw the truth of the power that resisted Sakazuki's fist. That wasn't Rosen's attack at all, in fact, it was just a circular defensive barrier on the divine beast Xuanwu. Roar. In front of hundreds of thousands of marine soldiers and tens of thousands of pirates, the beast Xuanwu roared angrily, and the sound shook the whole world. Since it arrived in Marineford, it has been honestly playing dead. Therefore, everyone in 740 here, except for the members of the Beast Pirates, almost no one knows that it is a pirate ship with life. But at this moment, he was provoked by Sakazuki. As Xuanwu, the divine beast with the strongest defense, it is impossible to just let his opponent bully him like this. When Sakazuki's attack was about to hit Rosen and Izawa, the beast Xuanwu opened its strongest defensive barrier just in time. The invincible defensive barrier naturally blocked Sakazuki's lava fist with ease. At the same time, the mythical beast Xuanwu directly raised its huge head. A terrifying stern light shines out from the incomparably huge pupils, making people shudder when they see it. After seeing clearly that the divine beast Xuanwu is indeed a living pirate ship, the entire Marineford Square immediately boiled. Everyone showed incredible shocked expressions. That ship is actually alive. Advertisement. So it was the one that blocked Sakazuki Admiral's famous punch. What kind of monsters are this beast pirate group? Even a pirate ship has life. Could it be that pirate ship AHFJ is also a legendary creature? Brother, aren't you talking nonsense? Think about it. What is the name of the pirate ship? It's called, what? Divine Beast Xuanwu. Divine Beast Xuanwu. You mean, Rosen's pirate ship turned out to be the legendary beast Xuanwu? The strongest defense. How is this possible? Isn't it already possible now? You have all seen it with your own eyes. The barrier it opened successfully blocked the attack of the most powerful Logia devil fruit. Damn it. Is it true that all members of the beast pirates are monsters? Even a ship is a creature from myths and legends. It's terrible. How can such an enemy be defeated? Even Sakazuki Admiral's attack can be blocked. Is this the mythical Xuanwu with the strongest defense in the legend? Rosen himself is the divine beast White Tiger, and his car is the divine beast Xuanwu, while that sniper, Eyes, is a guy with fun ears and unknown abilities. There is no doubt that guy must also be a legendary creature. And that guy over there, in the shape of a Charizard. If I remember correctly, he should be one of the world-class scientists who once worked with Dr. Vegapunk. Rockwell. The one with the mace over there is Kaido's daughter, a phantom beast, Deguchi god form capable person. There is also that ghost man Ajin, he seems to be in the form of a fighting holy ape. You forgot to mention that woman over there. Woman. Which woman? The woman who fought against the pirate empress Boa Hancock just now. She seems to be a 5-color peacock. It's also a mythical creature. Damn it, if you put it this way, the mythical beast pirate group is really all phantom beasts, every one of them is a legendary creature. They didn't lie to the outside world. It's terrible. Where did you get so many phantom beast devil fruits? Those are even rarer than Logia devil fruits. How can we defeat such an enemy? Can we really deal with these terrible enemies today? Seeing the divine beast Xuanwu come alive, he yelled at Sakazuki, and opened the defensive barrier to easily block Sakazuki's punch. All the marine soldiers were shocked one by one. Some of the marine soldiers were already stunned by the scene before them, and their spirits collapsed briefly. Each of the legendary mythical creatures either has the strongest attack, or has the strongest defense, or can listen to everything, or everything can be destroyed, nothing can be broken. Advertisement. These are all existences in mythology. Although they claim to have 100,000 marine elites today. But most people are just ordinary people with mortal bodies. How can ordinary people fight mythical creatures? Isn't that sending you to death? Is this why you just said that you don't need to take action? Marco turned his head to look at the ghost agent and the others in amazement. The latter just laughed without saying a word. But at this time, with a burst of dazzling light, it bloomed from the defensive barrier on the divine beast Xuanwu. In an instant, the vibration of the earth and the glacier disappeared. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that Sakazuki was directly pushed back by a terrifying energy shock wave, and flew out backwards. Boom. Claw la la la. Sakazuki fell to the ground, but could not completely counteract the terrible impact. His feet plowed 2 deep marks on the ground, and after retreating nearly 100 meters, he finally stopped. He squeezed his fist hard, and once again stepped towards Rosen, Eyes, and the mythical beast Xuanwu. Rosen on the bow is still calm and relaxed. Sakazuki is completely ignored. Sure enough, you won't be killed so easily. Seeing the approaching Sakazuki, Rosen put his chin on one hand and smiled playfully. Go down and fight, Izzy, don't let that guy dirty our boat. Snort. Seeing the menacing approach of his opponent, Eyes smiled playfully, and then he took a leap and planned to jump onto the land in a calm manner. But before he jumped off the divine beast Xuanwu, a figure had already swished in front of him. 311 Sengoku's plan revealed. With a swish, it was as fast as lightning. Before Eyes could jump off the divine beast Xuanwu, a figure stopped in front of him. Rosen and Izawa looked at each other at the same time and found that it was Yamato. Hey. With a Shimenawa tied around his waist and a mace on his shoulder, Yamato turned his head and grinned at Rosen and Izawa respectively. This opponent, leave it to me unceremoniously. Yamato smiled at Izawa. But, the captain said about that guy Sakazuki. Yais, as a sniper, if you want to protect the divine beast Xuanwu and everyone, you should stay on the ship. Instead of running to the ground and engaging your opponent at close quarters. Is it not? Before Eyes finished speaking, Yamato interrupted him and asked back. This. Eyes hesitated for a moment, then subconsciously looked at Rosen. In fact, snipers can of course also fight close to the enemy. Even this is a skill that must be mastered by a qualified sniper. In the past, Yi Zi also trained himself in this way. If the ability of a sniper is limited to long-distance combat, once a strong enemy gets close, he will become very passive. It's just that now he got the bullet with unlimited bullets from Rosen. Bullet not only has a super long range, but also has a terrifying destructive power. This allowed Izzy to fight without getting off the ship. All you need to do is to guard the divine beast Xuanwu, and within his field of vision, all targets can be attacked by him. Including Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform farthest from them at this moment. If necessary, Izawa can also hit Sengoku and Garp with one shot from this distance. Other snipers don't have such good weapons and equipment. Advertisement. Their sniper rifles generally have a short range. So sometimes in order to hit the enemy, they have to disembark and fight. Forget it, you can support her by the side. Rosen shrugged indifferently when he saw Aiza's eyes asking for help. Anyway, Sakazuki is his own defeated opponent, nothing to worry about. Whether it's Izawa or Yamato, it doesn't matter which member is going to deal with that guy. Even if they can't defeat Sakazuki head-on, at least it is absolutely impossible for them to be threatened by the other party. Yamato's personality is too similar to her father Kaido, and blocking it may not have any effect. So it's better to let her go and make a big fuss. Hey, hear that? I'll knock that scumbag's head off. Yamato smiled and looked at Sakazuki, who was 100 meters away, with a mace in his hand. Just now I heard that Sakazuki actually planned to use Skiyard to assassinate Whitebeard. This despicable and shameless thing reminded Yamato of Kurozumi Orochi and his father, Kaido of the Beasts, colluding secretly and then killing Kazuki Oden in a sneak attack. For such behavior, Yin felt contemptuous from the bottom of his heart. That's why she took the initiative to run over to deal with Sakazuki. Seeing Yamato's actions, Izawa laughed playfully. I know. But before you start fighting, I have to tell you one more thing. One more exciting thing. 11. As he spoke, Yais turned his head and looked at the entire battlefield. The marine soldiers and pirates on the entire Marineford battlefield are now paying attention to the three people on the divine beast Xuanwu. Seeing eyes looking towards his side, all the marine soldiers showed expressions of surprise and uncertainty. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. What is that guy going to do? Kaido's woman seems to be planning to team up with that sniper Izawa to deal with Sakazuki Admiral. 2 against 1, but even so, Sakazuki Admiral is fine, right? This, I don't know either. After all, the strength that Kaido's daughter showed just now is terrifying, and she is not as weak as she appears on the surface. There's also that, Shunfeng ear, eyes, the strength he showed just now is also very strong. Hateful. 0. As Sakazuki approached the divine beast Xuanwu step by step, and saw Yamato suddenly appear on the ship. At this moment, every marine soldier was in a state of uncertainty. He stared intently at both sides. Hey yo, it seems that after I exposed your little trick, Mr. Sakazuki has become angry from embarrassment. But there's more to your marine business than that. Eyes smiled playfully, and responded to everyone's attention with a few words. Hearing his words, the entire battlefield instantly turned into a vegetable market. The sound of buzzing came and went endlessly. At this moment, Sengoku, who was on the execution platform, his face sank, and he was shocked in his heart. Because he saw Izzy looking towards him. Hateful. Sengoku prayed in his heart, don't be the one he thinks. Garp beside him also had serious eyes. Even Ace, who was bound by seastone chains, showed a curious expression at this time. They looked expectantly at eyes on the divine beast Xuanwu. What I'm going to say next is for everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. Under everyone's gaze, eyes grinned and said 9. 312 completely wiped out. Friends of the Whitebeard Pirates, retreat now, because if you go any further, you will fall into the trap that Marine has prepared for you. Marine has prepared a huge encirclement circle, intending to wipe you all out here. This is an order personally issued by Mr. Sengoku on the execution platform over there. As Izawa said, he glanced at Sengoku again. Then, in a relaxed and calm tone, he told all the orders sent by Sengoku before, as well as the circle surrounding the 297, that the Marines set up today. Wow. As soon as he said this, the audience was in an uproar. Sengoku also immediately clenched his fists hard. But, damn it, this guy really. Sengoku gritted his teeth, trembling slightly with anger. I didn't expect that my secret battle plan would be directly revealed by Yais. Just now we exposed Sakazuki's conspiracy, and now we have directly revealed our secret battle plan to the public. This sniper of the Beast Pirates is really a very difficult guy. Crane Vice Admiral's complexion also became very ugly. They have calculated thousands of times and have taken almost every possible situation into account. All Marines are carefully deployed, just waiting for the Whitebeard Pirates to take the bait. But what I never expected was that there was actually a smooth ear, eyes who could listen to everything, and he could hear all their conversations clearly. But, damn it, advertisement. Has the videophone bug not cut it yet? Sengoku clenched his fists, turned around and asked his subordinates behind him. There is also a video phone bug, which has been taken away by Shimoda Buggy and the others. The Marine Colonel replied respectfully. Didn't you just ask Aokiji to deal with this matter? What the hell is that guy doing? Sengoku twitched, frowning and looking into the distance. Forget it. Don't care about that much. In the current situation, we absolutely cannot wait any longer. Has the barrier of protection been raised? He asked again in a deep voice. At present, whether it is the plan to assassinate Whitebeard or the secret combat plan to make dumplings for the Whitebeard pirates, all have been exposed. The pirates are now on guard, and if they don't implement the plan quickly, it may be too late. Something went wrong. Working on it now. Colonel Marine replied cautiously. After speaking, he subconsciously glanced at Garp secretly. Vice Admiral Garp looks calmer than Marshal Sengoku III. It was a terrible experience. I have never seen Marshal Sengoku in such a hurry before. After all, he is the resourceful general of the entire Marine. The Marine Colonel silently thought of Zero. Advertisement. With the same idea as him, of course there is Garp next to Sengoku. Calm down, Sengoku. Now is not the time for you to get angry like this. Garp walked over and patted Sengoku's shoulder lightly, and his eyes returned to the mysterious Xuanwu in the distance. What's wrong with the barrier? Sengoku took a breath to calm himself down, and asked in a deep voice. At this time, after eyes revealed more and more secrets, the pirates on the battlefield had completely stopped advancing. Everyone has become cautious, and there is a great possibility of retreating at any time. It's ice. The ice created by Aokiji Admiral was so thick that the protective wall got stuck. The men answered respectfully. No matter what method is used. Even if Marineford's power is exhausted now, all protective barriers must be raised immediately. 1.8 inches. Immediately issue an order, Sengoku said loudly. Now I can't care so much. It is imminent, all the pirates must be trapped here immediately. Once they escape, even if Ace can still be executed today, the perfect strategic goals of naval headquarters and world government will not be achieved. It's even conceivable. What would happen if Whitebeard was allowed to retreat safely from Marineford? Chapter 313. The secret weapon finally appears. La 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 la. Boy eyes, are these things you said true? On the battlefield, Whitebeard, who had been silent because of Skuyard's affairs, couldn't help laughing when he heard Marine's secret battle plan. Of course it is, Mr. Whitebeard. My ears can hear clearly. Izzy pointed to his ear. There is full confidence on the face. Just now, Mr. Sengoku has ordered again to let his marines raise the protective barriers hidden under the seabed. Those huge barriers of protection mixed with seastone and steel can easily trap you all here. These two words of eyes made the faces of the entire Whitebeard 07 pirates change drastically. Even Whitebeard himself stared. He just saw Admiral of Headquarters Kuzan make a move, freezing the surrounding sea, and a huge ice wall surrounded the entire Marineford. In fact, Whitebeard had already thought of this possibility at the time. Once all of them entered the inner bay and landed on the main square of Marineford, they would be under siege. At that time, you can only fight to the death with Marine. It's just that I didn't expect that Marine actually set up a huge defensive wall made of seastone in Marineford. As expected of Sengoku. Advertisement. Everything was calculated clearly by you, and I almost fell into your way. Whitebeard turned his head to look in the direction of the execution platform, his gaze became very sharp. As an old adversary for decades, Whitebeard certainly has a deep understanding of Sengoku. The resourceful general, Sengoku, this title is not called for nothing. La 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 la. However, if you want to eat the entire Whitebeard pirate group, it is not so easy to succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his left fist high, and then ruthlessly grabbed it behind him. There was a muffled boom, crack, click. Huge and incomparably white cracks appeared in the air instantly, and the terrifying destructive power was transmitted between the heaven and the earth. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 100-meter high ice wall surrounding Marineford in all directions shattered directly. The super high and super thick ice walls, ordinary people may not be able to cross them even if they try their best. And Whitebeard just punched casually, and completely smashed this barrier to pieces. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were worried just now because they might fall into the siege of Marine, immediately cheered when they saw this hockey scene. As expected of Daddy Whitebeard. So hockey. Fierce. Father. The ice wall was destroyed in an instant. Daddy is mighty. Advertisement. Amazing. The Marine siege of us will no longer be possible. What should we do next? Do you want to keep going forward? Or what are you going to do? If we retreat now, the operation to recapture Ace will be considered a failure. But if we don't leave here, we will fall into the circle carefully arranged by Marine. Damn it. Let's see how Dad arranges it. That's right. No matter what, we will all obey Dad's arrangement. Hey, Skuyard, what are you doing standing there? Didn't you hear what you said just now? Come back to us quickly. Skew 723 yard. Come back quickly. Fight with us. The dozen or so captains of the Whitebeard pirates, as well as the captains of the 43 pirates under their command, all subconsciously looked at Whitebeard. Including Skuyard. At this time, Skuyard was still very entangled in his heart, full of guilt towards Whitebeard and other companions. But even if he wanted to apologize with death, he had to leave this ghostly place first. Therefore, facing the invitations of Marco, Diamond Joes and others, he did not refuse. Gathering up his courage again, he took a deep breath and hurried back to his team. And at this moment, the ice surface under everyone's feet, which was originally extremely calm, began to tremble violently. Rumbling, as if an earthquake happened. 314 demonstrating ultimate moves. The huge movement from the ice under their feet surprised everyone in the audience. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down at their feet. At this moment, they saw that the surrounding ice surface was breaking apart bit by bit. It was as if something was about to emerge from under the thick ice. It's Marine's protective barrier. It's really about to go up. Boy Iza, you really aren't joking. Damn it, are these despicable guys like Marine planning to trap us here and wipe them all out? There's no way we're stuck here. Damn it, what now? Look, they're starting to rise. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked around. At this moment, huge and strong protective barriers began to rise from under the ice in the surrounding semicircular inner bay. It was like a huge cage surrounded all of them. At the same time, everyone noticed that there were loud explosions coming from behind them. You don't need to look back to know that a fierce battle must be breaking out in the rear. What happened behind? Is the enemy's encirclement shrinking? But it seems that we don't have many left behind members. Why did such a fierce battle break out? What the hell happened behind? All on alert. The enemy is coming. The sniper of the beast pirates hit the spot again. It seems that he did hear Marine Admiral Sengoku's order. We are now surrounded by Marine. Advertisement. What are we going to do now? Go back and support the rear. Damn it. Marine is planning to cut off our retreat. Really vicious guys. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was outraged. But at this moment without Whitebeard's order, they can't act rashly. Fighting behind are the 5,000 pacifists, arranged by Marine, that is, the so-called human weapon, developed by Vegapunk, the world's top scientist who claims to be wiser than the present 500 years ago. 1. At this moment, Izzy's voice sounded again. Hearing his words, everyone in the audience was moved again. Sengoku and others finally confirmed that all their actions and deployments have been exposed to the sniper of the beast pirates. The original secret battle plan is no longer a secret. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were surprised when they heard the words, human weapons. Of course they've heard of Vegapunk, and they know that there is such a number one person working for Marine and world government. Vegapunk's scientific research has actually been applied to all aspects of world government and Marine. For example, those Marine warships have been specially modified. They can sail freely on the calm belt. Ordinary pirate ships are often unable to do this. This is one of the black technologies of Vegapunk. At this time, as the fierce battle broke out in the rear, the thick fog on the sea surface was gradually blown away a lot. Everyone can already see part of the situation. Advertisement. Sure enough, in the thick fog in the distance, there were incomparably electric figures looming indistinctly. These guys are spitting out lasers, and they are fighting fiercely with someone. From the appearance, it looks very similar to Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It can even be said to be exactly the same. Look, the enemy has really appeared. There are a lot of them. I can't see the end at all. How many are there? Why do these guys look so much like the Tyrant Bear from 7 Warlords of the Sea? As the reinvention of Vegapunk, the top scientist of the world government. Damn it. There are really 5,000 pacifists. This is too exaggerated. Sure enough, Marine is planning to use these guys to make dumplings for us, right? Thanks to eyes from the beast pirates reminding us, otherwise we might really be trapped. B************ D Marine. How cunning. Don't say that, get Tianjiao, this is a battlefield, and war is so cruel. The enemy will use everything against us, as long as it is a means to win, they can use it. Marco interrupted the complaints of several members around him. He looked solemnly into the distance. Sean suddenly found something wrong. Look, it seems that those pacifists are not attacking us, are they attacking Marine's battleship? Boom. At the same time as Marco's doubts sounded, another huge Marine battleship was reduced to ashes under the joint laser bombardment of the pacifists.